severely injured and having traversed into another realm. The feline priest squatted upon the wall, contemplating for a minute before deciding to employ her cuteness to earn her sustenance. The ticket to her survival was none other than Wu Qiao Wu, who happened to pass by while undertaking a mission. Who among humanity could possibly refuse a charming and adorable little kitten? Even a handsome fellow would find it impossible. Little did she know that change could occur as swiftly as a tornado. During an outing, Damiya regained her human form while still in slumber. In her palm lay the formidable physique of her ticket, boasting broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and an impressive set of 8-pack abs. In her eyes reflected his boundless azure irises. Wu Qiao exclaimed, "Miao-chan." Upon regaining her human form, Damiya transformed into a sorcerer. Possessing healing magic, the higher-ups intended to control and monitor her, with even foolish individuals suggesting she become a concubine. Damiya retorted, "Huh? Have you never seen a violent priest before?" An immense column of light erupted with a thunderous roar, smashing open the doors of the higher-ups, as a golden-haired girl with pristine white cat ears stepped over the incapacitated. "My temper is rather foul, esteemed higher-ups. The weather has grown chilly. It seems the position of the higher-up leader ought to be occupied by someone else." Wu Qiao Wu inquired, "So when shall we visit home, where a gentle and helpless boyfriend awaits your tender mercy?" "Miao-chan," Damiya replied, "coming right up." Chapter 1. I have transformed into a cat. Curled into a ball, the little cat nestled against the wall, its plush, platinum-colored fur dancing freely in the morning sunlight as a gentle breeze tousled it further. Perhaps the wind had made her a tad drowsy, for the little kitten silently yawned and extended its chubby paw to smooth down its disheveled fur. Unsure of her whereabouts, she felt an overwhelming fatigue. Were there such tall buildings around Fanidel? The attire of the people here was quite peculiar as well. After fainting from a brutal ambush, Damiya awoke to find herself in a completely unfamiliar place. Towering structures reached for the clouds, and the crowd was clad in simple garments, while the streets were alive with the laughter of children. She had transformed into a beastly form, pitifully crouched against the wall. The little kitten, unable to comprehend the situation, kicked at the air several times, but her movements were feeble and languid due to her exhaustion. The round, plump little creature appeared increasingly adorable. "Mommy, look at the little kitten!" exclaimed a boy with black hair, excitedly pointing at the cat on the distant wall as he shook his mother's hand in a bid for affection. "Can I pet it?" "No, dear. The kitty is very afraid of strangers. If you approach it suddenly, it might scratch you," the woman replied with a smile. But the little boy hesitated, feeling an inexplicable desire to connect with the little kitten. "Hurry along, Yotai. Do you not desire to reach school sooner and frolic with your peers? The time is drawing near." The woman gently grasped the small boy's hand, leading away the child who was constantly glancing back. The platinum-colored feline, a round little creature, withdrew its gaze, somewhat perplexed as it twitched its whiskers. Why were all the humans here covered in black, sticky substances? Children, youths, the elderly. All of them. Even the air was permeated with an indistinct black matter. What on earth was happening? Had no adventurers reported this anomaly? Suddenly struck by a thought, the cat sprawled out completely. Basking in the gentle rays of the rising sun, it flicked its fluffy tail, utterly relaxed. "Let Teach worry about it himself. I am but an injured party." After yawning once more and listening to the gurgling sounds of its stomach, the little cat perked up with newfound vigor. "I am so famished. I must find someone to con. My fur is so sleek and glossy. Surely I can manage a meal, right?" Damiya, uncertain, sharpened its little claws, thinking that if it weren't for the gnawing hunger, it would prefer to remain still. The aftereffects of divine intervention were far too great. Her entire body felt languid. Damiya, the cat, slightly propped herself up, her small ears erect as her round, emerald-green eyes, resembling jade, surveyed the bustling street, seemingly searching for something. She swiftly fixed her gaze upon two tall figures clad in dark blue uniforms, casually draping their arms over each other's shoulders. In Damiya's eyes, the pair emitted a faint yet resplendent golden glow, dazzling like the sun. "You two shall suffice." The little cat struck her most adorable pose, eagerly waiting for the duo to approach before letting out a sweet call, swiftly extending her pink paw to grasp the hem of the white-haired youth's garment. "Meow." A perfect sweetness. I've ate. The youth in the white uniform reflexively twisted his waist, allowing his body to gracefully dodge the creamy paw. He raised an eyebrow in triumph, his tousled, pure white hair partially obscured by a pair of sleek black sunglasses that concealed half his face, yet failed to mask the youthful handsomeness of his cherubic visage. "No surprise there," he exclaimed. This was a student from the Jujutsu High's second year, Wataru Fushiguro, who had stayed up all night gaming, only to be awakened abruptly by a phone call, harboring a desire to unleash his frustrations upon the higher-ups. "Little kitty, did you just ambush me? You resemble a creamy daifuku." The white-haired boy bent down, scrutinizing the diminutive, creamy creature before him. He rummaged through his pants pocket, retrieving a daifuku, contemplated for a moment, and then placed it back. With a sharp crack, a long-fingered hand heavily landed on his shoulder. "Could you not act like a fool, Wataru?" The elegant and handsome youth with a bun, wearing lantern pants and a short fringe, smiled as he stood behind Fushiguro, his clenched fist revealing prominent veins and faint dark circles beneath his elongated, phoenix-like eyes. This was a second-year student at Jujutsu High, Suguru Geto, who had been dragged into an all-nighter of gaming by his foolish classmate, only to be awakened early, and had nearly been run over by a car when Fushiguro bumped into him while carelessly wandering down the street. "Geto, you're so foolish. You couldn't even dodge that. You're too weak." Wataru pouted, tilting his head and effortlessly evading a fist filled with annoyance as the two began to playfully spar by the roadside. The small, pitiful cat, Damiya, whose stomach was growling, watched the duo engage in their spirited antics. After a moment of silence, she stubbornly extended her fluffy little paw in a second attempt to attract their attention, meowing in hopes of reclaiming their focus. "Meow, meow, meow. Please do not fight. First, look at me. I am quite easy to care for." Suguru Geto finally noticed the creamy bundle resting against the wall. The two instinctively ceased their antics, and he brushed off the dust from his clothes as he approached the meowing feline. "Are you hungry?" The black-haired boy with a bun pondered for a moment before pulling out a sandwich he had bought from the convenience store, carefully tearing off the plastic wrapping and placing it before the little cat. He set the plastic wrap beneath the sandwich to prevent it from collecting dirt, gently encouraging, "Go ahead and eat." "Meow." The famished feline, having fasted for nearly a day, cautiously approached, sniffing with her little nose, and upon detecting no unpleasant odors, began to devour it ravenously. Not an ounce of caution typical of a beast, simply foolish, Wataru remarked as he observed Damiya's fluffy, glossy coat, his hands itching to pet her, but was halted by his friend beside him. Suguru Geto disapprovingly glanced over and stated, "Wataru, do not interrupt her meal. That little cat clearly hasn't eaten in ages. Disturbing her now is truly inconsiderate." "Tsh." The white-haired youth huffed in annoyance, yet refrained from reaching out, instead gazing with great interest at the little cat as she feasted. Watching her devour the food so eagerly made her appear rather pitiable. The cat, engrossed in her meal, measured about 25 centimeters in length, resembling a breed akin to a minuet, her platinum-colored, slightly curled fur gleaming under the sunlight, appearing as smooth as the finest silk. As she ate, her tail, resembling a feather duster, curled obediently behind her, making her look even rounder and cuter. How utterly adorable, with her round head and body. I feel an irresistible urge to stroke her fur. Wataru mused, unconsciously clenching his hand. Suguru Geto surveyed the cat, finding nothing amiss, and proceeded to pull Wataru away from his entranced state, fixated on the little creature's eating display. "Let us proceed and accomplish our task. What is the rush?" Chapter 2. The cat's encounter. Meanwhile, the food-obsessed cat, Damiya, was entirely oblivious to the departure of the two individuals, lost in the ecstasy of her meal. The meat was delectable, reminiscent of the flesh of a scorpion's tail, and the fragrant bread was so delightfully soft. "I shall repay your kindness, dear sir," she thought, licking her lips in satisfaction. "I'll shower you with blessings shortly." However, once she finished devouring a sandwich nearly the size of her own head, she looked up, only to find the street empty and devoid of life. Where did they go? Damiya mewed softly, peering around the walls in search of the two figures, her curiosity piqued. Upon realizing her targets had vanished, the little feline, in a fit of frustration, rolled around the wall, clutching her tail. Dust settled upon her fur, transforming the once pristine goddess of a cat into a disheveled little creature. Should I pursue them? Though the duo bore the world's scrutiny, They were enveloped in an ominous shroud of dark substance, far more serious than that of others. Ignoring them could lead to unforeseen trouble. Consider it a repayment for a meal, the cream gray furball resolved. With a determined leap, she bounded off the wall, landing with grace, until, unexpectedly, her legs wobbled. And she rolled across the ground, dizzy and disoriented. I forgot I'm still in a weakened state. On the other side, the duo crossed the street to a cemetery. Their task was to eliminate a first-grade cursed spirit born from the fears lurking within the graveyard. As for the assistant supervisor tasked with overseeing their mission, it was only natural for the slower individual to lag behind. Witfully adjusting his sunglasses, Satoru Gojo quickly spotted the first-grade cursed spirit hovering 100 meters away, a seemingly weak, multi-legged, eyeless entity. Is this what disturbed our slumber before dawn? Gojo chuckled in disbelief. Is it necessary to mobilize us for such a triviality? Perhaps it conceals greater strength. Suguru Geto reassured him, his gaze fixed on his phone, checking for any overlooked task details. Pathetic, Gojo scoffed, quickening his pace, eager to conclude the task and return to his slumber. In keeping with a spirit of respect for the deceased, Geto led the battle to a relatively open area. The dark-haired youth skillfully wielded his cursed techniques, a swirling mist of black enveloping him as dozens of cursed spirits emerged from the fog. Gojo casually stretched, his brilliant blue eyes concealed behind the shades. No matter how many times he witnessed these cursed spirits, formed from humanity's negative emotions, they remained grotesque manifestations of collective ire. The 3-meter-tall, eyeless creature slowly turned to confront the intruders, revealing a malicious grin, its cavernous mouth oozing with blood. Having lost several legs to the spirits tugging at it, the eyeless entity fixed its dark gaze upon the two humans who inflicted pain upon it. Are there truly spirits here? It croaked, its voice raspy and filled with malice, before lunging violently toward Gojo. Bold, aren't we? The white-haired youth's interest peaked. An invisible barrier unfurled around him. With a flourish, his snow-white hair danced in the wind as he extended his sharply defined fingers toward the cursed spirit, unleashing a deep blue wave of energy that detonated upon impact. The force was akin to a miniature black hole exploding, sending dust swirling and debris crashing against Gojo's limitless barrier. When the chaos settled, only a massive crater remained. How feeble. Any first-grade sorcerer could have exorcised that. And it dared to wake me from my slumber. What a nuisance. Gojo lamented, popping a strawberry-flavored lollipop into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly. Indeed, this cursed spirit had only recently ascended from 2nd to 1st grade. Geto, wishing not to salvage the reputation of their supervisor, let his hair down, deftly securing his now loosened locks with a black hair tie, choosing to ignore Gojo's barely contained laughter. Geto, you're quite adept at this. How many times do you need to tie your hair in a day? Off to buy more hair ties, I presume? Ha. I've long suggested you cut it short. You, mind your own business. The mission incurred minimal losses, aside from some trees. Just moments ago, the once lush cemetery now resembled a chaotic canvas, ravaged as if by a colossal beast. Geto hovered silently atop a cursed spirit, manipulating it to replant the uprooted trees, leaving the rest to the assistant supervisor. The two of them sauntered back, animatedly discussing the game's plot they had stayed up late to complete, completely unbothered by the fatigue of a long night and an early morning mission. Perhaps this was the essence of being a high school boy, brimming with vitality. Satoru suddenly halted mid-sentence, perplexed, raising his gaze toward the distance and urging Geto to quicken his pace. What is it, Satoru? Geto inquired, baffled. Nothing much. Just that foolish little cat seems to have rolled off the wall. As vehicles sped past on the road, the disheveled little cat lay slumped against the wall. Despite her desire to seek out the two humans, her energy had utterly diminished. Damiya drooped her head in despair, contemplating licking her paw to check for any injuries, only to find the brilliant sunlight obscured by two looming figures. What happened? Did you fall hard? Can you still move, little kitty? Damiya lifted her head to see the two figures squatting before her. Her emerald eyes widened in surprise, brimming with wonder. She let out a gentle mew, then, feeling wronged, raised her injured left paw as if to express her grievances, eliciting sympathy from anyone who beheld her. It's swollen, Gojo remarked, reaching out to gently examine the cat's paw to check for any fractures, but upon making contact with the soft, furry paw, he froze in astonishment. Simultaneously, Damiya felt a surge of magical energy coursing through her, mending her weakened body. What is happening? She pondered. Do cats automatically replenish their magic when they are frail? The clan leader never mentioned such a phenomenon. Satoru? Geto, noticing his friend's unusual reaction, swiftly took hold of Damiya's injured paw, severing their connection. Yet, in that instant, he too was left bewildered. The flow of cursed energy within him abruptly ceased, as though it had never existed, and he gazed at the little cat in shock. The cursed energy has vanished? Geto gently nudged Gojo's shoulder, attempting to bring his dazed friend back to reality. Gojo blinked slowly, his vibrant eyes shimmering beneath his white lashes. No way, he muttered, bewildered. It's gone, all the tumultuous information. From the moment of his birth, his 6 eyes had served as an information receptor, an expansive, 360-degree perspective, incessantly flooding his mind with data. His brain, overwhelmed by the deluge of information, felt as though it might explode from the heat and pain. Yet, in that fleeting moment, everything came to a standstill. Chapter 3. The reason for the crossing. As Suguru Geto grasped the cat's paw, the stagnant information resumed its flow. And Satoru Gojo realized who had severed the connection of the 6 eyes. Removing his sunglasses, he swiftly took Damiya from Geto's hands, lifting the little furball high. And after a moment of careful contemplation, he erupted into laughter. In the eyes of Satoru Gojo, there was an overwhelming sense of delight, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure bestowed from the heavens. Incredible! How impressive, Miao-chan! Damiya, perplexed, lowered her gaze to meet a pair of azure eyes, vast and boundless as if the sky itself extended to infinity. The boy's silvery lashes fluttered gently, reminiscent of snowflakes descending in winter, pure and pristine. So beautiful. Damiya found herself entranced by those eyes, as if standing before a deity of unparalleled grace. She softly bowed her head and rested her forehead against that of the white-haired youth. Touching. Suguru Geto raised an eyebrow, observing the affectionate interaction between the two. After cradling the soft, fluffy kitten for a while, Satoru finally remembered his peer who had been quietly watching from the side. He excitedly turned to Suguru and exclaimed, "Hey, this kitten is amazing. She actually blocked my 6 eyes." The implication of blocking the 6 eyes piqued the interest of the young Suguru, who tentatively reached out to stroke the kitten's fur. After a careful examination, he remarked, upon touching the kitten, "My cursed energy has also come to a standstill." Satoru, does this mean that you can only perceive the world through those eyes now? The white-haired youth's cheeks flushed as he eagerly raised his hand to respond. Reminiscent of a first-grade student answering a teacher's question, his speech imbued with a youthful charm. He pointed at his azure eyes, which seemed to reflect the entire sky, and declared, "This is the first time I've experienced such a sensation. It's wonderful. I want to keep her." With her little legs perched in the air, Damiya confirmed her own ability. When she made contact with these 2 individuals, she could absorb the powers within them, a process colloquially known as mana replenishment. Perhaps due to her nearly depleted magical energy, her body instinctively began to restore it. Grateful for the kindness of these 2, she vowed to repay them once she regained her strength. On the continent of Loviator, in the depths of the dark forest west of Fenadal City, scarlet blood trickled from her fingertips, landing with a soft thud onto the ground. Such numerous high-ranking sorcerers, they truly underestimate me, the cat-eared girl chuckled softly, clutching the wound near her heart as she staggered deeper into the thicket. Golden specks of light danced around her, pulsating like a heartbeat, continuously replenishing Damiya's drained magical energy. The snowy cat ears twitched slightly, sensing a disturbance, prompting the girl to quicken her pace. She carelessly discarded the golden halo atop her head, casting it in the opposite direction. Her platinum hair fell chaotically, and her pristine white dress was stained with blood. At least 36 high-ranking sorcerers had participated in this ambush, a force capable of annihilating a small nation. Had the results of the temple's maiden selection been revealed? In a desperate bid, they had indeed widened my horizons. Not everyone has the opportunity to witness such a grand magical formation sprawling across the sky. I took down 10 of them, not a bad exchange. Dozens of figures swiftly navigated the forest, moving with lethal intent. They quickly zeroed in on Damiya's position. A group clad in crimson robes descended rapidly from above, blocking her path. The leader, with gray hair and a mask-like smile, spoke, "Be sensible, Damiya. Submit to Duke Andar, and he will promise you the position of the maiden. Submit, and power and wealth will be yours for the taking. Promise me the maiden's position? If I'm not mistaken, the results of the Temple's maiden selection have been revealed, and the victor is undoubtedly me. Do you think you deserve to reap the fruits of victory?" The girl scoffed, nonchalantly brushing her platinum locks behind her shoulder, wiping the dust and blood from her delicate face. She paid no heed to the 20 or so individuals surrounding her. "You." The old man, having his deceit exposed, paled slightly but quickly donned a feigned benign smile. "Since you refuse to comply, we shall incapacitate you and take you back anyway." As his sharp, strange voice fell, the group raised their staffs, preparing to cast spells. But Damiya was swifter. She tossed her silver staff into the air, and a half-moon protective barrier immediately unfolded. Pure white lightning coalesced from above, crackling around the defensive formation, forcefully repelling the surrounding red-robed figures. "Curse it!" the old man bellowed, as they were pushed back several hundred meters, unable to advance. The sorcerers quickly regrouped, raising their staffs to prepare an assault on the barrier. The opportunity for glory lay before them. If they could capture her, the Duke would surely bestow upon them considerable rewards. Damiya, undeterred within her protective barrier, wasted no time. She retrieved a tattered piece of parchment from her spatial ring and placed it on the ground, then produced a small knife, slicing into her forearm without a moment's hesitation. The wound was deep and long, crimson blood cascading onto the parchment. The blood quickly soaked into the parchment, draining Damiya of her remaining magical energy, and she collapsed to her knees, her complexion pale. A frenzied madness filled her emerald eyes, even if the cost of invoking this unknown ancient forbidden spell was her life. She was undeterred. In an instant, a tempest roared, thunder and lightning erupted. A black forbidden spell formation, spanning 100 meters, rose from the sky, each circle nesting within another, continuously layering. In the blink of an eye, the forbidden spell reached dozens of layers. The air seemed to solidify, and with a soft hum, cataclysmic power surged forth. Devil! Devil! The leader among the red-robed figures turned ashen, having sensed the fluctuations of the forbidden spell in advance. Yet unable to halt the formation's release, the group found themselves immobilized by the oppressive magical energy in the air, helplessly witnessing the pitch-black forbidden spell, akin to the scythe of death, barreling towards them, obliterating the surrounding area in an instant. The forbidden spell did not cease. It surged forth for dozens of kilometers in the direction the red-robed figures had come, annihilating everything in its path. With a soft thud, the silver staff fell to the ground. Damiya sat there, a pitiful figure, her complexion ashen and fragile, her cat ears drooping. Her slender wrists bore several jagged wounds, the blood flowing from them serving as a medium to cast the forbidden spell. Golden specks of light floated around her, illuminating and shifting before returning entirely to Damiya's being. Her blood-stained platinum hair cascaded down, leaving crimson trails against her pale skin. The girl squinted her emerald eyes, a smile curling on her lips, reminiscent of an angel fallen from grace, if one could overlook the blood that adorned her. "Curse you, Duke." Damiya spat those words, collapsing onto the grass amidst the starlit sky. In the next moment, her figure flickered and vanished. Chapter 4. The Troubled Children. In the world of Jujutsu. At Tokyo Jujutsu High, a school dedicated to training sorcerers, a voice thundered, "Is this the reason you two abandoned your supervising duties, rummaged through a graveyard, and returned to the school with a cursed spirit in broad daylight? Do you have any idea how many messages I received from superiors in just a few minutes?" Satoru Gojo Satoru, Nightingale Mazamichi, seated in a position of authority, rolled up his textbook, pointing it at the two kneeling before him, his voice a furious roar. His expression was twisted with rage, bloodshot eyes reflecting his barely contained fury. "And why haven't you reported back?" Nightingale's agitation grew as he pounded his fist, the size of a cooking pot, against the wooden floor, wishing he could retire on the spot. However, the two individuals kneeling on the ground, one with black hair and the other with white, absorbed not a single word, merely responding with perfunctory nods. Gojo Satoru, filled with curiosity, playfully teased the slumbering cream-gray ball of fluff in his arms, gently caressing its tiny pink paws, tugging at its pointed cat ears, and stroking its feather-like tail from tip to tip. This little kitten had dozed off in his embrace while they were returning to Jujutsu High, emitting soft, rumbling purrs. Blissfully lost in sleep, cradled in his arms, the kitten was but a small bundle, yet radiated warmth akin to that of a sun, enveloping him with a comforting heat that reached deep into his heart, making it difficult to let go. Oh, did it just move its paw? Was it disturbed by the noise? Gojo Satoru, his eyes, far from blind, caught sight of a certain troublesome student beneath him, eagerly toying with the sleeping kitten. The irritation surged within Yaga Yoshinobu like a wildfire. He abruptly rose, striding over to Gojo Satoru's side, brandishing a book and striking the white-haired youth's head with forceful determination, employing every ounce of strength he could muster. With a resounding thud, Yaga Yoshinobu was astonished to discover that he had actually struck a person today. Where was the limitless barrier? The drowsy Damiya was jolted awake by Yaga's thunderous shout. She pawed at the air, her eyes fluttering open in a daze, momentarily disoriented about her surroundings. It was merely a dream. A recollection of the time she was besieged. How noisy! How painful! The white-haired youth cried out, one hand clutching his head while the other held the kitten securely. "What are you doing, Yaga? Just ignore those rotten oranges from the director's meeting. None of them are worth a fight." Gojo Satoru vociferously accused Yaga Yoshinobu's actions, while simultaneously smoothing the fur of the recently awakened kitten. "Honestly, Yaga, your voice is so loud that you've woken up Meowchan. The fur is so soft, it's delightful to touch." The still groggy kitten, Damiya, instinctively rubbed against the youth's bony hand, quietly observing her surroundings. sitting to the side. Shikumo Jiro discreetly pulled out his phone, capturing the entire scene of Gojo Satoru's misfortune, and sent it to the Jujutsu High student group chat. Did you wake up naturally today? Shikumo Jiro, video. Ai Natsuko, likes JPG. Ai Natsuko, is that a cute little cat you found on a mission? Why is it so gray? Shikumo Jiro, it seems it couldn't steady itself and rolled around on the ground. Ai Natsuko, so adorable. I'm on my way. Yaga Yoshinobu pressed his fingers to his temples in exasperation. It had been a year, and this routine occurred daily. He truly didn't know how to educate this troublesome heir of a large family. In that case, Satoru, a 1,000-word reflection, to be submitted tomorrow. The burly man with short black hair skillfully uttered this phrase. Just this month alone, he had received 5 reflective essays from 3 troublesome students. And today was only the 10th. Once again, he silently fumed, maintaining a facade of composure as he departed the classroom with a heavy heart. What the heck? Gojo Satoru grumbled softly. For him, being assigned a reflective essay had become commonplace, causing no stir within him. And you, Jiro, you clearly have a share in this too. You can't escape. I saw you filming while I was tangled up with Yaga. The slender, white-haired youth deftly set the little gray cat aside, pivoting like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, swiftly seizing the escaping Shikumo Jiro. The black-haired boy with a bun managed to wriggle free from Gojo Satoru's grasp, turning back to deliver a punch imbued with cursed energy. What do you mean, I have a share? I haven't smashed anything. Shikumo Jiro laughed, his eyes sparkling defiantly as he advanced. Gojo Satoru tilted his head to evade the punch, yanking Shikumo Jiro's hand and flinging him to the side. In a matter of breaths, the two engaged in a flurry of exchanges, each movement accompanied by gusts of wind, brimming with vigor. Damiya, relying on her tiny paws, yawned as her tail thumped rhythmically against the wooden floor, as if providing a rhythmic accompaniment to the boys' duel. Unfazed by the cacophony of their battle, she remained leisurely and unperturbed. Gradually, the two young men escalated their combat. You summon a cursed spirit, and I'll unleash a Shikigami. With a thunderous blast, they shattered a window in the office. A wild gust of wind swept into the room, causing Damiya to sway her tail in delight, her platinum fur dancing in the breeze. These two were rather formidable. She wondered if they could be lured back to the shrine. Oh, but where had she run off to? How far was she from Fandom, and could she ever return? Damiya felt a twinge of melancholy, sensing that this place was likely very distant from her familiar homeland, the priestly capital of Fandom. It might be exceedingly difficult to reunite with the familiar faces again. The little kitten, limping slightly, navigated around the debris within the room, making her way to the edge of the house where a hole had formed. With her round, curious cat eyes and a bushy tail, she peered at the two boys who had jumped from the high building to continue their fight. Utterly adorable. In the midst of their skirmish, Gojo Satoru caught sight of this scene and couldn't help but chuckle at the cuteness. Keeping an eye on the little kitten while deftly maintaining his advantage in the duel with Shikumo Jiro. Sensing Gojo Satoru's nonchalance, Shikumo Jiro smiled slightly and summoned a special-grade cursed spirit, launching a coordinated attack. Buzzing. The barrier established over Jujutsu High detected the unfamiliar cursed spirit's energy, emitting a sharp alarm that reverberated throughout the entire campus. Wow, that deep blue technique is quite impressive. The black-haired individual was capable of wielding something akin to a magical creature. That was something. The little kitten, reveling in the excitement, flicked her ears, paying no mind to the shrill alarm. During her days at school, it was all about demolishing classrooms today, wrecking churches tomorrow, and toppling bishops the day after. Just a minor spectacle, a minor spectacle. As Damiya mused, her cat ears perked up, and she suddenly leaped aside, narrowly avoiding an outstretched hand. The bright green feline eyes curiously regarded the girl attempting to embrace her. Ah, so agile, little one. Come here, I've got some delicious fish treats. Chapter 5, an extremely fulfilling day. A girl with short brown hair crouched, shaking a bag of golden fried fish treats at the little kitten. Dressed in a deep blue uniform similar to that of Gojo Satoru and the others, her attire was modified into a skirt, and a gentle smile adorned her face. Come here, these fragrant fish treats are delightful. Ai Natsuko, seeing the kitten remain stationary, persisted. The platinum-furred, emerald-eyed kitten sat obediently. Sunlight streamed through the shattered walls, illuminating the small, round kitten, embodying the quintessential charm that humans adored. The kitten's pink nose twitched as it caught the scent of the fish treats. Damiya wiggled her tail. Sensing no malice, she could not resist the tempting offering. Raising her slightly swollen paw, she hopped over to Ai Natsuko. With a gentle opening of her mouth, she easily snatched the fish treat, savoring it with a delightful crunch. Are you hurt? Ai Natsuko inquired, concern evident in her voice as she observed the tiny cream-colored ball of fluff, who looked irresistibly adorable while munching on her treat. She was instantly captivated. Meow? I hurt my paw, Damiya replied between bites of the fish treat. Not comprehending, Ai Natsuko cautiously extended her hand. Noticing the kitten's lack of reaction, she placed her hand gently on Damiya's swollen paw, channeling her cursed energy. Gradually, the injured paw returned to its former state. Meow? Damiya gazed at Yeri Shoko with a hint of bewilderment, flexing her newly restored claws. Is this girl also a priestess? She mused. Meow, thank you. No need to thank me, Shoko replied. Let's head to the cafeteria and wait for what, and yeah, they'll be joining us shortly. This time, Shoko's thoughts aligned with Damiya's. As she reached out to gently caress the fluffy little head of the cat, cradling it in her arms and skipping away while humming a tune. Little kitty, fluffy fairy cat. As they descended the stairs, the sound of a fierce roar echoed in the air. What? Yeah, you two are too easily angered. It ages you quickly. Night moth. You have it wrong, sensei. The cafeteria. Damiya, claiming a bowl of dried fish for herself, mewed contentedly as she indulged in the delicacies. Across from her, the DK duo, having just engaged in a brawl, rapidly resumed their camaraderie, animatedly discussing something, their table already devoid of utensils. Sitting beside Damiya, Shoko, undeterred by the raucous duo, engaged in a heartfelt dialogue with the kitten while enjoying her meal. They were not on the same wavelength, yet a harmonious understanding prevailed. Suddenly, Shoko recalled something and inquired of what. Did you purchase food for the kitten? What about toys? The silver-haired youth appeared momentarily flustered as he glanced at the tiny cream puff, admitting he had forgotten and suggested they have it delivered later. I don't mind helping you care for the kitten, Shoko offered. No, it's mine. What protested? You're still so unreliable. What? Jie remarked. Damiya, with her uncanny sixth sense, cast a scrutinizing gaze at the towering pile of items before her, tail rigid. A man clad in a black suit stood respectfully beside Wat, reporting on the acquired cat supplies. Lord Wat, here are all the purchased items, selected with utmost quality. Reclining lazily on the couch, Wat adjusted his pure black sunglasses perched on his prominent nose, casually scanning the list before him and speaking nonchalantly. Return all the frozen items, have fresh meat delivered daily, and find a pet nutritionist to oversee the kitten's diet. Understood, Lord Wat, the man replied with a bow. I don't want to eat raw meat, Damiya protested, her round little face drooping as she scampered around the man and leaped into Wat's lap, stepping on the list he held with her paw, her round eyes fixed on him. What's wrong, little one? Wat's voice warmed at the sight of Damiya as he lifted her, his long fingers gently stroking her fur. Meow? I don't want to eat raw meat, she insisted. Meow? I don't want to eat raw meat. I promise I'll pay once I recover. I can't understand you. Kitten, Wat replied with a chuckle, his curiosity piqued as he glanced around while wearing the dark sunglasses. So, this is what it's like for normal people wearing these sunglasses. No wonder I never see Jie and the others wearing the same ones I gifted them. Meow? Listen to me. The little cat jumped onto Wat's face, meowing angrily. All right, I'll open your toys for you. After exploring the surroundings, Wat patted the kitten's little head and instructed his aide to begin unpacking the boxes. Meow? The kitten, puffing up in indignation, let out a reluctant call but, hindered by the language barrier, fell silent. Damiya swatted away the hands of the boy who had been holding her, jumping down and sulking in a corner. Damn prince. Wat chuckled at the sight of the little cream puff's retreating figure, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, meow. You look like an angry ball, your fur all fluffed up. Damiya, who had been cursing the prince in her heart, slowly turned to glare at Wat, who was still laughing heartily. I'm not in a good mood right now. Don't mess with me, man. Ignoring the kitten's murderous glare, Wat accepted a cat toy presented by his aide. It was a small, charming yellow bird adorned with feathers, suspended from a stick by a fine string. With a knowing smile, he swung the toy bird, sending it soaring toward the crouched kitten before swiftly retracting it, leading to a playful chase from the agile little cream puff. As the kitten darted after the yellow toy bird, her emerald eyes narrowed into slits, fixated on her target. Just as she was about to seize it, Wat flicked his wrist, sending the bird in another direction, narrowly evading the kitten's grasp. Damiya, her ears twitching, quickly turned to pounce once more, only to miss again. This sequence repeated several times, and the now exasperated kitten squinted her eyes, preparing to leap and capture the toy bird. Sensing the kitten's acceleration, Wat yanked the toy back, but realizing it was too late, he resorted to using cursed energy to speed it up. He tugged on the toy bird again, once more evading the kitten's reach. The silent cat landed softly on the ground, visibly frustrated. At that moment, someone dared to taunt, I win. Oh dear, meow, you never caught the bird, even once. Damiya, unable to tolerate the cheating any longer, sprang onto Wat's lap, unsheathing her claws, her eyes glinting with fierce determination. Rip. Chapter 6. The unfamiliar affection between cat and human. The cream puff extended her claws, snagging the pants of the brazen youth, then leaped to the ground with a swift motion. The well-crafted fabric tore, creating 3 gaping slits that fluttered gently in the breeze. Once on the ground, the kitten turned her back on Watt, positioning herself as far away from him as possible. The aide, astonished by the cat's swift actions, stared blankly at the kitten, then glanced at the stunned Watt. Summer Yuji, who had come to investigate the commotion, couldn't help but laugh, pulling out his phone to capture multiple shots of Watt, which he promptly shared in the group chat. Did you sleep in today? Summer Yuji. Picture. Summer Yuji. View quickly. Yuri Shoko. Ha ha ha. Karaoke diva. Ha. You've had your day, what? Well done, little cat. I'll treat you when I return. The silver-haired youth, shaking the tattered remnants of his pants, laughed heartily at the distant kitten, showing no sign of anger. He even approached the sulking feline, teasingly reaching out to stroke her paws and tail, though the kitten evaded him each time. Come on, meow, don't be mad at me. Watt said in a syrupy tone, collapsing onto the ground, propping his head up to meet the kitten's gaze. Meow? So, you mean you'll do it again next time? Realizing the truth, Damiya twitched her whiskers, her anger dissipating somewhat, though she still refused to acknowledge him. Come on, don't be like that. Unexpectedly, the silver-haired youth scooped up the cream puff, pressing his handsome face against her back, nuzzling into her soft fur. So delightful. Fluffy little creatures are indeed so soothing. Meow? I still haven't forgiven you. The little kitten nimbly turned around, its pink paw pads playfully landing on the boy's face with a soft pat. In a blur of motion that was almost imperceptible to the human eye, it swiftly pawed at him 3 times, attempting to push him away. How utterly adorable, thought Wataru. He found himself completely smitten by the kitten's antics, grasping the tiny paw that had landed on his face and showering it with affectionate kisses. My cat truly loves me. It's undeniably the most charming little creature in the world, he mused. Damiya felt the sensation of the boy's skin beneath her claws, and the entire cat froze before quickly warming up. Never before had she been so intimately close to someone of the opposite sex, and she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, though the fluff of her fur concealed her reddened face. Meow. Once again incensed, Damiya's paw flew back to Wataru's face, the force increasing as she delivered a rapid succession of 16 blows, and even accelerated further. Wataru, oblivious to the little girl's feelings, found himself bewildered by the onslaught of kitten punches, his face now adorned with the marks of tiny claws. While he pondered why such affectionate kisses had turned into playful strikes, watching the spectacle unfold, Suguru could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, his face aching from the amusement. He approached and scooped up the irate kitten, settling cross-legged as he gently soothed her. His large hand glided from the kitten's head to her cheeks, lightly scratching her, repeating the motion until she purred contentedly. Your massage technique is quite commendable, human. A reward. Damiya stretched her little paws, calming down. Suguru glanced at the claw marks on his friend's face and chuckled. Indeed, this little feline is truly your nemesis. Others wouldn't dare to leave a scratch on your face, let alone get close. Wataru raked a hand through his hair, his chiseled features marred with numerous claw marks. His fair complexion tinged with a flush that exuded an inexplicable allure. He waved away his brother, who was hovering nearby, and nonchalantly stated, Yes. But even with my limitless potential, I remain the strongest. Casting a sidelong glance at Suguru, Wataru added with a playful grin, We are the strongest. Suguru lowered his eyelashes, a subtle smile gracing his thin lips, his phoenix eyes radiating an air of profound pride and confidence, choosing not to refute Wataru's proclamation. Meow? You two stop touching. The kitten, nestled in Suguru's embrace, impatiently swatted his hand away, finding his touch more vigorous than Wataru's. Are you both so lonely? She seemed to ask. Wow, how fierce. Suguru deftly evaded the kitten's swipes, extending his hands to allow the plump little creature to escape. He flicked the gray dust off his fingers and turned to Wataru, inquiring, This kitten has some dirt on her. Should we give her a bath? Wataru nodded, his eyes sparkling with interest. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously rose to head toward the bathroom, while Wataru's brother, ever perceptive, rummaged through the box for the kitten's bathing supplies. Meanwhile, Damiya, perched by the floor-to-ceiling window admiring the view, twitched her little ears, sensing something amiss. She turned back to hear the sound of water flowing from the small room. So, this is the reason you both ended up like this? Kinji, arms akimbo, observed the disheveled duo. Just hours earlier, they had presented themselves with dignity, but now one had a face full of claw marks, drenched from head to toe, with the hems of his pants shredded by the kitten's playful antics, shaking droplets of water from his white hair. The other, with long black hair cascading down and sticking to his face, had lost track of his jacket and bore red scratches all over his wet body. Offering a wry smile in response to her gaze, the small Damiya distanced herself from the two, sitting on the ground, her platinum fur partially dampened, sniffing her pink nose. Her round eyes clouded with mist, gazing at Kinji with a look of indignation. I told you, I'll take care of the kitten. Don't treat her like a toy, you brutes. Kinji lamented as she scooped up the kitten, gently patting its back and soothing it, before abruptly turning to the two boys with a fierce glare. We really just wanted to give the kitten a bath. Kinji, Suguru waved his hand, trying to explain. So fast, little one. We couldn't even catch you. Wataru exclaimed in astonishment at the kitten's agility, tucking his stray hair behind his ear as droplets cascaded down his forehead, revealing his handsome features. His uniquely celestial eyes sparkled with excitement as he employed his 6 eyes to scrutinize the kitten. The 6 eyes are an extraordinary manifestation, typically utilized by Wataru to assist in unleashing cursed energy, possessing a remarkable 360-degree vision. They can discern many things, determining if someone is a sorcerer, identifying opponents' abilities, and exposing weaknesses. However, at that moment, he could see nothing. The white-haired youth leaned closer to Damiya, inspecting her from various angles. Damiya raised a paw, feigning a threatening posture. If you haven't had enough of scratching, feel free to continue. Let me handle her bath. You two be gentle. She's such a well-behaved and adorable cat. Kinji disregarded Wataru's slightly neurotic demeanor and addressed Suguru. She carried the kitten into the room. This is troublesome, Kinji, Suguru remarked as he followed her, carrying the kitten's bathing supplies and dragging Wataru along. The two boys settled in the living room, preparing to analyze their recent cat-washing escapades. Chapter 7. The Precious Sleep. In the bathroom, Kinji cradled the disgruntled kitten nestled against her chest, one hand filling the bathtub with water. The Jujutsu High School, vast and spacious, provided individual dormitories for each student, offering considerable freedom. Each student enjoyed a nearly 50 square meter room equipped with a bathroom, kitchenette, and even a balcony. Yet, what good was that? Given the high mortality rate of missions and the tyrannical headmaster, Kinji sighed as she watched the tub gradually fill. Lost in thought, she released the water and filled it again, this time to a level that would wet the kitten's paws, then turned off the faucet. Gently, she placed the kitten in the tub, ensuring no sudden movements before slowly moistening Damiya's soft, platinum fur. She dispensed 3 pumps of shampoo and began to massage the kitten. Damiya squinted her eyes in bliss, accepting the reality of being bathed by the beautiful girl, purring contentedly as Kinji pampered her, supporting the kitten's small head. Kinji carefully washed Damiya's cheeks, marveling at how, even when wet, the kitten remained stunningly adorable. Such a cute little cat. I want to give you kisses. While Kinji busied herself, Damiya quietly summoned a blessing with the magic she had previously gathered, casting a small healing spell that lasted 10 seconds, warming her limbs. Typically employed by priests to warm their hands, she could only muster this small magic as a token of gratitude, given that the DK duo had drained much of her energy during their antics. However, the wool comes from the sheep, she thought, with a hint of mischief. Unperturbed by the sudden warmth enveloping her body, Kinji attributed it to the exertion of bathing the kitten, continuing to massage and groom her. In the living room, Suguru, wrapped in a towel, wrung out his soaked hair and wiped the floor dry, casually asking, "Did you feel that, Wataru?" The white-haired boy, draped in a white towel around his neck, absent-mindedly dried his hair, responding to Suguru's inquiry. "Yes, while we were over there." The little one emitted a peculiar wave for a time, not cursed energy. Recently, they conducted an experiment revealing that the little kitten needed physical contact with them to dispel their cursed energy and techniques. The cat darted chaotically around the bathroom, pursued by Jie's cursed spirit, shattering it into fragments. Yet, Jie's cursed energy remained intact. It was only upon making contact with Suguru Geto that both his cursed energy and the remaining spirits vanished in an instant. Subsequently, both individuals were overwhelmed by the explosive force of the kitten, which pinned them against the bathroom walls. Upon touching the kitten, their internal cursed energy dissipated, leaving the 2D-K-S utterly unable to keep pace with the swift, elusive feline. Despite its diminutive size, the little fur ball could create a sizable crater upon landing, and its tail, akin to a feather duster, possessed the strength to break bones. Remarkably, the kitten seemed to wield an unknown power, effortlessly exorcising cursed spirits. Did it possess some unique abilities? Such curiosity arose. After awakening his technique and mastering cursed energy, Suguru Geto had not experienced the sensation of being overwhelmed and pounded upon like this in ages. He had been knocked around by the kitten several times, leaving him in considerable pain. Perhaps it was akin to a battle pet, like a certain beloved character. Don't even think about it. Jia, this is my cat, and I want to lend it to you, not even if you are the master of that character. Wataru Watanabe waved his hand dismissively at Suguru Geto. What master? I've told you it's cursed spirit manipulation. Suguru corrected Wataru for the 503rd time. What's the difference? Both involve capturing pets and commanding them to battle. You're simply marvelous, Suguru Geto. The silver-haired youth clapped his hands with an overly sweet tone. Let us take this outside, Wataru. Annoyed by the incessant banter, Suguru pointed toward the dormitory exit, where two gigantic cursed spirits faintly materialized in the air. No way. I'm waiting for the kitten, Wataru replied, his voice sticky with reluctance. If I don't sleep with the kitten tonight, I want to be able to sleep at all. They exchanged glances, the tension palpable. The duo, perpetually at odds, was poised for yet another clash. Fortunately, before things escalated, Neko Igiri emerged, cradling the fragrant fairy kitten, scolding the two of them. You two scoundrels, take your bickering outside my dorm. It's so loud you can hear it in the bathroom. After a refreshing bath and grooming, the now adorable little fur ball mewed softly in agreement with Neko's words. Upon spotting the kitten from a distance, Wataru's eyes lit up as he eagerly approached. Thank you, Neko. Kitten, have you missed me? Enough chatter, scat. I'm exhausted. Neko reluctantly handed the kitten over to Wataru, repeatedly cautioning him about its habits, finally threatening. If you pull another stunt like this, I'll take care of the kitten myself. Don't even think about it. Wataru tucked the kitten into his arms and scampered away, leaving Neko in disbelief. Snuggled in Wataru's embrace, the kitten, Damiya, quickly fell asleep, burrowing into the warmth. Suguru smiled apologetically, advising her not to fuss over the fool, and bid farewell to Neko. The spirited youth were exuberant and confident, yet they had a knack for causing chaos. After a day of mischief, they finally lay down to rest. Wataru took a refreshing shower before flopping onto the soft, expansive 3-meter bed he had specially ordered for his tall frame of 185 meters and still growing. He placed the sleeping kitten into his embrace, closed his eyes, and reveled in the comforting signals flooding his mind after sealing his 6 eyes. As he gently squeezed the kitten's nape, he sank deeper into relaxation, feeling an almost unbelievable ease wash over him. For over a decade, he had never felt so relaxed. How wonderfully blissful sleep could be. He planted a soft kiss on the creamy fur ball before succumbing to slumber. A gentle breeze swept through, accompanied by a light drizzle, creating a serene ambience. The next day, Wataru unusually slept until the sun was high in the sky. The glaring sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window and fell upon his face, which he could not evade. Annoyed, he used his cursed energy to draw the curtains closed from a distance. The noise startled the kitten, causing it to flick its ears in irritation and meow impatiently. Once again, both human and feline drifted back into sleep amidst the sunlight and sounds. Moments later, faint voices drifted from the neighboring room. Someone hung up the phone and exited the dormitory. Damiya stirred, her fluffy ears flattening against her head. Wataru, there's a mission. Are you awake, Wataru? Suguru's voice echoed down the hall as he knocked twice on the door. Receiving no response, he paused, believing the kitten had finished its nap. It perked up its ears, only to be startled by a thunderous burst of music that reverberated through the room, causing it to leap into the air. Chapter 8. A Mission with the Kitten. Meow. The startled kitten's fur bristled as it shot up and landed heavily on the abdomen of the silver-haired boy. The phone resting on the bedside table tumbled to the floor, the music abruptly ceasing. Wataru, jolted awake, coughed a few times, curling up as he braced against this unexpected calamity. The movement caused his fitted pajamas to ride up, revealing his chiseled abdominal muscles. His unique sky-blue eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and the silver-haired youth, with his elongated frame and reddened eyes, bore an exquisite vulnerability, evoking a bittersweet beauty. Kitten, your master is going to be crushed by you, he exclaimed, once again struck by dual blows of beauty and charm. Damiya, her ears drooping, shyly leaned in and gently kissed Wataru's cheek. She summoned her internal magic, bestowing him a blessing. A warm, soothing energy radiated from where the kitten had kissed, spreading through his limbs, alleviating the pain in his abdomen. Wataru, astonished, glanced at the somewhat guilty-looking kitten, who timidly mewed, I didn't mean to. Realizing she had caught his gaze, Damiya quickly nuzzled closer, attempting to charm her way out of trouble. The little kitten purred softly, her fluffy head rubbing against Wataru's neck. Wataru, realizing the moment, decided to enjoy the kitten's affectionate antics, lifting her into his arms and playfully tousling her fur until it fluffed up magnificently. Is human affection really that heavy? Damiya allowed the boy to cuddle her, completely unwinding. Wataru, get up. Suguru, who had been waiting outside for ages, was starting to lose patience. Having known Wataru for over a year, he had always been an early riser, never once sleeping past noon like today. It was a rare sight indeed. Just as he was about to break down the door, a lazy response floated from within. Stop calling, I'm coming. Wataru swung the door open with a bang, leaning against the door frame while teasing the kitten perched on his shoulder. I thought you were dead in bed. Upon seeing Wataru unharmed, Suguru sarcastically remarked, while shaking his phone, revealing the message on the screen. Grade 1 sorcerers Wataru Watanabe and Suguru Geto urgently proceed to XX Park to exorcise a Grade 1 cursed spirit. Detailed information about the cursed spirit, click to expand. XX Park. A spherical cursed spirit with countless eyes and no hands erupted with a resounding bang, measuring several dozen meters in length and covered in scales. Without hesitation, Wataru enveloped himself in cursed energy, his fingers forming a fist as he struck the newly liberated spherical cursed spirit with a powerful blow. The youth unfurled into the vast expanse of the sky, akin to a feather delicately floating in the air, his white locks tousled by the wild winds, revealing a pair of uniquely celestial azure eyes. The azure sphere instantly coalesced, erupting with a thunderous roar from the cursed spirit, expanding outward with formidable force for approximately 3 meters before finally ceasing its violent dispersion. Curiously observing from atop the woolly cursed spirit, Damiya floated alongside Suguru Geto, both watching as Wataru Fushiguro executed a series of maneuvers upon the cursed spirit, relishing in the thrill until he unleashed a powerful azure blast that shattered it. The little feline stirred her paws, feeling a tinge of restlessness. However, after gauging her internal magical energy, she opted to lie down in frustration, deciding it best to conserve her strength for later. In this rare moment of leisure, Suguru Geto reclined lazily atop the avian cursed spirit, leisurely sipping from a bottle of icy cola. How peculiar it was for Wataru to be so fervently engaged in a task. Having completed their mission, Wataru cradled the kitten and the trio strolled leisurely out of the park. As the cursed spirit was vanquished, the dark array that had enveloped the park shattered and dissipated into the ether. The auxiliary supervisor, who had been waiting outside for quite some time, wiped the sweat from his brow and bowed in gratitude. Thank heavens, these two ancestors did not cause any trouble this time, allowing him to lower the barrier that concealed ordinary people's vision. You may head back now. We plan to explore the city, Suguru Geto replied with a smile. Concluding his brief exchange with the auxiliary supervisor, the trio ambled along, basking in the sunshine and listening to the birdsong. As the previously irritable white-haired youth found solace in the tranquility. Meow-chan, shall we sleep through the entire day tomorrow? Anyone who dares disturb us shall face dire consequences, the youth affectionately said, pressing a kiss to the kitten's forehead. He lifted the feline towards the blinding sun, marveling at how the sunlight bathed her in a golden hue, her soft and silky fur floating gently, swaying as if it had tickled his heart. So adorable. Suguru Geto turned his head, unable to bear the sight of this cat enthusiast, who appeared almost deranged, having succumbed to her charms so swiftly. Before they could reach the city, the trio caught a whiff of a pungent metallic scent, exchanging glances that spurred them to quicken their pace. They turned left and right, arriving in a narrow alleyway where remnants of cursed energy cluttered the ground, the earth stained crimson with blood. A young sorcerer lay on the ground, clutching his wounded abdomen, blood seeping from his mouth and nose, his legs twisted unnaturally. The bespectacled auxiliary supervisor stood before him, trembling in the presence of a towering cursed spirit, nearly 2 meters tall and elongated. Hurry, flee, Maki. The dazed gray-haired sorcerer reached out, tugging weakly at the sleeve of the woman before him, his bloodied hand staining her pristine clothing. Hold on, Sae-kun. I have already called for help from the directorate, Maki Nakatani replied, gripping Kawaii Sae's hand tightly as she inhaled deeply, raising her weapon. With a thunderous roar, the elongated cursed spirit was suddenly consumed by a massive serpent that had ambushed it from behind. Suguru Geto summoned the serpent back, instructing it to coil nearby as a precaution. The duo rushed to Kawaii Sae's side, assessing his injuries. No, we must take him to meet Shoko, Wataru whispered, having discerned the severity of Kawaii Sae's wounds with just a glance. There was no time to waste on a hospital visit. Shoko has gone to the Zenin family, but the specific location is uncertain as they reside deep within the mountains of Gamo. Suguru Geto spoke rapidly while retrieving his phone to hastily search for Shoko's contact information. Wataru furrowed his brow, beginning to reach out to his family as well. He was aware of the Zenin family's location, but feared Shoko might have been sent to another estate. No, it's all right, Kawaii Sae murmured, grasping Maki's hand, wiping the tears from her cheeks with his bloodied fingers. Seeing the crimson stain on her face, he bit his lip in apology. I'm sorry. Maki shook her head, her eyes brimming with sorrow, tears cascading like pearls strung on a broken thread, continuously falling onto Kawaii Sae's hand. His injuries were far too grave, leaving her powerless to intervene, merely witnessing the unfolding tragedy. She felt utterly helpless. Damiya lay atop the woolly cursed spirit, her emerald-hued eyes shimmering with golden light. She observed quietly as her cream-colored tail curled around her. Were there no other sorcerers? Only Shoko. With no reinforcements, no teams were coming to their aid. Had they been forsaken? Chapter 9, The Priestess Cat. After a prolonged silence with no word from the Fushiguro family, Wataru clicked his tongue and dialed the phone, unleashing a torrent of frustration upon the person on the other end. Lord Wataru, we cannot disclose the location of the Zenin family head's residence to non-clan sorcerers. This is information they must not know. Please, do not make this harder for me. Stop with the nonsense. Just tell me where Shoko is located. In regards to Tsumiki Zenin, as Wataru unleashed his tirade at the family elder, Suguru Geto was equally at a standstill. The Zenin family lacked internet connectivity, rendering Shoko unreachable. His only acquaintances were those within the non-clan sorcerers, leaving him in the dark about the Zenin family's whereabouts. Meanwhile, the directorate had sent out a distress call nearly 20 minutes ago, yet there had been no response. Maki had already sent out a plea for help when Kawaii Se's condition worsened. It shouldn't be like this. Suguru Geto's eyes reddened as he clenched his fists, exhaling a heavy breath as he summoned a dragon to transport Kawaii Se to Kyoto. The Gojo family may be hidden in the mountains, but they would not be too far from the capital. The cream-colored puffball, having observed everything, shook her ears and leaped down from the woolly cursed spirit. So pitiful, she thought, reminded of some painful memories. With her pink paw pads touching the ground, Damiya stepped past Suguru Geto and Wataru, avoiding the bloodstains on the ground, and approached Kawaii Se. The young gray-haired sorcerer lay there, his breath faint, teetering on the brink of life and death. With a sigh, Damiya summoned her magical energy. Golden specks of light began to shimmer from her, coalescing like fragmented sunlight. Merely gazing upon these glimmers filled one with warmth. The luminous particles drifted, guided by an unseen force, and entered Kawaii Se's body. Greater healing technique. All action ceased as they beheld this sacred spectacle. Maki gasped in excitement, covering her mouth to stifle any sound. She clutched Kawaii Se's hand tightly, hoping for a miracle. Moments later, the gray-haired sorcerer gasped for air, color returning to his face. The wounds on his body began to shrink, transforming from near-fatal injuries to manageable ones. Kawaii Se felt the strength in the grip of Maki's hand, and, mustering his remaining energy, tightened his hold. Meow, Damiya chirped, consider yourself fortunate. I have regained enough magic to cast a healing spell. She flicked her tail and sat down. She bestowed another blessing upon Kawaii Se before turning to summon her meal ticket. Wataru was jolted back to reality by the soft mewing of the kitten, promptly ending his call and rushing over to scoop the limp little feline into his arms. The kitten yawned, curling up weakly against Wataru, drifting into slumber. Maki supported Kawaii Se as he sat up, both casting concerned glances at the unusually lethargic kitten, looking towards Wataru with worry. Sensing the rapid depletion of his cursed energy, Wataru had a hunch about the situation and exchanged a knowing glance with Suguru Geto. Understanding his friend's intentions, Suguru stepped forward, donning a gentle smile, subtly shielding the pair from view. How are you feeling? I am profoundly grateful to both of you. I have nearly recovered. Kawaii Se bowed respectfully, recognizing the two figures before him as soon as he beheld the six eyes and cursed spirit manipulator, despite never having met Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo before. Thank you both for saving our lives. If there is ever a time when you require my assistance, please do not hesitate to call upon me. Sensing their demeanor, Kawaii Se and Hinata Mika chose not to mention the cat again, opting instead to express their heartfelt gratitude and willingness to be at their service in the future. Had it not been for Gojo and his companions, they would have certainly perished today, perhaps with their remains unrecognizable. Suguru Geto did not respond, but urged the two to rest well and requested that they refrain from disclosing today's events to the Director's Council. Kawaii Se and Hinata Mika nodded repeatedly in assurance, even proposing to establish a binding agreement to ensure that any disclosure would result in their immediate demise. After bidding farewell to the two, Suguru Geto finally had the chance to attend to the slumbering little cat. Is the little cat, endowed with healing abilities, a supernatural being? Satoru Gojo toyed with the soft, limp creature in his arms, gently stroking its paws, ears, and tail, exploring every part of the kitten that usually shunned contact. Had he not sensed the continuous drain of cursed energy, the sight of the cat's soft, slumbering form would have indeed startled him. The little Meowchan exuded an aura that suggested it could lose its breath at any moment. When Suguru Geto turned around, this was the sight that greeted him, and his brows furrowed instantly. He inquired if Satoru had been able to contact Shoko, expressing concern over the kitten's unusual state and whether the burden of healing had been too great. It's nothing, Satoru replied nonchalantly, placing the kitten into Suguru's hands. He was too weary to elaborate, believing that Suguru would understand upon feeling it for himself. Indeed, the moment Suguru made contact with the kitten, the rainbow dragon that had lingered nearby dissipated, and all the cursed energy within Suguru was absorbed by the tiny creature. It has an extraordinary appetite, no need to worry. At Jujutsu High, Satoru Gojo entered his dormitory, switching into slippers at the entrance. On his way back, Suguru received an urgent mission, and the two parted ways. Satoru's dormitory was decorated in a rather haphazard manner. A colossal screen dominated the living room, surrounded by scattered game consoles and a carpet strewn with snacks, while one wall was adorned with an array of figurines, embodying a sense of chaotic order. Returning to his bed with the kitten nestled against him, the young man donned an eye mask, preparing for a brief nap. He placed the cutest little cat upon his chest, relishing the intimate closeness. Ah, how delightful sleep is. Today, I shall remain ensconced in bed. By 5 in the afternoon, Suguru returned to Jujutsu High, burdened with numerous local specialties and an overwhelming sense of fatigue. As he passed by Satoru's dormitory, his gaze caught sight of the kitten sprawled on the carpet. The little cat yawned lazily, intermittently licking at goat's milk and nibbling on morsels of meat. In a spirited effort, Satoru had prepared all the meat, chopping it into tiny pieces to facilitate her dining. Alas, it was somewhat lackluster. She longed for something fragrant and spicy. However, as her food ticket slept soundly like a pig, she resolved to make do with what was available. Damiya swished her bushy tail, sharpening her claws against the carpet. Having replenished her magical energy from a rejuvenating slumber, she felt ready to cast another healing spell. Satoru's energy, cursed energy, seemed abundant, which was splendid. Suguru stood outside the window, glancing into the room and spotting his slumbering friend. This guy, while aware of Satoru's previous struggles with sleep, was he attempting to compensate for years of lost rest all at once? With a sigh, the raven-haired boy opened the window and climbed inside. He set the snacks and specialties aside and extended his hand toward the little cat. Damiya, noticing the weary expression on Suguru's face, mewed softly and leaped into his arms. The boy meticulously examined the kitten's condition, removing a black hair tie from his wrist and placing it on her tiny paws. The curious kitten pawed at the hair tie, batting it with her paws and claws, rolling about in the palm of his hand, her soft fur brushing against his skin. Chapter 10, The Kitten's Adventure Diary. Surely, everything is well now? Suguru pondered uncertainly. Observing the kitten's vibrant demeanor, he couldn't help but smile. It's good to know all is well. Damiya, fully engaged with the hair tie, sensed the shift in his mood, twitched her whiskers, and cast a dispel spell upon him. Seeing how worried you are for me, I shall alleviate your negative state. No need for thanks. The dispel spell removes negative states from the target, including curses, toxins, and emotional burdens. Skills are never a burden. The character of these individuals should pose no issue. Damiya could no longer bear the sight of Suguru, Satoru, and Shoko, all entangled in dark mist. Among them, Suguru appeared to be the most affected. She was aware that their abilities were likely connected to this black mist, which felt akin to negative emotions. These shadows, dark and oppressive, could surely plunge one into profound negativity. A refreshing sensation washed over her, instantly cleansing her emotions and leaving her mind blank. Suguru felt a wave of relief, unable to suppress a hum of satisfaction, as though a long-standing parasite had been expelled from his being, bringing a soothing release that resonated to his very bones. Leaning against the lazy sofa, the slender, raven-haired youth relaxed completely, gently stroking the creamy ball of fluff nestled in his palm. How remarkable, Suguru murmured softly, leaning against the sofa with his phoenix-eyed gaze half-closed. Weariness settling in. After a while, he succumbed to slumber. Damiya observed Suguru, now also at rest, and with a twitch of her whiskers, she stealthily hopped out, making nary a sound. Let me see what delectable treats you have brought, she mused, scampering toward the pile of food bags, extending her tiny paw to investigate. Wow, did you buy so much? Surely, one portion wouldn't hurt, would it? From a rear view, the plump little kitten bobbed her head excitedly as she dug out a piece of tempura shrimp. With deft use of her paws and sharp teeth, Damiya savored the delectable morsel, relishing the soft, sweet, and chewy flavors, declaring it to be exquisite. Having polished off an entire packet of tempura shrimp, Damiya blinked her eyes, her gaze drifting back toward the remaining food bags. After a moment of internal struggle, she retracted her attention. Once I recover, I shall feast on 20 bags. The little kitten nodded resolutely, forcing herself to dismiss thoughts of those delightful goodies as she trotted toward the enormous 80-inch television mounted upon the wall. The grand screen piqued her curiosity. She circled around it, occasionally tapping the surface with her paws. Accidentally pressing a button, the dark screen suddenly illuminated, and booming music erupted from the speakers. Startled, Damiya leaped back, baring her teeth at the entertainment display, her body tensed in a defensive posture, ready to pounce. After several minutes of waiting, realizing the television posed no threat, the little cat relaxed, cautiously approaching to observe the lively figures dancing upon the screen. Her emerald eyes narrowed as she scrutinized the scene, soon losing interest and shifting her focus to the corner refrigerator. That contraption seemed to dispense water and food. Could it be a storage unit? Damiya scampered over, intent on deciphering the mechanism to open the refrigerator. She cast a spell of amplification upon her paws, effortlessly prying open the grand 4-door refrigerator. A gust of frigid air wafted out, causing the little kitten to shiver as it began its exploration. First, it ventured into the chilled compartment, where the kitten, a fluffy ball of curiosity, rummaged through the drawers only to discover an array of colorful packaging. It extracted one, its inquisitive paw pressing against the icy treat, resulting in an involuntary shiver that prompted it to toss the ice cream back into the drawer. Nothing noteworthy here. On to the next. The kitten raised its gaze to the upper shelf, and with a nimble leap, it effortlessly ascended. A dazzling array of desserts greeted its eyes: mango millefeuille puffs, tiramisu, strawberry cream puffs adorned with wreaths, matcha double-layer cheesecake, and red velvet cheesecake. Of course, Damiya was oblivious to the names of these confections, yet the alluring scent of cream wafting through the air drew her in, rendering her immobile. The little kitten swallowed hard, its tail swishing in anticipation, eager to dart forward. "No, my dear Damiya, you cannot partake in these delights." A large hand gently seized the kitten, lifting it from the refrigerator. As she watched the brightly colored, delectably tempting desserts recede into the distance, Damiya grew frantic, squirming and mewing in protest. "No, you mustn't eat them." Wataru Fushiguro tightened his grip slightly, raising the kitten to meet his gaze. The silver-haired youth bore a satisfied smile, his handsome face adorned with faint blush marks, reminiscent of imprints left by a cozy blanket during slumber. "Did you miss me, my dear?" he inquired, leaning in to plant a kiss on the kitten's small face, only to be met with a forceful shove. "Meow? Maintain your distance." Damiya, too lazy to swat at him again, disdainfully pushed him away, her little feline face adorned with a frown. The boy, pushed back by her pink pads, chuckled. Was Wataru Fushiguro one to easily concede? Certainly not. He had no shame, perfectly poised to test whether Damiya could indeed indulge in such treats. He freed one hand and plucked a small strawberry from the wreath of cream puffs, waving it enticingly before the kitten. "Come, Damiya, behold this treasure." He beckoned, his fair fingers clutching the ripe, scarlet berry, glistening with a transparent, sticky syrup that cascaded down his digits, appearing utterly delectable. Damiya had never encountered such a vibrant fruit, nor had she inhaled the sweet aroma of cream mingled with syrup. The little kitten gulped, her tail thrashing about in excitement, eager to leap forward. "Come now," Wataru urged, presenting the strawberry, which awaited only a gentle bite to reveal its juicy sweetness. Damiya pinned his hand down, restricting his movement before suddenly lunging forward, her tongue delicately tasting the syrup. She squinted her eyes in satisfaction, savoring the flavor. Seizing the moment as the kitten indulged in the strawberry, Wataru casually brushed against her, and upon realizing he had not drawn her attention, he planted a couple of quick kisses on her. Regardless of whether Damiya was a creature of mystique or not, she was his favorite. The kitten, having fallen into his trap, shook her ears, deciding not to hold the food provider accountable. "Why should I fear you?" This trio of students appeared to be untouched by the weight of the world, exuberantly naive, completely oblivious to the strings being pulled above them. They displayed a particular softness, seeming rebellious yet adhering to their principles. Damiya felt no fear of being betrayed or interrogated. She trusted her judgment. Should the worst come to pass, she could always unleash a forbidden curse once more. She had several in reserve. The kitten flashed a benevolent smile as she continued to relish the strawberry provided by her benefactor. How did Jet end up like this? Chapter 11, The Eerie Woman. Upon returning to the Jujutsu high school, the eager housekeeper Natsuko perched on a window ledge, pointing at Jet, who lay sprawled on the carpet, utterly unconscious. The dark-haired boy, with his round bun, slumbered deeply, cradling a cushion, presenting an image of serene tranquility. Had it not been for the vibrant array of watercolor paint adorning his face, Natsuko would have felt a swell of relief, pleased that Jet had finally managed to rest well. Recently, the students of Jujutsu High had been busier than ever, operating like a whirlwind. Even the first-year students had been dispatched and had yet to return. But what in the world is this? What has he drawn? A turtle? And are those ninja shurikens? What has that rosy hue on his cheeks? Blush? Natsuko stifled laughter, nearly tumbling from her perch as she found the sight hysterical. "It was my doing," Wataru proudly declared, gesturing to himself while continuing to feed the kitten fruit. "I even captured plenty of photos for keepsakes, Natsuko. I'll send them to you shortly." "Okay." Natsuko, displaying no loyalty to their friendship, enthusiastically liked the post. They were all just young boys, and the history of their peers intrigued her greatly. "Meow? Jet, you're so unfortunate." The kitten, nestled in Wataru's embrace, expressed sympathy for Jet's predicament. Yet, She too had played her part in embarrassing her classmates in the past, chuckling heartily. Thus, when Jet finally awoke, the group chat was filled with his meme-worthy expressions. In all of Tokyo Jujutsu High, every student possessed a copy. Furiously scrubbing the paint from his face, Jet scrolled through the chat logs with an expressionless visage. Upon viewing the gleeful messages from the instigator, he couldn't help but crush his phone screen in frustration. That night, the duo known as DK demolished yet another classroom. Summoned from his home in the dead of night, Yago was livid, delivering a few punches and lecturing them for over an hour. Naturally, no one heeded his words. Ultimately, Wataru swiped his card to cover the damages, while the two were assigned a 5,000-word essay as punishment. Whoever causes the trouble pays the price. In the dead of night, within an ancient residence. I sincerely apologize, my lord. The cleanup concerning Kawaii Sawa has not been completed. The six-eyed sorcerer interjected. A man clad in a kimono knelt on the floor, his calm tone contrasting sharply with the terror reflected in his eyes. Glistening with cold sweat within the shadows cast by the flickering candlelight. Six Eyes. The woman seated behind the screen chuckled softly, her fan obscuring her lips. An invisible current of air swirled within the room, and with a thunderous crash, it sent the man flying, crashing through the wooden door and tumbling outside. He rolled several times along the stone-paved path, blood streaming from his mouth and nose as he struggled to his feet, trembling, and once again knelt. The woman gathered her sleeves and stepped forward in wooden sandals. Beneath the moonlight, a gentle and dignified face gradually emerged. She exuded an aura reminiscent of a traditional Yamato Nadeshiko, embodying grace and gentility. Alas, as she fully emerged into the moonlight, a dark seam stretched across her head, marring her delicate demeanor and infusing her presence with an unsettling aura. My lord, please grant me another chance. I assure you, the man stammered, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth as he pleaded. What a disappointment, the woman murmured, her lashes lowered. With a soft sigh, she disregarded the man's desperate cries, her paper fan slicing through the air, instantly slaying him. She flicked the droplets of blood from her fan and gazed up at the moon, which had remained unchanged for centuries. It is time for a new vessel. The following day at Jujutsu High, the trio lounged on the wooden corridor, basking in the sunlight, sipping beverages, and petting the kitten, relishing the rare moment of tranquility. Damiya swatted away the DK duo's hands, squeezing herself beside Natsuko. These two are practically pulling my fur out. Do they have no sense of restraint? Are they so eager for my company? Ah, my dear Damiya. Lying in the center, Wutiao Wuji mourned the loss of his beloved cat. Feeling a sense of injustice towards Suguru Geto, it was entirely his fault. When he was grooming the little fur ball alone, the cat had appeared to revel in it. Heh. Kaori Kairo, delighted by the presence of the feline, stifled a giggle. The three of them, typically aloof, felt inexplicably at ease in the company of the kitten. Mentally and physically, they were completely relaxed, as if under a spell. In gaming terminology, being near the cat seemed to gradually alleviate their debuffs. This realization dawned upon the trio, who now yearned to spend every day with the kitten, maintaining this blissful state of comfort and stability. Thus, they had developed a slight infatuation with the little creature. Meow. It was time to chip in for the food. The cream puff nestled on Kaori's lap. Overwhelmed by their recent obsession with the cat, did fellow beastkin experience such things too? Luckily, I rarely transformed back into my beast form during my school days. What a wise choice that was. The trio sensed that proximity to the kitten brought them joy and a sense of well-being because, after years of daily prayers and bathing in the holy waters as a potential saint, Damiya had become infused with the essence of light. Being a light element priestess, her body had transformed into an invisible embodiment of light, radiating a refreshing aura to all who drew near. In simpler terms, they had unwittingly adopted a healer and mental therapist, an incredible bargain indeed. My dessert is nearly gone, Wutiao Wuji mumbled while swallowing the last creamy daifuku. Since he had lain down, his mouth had hardly paused, as if an alternate dimension resided within him. He had devoured 12 daifuku, 3 mousse cakes, and a box of cream puffs. Damiya, having filled herself with fruit, watched him with mild reproach. No wonder Wutiao Wuji always exuded the scent of sweet cream. He hardly ever parted with dessert. However, the kitten was equally satisfied with such delectable fruits. Eating so much, are your teeth truly all right? Kaori inquired. Tucking her wind-blown bangs behind her ear, her brow furrowed in worry. She instinctively rubbed her hands together, feeling a desire to smoke, but refrained, considering the kitten's presence. No worries, I've placed an unlimited protective charm on my teeth, Wutiao Wuji boasted. You're something else. Kaori scratched the kitten's chin, a thought flickering through her mind as she suddenly remembered something she had forgotten. Sitting up with a hint of annoyance, she exclaimed, Did I forget to mention? Yesterday, I went to the Zen temple for a healing mission, and it was utterly exasperating. A bunch of old fogies pointing fingers at me. and some men were practically raving mad, offering me the position of concubine. Seriously, do I look like an idiot? Chapter 12. The Return of the Young Scholars. Wu Qiao Wuji, without lifting his gaze, took a sip of soda and remarked, the three great families are all like that. Wu Tiao, Zenin, and Kumo, they're all the same. Especially the elders of the three great families, so antiquated and repugnant, obsessed only with family interests, utterly rotten, like decayed oranges. Kaori. Don't let the men from the three great families deceive you. They still cling to distinctions of legitimate and illegitimate heirs, and there are countless scoundrels among them. Wu Qiao Wuji spread his hands, showing no regard for his own family ties. TSK, TSK, TSK. Kaori sighed, reflecting on the corrupt ideologies of large families. Suguru Geto remained silent. Listening to Wu Qiao Wuji explain the intricacies of the three great families, his expression inscrutable. Damiya, with her paws tucked, listened attentively. As this was an entirely foreign realm to her, gathering information would only serve her well. Why did you call me yesterday? I had 30 missed calls. I was shocked when I logged online. I called you back, but no one picked up. Kaori questioned, having assumed something serious had occurred. After completing her mission, she hurried back to the Jujutsu High, only to find both of them in good spirits. We encountered an injured sorcerer, Wu Qiao Wuji explained, having finished his dessert. He removed his jacket and used it as a pillow. It's all sorted now, no need to worry. Suguru Geto chimed in, gazing at the birds soaring across the azure sky, lost in thought. That's a relief. How did you manage to save him? Kaori inquired. It was the kitten who rescued him. She is incredibly powerful. Wu Qiao Wuji praised his little cat loudly, attempting to pet her, only to be swatted away. She might be some sort of spirit, possessing unique abilities, Suguru Geto speculated, having pondered this since yesterday. Meow? I'm a priestess, Damiya interjected calmly, not minding whether they understood her or not. Wow, she truly is an extraordinary little cat, Kaori remarked. Leisurely moments did not last long, as Kaori soon received a call summoning her to the infirmary. Wu Qiao Wuji returned to the dormitory to answer a call from the Wu Tiao family. Suguru Geto and the kitten lounged in the hallway, gazing at the soft, drifting clouds in the sky. Suguru traced the contours of the wooden floor with his fingers, deep in thought. After a while, he spoke to the kitten. I once thought that when I was recruited into the Jujutsu world, everyone would be akin to hidden heroes. After speaking, he tousled his hair and fell silent, unsure why he had shared such repressed feelings with the kitten. Perhaps it was the afternoon sun, the gentle spring breeze, and the chirping of birds that made him feel so relaxed. Meow? Stay true to yourself. Don't worry about others. The little kitten leaped onto Suguru's shoulder, gently patting his shoulder with her tiny paw, meowing with earnestness. Observing the cat's nearly human-like gesture of comfort, Suguru couldn't help but smile, replying sincerely, Thank you, little one. Suguru and the kitten spent the afternoon playing in the hallway, exchanging cheerful sounds. Though their channels of communication were not aligned, both found joy in their interaction. As evening approached, the previously silent boys' dormitory erupted with chatter. The black-haired youth, Yuhei Hibara, bashfully scratched his head, soothing his blonde mixed-race classmate. I'm really sorry, Nanami. Next time, I'll be more careful. If I hadn't arrived, you might have lost your hand. Nanami Kinto sighed in exasperation, finding it impossible to cope with his spirited, lively peer. Despite having completed consecutive missions, Hibara seemed unaffected by fatigue, his energy astonishing. This cursed jujitsu world. Nanami cursed it internally for the umpteenth time. There will absolutely be no next time, Hibara assured him, shaking a bag of local specialties he had brought back, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. It's been ages since I last saw the seniors. I bought so many treats for them. Nanami, let us go find the seniors and hang out. Fresh from a demanding mission, Nanami felt weary, reluctant to engage in socializing. Come on, let us go eat. Look at all this food. There's no way we can finish it all. Noticing Nanami's hesitation, Hibara grabbed him and dashed upstairs. He was determined to help Nanami break out of his shell and foster friendships with their seniors. With a stoic expression as he was pulled along, Nanami sighed. Fine. I'll go. I have a few questions for the seniors too. As soon as the two junior students stepped into the dormitory building, they spotted Satoru Gojo lounging on the windowsill, enthusiastically waving at them. A small kitten was cradled in his arms, its tiny paws flailing like a beckoning lucky cat. Having satisfied her appetite, Damiya graciously refrained from using her claws on Gojo. Standing behind them, Suguru Geto also waved at the safely returned juniors with a warm smile. Welcome back, seniors, exclaimed Hibara, his excitement palpable as he dashed forward, causing even Kinjaku Nanami to struggle to keep pace. Welcome back, Hibara and Nanami, Gojo exclaimed, producing a megaphone from seemingly nowhere to heartily greet the approaching juniors. Startled by the sudden noise, Damiya kicked his hand away and squatted at a distance, regarding the overly enthusiastic Gojo with mild disdain. Suguru, already accustomed to Gojo's antics, chuckled as he pushed aside the large figure obstructing the view and engaged the returning juniors in gentle conversation. Are you all right? Hibara and Nanami. Why were you gone for a week? We encountered a curse adept at hiding, so we spent most of our time searching for it. Thankfully, we weren't injured. Hibara replied, suppressing his excitement. He held Suguru in high regard, and opportunities for interaction were rare amidst their usual missions. Good to hear, Nanami chimed in with a nod. The songstress and senior Mei Ming are also out on missions. They should return soon. Suguru nodded, accepting the local delicacies handed to him by Hibara. Oh, everyone is coming back? How delightful, Hibara remarked, offering a portion of the sweets to the pouting Gojo. Humph, in light of the desserts, I shall refrain from my usual antics, Gojo conceded, retracting his hand. The small kitten perched on the windowsill swayed its tail, its eyes reflecting nostalgia. Since graduating from the academy, such scenes had become a rarity. Friends had scattered across the continent, making reunions difficult. While she had been entangled in the intrigues of the divine and the aristocracy, once he had distributed the local specialties, Hibara finally found a moment to converse with the kitten. Ever fond of fluffiness, his gaze softened as he looked at her. Hello, Mimi, he said, leaning closer to the creamy ball of fur and waving at the kitten. Meow? Hello? The kitten replied with a nod. So adorable, Mimi, Hibara exclaimed, squatting by the windowsill in an attempt to forge a closer bond and pet the kitten. Your tail is so long, much prettier than many kittens I've seen. And your eyes are lovely. I've never seen green-eyed kittens before. Meow? Thank you. Nanami, maintaining a stoic facade, discreetly observed the fluffy creature multiple times. Though his expression remained neutral, his eyes conveyed sincerity. Perhaps sorcerers were all hidden cat enthusiasts at heart. Feeling somewhat neglected, Gojo squeezed between the two, obstructing their view, and scooped up the kitten. Isn't my cat adorable, Hibara? Gojo boasted. Absolutely, the cutest in the world, Hibara praised, giving a thumbs up and complimenting the kitten's soft fur and round pink paws. Indeed, Meow-chan's paws are incredibly cute, round, and plump. Caught between two enthusiastic admirers, Damiya fidgeted awkwardly, her paw accidentally brushing against Gojo's abdomen. Upon feeling the hard, defined muscles beneath her claws, she curiously pressed down a couple of times. So firm. Quite a difference from girls, huh? You have a nice physique, meal ticket. The boy's already prominent abdominal definition tensed at her touch, and he, sensitive to ticklishness, quickly grasped the mischievous kitten's paw. That tickles, Meow-chan. Meow? You touch my fur every day. What is wrong with me touching you? Damiya retorted, shaking her ears defiantly. Meanwhile, Nanami approached Suguru and quietly asked, Senior Geto, may I ask a question? Of course, Suguru replied, always gentle with the juniors. I'm curious about how you seniors manage the fine control of cursed energy. I've mastered the continuous output, but precision eludes me, Nanami inquired. Unlike Gojo, who had been raised in a family of sorcerers, Suguru, like him, was a non-clan sorcerer discovered by the Jujutsu world. They began their studies on cursed energy only upon enrollment, yet Suguru's prowess was nearly on par with Gojo's, indicating exceptional talent. Fine control of cursed energy, you say? Let us head over to the playground. I'll demonstrate some practical exercises, Suguru replied, stroking his chin. He called for Gojo, and together they made their way down the corridor. Feeling restless after a day without sparring, Gojo complied, clutching the kitten as he followed. The two first-year students jogged behind them. Due to the destructive capabilities of most students, the school had constructed a massive playground near the back mountain for practice. However, the reality was harsh. This cohort, featuring Gojo and Suguru, was notorious for wreaking havoc, blowing up the playground daily. Even with the Gojo family covering damages, reconstruction took time. Therefore, the school built another playground beside it to accommodate the chaos. If Gojo dared to destroy both, his homeroom teacher would undoubtedly hang him outside his dormitory. At the first playground, Suguru and Nanami stood side by side, skillfully manipulating their cursed energy while explaining techniques to the juniors. Meanwhile, Gojo and Hibara engaged in a one-on-one match, with Hibara being thoroughly dominated yet maintaining a positive attitude, growing bolder with each setback. Damiya lounged atop a small sheep curse, reluctantly cheering for Gojo as he had requested, while the little sheep curse had become her exclusive mount. Approximately 30 centimeters in length, it was entirely snow-white, featuring 3 eyes and a pair of spiraled horns, making it a rare sight among curses. Before Damiya's arrival, Suguru had often employed the floating sheep curse to fetch takeout from the school gate. After guiding Hibara to conclude his training, Gojo sought an open space to practice new spells. His previous understanding of limitless techniques had seemed insurmountable, but encountering Meow-chan had easily dispelled it, instilling a sense of urgency within him. Since awakening his cursed techniques at 6, he had grasped the concept of blue The many burdens of his family and the elimination of countless assassins had established him as the strongest from a young age. The only challenge he faced was mastering his family's hereditary techniques, blue, red, and purple. Currently, he had only mastered blue. Struggling to learn the reversal techniques had stalled his progress. The once leisurely Gojo, now driven by the unreasonable elimination of limits by Damiya, found motivation to conquer the technique red. A strong person like me never admits defeat, Gojo thought as he began his practice. Suguru and the others observed Gojo standing in the center of the playground, lost in thought, fearing Gojo might unleash a powerful technique. Hibara and Nanami retreated to the playground's edge, dragging along Suguru, while the kitten was brought over by Suguru's guiding curse. What is Gojo doing? Hibara asked, puzzled, as he could only see the rippling cursed energy around Gojo. Perhaps he is brewing something? Nanami speculated uncertainly. Suguru chuckled softly, his hands tucked into his pockets. Gojo is researching his family's hereditary technique, red. It's said that even the weakest release of red is several times more potent than blue. However, he has been at it for years without much progress. How impressive. The minimal release power is several times that of blue? Hirahara expressed his astonishment, acknowledging that even his most formidable strike could not rival the might of Ao. How impressive. Nanami Kinto quietly compared himself and resolved to intensify his training. Is he a formidable presence in the realm of sorcery? The little cat's emerald green pupils narrowed as she intently observed the movements of Satoru Gojo. Although she lacked cursed energy, she could perceive the swirling black mist of cursed energy enveloping the sorcerer. Suddenly, an intense wave of cursed energy erupted from Satoru Gojo, who gestured towards the mountains behind him, curling his ring and pinky fingers while extending the others. The scorching sunlight bathed the playground, and the air was thick with heat. The ground, baked by the relentless sun, was almost unbearable to the feet. 3 minutes elapsed, yet nothing transpired. What is this? Gojo, disheartened by yet another failure, pouted and mumbled softly. It's all right, Senpai Gojo, you will definitely grasp it. Keep it up. The ever-enthusiastic Hirahara shouted encouragement at Gojo, genuinely believing in his potential. Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto were the strongest in the Jujutsu High, with unparalleled talent in the art of sorcery. Come on, you can do it. Remembering her mission, Damiya tugged at the horn of the little sheep-cursed spirit, directing it toward Gojo in an attempt to draw closer. However, before she could reach him, Gojo swept her up in his arms, his strikingly handsome face drawing near as he playfully nuzzled against the little cat's face. Meow-chan, I'm so sad. Wah wah wah. Only your comfort can make me feel better, and a kiss would be even more wonderful. Chapter 14, Angering a Cat. Get away. Damiya pushed against the face that had come too close, having long seen through this opportunistic leech who sought any excuse to pet a cat. Sadness, my foot. I haven't seen any negative emotions from you. Yet, with her short legs and limited strength, her claws barely registered against Gojo's face, exerting negligible pressure. Wawa. Meow-chan no longer loves me. Gojo dramatically wiped non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes, feigning departure, then seized the moment when the little cat relaxed, and swiftly planted a kiss on her cheek. Damiya, taken aback and unable to react, looked up at the smug boy raising an eyebrow at her, heat flooding her cheeks. Meow? Gojo. The indignant little cat sprang up, her claws swirling in a whirlwind of fury, each swipe slicing through the air. Damiya promptly cast a binding spell, immobilizing Gojo's feet, while her claws rained down upon his face in a flurry of swift strikes. With his feet pinned down and nowhere to retreat, Gojo could only tilt his head back to evade the onslaught of claws, his long neck and prominent Adam's apple creating an exquisite arc. No, Meow-chan, spare me. He pleaded repeatedly. Meow? I'll make you pay? Witnessing the little cat unleash her wrath upon Gojo, Suguru Geto burst into laughter, while Hirahara and Nanami Kinto stood in stunned silence. Is the cat that strong? Hirahara felt his worldview shift. Is it a creature of myth? Nanami Kinto pondered deeper, turning to Suguru Geto for clarification. With his hair styled in a bun and bangs fluttering in the breeze, Geto nodded in affirmation. Indeed. It's the cat we encountered during our previous mission. Its abilities are astonishingly versatile. Geto, who possessed the sorcery of cursed spirit manipulation, capable of subjugating and controlling defeated spirits, had seldom encountered a spirit with dual capabilities. This cat was evidently exceptional. How impressive. Hirahara gazed with starry eyes at the playful scene unfolding before him, adding another figure to his list of admirations. Eventually, as mealtime approached, Damiya relented, allowing Gojo to escape her fury. She glanced at his face, marred with red claw marks, and with a huff, strutted to the farthest corner from him. Sensing the need to placate the irate feline, Gojo hurriedly caught up, producing a cat toy from his pocket, a round, plump blue bird, presenting it to the little cat. Meow-chan. Look at this. It's a bird toy. The little cat shot him a sideways glance, resolutely maintaining her position at the front of the group, followed by the sycophantic Gojo and the spectator Geto. Having failed to win her affection, Gojo rummaged through his pocket once more, pulling out a green bird toy, shaking both toys enticingly before the little cat. Look, look, two of them. The lively and realistic bird toys danced before Damiya, who twitched her paws, but ultimately restrained herself, forcibly turning her head to ignore Gojo and his toys. Determined, Damiya bypassed Gojo and made her way to the cafeteria to find Nanami Sakurako. The white-haired youth, left behind, appeared ashen, overshadowed by dark clouds of despair. Meow-chan, are you ignoring me? Oh no. Having enjoyed the spectacle, Geto approached, arms crossed and provocatively whistling. Still troubled by how to reconcile with the little cat, Gojo frantically scoured the internet for advice. How to make up with a cat. What do I do if my cat is ignoring me? Why won't my cat give me kisses? Hey, you know that spirits possess intelligence, right, Gojo? Geto observed with a complex expression, watching his peer's frantic search for answers. You can't treat a cat like an ordinary feline. I know. It's just that Meow-chan is too adorable. Gojo exclaimed, gazing at the little cat's round face, chubby paws, and irresistibly fluffy form. Who could resist such a charming little creature? Geto buried his face in his hands, speechless. He was at a loss for words, knowing he too could not resist the allure of petting a cat. Perhaps humans simply cannot deny the charm of a fluffy, round little cat. Hirahara you glanced nervously between the two older boys and cautiously remarked, the cat has wandered off. In the brief interlude of their conversation, the little cat had already trotted several hundred meters away. Meow-chan. Without further ado, Gojo summoned his cursed energy to enhance his speed and chased after her. Cafeteria. Yes. Gojo is truly insufferable. Come sleep with me tonight, little cat. Having learned the backstory from the two younger boys, Nanami Sakurako cooed at the little cat in her arms. A qualified cat servant must seize every opportunity to snatch up the little feline. Meow. Exactly, I just can't stand it. Damiya meowed, her voice crisp and youthful, imbued with unmistakable emotion. Meow-chan, would you like some strawberries? I just had Yaguchi buy some. They're super sweet. And grapes, cherries, mangoes, apples, what do you want? Gojo continuously pulled out fruit boxes, filling the entire table. As for Sakurako's taunts, Meow-chan's favorite is undoubtedly me. Damiya flicked her ears, her nose twitching. The freshly cut and cleaned fruits glistened enticingly, their colors vibrant and juicy, filling the air with the sweet fragrance of fruit. The little cat feigned indifference, lounging in Sakurako's embrace. Observing the little cat's unresponsive demeanor, Gojo delved into his shopping bag, producing an assortment of afternoon tea pastries freshly packed from the cafeteria. Crispy crepes, jasmine cream puffs, strawberry basil pearls, orange scones, and pistachio scones. Caught by the alluring scent of creamy sweetness, the little cat unconsciously swallowed, her paws shifting slightly. Sensing an opportunity, Gojo unwrapped the dessert, scooping a spoonful of the red jam-laden treat and bringing it to the little cat's mouth. Meow-chan, this strawberry jam is incredibly delicious. You should try it. Come, open up. Damiya playfully twitched her cat's whiskers, her senses overwhelmed by the sweet, delectable aroma that enveloped her. Tempted by the enticing coaxing of Satoru Gojo, she indulged in the delightful dessert. As the flavors danced upon her palate, she blissfully narrowed her eyes in contentment. How delicious. Noticing the feline's relaxed demeanor, Satoru climbed the pole, feeding the little cat morsels of the sweet treat, all the while gently extricating the kitten from Kurara's embrace and placing it before him on the table. He refrained from stroking the kitten's whiskers, choosing instead to dutifully nourish the little creature, while also distributing portions to the others from Jujutsu High. With a mouthful of sweet delicacies, Kurara fell silent, savoring the sugary delights in the presence of Satoru's generosity. Suguru Geto opted for fruits instead, having grown weary of the sight of Satoru indulging in confections during their numerous missions together. Chapter 15, Physical Education Class has arrived. Satoru lavished the kitten with attention throughout their meal, ensuring it was thoroughly satisfied before delicately wiping its mouth and paws afterward. Having lived a life of luxury, where every whim was catered to, he had never had to attend to anyone else. As he fed the kitten, his movements were initially clumsy yet earnest, occasionally overloading the spoon, but such minor mishaps were inconsequential. Meow-chan, may I have a hug? Please, hug me, Meow-chan, he implored, sensing the kitten's cheerful mood. However, Damiya, having been petted, cast a sidelong glance at Satoru and chose to momentarily ignore him. Observing Satoru's outstretched arms in a plea for affection, she noted his watery eyes and tousled white hair, wondering how it was that he resembled a member of the cat clan more than anyone else. Particularly with that mischievous demeanor, The more one refrained from indulging him, the more boisterous he became. The kitten bounded into the arms of the silver-haired youth, its fluffy tail brushing against his chin, offering a gentle pat. Forgiven, he declared, delighted to embrace the kitten, his earlier frustrations dissipating in this newfound joy. The group settled in the cafeteria, chatting animatedly over fruits and desserts, sipping ice-cold cola while passionately discussing games and gossip. Meanwhile, the kitten, having reconciled with Satoru, dozed comfortably in his embrace, its long tail wrapped around its body, and its small ears occasionally twitching, presenting an endearing yet dignified sleeping posture. During their playful banter, Suguru couldn't help but steal glances at the sleeping kitten, suppressing the urge to reach out. In the afternoon, after days of busyness, Mazumichi Yaga finally had the opportunity to conduct a class for the students. First and second graders trickled onto the field, changing into more comfortable athletic whereas they stretched their bodies. Physical education classes at Jujutsu High were coeducational, given the small number of students, typically 1 to 3 per grade. The teachers often wore multiple hats, and all second-year classes were taught by Yaga. He led the first graders through warm-ups, sending the bothersome second graders off for a run. Karara, occupied with patients in the infirmary, did not participate in this session. Satoru playfully stuck out his tongue as he and Suguru sprinted down the track, picking up speed with each lap until they left only a blur in the air. The first graders, Yuji Itadori and Kinto Nanami, obediently followed their teacher's lead, though their eyes occasionally drifted to the floating kitten beside them. Damiya remained sprawled atop the lamb shikigami, feeling somewhat drowsy as she yawned and squinted at the class. Initially thinking there would be no lessons today, she realized the teacher was indeed busy. Sensing her eyelids growing heavy, she shook her head and cast a refreshing spell on herself, awakening her foggy mind with a burst of icy clarity. By the time she peeked out again, the class had progressed to sparring, with pairs of students challenging one another before switching opponents. Facing Kinto Nanami, Satoru stood with his hands in his pockets, a strawberry gummy candy in his mouth, and mumbled the signal to begin. The blonde first-year sprang into action, brandishing a dagger and executing a series of fluid attacks. Not bad, Nanami. However, you still have a long way to go compared to your dashing senior, Satoru remarked nonchalantly, standing relaxed, only moving his upper body to evade Kinto's strikes. After allowing over 20 exchanges, Satoru finally readied himself for a counterattack. Sensing his shift, Kinto remained vigilant, opting to press the offense into defense. Yet under the gaze of Satoru's 6 eyes, every movement and detail was laid bare. Satoru swiftly identified Kinto's weak points, sidestepping an elbow strike and delivering a powerful punch to Kinto's abdomen. He then seized Kinto's arm and retaliated with an elbow strike to the side of Kinto's face, sending him flying 5 meters away. To Satoru, every motion of Kinto's appeared in slow motion, while Kinto perceived Satoru's actions as a lightning-fast assault, overwhelming him with no chance to resist. Too slow, but you've improved, Nanami, Satoru said leisurely as he approached the fallen Kinto, helping him to his feet. Thank you for the guidance, senpai, Kinto replied, wiping the blood from his nose and mouth as he rose. For an ordinary person, enduring Satoru's onslaught could result in a concussion or broken bones, yet Kinto emerged from the encounter unscathed, able to walk with ease. Indeed, sorcerers had remarkable resilience and explosive power, relishing in physical combat. As a priest, Damiya felt a chill in her heart. In the next moment, Yuji was sent flying by Suguru, crashing down beside the kitten. Damiya gazed at Yuji, now dirty and bloodied, before casting a small healing spell. Hey, line up for healing. Everyone, the kitten called out to Kinto in the distance. Yuji, momentarily dazed, sat on the ground, bewildered as he absently touched his injuries, only to find them fully healed in an instant. Wow, is Miao-chan really that powerful? Able to take on Satoru-senpai and heal too? That's incredible. Damiya also cast a healing spell for Kinto as he approached, while Satoru and Suguru offered a token blessing. As Kinto felt his injuries vanish, a look of surprise crossed his face, and he sincerely thanked the kitten. Yuji, snapping back to reality, quickly expressed his gratitude as well. Satoru and Suguru, feeling a wave of warmth within them, exchanged smiles. Miao-chan, you have so many abilities, Satoru exclaimed, squeezing in front of the kitten, lifting it high to shower it with praise. You're amazing, Miao-chan. Tell me, what other skills do you possess? Suguru pondered. Transformation? Yuji turning into a giant cat? Kinto flying? The kitten, basking in the attention of its admirers, proudly lifted its head, its bushy tail swaying joyfully. Meow? I'm a combat priest, skilled in numerous offensive spells. Once I recover, I'll show you all, Damiya declared, continuing her lively banter with the group, thoroughly enjoying herself. Observing the kitten's triumphant demeanor, Satoru whipped out his phone to capture the moment. Today, Miao-chan is adorably enchanting, as always. He found some stickers in the software and adorned the little kitten with charming embellishments such as bows, flowers, hearts, and crowns. Once completed, he shared the delightful images in the group chat of the vocational students. Did you wake up naturally today? Wataru Gojo, image, X23. Wataru Gojo exclaimed. Look at my cat. It's absolutely adorable. A feline you can never possess. Yahibara's heart JPG. The songstress, Kinen, expressed her astonishment JPG. Kinen remarked, how do you even deserve such an adorable kitten, you scoundrel Wataru Gojo? Chapter 16, a unique feline. Did you wake up naturally today? Wataru Gojo teased the songstress. Are you envious of my incredibly cute kitten? Kinen retorted, only a dog would be jealous of you. Wataru Gojo quipped, the songstress's envy is spilling out of the screen. Habitually, Wataru attempted to adjust his sunglasses, only to remember that it had been quite some time since he donned them after meeting Meow-chan. For as long as he held Meow-chan, his 6 eyes would be sealed away. It was utterly effortless. Meow, let me cleanse your debuffs, he announced. However, upon lifting his gaze, he found 4 clusters of dark mist surrounding him. Damiya indicated that his professional ailment was about to resurface. Fortunately, Yuta Suguru, who had utilized purification magic yesterday, appeared less affected. His negative emotions significantly diminished compared to the other 3. Such negative emotions, by their very nature, could never be entirely eradicated. As long as humanity exists, a myriad of emotions will persist. Previously, while in Fandom, priests earned a portion of their income by purging others of their negative states. People would regularly seek out priests for emotional stability, akin to routinely cleaning out junk from their phones, a sentiment Wataru Gojo later expressed. Accumulated negative emotions, when left unchecked, become increasingly difficult to control upon eruption. The little kitten scampered over to Yahibara and Kento Nanami. Having been purified once by Yuta, they were in relatively good spirits, with Wataru clinging to her daily. Their negative emotions not severe. She summoned her magical energy and cast purification spells on both of them. Yahibara sat on the ground, feeling an invisible wave sweep over him, instantly dispelling the fatigue and fear that lurked within. For the first time, his mind signaled relief, tempting him to lie down and roll around. Kento Nanami let out a muffled sound, covering his face with his right hand to mask his uncontrolled expression, his eyes brimming with astonishment. He, who spoke little but harbored many thoughts, felt an unprecedented lightness in this realm where death danced daily, akin to a patient liberated from a terminal illness. Was this also a manifestation of the kitten's abilities? The two simultaneously gazed at the fluffy little creature squatting before them, their worldview refreshed. Yuta, perceiving their expressions, understood what the kitten had accomplished and softly thanked her on behalf of the younger students. As the first to benefit from the purifying magic, he had spent the previous night in the library, meticulously analyzing the situation. He vowed to protect the kitten at all costs, eradicating any threats that might arise. Observing the entire scene, Wataru Gojo's celestial eyes sparkled as he stroked his chin, gazing at the extraordinary little kitten. Purging negative states, indeed. Sorcerers draw power from negative emotions, storing and utilizing them. However, prolonged exposure to such emotions adversely affects one's state. Meow-chan's talent for cleansing internal negativity is truly remarkable. If the elders were to discover this, they would undoubtedly seek to control her. Let us see who dares to snatch her away from me. Wataru Gojo smirked, embodying a spirit of delightful chaos. His discontent with the decaying sorcerer society had only intensified after acquiring Meow-chan. He anticipated many amusing occurrences to unfold. Confident in his ability to safeguard Meow-chan, he felt assured that no one could wrest her from his grasp. One by one, he would vanquish any challengers. Yuta and Wataru exchanged knowing glances, a silent accord passing between them. Meanwhile, the two younger students were busy praising Damiya, their tails metaphorically raised high. What is this? How amazing! Thank you, kitten. I feel fantastic. Yahibara exclaimed. Kento Nanami expressed his gratitude. Would you like some dried fish? Meow? Purification magic. Yes, please. You're incredibly impressive, kitten. I feel so relaxed. Yahibara enthused. Really amazing. Meow? Hee. After class, Yuta was off on a mission, while Wataru, accompanied by the ever-popular Meow-chan, went shopping in the city, declining Yahibara's request to join them. How infuriating. A bunch of sneaky cats. I will never share Meow-chan with you. The white-haired youth clenched his fists, throwing a few punches at the air. Damiya, nestled in Wataru's embrace, had grown accustomed to his intermittent fits of enthusiasm. Thankfully, his looks made it bearable. Throughout the journey, Wataru incessantly chattered to the little kitten, you mustn't grow fond of anyone else. They're all a bunch of sneaky cats trying to steal you away. I adore you more than anyone else. The kitten, a mere ball of fluff, nodded nonchalantly, her emerald eyes surveying the interior of the sleek black car. She hadn't paid much attention during their previous outing, but this vehicle was quite fascinating. There were no inscribed magic formations or embedded magical stones, yet it operated swiftly. In the front seat, Wataru's attendant, Yawari, wiped his brow, trying to minimize his presence. He was assigned to assist Wataru by the clan, ensuring that everything was arranged for him during his studies at the vocational school. However, Wataru had always avoided interaction with clan members and typically kept Yawari away from school. Actually, I belong to your faction, Lord Wataru. Please don't hold my clan's elders' foolishness against me. Today, Yawari struggled with how to express his position to Wataru. Each time he gathered the courage, he faltered upon meeting Wataru's indifferent gaze. Lord Wataru, we've arrived in the city. Do you require my presence? Yawari found a suitable spot to park and respectfully turned to Wataru. No need. Just call me when you're done, Wataru replied casually, stepping out with the kitten in his arms. Upon reaching the city, Wataru headed straight to a pet clothing store, feeling too lazy to raid a dessert shop. He was a VIP at many confectionaries, which regularly delivered sweets to the vocational school. Nonetheless, occasionally, he needed to venture out for some snacks. The white-haired youth entered a whimsically decorated pet store, scanning the surroundings before picking up a pair of pure white angel wings, holding them up to the kitten. Feeling they would fit, he proceeded to adorn her with them. Unsure of Wataru's intentions, Damiya complied and raised her paw for him to dress her. The tiny creature perched atop a snowy display case, adorned with wings, her platinum fur cascading gracefully, her round emerald eyes curiously darting about. Sweetly charming, exuding an ethereal quality. Combined with her rounded pink paws, what an adorable little feline. She resembled a cherished angel favored by the divine. The salesgirl nearby caught sight of the angelic kitten and was instantly enchanted, struggling to suppress her urge to capture the moment on her phone. She gently recommended products to Wataru. Unable to possess such an adorable little kitten, let her indulge in the joys of dressing up instead. Oh, she truly is exceedingly cute. No larger than 3 palms in size. A floor-length pink princess gown, a blue and white sailor suit, a vibrant red lion dance outfit, a citrus polka dot wave dress, and a little devil ensemble. Chapter 17, Fushiguro Megumi. Watanabe Satoru accepted all the outfits without hesitation, eager to dress the kitten, his azure, crystalline eyes brimming with enthusiasm. Initially, Damiya found the novelty amusing, playfully lifting her paws to cooperate, but by the 10th outfit, she had given up entirely, collapsing in Watanabe's hands, utterly listless. Meow-chan, let us try this one. It's an absolutely adorable snow-white outfit, Watanabe exclaimed, brandishing a deep blue bow for the kitten to see. Mew, I'm tired. Don't bother me. Damiya pushed his hand away, shutting her eyes in a mock display of sleep. Dressing up is exhausting, you know? How does my meal ticket have such stamina? Watanabe observed the limp little cream puff in his hands, pondering for a moment before deciding to have everything wrapped up. He swiped his card. He handed the sales assistant a black card, instructing her to pack the kitten's clothes. Certainly, please hold on a moment. The sales assistant accepted the black card, her smile radiating professionalism. She gathered a plethora of colorful kitten outfits and hurried toward the cash register. Oh, my sales are skyrocketing. Buying over 2 million yen, approximately 100,000 RMB, in one go, what a lavish spender. Thank you so much. Watanabe, squeezing the kitten's soft, plump paw, watched as her sharp claws extended and retracted with her movements, his eyes sparkling. This is quite amusing, Meow-chan. Just look at those rounded paws extending those sharp little claws, only to retract with a swoosh. Damiya lay sprawled in his large palm, her deadpan gaze directed at this meal ticket, who always found ways to entertain himself. Do you think you would perish without amusing the cat? She swatted at his hand, her ears slightly flattened, casting a threatening look at Watanabe. He, the young man shrugged, tenderly ruffling the fluffy kitten's little head, accepting the multitude of shopping bags handed to him by the sales assistant. Meow-chan, let us explore the shop across the street. They have so many cat toys. Mew, I'm tired, Damiya lamented, letting out a long, drawn-out mewl before once again closing her eyes, feigning death. You're so weak. Meow-chan. Watanabe, with the lively little kitten perched on his shoulder, strolled towards the next store. He wasn't particularly fond of shopping, but indulging in buying things for Meow-chan was undeniably captivating. The thrill of dressing up his little kitten was simply irresistible. Cat clothes, cat toys, cat climbing frames, buy. After filling 2 minivans with their purchases, Watanabe finally felt satisfied, opting to have some larger toys delivered. Next time, I'll check out the pet expo for even cuter items. The mall selection is rather limited. With this thought in mind, Watanabe instructed Watanabe Yashiki and the others to return to Jujutsu High, while he took the exhausted little kitten down a narrow alleyway. He intended to treat Meow-chan to a delectable private dining experience, having made a reservation that morning. The weary kitten lay on Watanabe's chest, yawning. She bestowed herself with a blessing, feeling her fatigue slowly dissipate, the warmth of magic nourishing her body. Then, she granted one to Watanabe as well. Turning a corner, a small boy with short black sea urchin-like hair stood beneath a streetlight, hesitantly surveying his surroundings, his tiny hands fidgeting with the hem of his clothing. Catching sight of this scene, Damiya raised her head slightly to regard the solitary child. Watanabe mirrored Damiya's actions, both of them simultaneously noticing the little boy with the spiky black hair. He veered off course, approaching the child. "Hey, are you lost?" Watanabe inquired. Fushiguro Megumi looked nervously at the imposing figure of the 185 centimeters tall white-haired man, biting his lip but remaining silent. Observing the situation, Damiya leapt down from Watanabe's shoulder, gracefully padding closer to the young boy. The fluffy, rounded fairy cat tentatively nudged Fushiguro Megumi's hand, her large tail swaying in a friendly manner. "Mew, don't be scared." In the presence of a small animal, Fushiguro's demeanor softened considerably. He gently stroked the kitten's back, his anxiousness gradually subsiding. "Hey, little one, are you lost?" Feeling the boy relax, Watanabe continued his inquiry. Typically impatient in all he did, Watanabe surprisingly displayed a sense of reliability at this moment. I can't find my aunt," the little boy softly replied, his hands still petting the kitten. "Mew, be good." Damiya snuggled closer to the child who had become separated from his family, offering him a sense of security. "Do you remember your family's phone number?" Watanabe asked. "I do, big brother." Fushiguro quickly recited a string of numbers, his emotions stabilizing under the kitten's comforting presence. Watanabe dialed the number, the ringing tone echoing for quite a while. Just when he thought it wouldn't connect, a deep male voice finally answered. "Hello, I'm not responsible for emotional distress." "What an idiot. Your son is lost on XX Road, come get him." Ignoring the man's cavalier tone, Watanabe swiftly relayed their location before hanging up. When an hour had passed without a sign of the father, he called for Watanabe Yashiki, a matter that could be resolved in a heartbeat. Damiya's expression was complex as she rubbed her fluffy tail against Fushiguro Megumi's cherubic face. This father, why does he seem so unreliable? As it turned out, he indeed was. Fushiguro Megumi's father arrived at the alley entrance after more than 40 minutes, lazily dressed in slippers, his clothing disheveled, and bearing a lipstick mark on his neck. "Kid, you can get lost just going out to buy groceries?" Fushiguro Shigeru remarked, looking down at his small son. Watanabe raised an eyebrow, mocking. "So where were you as the parent?" His gaze lingered on the man for a moment before shifting away. Damiya's ears perked up warily. This man exuded a dangerous aura. Fushiguro Shigeru ignored Watanabe, casually commenting as if he were assessing the situation. Fushiguro Megumi bit his lip, his dull gaze directed at this worthless father, saying, "If you didn't just appear and disappear, I wouldn't have to trouble the aunt to work while bringing me along. Huh, a 5-year-old won't starve, right? Why do you still need someone to take care of you? Are you a little lord?" Fushiguro Shigeru dismissed his son's complaints, responding indifferently. Fushiguro Megumi lowered his head. Damiya narrowed her eyes, her tail stiffening. "How infuriating," Watanabe exclaimed loudly, operating his phone. He sent Watanabe Yashiki the earlier photo of Fushiguro Megumi, instructing him to investigate. If it were a case of child abuse, they would deal with it accordingly. Fushiguro Shigeru, disinterested in wasting more time, waved for Fushiguro Megumi to follow him, leaving without a backward glance. Fushiguro Megumi reluctantly bid farewell to the kitten, and after thanking Watanabe, he hurriedly scampered to catch up. Watanabe, hands in pockets, observed the departing father and son, a flicker of contemplation crossing his azure eyes. That man seemed somewhat familiar. Ordinary individuals carry a hint of cursed energy, yet he exhibited none. Chapter 18, Nagano Business Trip. Cursed energy and binding? Watanabe gazed at the retreating figures of the black-haired man and his child, as if a realization dawned upon him, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. How intriguing, it turns out to be him. Turning away, Fushiguro Zenin was cast aside as Gojo Satoru hummed a tune, joyfully cradling the fluffy little treasure in his arms, and set off with Nyako to indulge in some delectable treats. By the time Gojo and Damiya returned to the Jujutsu High, the night had deepened. As they passed through the Torii Gate into the school, golden night lights illuminated the darkness at intervals, casting a warm glow. Approaching the dormitory, they encountered the weary Shoko Yeri, just emerging from the infirmary, her fatigued visage evident. "Hey, Shoko," Gojo greeted, noticing her exhausted expression, and scoffed. "Are those troublesome rotten oranges still bothering you?" "Yeah," Shoko replied in a breathy tone, too tired to even lift her fingers, as they made their way towards the dormitory. "Take it easy, Shoko," the little cat peeped from Gojo's embrace, poking her head out to offer a word of comfort. Feeling a sudden warmth surge within her, Shoko managed to smile at the cat. "Thank you, little one. You and Gojo both have such kind dispositions." Gojo playfully pinched the kitten's paw. The three were in the same grade, yet the tasks assigned to Suguru Geto were double that of Gojo's, while Shoko worked tirelessly year-round. The Director's Council had a penchant for exploiting the softer targets. There's no helping it. Only I possess the reversal technique, Shoko shrugged with resignation. She had been discovered and recruited by the Director's Council as a non-family sorcerer, with her parents still under protection, lacking combat prowess and a familial lineage. Her singular ability to reverse techniques rendered her somewhat untouchable, as fear of death kept others at bay. Damiya frowned, her little feline face scrunching up. Shoko's situation felt rather precarious. The soul healer without a team was an easy target. Noticing the kitten's furrowed brow, Gojo chuckled and gave her a gentle facial massage. He glanced down at the ethereal kitten and softly inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Shoko lazily replied. Her gaze fixated on Gojo as he rubbed the cat, feeling a pang of envy within. Damn it, why wasn't it me who found that little kitten? The following day, Gojo lay on his bed, engrossed in his phone, perusing the documents sent by Gojo Mazamichi. Damiya, the little kitten, lounged beside him, playfully batting at a pale yellow toy bird with all four paws. Indeed, it is a Zenin, the silver-haired youth affirmed. The man who picked up the son yesterday is from the Zenin clan. Zenin Fushiguro, born without cursed energy, ran away from home at 16, living as a jujutsu assassin. He later married, had a son, and after his wife's death, moved into the Fushiguro family. A jujutsu assassin, bound by circumstance, a gold digger at heart. And a gambler, he mused, bound by fate. I dare say the cursed energy fluctuations from his son are no trifling matter. Hee. The heir to the Zenin clan's 10 Shadows technique has yet to reveal himself. This will be entertaining. Gojo activated his watching the show mode, browsing through Fushiguro's information and sending screenshots of key points to Suguru Geto and Shoko. He vividly recounted the events of the previous day in their group chat. Jujutsu Trinity. Gojo laughed heartily. If Fushiguro's son inherits the ancestral techniques of the Zenin family, it will surely bruise their egos. Geto, truly a cycle of cause and effect, he added. Are all the members of the Gojo and Zenin families such scoundrels? They treat a 5-year-old child so poorly, Shoko remarked. Indeed, the family dynamics in the jujutsu world are utterly revolting. To those rotten oranges, family and cursed energy take precedence, Gojo replied. Is a person without cursed energy considered the lowest in the family? Shoko inquired. Precisely, Gojo confirmed. How decayed, Shoko lamented. Humans are ever drawn to gossip. And the three of them eagerly exchanged tales about the Gojo and Zenin families, transitioning from Zenin to Kamo, and then to various other family scandals. Primarily, it was Gojo speaking while the other two played the supportive roles. Before their conversation could conclude, task notifications popped up on Gojo and Geto's phones. Level 1 sorcerers Gojo Satoru and Suguru Geto urgently dispatched to Nagano to eliminate a Level 1 cursed spirit. Detailed information on the cursed spirit, click to expand. Interrupted by the news, Gojo slammed his hand on the bed. After multiple nudges from Geto, he reluctantly rose to change his clothes. For this assignment, he decided to bring the kitten along. I don't wish to be separated from Yako for even a minute, the youth declared. Meanwhile, Damiya was also open to exploring new places, so she accepted the arrangement. Once they boarded the vehicle, observing Gojo and Geto engaging in a game, the little kitten sensed something amiss. Meow, where's Shoko? Noticing the kitten searching around, Geto, seemingly aware of her inquiry, explained, Shoko typically does not leave Jujutsu High. The Director's Council wouldn't assign her a task to exorcise cursed spirits. She is solely responsible for healing. Though unsure if the kitten could comprehend, Geto clarified Shoko's absence. Understood, Damiya nodded, not pressing further. Gojo retrieved a plethora of cat toys, piling them on the seat for the kitten to pass the time. With Nyako in tow, he resolved to travel directly to Nagano, completing the mission and then enjoying a local hot spring. Gojo had already arranged everything with Gojo Mazamichi, treating it as a business trip, with all expenses to be reimbursed by the Director's Council. What a delight. The duo continued their game, while Damiya, navigating through the toys, perched her little paws on the armrest of the car door, her body upright as she gazed at the beautiful scenery whizzing by. A peaceful and lovely world, though not so peaceful for sorcerers. Nagano. At a certain dam, Gojo stood atop the dam's concrete railing, his piercing azure eyes surveying the vast water below. Geto leaned against the railing, scrolling through the task details on his phone. Damiya sat atop a small lamb-cursed spirit, her tail flicking as she admired the surrounding natural beauty. 2 Level 1 cursed spirits, born from humanity's fear of drowning, their appearances and abilities unknown. Geto furrowed his brows as he read the task information. Why is there still so little information regarding Level 1 cursed spirits? Without sheer strength, any encounter with a Level 1 cursed spirit is a battle of life and death. What should be a task treated with caution only bore a scant few sentences of content, typical of the director's counsel. Previously, he had never paid much attention to such details. But after encountering Kawaii SE, he became acutely aware of many overlooked aspects. Not a single key point mentioned. Gojo sighed impatiently, gesturing towards the dam shrouded in negative energy, stating that these two level 1 cursed spirits lurked deep beneath the lake's surface. It's a water battle, Geto. Ah, indeed, quite rare, Geto replied nonchalantly. Confident due to his flying cursed spirit, unperturbed by underwater combat. Damiya twitched her ears, glancing at the seemingly bottomless dam water, then back at the human duo. She summoned her cursed energy, casting a spell upon Gojo and Geto. Blessing of the Lake Fairy, a spell that allows one to walk on water upon casting. She cast the blessing upon herself as well, and a shimmering aura enveloped the trio before fading back to normal. The little kitten lifted her head and, in front of her two guardians, leaped off the small lamb cursed spirit with a swift motion. At the moment the cat leaped down, the two DKs were startled and rushed forward, oblivious to the sheer drop of the 1,000-meter dam. However, upon hitting the water's surface, both stumbled slightly, but fortunately managed to adjust their stances in time. Otherwise, they would have fallen in a most undignified manner. Simultaneously, Damiya landed effortlessly on the water, tilting her head adorably to gaze at the two, sweetly meowing, "Meow, there's no need to be anxious." Feeling the buoyancy beneath her, Gojo Satoru curiously stomped his feet, discovering he wouldn't sink, and began to bounce in place. "How delightful," he exclaimed. Suguru Geto crouched down to caress the water's surface, creating ripples that traced his movements. Yet it felt as though an invisible barrier allowed him to walk naturally upon the water. Is this yet another of the cat's marvelous abilities? Truly impressive, little feline, Suguru remarked. Damiya, tail held high, pranced over with a proud demeanor, her silky, wavy platinum fur dancing with her movements. Wataru watched as the tiny cat's four paws created ripples resembling cat paw prints on the water's surface, utterly charmed. He scooped her up, bringing her close for a couple of affectionate kisses on her face, exuberantly praising her as the strongest and most adorable little kitty in the world. Damiya placed her paw against the boy's face, too lazy to respond, having repeatedly corrected Wataru over the past few days, only to be met with deaf ears. Suguru chuckled softly at this scene. Cats are truly remarkable, he chimed in with praise. After their playful interlude, they began to exorcise the cursed spirits. Standing on the shore, Wataru's elder, Maki Zenin, sensed a fluctuation in the cursed energy of the DK duo. He raised his hand to cast a barrier, obscuring the view of ordinary people. Born of darkness, darker than black, all filth and impurity, be banished. A pitch-black semicircular shield gradually enveloped the dam from above. Before long, faint sounds of explosions echoed from within the barrier. Surely, it won't collapse the dam, will it? Maki suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Cold sweat soaking through his shirt. Wataru should have a rough idea, at least Suguru. Inside the barrier, Suguru was engaged in a fierce battle with a gluttonous cursed spirit, yanking out its multiple grotesque tongues. It's just too hideous, he muttered. Having multiple tongues is one thing, but spinning them around as an attack? Absolutely revolting. The two tongues he had extracted dangled pathetically from the defeated spirit, which lay crushed beneath a giant serpent. The octopus-like cursed spirit squatted nearby, tugging on one of the tongues with all its might. Wataru flicked his wrist, dispersing the remnants of the cursed spirit in the air, his expression one of utter boredom. So weak. Do we really need to come all the way out here to deal with this? Are the sorcerers in Nagano all this incompetent? Wataru, such remarks are rather rude, Suguru smiled, swiftly eliminating the gluttonous spirit while checking for any overlooked details in their mission. Wataru unwrapped a peach-flavored lollipop, carelessly humming a tune. The clear water's surface rippled in the wind, the sky filtered through the barrier reflecting in the water, blurring the boundaries between heaven and earth. In this poetic moment, a sludge-like cursed spirit suddenly emerged from the depths, its massive form lunging with a gaping maw, intent on swallowing the two and the cat whole. Wataru tilted his head back in excitement, exclaiming, "So it was you all along, hiding your presence. Not bad. A special grade." He had sensed a faint cursed energy lingering around the dam, but it had been too subtle to discern its nature. Upon recognizing the sludge spirit's grade, Suguru also perked up. He had become rather selective about the grade of cursed spirits he wanted to subdue, but a special grade was certainly a welcome addition. While ordinary people would flee in terror upon encountering such a spirit, these two were exhilarated. In a show of respect, Suguru summoned a first-grade cursed spirit, the Rainbow Dragon, and the special-grade spirit, Tamamonome. The Rainbow Dragon, a serpent-like spirit, was entirely snow-white and the hardest among his collection. Tamamonome was his only special-grade spirit. The four-eyed, Black-haired Tamamonome emerged from the swirling darkness, garbed in a kimono, with its sleeves covering its lips. It radiated an aura of malevolence, its eyes gleaming with madness. Capturing this special-grade spirit had required considerable effort. Ordinary sorcerers would scarcely survive a second in its presence. The climax of their mission had arrived. Wataru wore a wild grin as he faced the oncoming sludge spirit, unleashing 2 powerful blasts. The blue spherical cursed techniques contained terrifying energy, hurtling forward at high speed. The first blast missed, crashing into the water's surface and shredding the tranquility, sending up a colossal splash that fell like rain. The second blast grazed the sludge spirit, tearing through a portion of its mass. Suguru directed the rainbow dragon and Tamamonome to intercept. The rainbow dragon lashed its tail forcefully against the sludge spirit, its body weaving to block its escape. Tamamonome emitted a sharp laugh, and its 9 ethereal fox tails fluttered, creating several foxes of purple cursed energy that pounced on the sludge spirit in a coordinated attack. The sludge spirit thrashed violently, attempting to shake off the foxes clinging to it, only to find the gaping maw of the rainbow dragon awaiting it. The dragon clamped down on the spirit's neck, coiling tightly to constrict its movements. The retreating foxes seized the opportunity, sinking their teeth into any available gaps. Wataru whistled, thoroughly entertained by the chaotic scene. Were it not for the lack of space, he would have joined in. The sludge spirit, realizing its struggles were in vain, let out a furious roar and went berserk. It summoned a vast amount of cursed energy to break free from its restraints, controlling the water of the dam beneath it to erupt violently. With a thunderous roar, 3 massive columns of water, each 10 meters high, surged upward, their immense force shattering the foxes formed from cursed energy. The rainbow dragon twisted its body, deftly avoiding the rising water columns. Damiya swiftly conjured a protective barrier around herself to shield against the splashing water, for she detested that damp sensation. The little cat positioned herself at a safe distance, her emerald eyes narrowed, intently observing the battle between the two and the sludge spirit, her tail flicking restlessly. She was itching to join in. Are we competing and bombarding now? The white-haired boy slicked back his drenched hair, transforming it into a striking style that highlighted his stunning looks, radiating an air of confidence. Wataru floated into the air, continuously constructing his techniques, aiming at the sludge spirit, attempting to retaliate with the water flow. Suguru raised an eyebrow, channeling his cursed energy, as a surge of black mist erupted, summoning over 100 small jellyfish cursed spirits. With a hum, the jellyfish simultaneously opened their mouths, coalescing pale blue waves of energy. I can bombard too, you know? The black-haired youth remarked softly. Chapter 20. The cat's huffs. Outside the barrier, listening to the incessant explosions within, Maki felt as though his heart had turned to stone. He pulled out his phone, feverishly calculating the costs of constructing a dam. With overtime a constant companion, he had learned to prepare a contingency plan in advance. As Maki's fingers danced across the screen, the dark barrier behind him silently dissipated. Soaked to the bone, Wataru and Suguru emerged, only to find the little cat, drenched and disheveled, sprawled atop the small sheep-cursed spirit. Gojo Satoru and Suguru Geto engaged in a dialogue, exchanging insights gleaned from their recent battles. In Suguru's grasp was a small black sphere, from which he articulated his own perspectives. Upon catching sight of the two figures, Wataru Yaki was overcome with joy, tears welling in his eyes. The dam appeared to be in perfect condition, sparing them the need for any reparations. He held a deep aversion to the bureaucratic dealings with his family. Wataru approached them, kindly offering a towel and extending his congratulations on their successful exorcism of the cursed spirit, informing them that accommodations had been arranged and urging them to board the vehicle. Thank you, Suguru replied with a nod of appreciation. Indeed, let us hasten. I can hardly contain my excitement for the hot springs, Satoru exclaimed, carelessly drying his hair, his peripheral vision catching the sight of a relaxed little kitten. He bent slightly, then suddenly lunged forward, embracing the ethereally adorable feline, rubbing off the remnants of moisture onto its soft fur. Meow. Satoru, the kitten, feeling its coat dampened, fluffed up in indignation. Damiya, having anticipated Satoru's antics, was well aware of the trouble he could stir. The kitten, with a flurry of paws, retaliated with playful swipes, its small body squirming in an attempt to escape the boy's embrace. Meanwhile, Suguru hastily entered the vehicle, wary of being dragged into the fray and inciting the kitten's ire. Ha ha ha. Satoru laughed unabashedly, holding onto the squirming kitten, showering its fluffy face with kisses. Noticing the kitten's distant demeanor, he seized the opportunity to tease her, having waited eagerly for this moment. Even the dampened Damiya is utterly adorable, my dear. Meow. How dare you laugh? Damiya retaliated with a swift kick to his hand, then sprang away, leaping into the car without a backward glance. Ouch! Satoru cradled his struck hand, feeling as though his bones had cracked. Yet his mind was consumed with the realization that Damiya was truly upset. He hurriedly joined the others in the vehicle. It's always the case of agitating the cat, and then having to appease her. You really are a masochist, Satoru, Suguru mused, observing the antics from the front seat while keeping an eye on the rear. Damiya, look. It's the latest Strawberry Max tart, Satoru exclaimed. And look at this. I had Yaki procure a toy dragon from abroad, adorned with emeralds, just like your beautiful eyes. He continued, shall I personally groom you later? Meow. Ugh, enough already. Silence. A sharp clap echoed through the air. With the atmosphere finally restored to tranquility, Suguru contentedly closed his eyes. Nagano seemed renowned for its hot springs. Perhaps they could take advantage of their business trip to indulge. After approximately 10 minutes of travel, the group arrived at the hotel. Damiya still insisted on walking, tilting her head in disdain at Satoru's attempts to engage her. Suguru and Wataru walked behind, deliberating their itinerary for the next couple of days. Wataru wiped the sweat from his brow, trying his best to ignore the obsequious display from his elder. Once they checked in, the trio made their way to their designated suite. The expansive hotel suite featured a modern duplex design, characterized by a minimalist and comfortable aesthetic. The first floor boasted a vast gaming area, carpeted and adorned with various decorations. The second floor housed 2 bedrooms, each providing its own private sanctuary. Upon entering, Damiya leapt atop the refrigerator, wrapping her fluffy tail around herself in an effort to avoid gazing upon that foolish face. Damiya? Satoru murmured, leaning against the refrigerator's edge, his chin resting atop it, his damp, white hair cascading down, eyes shimmering with a touch of sorrow. Please, groom me, Damiya. I promise I won't splash you again. He implored, producing a stash of cream-filled mochi, tentatively extending it toward the kitten. Woe is me, Damiya. For the seconds you've ignored me have rendered the world a dreary place. I acknowledge my mistakes. The kitten in the corner slightly raised her tail, her eyelids fluttering open to reveal jade-green eyes reminiscent of the finest jade, gazing at the boy. Bathed in sunlight, the boy appeared exceptionally obedient. The golden rays caressed his snowy hair, casting a colorful halo around him. The normally rebellious youth lay atop the refrigerator, his cerulean eyes filled with anticipation as he cautiously offered the box of mochi. After a moment's contemplation, Damiya extended a paw from her fluffy tail, swiftly snatching the mochi, then curling back into a ball. Initially filled with joy, Satoru's expression soured as he noticed that even after accepting his offering, Damiya still refused to acknowledge him. What was he to do now? He had already sacrificed all the mochi he had. Should he ask Yaki to drive out for more? Before Satoru could reach for his phone to call for assistance, his keen six-eyed vision caught sight of the kitten stealthily approaching. The white-haired boy continued to feign disappointment. His head lowered, though a subtle smile began to grace his lips. The cream-colored kitten, resembling a fluffy confection, had timidly wandered to his side, twitching her whiskers before pouncing onto Satoru's head, her soft paws playfully ruffling his hair. Already prepared, Satoru instinctively shielded the kitten to prevent her from falling, pretending to be startled as he let out exaggerated exclamations. In no time, the boy and kitten were engaged in playful antics, laughter echoing as their bond rekindled. The kitten inadvertently brushed her paw against Satoru's slightly swollen hand, casting a minor healing spell that swiftly alleviated his discomfort. Feigning ignorance, Satoru wore a triumphant smile. From the second floor, Suguru chuckled helplessly, clutching the black cursed spirit orb, choosing not to join in on the merriment. Lowering his gaze, a hint of indifference crossed his features. Observing the boy and kitten mending their relationship, he returned to his room, clutching the cursed sphere tightly. With a swift motion, he drew the curtains closed, shrouding the room in darkness despite the daylight outside. Suguru's face was obscured in shadow as he leaned against the wall, contemplating the cursed orb resting in his palm, his eyes reflecting a tumultuous sea of emotions. After a prolonged silence, he sighed, lifting the cursed sphere once more. Unbeknownst to him, stray strands of ebony hair cascaded chaotically over his shoulders as he opened his mouth, swallowing the cursed orb, his prominent atoms apple bobbing with the motion. A barely audible gagging sound escaped him. Chapter 21. What is happening? The humanoid cursed spirit, resembling a volcanic summit, perched atop the dam's railing, scrutinizing the dissipating remnants of cursed energy. The volcanic spirit, Roko, donned a small yellow cloak, his head resembling a volcano with a single eye glaring from his visage. Although in human form, he exuded a palpable malice, his gaze imbued with an inhuman chill. Has it been exorcised? I had intended for you to join us long ago, Roko remarked with a furrowed brow, having come to recruit this newly born special-grade cursed spirit, only to find himself a step too late. Leaping from the railing, Roko departed from Nagano. At the Nagano Resort Hotel, having savored a delightful feast, the group prepared to indulge in the soothing hot springs. In light of the earlier Cold War, Satoru dared not ruffle Damiya's whiskers just yet. He carefully placed the kitten at the edge of the hot spring, allowing her to enjoy some snacks while they waited. The duo, DK, readied themselves, casting off their bathrobes in unison before plunging into the hot spring with a splash. In an instant, they were embroiled in a lively water fight, resembling a festival of splashes. Wataru, confident in his 6 eyes, deftly evaded all incoming water assaults, directing his own torrents with remarkable precision towards Suguru. The latter, agile and quick-witted, adeptly dodged the waves while retaliating with precision strikes of his own. Noticing Wataru's lack of attention, he summoned his cursed spirits to join the fray. With Wataru wielding 6 eyes and Suguru employing cursed spirits, the contest reached an equilibrium. The atmosphere in the hot spring grew increasingly intense, with water spiraling and mist enveloping the air, the sounds of their exuberant play resonating far and wide. Damiya nestled comfortably among plush cushions, licking her lips after savoring some sweets, completely disregarding the boys' aquatic antics. As long as they didn't splash her, they could frolic to their heart's content. Eventually, they settled down, relishing the warmth of the spring water, soaking their slightly sore bodies in the steaming waters. Wataru hummed in contentment, and Suguru bore a look of sheer relaxation. Were it not for their robust constitutions as sorcerers, their spirited play could have easily led to exhaustion. Wataru rummaged through the snacks placed by the shore, replenishing his energy after exerting himself with limitless consumption. However, the desserts at the resort left much to be desired. The discerning young master took his time selecting, finally settling on a slice of cheesecake. Suguru abstained from indulging, lazily leaning against the edge of the pool, idly stirring the water with his fingers. After subduing a cursed spirit, he often found himself lacking appetite, unable to swallow anything substantial. Yet, he had never shared this with Wataru or Shoko. It felt too trivial. Suddenly recalling their recent mission, Suguru opened his elongated phoenix-like eyes and spoke. The window has always been this dismal. Wataru shrugged nonchalantly. The missions for sorcerers were organized and distributed by their window, a department directly overseen by the board of directors. The board had long been ineffectual. Over the past 2 years, the influx of non-affiliated sorcerers had improved the accuracy of missions significantly. However, the leap from grade 1 to special grade meant that, had it not been for them, a special grade battling 2 grade 1s on water would have ended in utter catastrophe. Suguru murmured, his demeanor serious as he tousled his long hair. Despite being among the strongest, as a non-affiliated sorcerer, he felt powerless against the window, or rather, the board of directors. The board often lamented the scarcity of sorcerers while the abundance of cursed spirits in Japan resulted in frequent mission distribution, urging everyone to bear the burden. Yet, many affiliated sorcerers managed to secure only 1 or 2 missions a month with ease. Indeed, Wataru said, finishing the last bite of his strawberry millefeuille. He leaned over the edge, gazing up at the night sky. Meow meow. You two are far too obedient, my little darlings. Sated and drowsy, the small kitten lazily responded. The golden-furred feline stirred slightly before succumbing to sleep, its tiny, fluffy belly rising and falling gently. Wataru cast a few glances at the kitten before turning to Suguru, boasting. Look, she's fallen asleep. My little Meow-chan is simply adorable. Suguru raised an eyebrow, reluctantly wrapping himself in a yukata. It's getting late, we should head to bed. Wataru nodded, donned his yukata, and carefully cradled the kitten in his hands. The two retreated to their respective rooms, concluding a busy day. The silver-haired boy lay in bed, gently stroking the sleeping kitten, his expression unusually tender. He gazed at the ethereal, delightful creature, softly rubbing its ears, a smile gracing his lips. So adorable, Meow-chan. Being with you brings such comfort, both emotionally and physically. Good night, Meow-chan. Wataru leaned down to plant a kiss on the kitten's forehead before turning off the lights. Heat enveloped him. Why was it so hot? Wataru kicked the covers in frustration, his consciousness teetering between dreams and wakefulness. He felt as if engulfed in flames. The heat so intense it threatened to melt him, yet his body bore no trace of sweat. It was as if only his soul were being scorched. Suddenly, the silver-haired youth's eyes shot open, breaking through the haze of confusion. He exhaled deeply, intending to drift back into slumber when he sensed something amiss. Having soaked in the hot spring, he wore a loose, languid nightgown. After shifting positions in his sleep, the garment had opened wide, the ties scattered, revealing a physique imbued with power. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and 8 finely sculpted abdominal muscles, every inch of his body exuding a potent allure. The lithe form was draped across him, a delicate hand resting lightly on his firm chest, the pale fabric of her gown fanning out like petals upon the bed. The platinum-haired, exquisitely featured cat-eared girl lay atop him, her warm breath brushing against Wataru's heart in rhythmic pulses, stirring it. Her porcelain skin glowed softly in the moonlight, and her cascading golden hair entwined around them. His hand rested on her waist, and through the delicate lace of her gown, he felt an astonishingly soft, cool, and silky sensation that sent tingles through his fingertips. Wataru was momentarily stunned, utterly bewildered. With his 6 eyes sealed, all information was received through vision and touch. Yet now he felt inundated with an overwhelming flood of sensations. After a moment of bewilderment, realization struck him, and he jerked his hand away, raising both arms. Eyes tightly shut, his face aflame with embarrassment. He was too shy to look at the girl sleeping on him, let alone contemplate the softness of her touch. What is happening? What do I do? Before he could unravel his thoughts, the platinum-haired girl stirred slightly, her cat ears twitching as she shifted against him. Her knee brushed against the inner thigh of the boy, a fleeting, cold, and soft touch, akin to drifting clouds. Wataru inhaled sharply, feeling a rush of sensations from his legs to the crown of his head. Chapter 22 Meow-chan? Wataru felt dizzy, his ability to think utterly compromised. He leaned back as much as possible, attempting to create distance, but mindful of not waking the sleeping girl, his efforts proved futile. He resembled a fish caught in a cat's embrace, flailing only slightly. However, this minor movement caught her attention. Don't move, Wataru, she murmured sleepily, her voice a sweet, melodic whisper. The floundering fish froze at her words. The boy felt warmth radiate through him, his cheeks flushed, and his white eyelashes fluttered like drifting butterflies. He pressed his lips together, remaining still. Is it Meow-chan? Wataru had glanced hastily before and failed to see the curled-up kitten. In its place was the platinum-haired girl with cat ears. His 6 eyes remained sealed. Meow-chan often napped in his arms, and the girl's strikingly fluffy cat ears drew his attention. He had always perceived Meow-chan as a creature of the supernatural, endowed with many abilities and a human-like intelligence. It seemed plausible that a spirit could take on human form. How cool is it that Meow-chan can transform? Satoru Gojo swiftly deduced the answer, internally ecstatic and cheering himself on. The surge of emotions caused his cursed energy to swirl within him, unexpectedly awakening the slumbering girl beside him. Damiya propped herself up with her hands, her expression clouded with confusion as she scanned her surroundings for any signs of disturbance. Not detecting any imminent threat, she glanced down at Satoru, the foolish meal ticket, wondering if he had been plagued by a nightmare due to his intense emotional fluctuation. Upon locking eyes with Satoru's bewildered, azure gaze, she couldn't help but notice the flush that adorned his handsome face. Filled with curiosity, Damiya leaned in closer to scrutinize the unusual behavior of her companion, only to have a strand of her platinum hair cascade from her ear, landing softly on Satoru's rising chest. In an instant, realization dawned upon her. She swiftly retreated to the edge of the bed, her feline ears perked back, her emerald eyes cautiously scrutinizing Satoru as a silver staff materialized behind her. Satoru observed the drowsy feline girl as she rose and surveyed her surroundings, their eyes meeting before they both bolted into action. The girl, adorned with tousled platinum locks, regarded him with vigilance. Her green cat-like eyes narrowed, glistening with a hazy shine, while her soft, snow-white ears were perked back, evoking an irresistible urge in onlookers. She possessed an exotic allure. Her high nose, pearl-white teeth, and crimson lips crafted a strikingly beautiful visage, accentuated by a wild elegance. Satoru furrowed his brow, watching as she perched defensively at the corner of the bed, on the verge of extending her claws, concern for her state gnawing at him. Would transforming into her human form cause her to lose her memories? Tentatively, he extended his hand towards the girl, approaching her as one would a skittish creature, moving slowly. Meow-chan? Damiya's cat-like pupils narrowed as she assessed Satoru's expression, meticulously gauging his demeanor until she was assured that his attitude remained unchanged despite her transformation. Only then did she cautiously extend her own hand. Throughout her observation, Satoru kept his hand raised, allowing her to scrutinize him with an air of relaxed confidence. Damiya's slender, delicate hand gently rested upon Satoru's larger one, but merely grazed it like a fleeting touch. Without hesitation, Satoru tightened his grip on her soft, boneless hand, feeling his heartbeat start to race. Yet, he maintained an air of composure, concealing the tumultuous emotions within. He shook her hand lightly, reminiscent of children in kindergarten clasping hands with their closest friends. Damiya tilted her head, her ears twitching with curiosity, perplexed by Satoru's peculiar antics. Clearing his throat, Satoru earnestly asked, Meow-chan, what is my name? Damiya was taken aback, her mind swirling with questions. Had the meal ticket lost his mind? What sort of question was that? She attempted to retract her hand, only to find Satoru's grip surprisingly firm. Her frail frame offered no resistance against his strength. Satoru gazed at her intently, awaiting her answer. with a youthful face. Who could have guessed that this boy possessed the physique of a formidable powerhouse? Damiya blinked, locking eyes with Satoru's brilliant gaze, and softly replied, Gojo Satoru. Hearing the girl sweetly utter his name brought a satisfied smile to Satoru's face, and he shook their joined hands once more. Yes, I am Gojo Satoru, Miao-chan. I am Damiya, she replied, though uncertain as to why Satoru seemed so pleased. Their exchange bore an uncanny resemblance to a child's introduction in preschool. Satoru continued to shake Damiya's hand, relishing the moment. Suddenly, a commotion from the adjacent room roused Suguru Geto from his slumber. Satoru banged on the door with fervor, as if intent on demolishing it. Geto, wake up. A significant event has transpired. Geto, if you don't rise, I shall break down your door. Startled awake by the uproar, Suguru glanced at his phone, revealing the hour to be 4 in the morning. For the first time, he contemplated the thought of murder. With a decisive bang, he flung open the door, greeting Satoru, who remained unabashedly insistent outside, with a gentle smile as he brandished a cursed spirit. Satoru nimbly sidestepped the attacking spirit, delivering a swift kick before making intricate hand gestures. He, too, sought an outlet for his pent-up energy, hoping to calm his wildly racing heart. After the fray concluded, the door to Suguru's room lay in ruins, the walls obliterated as they found themselves in a battleground-like setting. Fortunately, prior to their raucous antics, Satoru had erected a barrier around the suite, or else the hotel staff would have undoubtedly intervened and expelled them. Now wide awake, Suguru sat in the living room, astonished by the sight of the elegantly poised cat-eared girl, Damiya, while discreetly stealing glances at her animated ears. A cat? He inquired. Damiya nodded in affirmation. Wow, so you're a transformed creature? That's impressive, little kitty, Suguru encouraged, his thought process mirroring Satoru's. Indeed, my Miao-chan is extraordinarily remarkable. Satoru interjected enthusiastically. I've always been formidable. My name is Damiya, of the Beastkin tribe. I previously sustained grave injuries that forced me back into my beast form. I am immensely grateful for your hospitality. With her facade of humility quickly abandoned, Damiya proudly lifted her chin, declaring her prowess. Ah, so you're not a monster? Satoru mused, scratching his head in confusion. No, I am of the Beastkin. I resided in the continent of Lovia until I sustained severe injuries and awakened in this place. Have you heard of the city of Fandom? She inquired, though her hopes were dim. Deep down, Damiya understood that this world was different from her own. Everything contrasted sharply with her memories of Lovia. Thankfully, she could channel magical energy, converting the cursed energy within others into magical power. No. Satoru pondered before checking his phone's browser, confirming the absence of such a city. Never heard of it, he replied. Another world, perhaps? Both Satoru and Suguru contemplated. Chapter 23. So, you're of the cat tribe. Suguru quickly reviewed the events of the past few days in his mind. Relieved to ascertain that he had not acted inappropriately towards the cat girl. That would have been exceedingly awkward. Satoru, however, remained unfazed, drawing closer to Damiya. His curiosity piqued by her pristine white cat ears, a compulsion to touch them stirring within him. Having spent so much time with Satoru, Damiya regarded him with a wary gaze, issuing a cautionary warning. Satoru pouted, entirely unsurprised at being seen through. The ears of a cat are not for just anyone to touch, you know, Satoru. Damiya extended her finger, pushing him back gently. But I simply adore Miao-chan. Satoru protested, his eyes wide with feigned innocence. Leaning slightly to present his most charming angle, his youthful, handsome face bore an air of plea, his striking blue eyes shimmering with moisture. How infuriating! He was so captivating that refusal became impossible. A seasoned admirer of beauty, Damiya discreetly averted her gaze, having encountered countless stunning individuals while in the temple, believing herself immune to such allure. Yet, here she found herself cough. So, Miao-chan, what are your plans now? Suguru Geto gazed for a considerable time, concluding that he could no longer remain silent, and thus inquired. There exists a substantial distinction between humans and pets. Even though Damiya is merely a feline beastman possessing a human form, she cannot be treated with the same casualness as one would with a regular cat. Wataru Watanabe, deprived of attention, pouted and slumped against the backrest of the sofa in dismay. It was precisely these thoughts that had caused him to divert the conversation earlier. Well, to be honest, I am rather unfamiliar with this world. If possible, I aspire to become a sorcerer and exorcise cursed spirits. Damiya articulated her long-held intentions. I am a mage of the light element, also practicing as a cleric. She had observed for quite some time. Although the profession of sorcerer offered no guarantees and was rife with corruption at higher levels, the rewards for missions were substantial. This could allow her to thrive in this new world. Should anyone foolish enough dare to provoke her, demolishing a few buildings or vanquishing a few individuals would be a trivial matter. Welcome, welcome. With your prowess, Damiya, cursed spirits are merely a piece of cake. Upon hearing Damiya's words, the despondent Wataru Watanabe sprang back to life, pulling out his phone and typing rapidly. I've instructed Yagyu to handle it. All your identity verification and enrollment procedures for the high school have been taken care of. Thank you. Damiya expressed her gratitude with a nod. Her gaze toward Wataru imbued with complexity, her mind silently berating him. I don't recall mentioning my intention to enroll in the high school. You know, meal ticket. Wataru, brimming with pride, waved his phone, indicating that he had sent out the message. This is splendid. We'll be classmates from now on. I look forward to your guidance. Suguru Geto smiled, feeling somewhat uneasy about the cat girl-esque situation. Enrolling in the high school would allow them to assist her in gradually adapting to this world. I look forward to your guidance. Damiya replied with a smile. She had grown accustomed to being with everyone, and it felt quite pleasant. I look forward to your guidance. Damiya. Wataru winked at her cheerfully. Hee, I've successfully persuaded her to stay. Let us take a break then. It's almost 5 o'clock, Suguru Geto remarked, glancing at his phone, having not stayed up so late in quite a while. Meow. Damiya, would it be alright for you to sleep in Wataru's room? The living room and the other room are rather grim. Please bear with it for one night, he said apologetically to Damiya. Due to Wataru's earlier antics, they had nearly dismantled their own room, leaving the corridor and interior strewn with debris and the living room filled with dust. Only Wataru's room remained intact. Oh, but I wish to sleep with you. Damiya, Wataru began, but was swiftly silenced by his friend, who forcibly dragged him away. With a smile, Suguru Geto exchanged goodnights with Damiya, his hand firmly gripping Wataru, exerting considerable effort to pull him back to the room. Wataru flailed his limbs in protest, expressing his displeasure with muffled sounds. Damiya stifled a laugh and waved goodbye to the two. Once back in her room, she headed straight to the bathroom, her steps light and jubilant. Damiya gently closed the bathroom door, and with a flicker of her mind, an array that shielded her from external scrutiny enveloped the space. She possessed an invisible personal space, crafted through spatial magic, bound to her soul, designed to store her savings. Damiya retrieved her wand from this space. The 15-meter-long silver-white staff floated gracefully in the air. Snow-white branches, intricately carved from jade, spiraled upward on the staff, with a dazzling golden crystal resembling a nebula embedded at its pinnacle. The young woman meticulously examined the floating wand, relieved to confirm its undamaged state. A mage's wand is as vital as life itself. Finally at ease, Damiya disdainfully shook off the bloodstains on her long dress, grateful that it was merely a temple uniform. Feeling no sense of loss, she rummaged through her space and pulled out a silk nightgown, preparing to take a bath and change. Both Wataru and Suguru had certainly noticed the dried bloodstains on Damiya's white dress, yet both were tactful enough not to probe further. Having already experienced the bathtub multiple times at the high school, Damiya was well acquainted with these novel amenities. She effortlessly summoned hot water, indulged in a relaxing bath, changed into her nightgown, and leaped onto the plush bed. The following day, at 10 in the morning, the girl awoke from a delightful dream, instinctively stretching. It was only upon feeling the cool sheets that she remembered she now had the room all to herself. Hooray! She luxuriated in a stretch and proceeded to wash up. Damiya's space contained a plethora of items. She had provisions for every necessity, prepared for any eventuality. Her teacher had often chided her for being overly cautious, but look, here it was, proving useful. She retrieved a lotus-pink chiffon dress from her space. It was an elegant, off-shoulder gown adorned with delicate yellow floral embellishments at the neckline. The layers of the skirt cascading beautifully, already forming a lovely silhouette even without a petticoat. Damiya deftly tied a butterfly knot with a pale yellow belt, adjusting it in front of the bathroom mirror until she was satisfied. Perfect. Once everything was in order, Damiya quietly opened her door. Expecting to be the undisputed champion of early risers, she was astonished to find Suguru Geto sitting upright on the sofa while Wataru lay sprawled like a puddle. It was unusual for these two to be up so early when not attending classes. Typically, she would wake up first, only to be dragged back into slumber by Wataru, only to open her eyes again under the blazing sun. Good morning, Damiya, Wataru greeted lazily from the sofa, stifling a yawn. He had been forcibly roused by Suguru, who insisted that since Damiya had just regained her human form, she would undoubtedly feel anxious in this strange world, so they should rise early to take her out for some fun. Chapter 24, Off to Surfing. Good morning, Suguru replied lightly with a smile, dark circles evident under his eyes. Good morning, Damiya nodded in return, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her cat ears perking up curiously as she observed the two. Wataru lazily pulled out his phone, beginning to share travel destinations and activity statistics compiled by Yagyu. Damiya listened intently, her eyes sparkling with wonder at the unfamiliar vocabulary. Although she did not fully grasp the activities, they sounded immensely enjoyable. Being human was delightful, providing access to so many fun experiences. Suguru, seated nearby, turned to Damiya when he heard the term surfing. Damiya, surfing is a water sport. If you dislike water, we can skip it. He recalled how she had fluffed up in indignation when Wataru had wet her hair the day prior. Oh well, it's all right. I simply dislike the feeling of my fur being soaked. Surfing sounds like a blast. Let us do it together. Damiya explained, clasping her hands in prayer, her emerald eyes sparkling with excitement. Then let us go. Surfing. With the prospect of a fun outing, Wataru enthusiastically waved his arms, urging Damiya as they bolted out of the grand suite, heading straight for the elevator. Hooray, let us go! Damiya was swept up in his enthusiasm, her face radiant with joy. Suguru trailed leisurely behind, discreetly stifling a yawn. At the beach. Yippee! The bright cheer of the youth echoed through the air. Wataru expertly maneuvered his surfboard over a wave, his body swaying with the rhythm of the sea. The snug surfing attire accentuated his remarkable physique, showcasing his chiseled chest and abs for all to see. Suguru, sipping a beverage, stood with one hand in his pocket atop his surfboard, steady as a mountain amidst the rolling waves, exuding an air of nonchalance. Not far away, Damiya's platinum blonde hair was neatly tied up as she grasped the rope extending from the yacht, her feet firmly planted on a white surfboard, riding the waves in sync with the vessel. The young girl adapted seamlessly, exhibiting none of the awkwardness typical of a novice surfer. Her posture was elegant as she maneuvered back and forth on the board, tethered by the rope. She felt no aversion to the water, merely disliking the sensation of her fur becoming damp and sticky. As for her cat ears, they were, of course, tucked away. The sea breeze tousled Damiya's platinum locks, and the fierce sun cast a golden glow upon her exquisite features, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Watayu, caught off guard, glanced at Damiya and was instantly mesmerized, only to be toppled by a surging wave, plunging him off his surfboard. Suguru, floating behind him, erupted into raucous laughter, prompting a cursed spirit to whip out a phone and capture a series of 4 rapid shots. After circling the yacht a few times, Damiya felt she had mastered the art of surfing. Just then, a gust of wind created a small wave, and she released her grip on the rope, adjusting her stance to meet the oncoming crest. As the waves undulated, Damiya gracefully shifted her footing, carving an S-shaped ripple upon the surface of the sea, exuding elegance and finesse. For a feline creature as nimble as herself, this endeavor was child's play. With a slight tilt of her chin, she thought to herself, how remarkable. I've learned to surf so quickly. I'm truly impressive. Unbeknownst to her, Watayu had sidled up and was clapping enthusiastically, showering her with praise. Bravo. Such delightful words come without cost. The young man spoke rapidly, his ears flushed, his celestial eyes shimmering with excitement. It's not too bad, haha, Damiya replied, one hand on her hip, waving the other dismissively, her demeanor calm while internally reveling in the compliments. The wind is gentle today. Let us go skydiving later. It'll be exhilarating, Watayu suggested, feeling a bit fatigued as he reclined on the surfboard. He let the waves buffet the board, savoring the gentle undulations of the sea, his left hand absently splashing the water, thoroughly relaxed. Sounds good, Damiya nodded in agreement. Observing Watayu's carefree posture piqued her curiosity, and she bent her knees to mimic him. However, just then, a wave crashed over, causing her to lose her balance and tumble into the water. Though she was unbothered by the water, her feline instincts kicked in, and she panicked, her fur bristling. Before she could retrieve her wand amidst the splashing, a strong hand grasped her wrist, yanking her above the surface. A warm embrace encircling her waist as they returned to the surfboard. Sitting atop the board, Damiya coughed out water, her hair drenched and clinging to her body. Elongated eyelashes glistening with droplets, water tracing down her cheeks to her collarbone. A comforting hand gently swept aside her wet bangs, steadying her shoulder and patting her back. At that moment, Damiya experienced an unfamiliar sense of security, something quite foreign to her, having grown up in solitude. Oh dear, Damiya. You must listen carefully before getting on the board. Look, your board is drifting away. The rope on your foot is firmly attached to it. Watayu's teasing voice contrasted sharply with his gentle actions as he playfully tugged at the white rope around her ankle. Caught off guard, Damiya found herself unable to express her gratitude, the comforting feeling dissipating in an instant. With a sulky expression, she shrugged off Watayu's hand, wiped her face, and attempted to return to her board. Grasping the rope tethered to her foot, she endeavored to retrieve the drifting surfboard. Hey, Damiya. I've called Yuwari to bring the yacht over. If you thrash about, you'll fall back in. Watayu, momentarily bewildered, urged her to reconsider her actions. The two were precariously balanced on the long board. Any slight misstep could result in a spill, while he was indifferent. It seemed that Damiya had a genuine fear of the water. Humph, Damiya huffed, remaining silent as she pulled out her wand from her space, channeling her magic to cast a freezing spell upon the sea. Instantly, a section of the azure ocean froze over, creating a solid area for Damiya to stand upon. Watayu gaped at the sight of the frozen surfboard and the yacht nearby, sensing the need for discretion. After a morning filled with playful antics, the group climbed aboard the yacht, collapsing onto the soft seats as they awaited their meal. Damiya playfully swatted away Watayu, who attempted to squeeze beside her. Brandishing her sharp nails, Watayu, with a thick skin, flashed a radiant and endearing smile, inching closer once more. After a prolonged observation, Suguru could no longer tolerate the scene and yanked Watayu back. Watayu, think about why you're being excluded, he murmured, pointing a finger disapprovingly. What? Watayu pouted, blowing air out like a goldfish, not admitting that he was hoping to catch Damiya's attention. Yet, Suguru had already seen through him, as he was the unfortunate bystander caught in the crossfire of their quarrels. Chapter 25, The Abandoned Shrine. Dear friends, has anyone ever experienced the sensation of soaring with the waves only to crash onto a hard, icy surface? Watayu exclaimed, feeling his head throb as he slid several meters before plummeting back into the water, unable to halt his momentum. Watayu laughed heartily, his typically serene demeanor faltering for a moment as he rose, leading to a raucous scuffle between them that nearly capsized the boat. During the chaos, Damiya discreetly bestowed a blessing upon Suguru, her subtle actions unnoticed by the six-eyed onlooker, inciting Watayu's irritation. Watayu, consider why you're being ostracized, Suguru pointed out, his tone serious. Ultimately, the trio was unable to partake in skydiving, as they received an urgent summons from the Directors' Council just after returning from the beach. It felt as though only he and Suguru were alive within the sorcery world. Then let us perish, Watayu grumbled, lounging like a lord in the car seat, one foot resting on the central armrest, his long legs occupying half the space. Suguru remained silent, contemplative. They had spent months on back-to-back missions and had only managed a single day of leisure on this trip. Finally, he sighed, addressing Watayu, please refrain from speaking so negatively. Damiya sat quietly in the passenger seat, her snow-white cat ears perked back, listening to their exchange, her slender fingers fiddling with the bow on her chest, her emerald eyes following the retreating scenery. These two really have lovely temperaments, she mused, or perhaps they were deliberately molded to never oppose the Directors' Council. Watayu, feeling agitated, ruffled his hair, catching a glimpse of Damiya in the front seat, deciding to set aside his frustrations. Hey, Damiya, let us go together. I'm so curious about your strength, the white-haired youth said, leaning closer to the passenger seat and lightly tapping Damiya's pale pink skirt. Sure, I'm curious too. Damiya nodded, her cat ears perked with interest. She had long been intrigued by cursed spirits, wondering if light-based magic would inflict additional harm on beings born from negative emotions. With her magic reserves still plentiful, she felt ready for some fun. Suguru, nearly squished against the car window, chuckled and threw a playful punch at Watayu. Shift your lofty behind a bit, Watayu. After a while, Watayu brought them to an abandoned shrine, setting up camp outside while awaiting further news. Damiya twirled her now miniature wand, which had shrunk to the size of a keychain, and boldly stepped into the web-laden, deserted shrine. 2 days prior, 6 young adventurers ventured into an abandoned shrine, only to vanish upon ascending the mountain. After the hotel reported the incident, multiple traces of curses were detected, indicating the presence of a cursed spirit nest. According to the task information on my phone, muttered Suguru Geto, the director has the audacity to label these low-tier cursed spirits as mere level 2 threats, treating them as if they were level 1 challenges. Wataru Watanabe scoffed in response. Damiya closed her eyes to attune her senses. As a light mage, she effortlessly perceived the pervasive dark and negative emotions swirling around the shrine. The cursed spirits are scattered, she murmured. Then let's clear this area, shall we, Naya-chan? Wataru Watanabe replied, flexing his wrists. He attempted to approach Damiya, while Suguru Geto put away his phone and summoned a cursed spirit. In that fleeting moment, an unexpected shift occurred. The space around them distorted like an old television with no signal, and with a resonant hum, Wataru and Suguru vanished from sight, leaving Damiya intrigued as she observed her surroundings. A teleportation array? Space magic? They aim to take us down one by one. This is intriguing. What comes next? Just then, a thick, turbulent black mist surged forth, and a monstrous beast with 3 heads lunged from the shadows, reeking of blood. Damiya deftly grasped her wand, which shrank to the size of a keychain, and as her magical energy surged, it reverted to its original form. The golden gem atop her silver wand gleamed, and she swiftly cast a spell of agility, retreating gracefully on her toes, narrowly evading the beast's ferocious assault. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. With a roar of frustration, the 3-headed beast glared at Damiya, its sharp, ivory teeth dripping with crimson blood, its claws and body stained. It seemed that those intruders had met a dire fate, perhaps toying with these cursed spirits before their demise. Damiya gleaned much from her observations, her emerald eyes deepening with insight. Let's test a flashbang spell, she decided, raising her wand. A complex array of magical symbols rapidly formed behind her, and with a resounding boom, a beam of white light erupted forth. The luminous wave reached the beast in an instant, prompting it to swiftly pivot in an attempt to evade. However, the speed of the light was astonishing, ultimately severing its tail. The level 1 cursed beast howled in agony, its pain igniting a frenzied rage as it turned its focus on Damiya, charging forward with powerful strides. In the moment of severing the beast's tail, Damiya sensed an inexplicable surge of magical energy flowing into her, replenishing her expenditure from the flashbang spell. She raised an eyebrow, channeling her energy to conduct a thorough internal check, confirming no harm was present, and could barely contain her excitement, her ears twitching in delight. If only her feline tail could manifest now, it would surely sway joyfully. She had previously worried about how to replenish her magical energy. Relying solely on potions would have been a glaring vulnerability. Thus, when confronting this cursed spirit, she had only cast a single flashbang spell, never having endured such indignity. For she was cherished by the light element. A comprehensive assault was what she craved, now that she understood that defeating cursed spirits could restore her energy. Damiya felt an urge to leap for joy. With a knowing smile, she gazed at the frantically charging beast. Once more, a luminous magic array materialized behind her, this time remaining steadfast rather than dissipating after a single strike. With a series of explosive bursts, it unleashed a torrent of flashbang spells. Waves of light cascaded over the three-headed beast, completely severing both its advance and retreat. Amidst its anguished cries, the beast became a bloodied mess, its mind racing back to the humans it had previously tormented. No, I will not succumb like those weak, fragile beings. The beast's dark eyes glinted as it unleashed an invisible wave towards the airborne Damiya. In an instant, the weightlessness conferred by her agility spell vanished, and she plummeted downwards. As the wave struck Damiya, she felt as if the world had abruptly come to a standstill, time itself frozen. She lost control over her body. With a furious roar, the three-headed beast finally recalled the lurking cursed spirit and signaled frantically. The ambushing cursed spirit leapt from its hiding place, raising its blade-like arms to strike like an arrow. A resounding clang echoed, akin to metal striking stone, as the blade of the cursed spirit was halted by a golden barrier, unable to breach its defenses. The charging three-headed beast was similarly restrained. Regaining control of her body, the golden-haired girl with animal ears casually sat up, fixing her disheveled hair. She regarded the two malevolent spirits before her and mockingly inquired, "Do you not understand that one must set up defenses before engaging in combat? Apologies, but you cannot breach my defenses." With a flourish of her wand, a colossal golden halo expanded rapidly from her form, radiating an irresistible divine aura that forcibly repelled the two cursed spirits several meters back. The already dilapidated shrine suffered further damage as the two cursed spirits crashed through its walls, sending them sprawling outside. Divine Light's wrath. Once a safe distance was established, Damiya pressed her advantage, her agility spell enveloping her as she soared after the three-headed beast. "You old fool, dare to ambush me? I'll obliterate you first." The magic array encircled her, and she unleashed a relentless barrage of spells. Countless waves of light erupted from the array, transforming the sky into a tapestry of luminous points. The three-headed beast roared defiantly, yet it stood no chance against her overwhelming power. With a resounding crack, the beast collapsed to the ground. The cursed spirit, having sensed impending doom, fled 100 meters away, glancing back in sheer terror. It hastily accelerated its escape. "Oh dear, you've run quite far," Damiya remarked, hovering in the air, her left hand shielding her eyes as she peered ahead. Now for a decisive blow. A complex, ancient magic array materialized above the fleeing cursed spirit. Unnoticed by it, with a flick of her wand, a massive beam of light descended with a thunderous crash, obliterating the cursed spirit in an instant. It was engulfed by an energy so intense that it rendered even the act of moving its toes impossible, leaving it breathless. Minor divine judgment. After a second of radiant impact, Damiya withdrew her magical energy, causing the array to dissipate into countless shimmering fragments. This scene was both beautiful and sacred, as if a deity were extending compassion to the world below. The duo from the DK group, having just emerged from another dimension, witnessed the entire judgment, their previously agitated emotions soothed by the divine spectacle. "Such power," Suguru murmured, gazing upward in awe. "Naya-chan is truly remarkable," Wataru exclaimed exuberantly, scanning the surroundings with excitement. Under the scrutiny of his 6 eyes, he sensed a pervasive layer of energy enveloping them, potent yet gentle, soothing their tumultuous emotions. They had been furious when transported away, realizing that the cunning cursed spirits had intended to separate them and strike them down one by one. How could they trust Naya-chan to face the cursed spirits alone, just after regaining her human form? Enraged, he and Suguru Geto unleashed a tempest of destruction within the alternate realm, swiftly uncovering the mastermind behind the chaos. After delivering a thorough beating, they shattered the fabric of the space. To their astonishment, Miao-chan's actions were even swifter. How remarkable! Upon hearing the voice of Satoru Gojo, Damiya pinpointed the location of the two, waving her hand towards them from a distance, reassuredly stating, "I haven't killed anyone." Suguru summoned the rainbow dragon, beckoning his friend to join him, and in a flash, they soared to Damiya's side. He graciously accepted the cursed spirit bound by the girl as magic, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "No worries, it was but a trivial task," Damiya responded, brushing off the dust from her lovely pink skirt. "Ugh, that nauseating director. I dressed up so beautifully to come out and enjoy, yet they shoved a task at me. Be careful next time. Miao-chan, how did you accomplish that? Your abilities are so unique. Unlike any cursed energy I've encountered," Satoru exclaimed, his voice dripping with excitement as he approached Miao-chan, his curiosity piqued. As the 6 eyes of the Gojo clan, he was treated like royalty at home, with access to any repository of knowledge. He had heard of yokai, cursed spirits, and priestesses, yet Miao-chan's powers were utterly foreign to him. How shall I put it? You see, Miao-chan, you are a priestess who derives strength from your faith in the divine. Your world is one of swords and sorcery, correct? Are there dragons? Miao-chan, like the enormous ones? Satoru, still in his adolescent phase, spoke with eyes aglow. The 4 of them gathered in Satoru's room after completing their task, seated on the carpet, indulging in snacks and casual conversation. "Is there a world with deities?" Suguru asked as he slurped soba noodles, having returned home ravenous after a day of minimal sustenance. "Are there many priests? How delightful." Glasses-clad Kinji raised a can of drink, eagerly consuming it. Without carbohydrates, her busy life would be unbearable. "Indeed, there are dragons, elves, dwarfs, beast folk, and humans. All of them," Damiya replied, munching on fruit and cheese pizza, taking a brief respite to answer. "There are deities, as well as many priests, mages, and knights. But I am an anomaly. I do not worship any god." "Huh." Kinji turned to look at the golden-haired girl, her mind racing with possibilities. "Our world is not as peaceful as yours. The divide between nobles and commoners is stark. I grew up in a slum, and the idea of believing in a deity that merely stands by while I suffer is laughable," Damiya remarked playfully, tilting her head and flicking her cat ears. She reached for another box of pizza, this one featuring a black pepper beef flavor. "So how did Miao-chan transcend the divine to gain her abilities?" Satoru inquired, encouragingly, as he stuffed sweets into his mouth, occasionally being interrupted by Damiya. "Perhaps the deity is unhinged," Damiya bluntly replied. "So many people worship him, yet he ignores them. As for me, a non-believer who sneaks into the temple for food, he found me intriguing, and then he descended upon me, granting me a mark. And thus I acquired the opportunity to wield magic." "Ah, I see. Woman, you have captured my attention," Kinji summarized, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "Oh, I know. That's the popular trope of the domineering CEO," Satoru mused, his mind racing with thoughts. "Is the deity truly so capricious?" Suguru remarked, his eyes wide with newfound understanding. He too recognized the trope. "Huh, the Zero-G world?" Damiya was left utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the inside joke shared by her friends. After satisfying their appetites, the 4 collaborated to tidy up the living room, preparing to return to their respective dorms for rest. However, as Damiya followed Kinji out, someone displayed an expression of abandonment. "Miao-chan, are you really leaving me?" Satoru pouted, his brilliant eyes shimmering with unshed tears, his flawless visage appearing fragile. Chapter 27, Gifts for Everyone. "Move aside," Kinji exclaimed as she unceremoniously shoved aside the person blocking the doorway, gleefully pulling Damiya along. "Humph, Satoru Gojo, I can't compete with you as a cat. How could I possibly compete with you in human form? Goodbye." Damiya waved to the 2 boys. She would be sharing a bed with Kinji for the night, planning to prepare her living essentials the following day. "Goodbye, Miao-chan," Satoru bid her farewell, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Goodbye," Suguru pocketed his hands and retreated to his room, uninterested in engaging with his playful friend. The next day, Satoru Yaga presented Damiya with her freshly minted identification and uniform, confirming that her enrollment procedures were complete. "Thank you." Damiya softly expressed her gratitude, carrying her belongings next door to try on her new outfit. "Not bad at all," Satoru Gojo remarked, casting a rare glance at Satoru Yaga. Typically, he would dismiss those sent by the elders with a curt attitude, but after observing Yaga over the past 2 days, he considered the possibility of forming a more amicable rapport. "It is my duty as a subordinate," Satoru Yaga replied, his face flushing with pride at the compliment, departing with a clumsy gait after delivering the items. As for the rapid processing of the paperwork, it was, of course, due to the power of wealth. "Is Damiya going to the first year?" Suguru inquired. "No, she'll be in our class. With Miao-chan's prowess. It would be a waste for her to be in the first year," Satoru responded, engrossed in his game. True, the two continued their gaming session, only lifting their heads when they heard the footsteps of the 2 girls entering the room. Damiya walked in on the left, standing at an impressive height of 1.7 meters, a rarity among girls. She adjusted her wind-tousled platinum hair, her mixed heritage features radiant in the sunlight. Her uniform bore a resemblance to Western styles, featuring a short skirt beneath a blouse, with a short cape draped over her shoulders, all in the unified blue and black colors of the school. Kinji walked beside her, giggling in delight at the sight of the beauty. Finally, she could have a female classmate. She had grown weary of the 2 obnoxious boys. Satoru was momentarily entranced, realizing that Damiya's vibrant and striking style was a stark contrast to the typically negative aura surrounding sorcerers. Sugiru's gaze was filled with admiration. He politely averted his eyes after a brief glance. "What do you think? This style was chosen by me and Mimi together." The 2 girls found an empty sofa to sit on, with Kinji crossing her arms in pride. "It's beautiful. Absolutely stunning," Satoru exclaimed. His face flushed as he openly expressed his awe, genuinely complimenting her. "It suits Damiya perfectly," Suguru nodded in agreement. "Thank you." Damiya smiled, graciously accepting their compliments. "You can just call me Mia, Suguru." This was how her friends from another world addressed her, and she couldn't be bothered to correct Satoru's name. After all, Satoru is a term of endearment. Suguru smiled warmly, retrieving a gift bag from behind him and presenting it to Damiya. "Mia-chan, this is a mobile phone. A very convenient communication tool in this world. We appreciate your efforts in clearing our negative states. Please do not refuse this gift." Damiya looked at Suguru in surprise, reaching out to accept it as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Suguru. I've always been curious about this device. Miao-chan, this is the documentation prepared for you. These items are indispensable in the human world. I've had Yaga assist in getting everything ready." Satoru winked at the girl, handing her an envelope. There is also a card inside. "Suguru and I deposited the reward from our last mission into it. 6 figures. The password is 4 6s. He and Suguru had discussed it, deciding that since Damiya contributed the most to this mission, all the reward would go to her card. Damiya expressed her gratitude as she received the document bag, perusing its contents with curiosity. She then took out her bank card and phone, placing them together as she examined them with the inquisitiveness of a kitten exploring a new environment, poking and prodding at everything around her. Observing this scene, Wataru's gaze softened, and he squeezed in beside the girl, playfully declaring, "I've prepared a gift for you too, Nyanko." The boy retrieved a delicate little box from his pants pocket and gently placed it in Damiya's palm. She looked up at him, his eyes, as radiant and pure as the sky, fixated on her with a hint of anticipation. "Thank you, Wataru," she whispered, carefully unwrapping the box. She revealed a string of jade beads, glistening a rich green, perfectly rounded and of exceptional purity. At the end of the bracelet hung 2 slightly darker jade beads, intricately engraved with delicate incantations. The hue of the jade matched Damiya's own eye color, evoking her image instantly. Slipping the bracelet onto her left wrist, she gave it a gentle shake. It fit perfectly. "It's beautiful," she exclaimed. "It's a charm against controlling techniques. The moment I saw it, I thought of you, Nyanko." "It suits you splendidly," Wataru remarked, his gaze inadvertently drifting to her slender, fair wrist adorned with the jade bracelet, enhancing her already luminous complexion. For reasons unknown, he suddenly cleared his throat. Summer Oil peered over, astonished at Wataru's display of emotional intelligence. He had assumed Wataru lacked such depth. "Oh, look at you, Wataru," chimed the ever-curious Glass, who sat on the other side of Damiya, relishing the unfolding drama. "What a generous gift. Charms of this caliber are notoriously expensive and hard to come by. What gives? The Wataru family isn't lacking in charms. It's merely a gift for our new classmate." "For our new classmate," Wataru reiterated emphatically. All right, Glass replied, rising to fetch a box from behind the sofa and placing it before Damiya. "This is my gift for you, Mimi. It's a new creation from a master craftsman I've been waiting to give you. Take a look and see if you like it." Damiya nodded with a smile, unwrapping the package to unveil a creamy cloud-shaped handbag, complete with charming wavy lines, plump and adorable, yet spacious enough to hold her belongings. "Wow!" Damiya exclaimed, instantly captivated by the delightful bag, which could also serve as a cover for her personal space. She gazed at the pile of gifts nearly filling the sofa, her ears twitching with joy, tears welling in her eyes. The little kitten was known for acting on impulse. Damiya turned and leaped into Glass's embrace, rubbing her cheek against hers, exclaiming, "I'm so glad to have met you all. Glass, Wataru, and Jet, thank you. I promise to protect you and ensure no one bullies you. With our combined strength, who could possibly challenge us?" Wataru retorted, pouting slightly. They were an unbeatable team, especially with Glass, the supportive healer, and now with Nyanko joining their ranks. Wataru, Jet nudged him, feeling the urge to remind him to remain humble after yesterday's events. Chapter 28. The Machinations of the Directors' Council. Kyoto Directors' Council. Damiya followed Wataru through the entrance of the traditional Japanese residence, surveying the ancient wooden courtyard. This place emanated an atmosphere reminiscent of a decaying nobleman's manor. With Jet and Glass preoccupied, Wataru was tasked with accompanying Damiya to the council for her sorcerer's credentials. In the sorcery realm, not only did acquiring a sorcerer's license require a recommendation, but advancing to higher levels necessitated endorsements from high-ranking sorcerers as well. The restrictions on sorcerers were truly pervasive, Damiya mused. Come on, Nyanko, Nanami, and the others will be back soon. Once you finish your sorcerer credentials, we must surprise them. Wataru chuckled at the thought of a humorous scene. Just revealing my healing abilities will suffice, Wataru, Damiya replied with a mischievous smile, relishing the chance to play the role of an underdog. The cat-eared girl casually glanced at Wataru's sunglasses, a glimmer of insight flashing in her eyes. Ha ha ha, I get it. The silver-haired boy signaled, having caught on to her intentions. As they exchanged light-hearted banter, they traversed the path leading to the main house. Along the way, they encountered several sorcerers, some impeccably dressed, casting wary glances at Wataru, while others, clad more casually, followed his movements with interest. A few, upon spotting Wataru's distinctive white hair from a distance, bowed in reverence. In this diverse tapestry of humanity, Damiya remained unnoticed, relishing the opportunity to observe the sorcery world from the sidelines. Mr. Wataru, are you here to register this individual as a sorcerer and apply for a first-level sorcerer qualification? Inquired a gaunt, sharp-featured middle-aged man, glancing skeptically at the beast-eared girl behind Wataru. With all due respect, if Nyanko can heal wounds, is there any issue with applying for a first-level sorcerer qualification? Wataru retorted impatiently, tapping on the sturdy wooden table. He had maintained a stern demeanor since entering the main house. Heal wounds. Is she the second individual capable of healing others with reverse techniques? The middle-aged man asked incredulously, shifting his attitude towards Damiya to one of eager accommodation as he arranged for her testing. Once preparations were complete, the man led Damiya to the testing room entrance, with Wataru following closely behind. The room was adorned with a circular archway and tall screens that obscured the figures inside. The middle-aged man bowed to the individuals within before turning to Damiya, instructing, "Your task is to heal the wounds of those present in this room. The council will assess your level based on the effectiveness of your treatment. Mr. Wataru, the main house has prepared refreshments for you. Please wait here for a moment." The middle-aged man continued, clearly eager to please the esteemed sorcerer. Having filled out the necessary paperwork, Wataru hardly paid any more attention to the man, instead leaning toward Damiya and saying, "Nyanko, I'll be waiting here for you. Just take a few minutes." Damiya nodded, crossing past the middle-aged man and entering the room. Her demeanor relaxed and at ease, even without her wand. The ignored middle-aged man scowled, unable to confront Wataru, and fixed a fierce glare on Damiya, plotting how to deal with her later. With his 6 eyes, Wataru certainly noticed the man's change in expression. He glanced down at him, his celestial gaze cold and filled with malice. The middle-aged man, meeting Wataru's eyes, trembled and collapsed to his knees, pleading for mercy. Wataru uninterestedly withdrew his gaze, pulling out his phone to pass the time. Behind the screens, a voice commanded, "You are the new reverse technique user? Utilize your ability." The sorcerer seated in the foremost position scrutinized the girl with murky eyes, pausing briefly on her pristine cat ears, as if appraising her worth. The sorcery world was rife with beastly forms and mechanical augmentations. A person sporting a pair of cat ears was hardly remarkable. However, the ears were quite well stitched together. The young masters of the Zenin family would surely find them appealing. The remaining scattered, injured individuals remained silent, assessing her worth. Damiya furrowed her brow, her ears tilted back in irritation. The familiar stench of decay was nauseating. Let's observe for a moment. If these people are as formidable as the Cardinal, a 1 versus many scenario offers little advantage. Suppressing her agitation, she stealthily approached the center of the room. Radiant golden specks began to materialize from the air, encircling the golden-haired maiden, flickering like a projection of a resplendent galaxy. Healing magic. Damiya wielded her healing spell, directing it into the bodies of the wounded one by one. From minor scratches to horrific injuries, healing them at a visibly rapid pace until they returned to their original state. From the moment she entered until the treatment concluded, No more than 3 minutes had elapsed. After surveying the room and confirming that everyone had healed, she prepared to depart, only to be called back by Zen and Yuri, who occupied the main seat. "This isn't a spell, is it?" Zen and Yuri inquired leisurely as he checked his thigh for healing. He sensed no fluctuations of cursed energy from Damiya, nor were there any remnants of spellcasting in the air. Most importantly, this woman's abilities rivaled that of reversal techniques. Only the sorceress, Kaori, possessed the unique capability to use reversal techniques to heal others. Being the sole practitioner, the three prominent families engaged in endless debate, ultimately placing her at a high rank within the sorcerer hierarchy, achieving a temporary balance. Now, with the emergence of a second individual with healing capabilities, the Zenin family must possess her. "As long as you can heal wounds," Damiya replied coldly, her cat ears twitching impatiently, as if signaling the depletion of her patience. She was acutely aware of their calculating gazes, yet these old-fashioned individuals failed to comprehend her feline-like reactions, or perhaps they understood but chose to disregard them. Boldly, "You employ no cursed energy. What is the purpose of your infiltration into the sorcerer realm?" Zen and Yuri exclaimed angrily, pointing at Damiya. He stood up, exuding the aura of a first-level sorcerer. With his movement, the others in the room immediately stood, brandishing weapons at Damiya. "Huh?" Damiya questioned with a bewildered expression, thinking they could have chosen a better excuse for their provocation. She soon realized that the middle-aged man was merely a lackey, having reported her healing abilities to the Zenin family upon hearing of her arrival. Who wouldn't want to claim a healer for themselves? Especially when the sorcerer world had only one healer previously. Glancing back, Damiya noticed an unfamiliar talisman had appeared by the screen, likely serving a soundproofing purpose, explaining why Satoru Gojo outside had not detected the commotion within. Chapter 29. Demolishing the Supervisory Council. "So, what do you intend to do?" Damiya raised an eyebrow, hands on her hips, adopting the demeanor of one observing a monkey's antics. The golden-haired maiden stood at the center, surrounded by sorcerers poised to strike. "Swear allegiance to the Zenin family, promising no treachery," Zen and Yuri declared, a determined smile gracing his gaunt face. "You possess considerable beauty. I shall present you as a concubine to young Master Naoya. For someone without a family background, this is a tremendous honor. A healer devoid of combat prowess. What could Satoru Gojo do to protect you? One quick maneuver would suffice to capture you." "Concubine, you say?" Damiya tucked her bangs behind her, her exquisite face betraying no emotion in that instant. Her emerald green eyes narrowed into slits, radiating a fierce, murderous intent. "Let me see what strength you possess. To make me a concubine," the girl exclaimed fiercely, her pristine white staff manifesting from behind her. With a resounding hum, a massive halo emerged, and Damiya unleashed a spell of divine light's fury, casting back her assailants with an irresistible force that sent them tumbling several meters away. Grasping her staff, she swiftly constructed a new spell. Comet's Fall. Cold, shimmering comets appeared from the sky, streaking forth in a cascade of 18, carrying the mysteries and wonders of the cosmos. The comets descended upon Zen and Yuri with a languid grace, one after another, seemingly slow yet propelled forth in an instant, their power immense and thunderous. Zen and Yuri summoned all of his cursed energy to resist the comets, yet he was as powerless as a child playing at roughhousing with an adult. Blood erupted from his body as he was ensnared by the comets, crashing through the wall with no ability to resist, flung away like a mere plaything. Outside, Satoru Gojo looked up in astonishment, witnessing the energy shatter the wall and continue onward for several dozen meters before dissipating. Miao-chan, realizing something was amiss, Satoru Gojo kicked down the screen, shattering the soundproof barrier. He hastily traversed the ruins, finding Damiya unharmed, which steadied his nerves. "I'm fine," Damiya called out. She had not anticipated the weakness of these sorcerers, who were even inferior to the two first-level cursed spirits at the shrine. Had they grown complacent from their comfortable lives? Nevertheless, she had no regrets about taking action. There was no need to conceal her strength from such feeble sorceress elites. "It was my oversight. I did not foresee their audacity," Satoru Gojo remarked, his tone grave and his expression cold. "No, it is not your fault," Damiya interrupted, halting his self-blame. She did not believe this was Satoru Gojo's issue. The organization had long since rotted from within. One could not constantly be on guard against thieves. In a few brief words, Damiya recounted the events that had transpired, her ears twitching in anger. "These people are utterly despicable. How dare they look down on me and regard me as mere merchandise? Gojo, shall we demolish this place?" The little cat inquired, seeking the opinion of the local. "Absolutely. I've been dissatisfied with these rotten oranges for a while, if it weren't for Jet's constant interference." Satoru Gojo flexed his wrists, expressing agreement. He casually flung a burst of cursed energy to intercept a Zenin family member attempting to sneak away to report. Satoru Gojo flashed before the individual, dispatching him with 2 swift movements, smiling as he inquired where he thought he was going. Wait. What do you intend to do? Unjustly killing sorcerers is punishable by death. The Zenin lackey collapsed to the ground, attempting to feign bravado. What? Is it acceptable for you to surround and attack others, yet not allow them to retaliate? Satoru Gojo declared arrogantly, removing his glasses to reveal his dazzling azure eyes to the air. The Zenin lackey, meeting his gaze, could no longer maintain his facade, collapsing into unconsciousness. Boom. The incessant sound of explosions reverberated throughout the supervisory council, as the typically lethargic family sorcerers exerted themselves to escape. The civilian sorcerers had already fled at the first sound of the explosion, now standing at a distance, craning their necks to watch the spectacle. Satoru Gojo. What do you intend to do? Cease this at once. Do you wish to level this place? An elder from the Kumo family leaped forth, placing himself before Satoru Gojo, angrily pointing and berating him. The other Kumo members stood behind, observing him with the eyes of warriors. Let's talk. Get lost. You have 5 minutes. If those inside do not come out, the building will vanish along with them. The boy clad in a deep blue uniform gestured as if invoking a spell, successfully frightening them into retreat. Beside him, Damiya, donned in a matching uniform, raised her staff, her pristine white magical array prepared. She had even independently learned to set a 5-minute countdown on her phone, displaying the screen to others, urging them to watch the numbers dwindle. This was the fate that awaited those who dared to bully a healer. Satoru Gojo. You are also one of the esteemed 3 families. How can you treat the Director's Council in such a manner? Satoru Gojo. The elder of the Zenin family seethed with impotent rage. His aged visage contorted into a mass of wrinkles. Though he dared not intervene directly, he could only voice his discontent. As long as one possesses sufficient strength. What is there that cannot be done? Damiya retorted, having gleaned much during her time in her feline form. The fantastical energy transcended authority, even that of royalty. In her original world, individuals like Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto possessed abilities that could grant them access to the highest echelons of society, revered by countless admirers. Yet, in this distorted sorcery realm, it was a different story. A significant portion of the arduous tasks within the sorcery world were handled by these 2, laboring tirelessly. Despite being among the most formidable sorcerers, they were summoned at will, dispatched on various missions, perpetually at the beck and call of others, devoid of any semblance of authority. Upon arriving at the Director's Council today, Damiya observed numerous family sorcerers leisurely strolling about, flaunting their qualifications as 1st and 2nd-tier sorcerers, basking in the luxury provided by their families. Reflecting on this, Damiya cast a scornful glance at Satoru Gojo. You are a sorcerer of a prominent family. Why do you wield no power at all, Satoru Gojo? Have you been rendered useless? She exclaimed. And Suguru Geto, as the leader of the common sorcerers. You bear no semblance of leadership, reduced to being a mere workhorse. The little cat felt increasingly suffocated by these thoughts. Satoru Gojo, bewildered by her accusatory gaze, tilted his head innocently at Damiya, silently inquiring if something was amiss. Nothing, she retorted, turning away to dismiss his playful demeanor. Raising her phone to reveal the countdown timer aimed at the sorcerers gathered before the building. Today, let these rotten vermin witness a spectacle. 50 seconds left. Satoru proclaimed loudly upon seeing the screen. Satoru Gojo. How dare you? Zenin Yuri, who had finally managed to stagger over, exclaimed, bloodied and with a grotesquely twisted left hand. His face distorted with malice. Chapter 30, Apology. Sorcerers truly possess remarkable resilience, the blonde girl observed, her fluffy ears perked up with interest. It seems that is the only redeeming quality these old fogies possess. Satoru ignored Yuri, forming hand seals to unleash his technique, as a brilliant azure light began to coalesce. 20 seconds, he announced, counting down as the azure energy grew larger in his grasp. Satoru Gojo. Yuri repeated in a mechanical tone, now reduced to mere shouting with little else he could do. The pampered elder, who had just been bloodied by Damiya, stood there merely putting on a facade of strength. 10 seconds. Damiya exclaimed excitedly, shaking her phone. The magic circle behind her had begun to lock onto its target. No, you cannot do this. The Director's Council will punish you, shouted an elder of the council, unable to accept the reality of the situation. 3. Satoru Gojo. 2. Damiya. 1. They both echoed in unison. A massive azure blast, infused with countless explosive orbs, surged forth, hurtling towards the ancient building. The sorcerers, who had previously been fervent in their indignation, scattered like frightened rabbits, fleeing with extraordinary speed. Their lack of competence and power was overshadowed only by their remarkable ability to escape. The onlooking common sorcerers, who had positioned themselves at a distance, wore expressions of disappointment. Having expected these elders, who usually wielded their authority with arrogance, to display some semblance of courage. At the rear of the crowd, a pale-faced man watched Damiya and Satoru intently, a strange glimmer flickering in his eyes. With a thunderous crash that echoed delightfully, the two jubilantly exchanged high-fives. "Well done, Miao-chan!" Satoru exclaimed, reveling in the destruction of the main building. "This place has never been a source of joy for me throughout my life." "Pleasant collaboration," Damiya replied, her initial irritation dissipating. "This individual is rather impressive. I shall call upon him for future endeavors. I find the other structures of the Director's Council equally displeasing. Why not demolish them as well?" Satoru mused, eyeing the surrounding wooden edifices, itching for further destruction. "Let us make it a thorough job," Damiya swiftly added, sharing a conspiratorial smile with him. The members of the Director's Council, sensing something amiss, were thrown into a state of panic. Having already demolished one building, why would they stop there? "Contact Nagi Yoshinari immediately. We need him here." Someone finally remembered Satoru's homeroom teacher. Yes, Nagi Yoshinari. Hurry and call him." By the time Nagi Yoshinari arrived on the scene, Satoru and Damiya had already brought down 5 buildings, and they had done so with considerable restraint. Watching these old fools flail about is quite entertaining, Satoru remarked. Nagi Yoshinari surveyed the extensive ruins, nearly forgetting what the Director's Council had originally looked like. He clutched his chest, feeling a twinge of anguish. In a remote attic of the council, an elder slammed his palm against the wooden table, shouting, "You are utterly vile. Satoru, as one of the esteemed 3 families, how dare you humiliate the Director's Council in such a way?" Elder Kumo nearly leapt from his seat, restrained only by the intervention of his colleagues. Satoru, donning sunglasses, lounged against a wooden chair, his long legs casually resting on the table, observing the elders in a state of frenzy. "Miao-chan is a registered healer I brought along. If the Zenin family dares to act against her in my presence, they ought to brace themselves for the consequences," he said with a bemused smile directed at Yuri. Bloodied and bandaged after a second beating, Yuri rose with a grim expression, muttering incoherently, "Satoru, you're being absurd." Indeed, before Nagi Yoshinari arrived, Satoru and Damiya had managed to inflict another beating upon him. "Oh!" Damiya flexed her fist, causing Yuri to shrink back in trepidation. "Even so, you cannot openly tarnish the reputation of the Director's Council." Elder Kumo tempered his tone. "Now that the damage has been done, what is the point of further discussion? If there are any dissenters, I am more than willing to engage." Satoru clicked his tongue dismissively, concluding the matter. Through this experience, he had come to an implicit understanding. The Director's Council thrived only because he and Suguru Geto undertook the most challenging tasks. So why should they be treated with disdain? At worst, I could simply follow in the footsteps of Yuki Tsukumo and refuse to accept any missions, he mused. "How dare you be so presumptuous?" Yuri seethed, his frustration boiling over. "The sorcery world should be governed by strength. If you have any objections, let us settle them in the arena." Damiya scoffed at their reasoning, unperturbed as an outsider to their world. "Indeed, don't try to preach to me. You were the ones who initiated this." Satoru leaned against Damiya, grinning. Nagi Yoshinari remained silent, realizing it was best not to involve himself in the conflict between the 3 families. Meanwhile, Damiya stoked the flames of discord. The elder from the Gojo family cleared his throat, stating, "This incident was instigated by the Zenin family. Let us leave it at that." He made no mention of Yuri's humiliating defeat or the council's ruins. Whoever instigated this mess should bear the financial burden, he concluded, and it was indeed so. As other elders of the Zenin family chimed in agreement. "You all," Yuri's eyes blazed with fury, realizing they intended to pin the losses on him. "Satoru Gojo destroyed so many buildings. I was merely trying to benefit the Zenin family." "Stop embarrassing yourself," Yuri, an elder of the Zenin family, chastised him loudly. "What has done is done. Do you really think you can challenge Satoru to a duel now? Moreover, with that newly arrived reversal technique possessing additional offensive capabilities. Now was not the time to test the waters." Yuri, nearly grinding his yellowed teeth to dust, trembled violently as he surveyed those around the table, watching the spectacle unfold. "Yes, I will take responsibility for the damages," he finally muttered, bowing his head in resignation. Damiya watched Zen and Yuri with great interest, pondering that after this incident, those individuals would certainly think twice before attempting to harm Shoko again. "Moreover, it appears that beyond compensation, you have yet to offer me an apology." The young girl toyed with her platinum blonde hair, delivering her sharp retort. No one would dare underestimate Damiya, this formidable presence, a healer with an offensive capability. And there was also Satoru Gojo, clearly adopting a protective stance. Moments ago, during the internal conflict among the 3 families, Yaga Seigo remained silent, while she audaciously interjected into the conversation multiple times. No one spoke up for Zen and Yuri. In fact, they cast reproachful glances in his direction. seemingly questioning why he had yet to apologize and dismiss these two ancestors. Zenin Yuri trembled once more, his crimson eyes scanning the room as if to imprint the faces of these individuals in his memory. I am truly sorry. I have offended you, Miss Damiya. Please forgive me. He bent low, performing a deep bow, nearly touching the ground. Chapter 31, but I really want to see Miao-chan, he exclaimed. Damiya responded coolly. She leaned back in her chair, sitting quite close to Satoru Gojo. The small cat twitched its ears, embodying a mature demeanor that overlooked minor grievances. Let us disperse, Satoru Gojo declared as he picked up his phone and stood, feeling uncomfortable with every passing second in the company of this disreputable group. Damiya rose to follow, and Yaga Seigo bid farewell to the leaders of the directorate, trailing behind the two as they exited the small loft. The moment they stepped out of the directorate, Satoru Gojo reverted to his true self, excitedly bouncing around Damiya, attempting several times to lift her before ultimately restraining himself. Miao-chan, Miao-chan, for the first time, I've gained the upper hand in front of these incompetent fools. Ah, this feels amazing. You've simply suffered from their excessive cultural superiority. Those directorate members are truly weak, Damiya said proudly, her arms crossed, her fluffy ears swaying gently. I've learned something. I'll have to let Megumi do the same when we return. Satoru Gojo nodded vigorously. Standing behind them, Yaga Seigo cleared his throat a couple of times, signaling that he was still present and would appreciate some attention. However, the two youngsters were engrossed in their enthusiastic discussion about how to make the directorate suffer next time, completely ignoring him. Just as Yaga Seigo was about to speak, a female voice called out from a distance. Excuse me, Lord Gojo, Hirabayashi Mika shouted from afar. The auxiliary supervisor and the binding sorcerer Kawaii so ran towards them. Long time no see, Lord Gojo. I suspected you hadn't left yet. So I circled around a few times and, as expected, found you, she said warmly, adjusting her sliding glasses. Hello, everyone, Kawaii, so said quietly, discreetly rearranging his disheveled clothing from running. He seemed a bit socially anxious. Hi, Satoru Gojo replied with a nod. Hello, Damiya waved to greet them, her curiosity piqued. Yaga Seigo acknowledged them with a nod, having never met either of them before. Lord Gojo, we are immensely grateful for your assistance in rescuing us from the cursed spirit. Kawaii so, and I wish to express our heartfelt thanks. And if possible, Hirabayashi Mika spoke quickly, gathering the courage to complete her lengthy sentence. She paused at the end, casting an expectant look at Satoru Gojo. Lord, if you have the time, please consider Kawaii, so hesitantly began to speak, but he was interrupted. Sure. But I'll need to check with everyone to see when they are available, Satoru Gojo cheerfully agreed, winking playfully at Miao-chan. Damiya followed suit and blinked, realizing that these two had not recognized her. Understandably so, given the stark contrast in their appearances. All right, here is my phone number. Please contact me directly once you've decided on a time, Hirabayashi Mika said, hurriedly handing over her prepared contact information. She and Kawaii so had encouraged each other for nearly a week before mustering the courage to invite their saviors to dinner. After all, Satoru Gojo was a sorcerer from a prestigious family, and common sorcerers typically had no interactions with him. Having achieved their goal, Kawaii so followed Hirabayashi Mika, bowing repeatedly as they exited the sight of Satoru Gojo and his group. Once they had departed, Satoru turned back, playfully asking, When are you free, Miao-chan? Let us hang out. Any time works for me, Damiya replied, her hands clasped behind her back, standing on her tiptoes. This was her first time receiving such enthusiastic gratitude. Next time, let us go play video games. I know of a super huge arcade ahem. Yaga Seigo began to cough as a reminder. Apologies, teacher. But it seems those two youngsters still don't see you, Yaga Seigo noted, standing at the back, while Damiya remained oblivious to his presence. As for Satoru Gojo, he might have been pretending not to see him. Gojo, next time, try to be a bit more low-key. Don't confront the directorate unprepared. Yaga Seigo interjected between the two youngsters, carefully organizing his words in a low voice. He understood that his students were all exceptionally talented, each with their own advantages. But given their youth, could they truly surpass those who were nearly buried in the ground? Should they find themselves outmaneuvered, it would indeed be a painful lesson. Satoru Gojo nodded, unusually serious as he responded, I understand, Yaga. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Damiya, Yaga Seigo suggested they discuss further when they reported to school the next day. By the time they returned to school, dinner had long passed. The young Master Gojo, having no desire to go to the cafeteria, had already instructed his assistant to pack dinner for him to take back to the dormitory. Yaga Seigo returned to his home, while Satoru Gojo and Damiya strolled leisurely along the wooded path. As they walked, Damiya suddenly felt a bit out of sorts. Previously, they were always surrounded by a lively group, and now it felt overly quiet. At that moment, a tall, white-haired youth leaned down towards her. his vibrant and clear voice ringing in her ear. "Miao-chan, have you missed me these past few days?" Damiya stopped in her tracks, looking up into Satoru Gojo's captivating azure eyes. She adored the way his eyes sparkled, radiating the warmth and sincerity of youth. Of course not. Shoko is gentle and adorable, and her cooking is absolutely delicious. She grinned, suddenly feeling a mischievous urge to tease him. "Hey," Satoru Gojo pouted, stretching the last syllable, leaning in closer until they were nearly breathing the same air. "But I really miss you, Miao-chan. I'm just so not used to this. Woo-woo. I brought you back, my little cat. Why are you now so close to Shoko?" The boy's tone was pitiful, evoking sympathy. Satoru Gojo struck a pose he deemed most appealing, lowering his gaze as if he were a large white cat that had suffered a grave injustice. The hazy night light bathed his face, accentuating his chiseled features, while the breeze played with the shadows, dancing across his chin and neck. Damiya felt her heart fluttering, entranced by his beauty, her legs slightly trembling. "Ah, how could he know I am powerless against such charm?" She cleared her throat, shaking her ears, uncertain of what to say. After a moment, she took a few steps back. Noticing her movement, Satoru's eyes dimmed with disappointment. He bit his lip and lowered his head, allowing his bangs to obscure his eyes. Unexpectedly, the next moment, he was met with a fluffy face full of cream-colored fur. The boy quickly lifted his head, clumsily catching the small cat leaping into him. Chapter 32, Transform Back into a Cat. "Meow. Seeing your fondness for me, I shall indulge you just this once." Damiya extended her paw, gently patting the boy's head, her expression a mix of playful helplessness. "Meow?" Wataru got teary-eyed with emotion. He truly yearned for Miao-chan. Every night, he returned alone to a cold, desolate dormitory, lying on an icy bed, surrounded by scattered cat toys in the corner. His mind overwhelmed with an influx of information. He affectionately nuzzled the fluffy face of the cat. "Meow?" Damiya looked up and nuzzled back, after living together for so long. She too felt a bit attached to her source of sustenance. However, when in her human form, she often carried an inexplicable burden of image. Perhaps it was due to her prolonged stint as a candidate for the saint. "Come on, Miao-chan, we've received a plethora of new toys in the past few days. I've organized them nicely." "Ah, it must be organized by Yagyu. That's not important. I meticulously selected these just for you." The following day, Damiya awoke from her slumber with a sleepy yawn, her azure eyes shimmering with a glint of drowsiness. She sat up, stretching lazily like a cat, and began to daydream. The room she occupied was the dormitory provided by the school, and due to the low number of students at Jujutsu High, it was a co-ed arrangement. The second-year rooms were located on the second floor, sequentially housing Kiryu-Natsuki, Damiya, an empty room, Wataru, and Suguru. Last night, she had played with her source of sustenance until the early hours, returning through the window at 2 in the morning. When it was time to leave, Wataru had clung to her, unwilling to let go. After all, the little cat was just too adored. Consequently, Damiya slept in until noon, missing breakfast. Though she had never been one for morning meals anyway. After completing her morning routine and changing from her nightgown into her school uniform, she stood before the mirror, admiring her beauty for a moment. "Knock, knock. Miao-chan, let us head to the cafeteria. Everyone's back and throwing a party." Wataru gently tapped at the door, as they were the last to awaken, while the others had already been enjoying themselves for a while. Since it was the weekend with no classes, they could have fun at their leisure. "Coming," Damiya called out cheerfully. She grabbed the cloud-shaped bag gifted by Natsuki and hurried to open the door. The boy stood outside, tall and straight as bamboo, smiling at her. "Miao-chan, Natsuki mentioned you Haven Tea replied to her messages." "Ah." Damiya suddenly recalled her phone, which she had carelessly left in the corner. It seemed to be out of battery. "I'll charge it later. Let us go eat." Wataru playfully pulled her back from her thoughts of charging her phone and ushered her out of the dormitory. Upon entering the cafeteria, the sight of the bustling crowd within took them by surprise. Natsuki, Suguru, Nanami, and others, including 2 unfamiliar faces, Kagurazaka and Mei, were present, clad in matching blue-black uniforms. They were lively, engaging in food fights and playful chases around the table, followed by moments of uproarious arguments, only to reconcile shortly thereafter. The spirited freedom of youth filled the atmosphere. "We're here," Wataru announced loudly. "Mimi's here. Come quickly, I saved you a spot," Natsuki called out, spotting Damiya and beckoning her to sit with her. "Wataru, Miao-chan." Suguru greeted the pair as they joined the table where the boys sat on one side and the girls on the other, the table laden with food and drinks. Damiya joyfully abandoned her source of sustenance and dove into the cluster of girls. Wataru muttered something softly, reluctantly taking a seat among the boys. "Mimi, let me introduce you. This is the third-year Kagurazaka-senpai and Mei-senpai. They just returned from a week-long mission." Natsuki introduced them one by one. "I'm Mei," said the white-haired young lady with a ponytail, her violet eyes and nails exuding an air of mystery. I'm Kagurazaka. Nice to meet you. The girl with straight black hair and bangs added. Her curiosity piqued about Damiya, having long wished to meet the little cat ever since she was just that. I'm Damiya. As she settled beside Natsuki, her hands were soon filled with an array of snacks from the eager girls. The little cat was taken aback, gazing at them in bewilderment. She looked up to meet the inquisitive eyes of three girls. Can you really turn into a cat? Kagurazaka asked, sipping her milk tea. The first to voice her curiosity. I can, Damiya replied. Do you really have multiple abilities? May inquired, posing a question that wouldn't unveil her true capabilities. Indeed. I can heal and deal damage. Oh my goodness, that is amazing. We could team up in the future. Natsuki exclaimed, joyfully embracing Damiya, thrilled to have found a companion. Ha! Damiya returned the hug. Has Wataru caused you much trouble in the past? He can be quite the nuisance, Kagurazaka remarked, seemingly recalling something that made her expression sour. Sometimes, I genuinely want to punch him, Damiya said, raising her fist in a playful gesture. Oh my god, I think the same. Kagurazaka took Damiya's hand, shaking it enthusiastically. Mimi, if you get the chance, you should really give him a good whack. Don't hold back. Remember to take a picture and send it to me. Okay. Damiya giggled. Natsuki and May chimed in, expressing their desire for a copy of the photo as well. It appeared that Wataru had garnered quite a bit of disdain from the girls. You must be jealous that I have such a cute little cat. Wataru suddenly interjected, appearing from the group of girls in a huff. What if Miao-chan grows distant from you? Who is going to take responsibility? Wataru, you scoundrel. Eavesdropping on the girls. Kagurazaka exclaimed, rising from her seat, ready to unleash her technique. Who is eavesdropping? I came to bring Miao-chan some treats. Ugh, you're so conceited, Kagurazaka, Wataru scoffed, crossing his arms and placing the small cake he had brought in front of Damiya. You rascal. Kagurazaka's face flushed with anger, her cursed energy swirling around her as she crushed the microphone in her hand. Kagurazaka, I advise you not to engage Wataru in combat, May interjected calmly. The outcome is predictable. Who can compete with the monsters that are Wataru and Suguru at Jujutsu High? However, that may not be the case anymore. May glanced towards the center of the fray, where the cat-eared girl stood. With the small cake in her hands, Damiya blinked innocently. She stood up and first delivered a light elbow jab to Wataru, reminding him to show respect to the senpai. Then, she dragged the moaning Wataru, feigning tears, back to the boys' side. Once back with the girls, Damiya divided the small cake Wataru had given her into 4 portions for sharing. Don't be upset, Kagurazaka, later. We'll help you deal with him. Damiya spoke softly, soothingly, and soon they had her laughing again. Indeed, it's not worth getting angry over scum, Natsuki said, embracing Kagurazaka. Wow, this little cake is delicious. Kagurazaka pouted after taking a bite, utterly amazed. I'll give it a try, Natsuki said. It's really delicious. May added. It must be some limited edition dessert. Of course it's delicious. They only make 5 servings of limited edition desserts a month. I just got it and sent it to Miao-chan. I didn't even get to eat any myself. Back at the boys' table, Wataru sulked, his cat ears drooping, thinking he might have had more time to converse with Miao-chan. He had prepared himself for compliments. Chapter 33. So what if I'm clingy? The group enjoyed a lively afternoon of play, and by the time they dispersed, they were all exhausted, returning to their respective dorms to catch up on sleep. As Damiya returned to the dormitory after bidding farewell to the busy Natsumi, she was greeted by the sight of Gojo Satoru squatting outside the door. The young boy approached her with an expression of feigned grievance, his tear-filled eyes silently pleading for her attention. What is the matter, Satoru? Damiya asked, scratching her head. I couldn't bring myself to eat that cake, Gojo mumbled as he drew closer. Ah, Damiya recalled the delectable little cake. I gave it to Nico-chan. But she didn't praise me. She elbowed me instead. The fluffy white cat continued to inch closer, directly expressing his discontent. But the songster senpai was also quite upset. Damiya said, her spirits dampened by Gojo's low mood. Nico-chan didn't praise me, Gojo reiterated stubbornly, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. He enjoyed being near Nico-chan, yet he was careful not to invade her personal space since she had transformed into human form. Suddenly enlightened, Damiya tiptoed and gently ruffled the boy's hair before softly saying, Thank you for the little cake, Satoru. I truly liked it. Gojo replied, his cheeks flushing with satisfaction at the compliment. Why are you clingier than a kitten, Satoru? Damiya teased. I am a cat, aren't I? The cat-eared girl quipped. She had once assisted a neighbor with their kittens, recalling how the tiny, soft creatures would cry out plaintively whenever they felt someone drifting away. And what is wrong with being clingy? Gojo asserted, hands on his hips, standing his ground. Damiya erupted into laughter, thoroughly amused by his antics. The following day, Damiya was escorted by Yaga Yoshinobu to a conference room, where they sat facing each other. I am Yaga Yoshinobu, the homeroom teacher for the second-year students. I want to pry further. That's your private matter. If you encounter anyone probing into your abilities, make sure to keep some things to yourself, he advised. Concern lacing his words. Despite knowing that Damiya's strength was on par with Gojo's, he felt compelled to offer additional guidance. I understand, Teacher Yaga. The girl nodded gently in response. Good to see you're a well-behaved girl, Yaga remarked, his gaze softening as he compared her to those two troublesome boys. So, what made you want to become a sorcerer? He inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Damiya replied, because I am curious about the grotesque nature of the sorcery world. Yaga was momentarily taken aback by her candidness. Isn't it quite amusing, teacher? Damiya tilted her head, her pristine cat ears twitching. The disparity between nobles and commoners. The strong and the parasites, the bounty missions monopolized by the elite. I refuse to believe the director doesn't take a cut. Yaga fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Was Damiya wrong in her assertions? No, the sorcery world was indeed a deeply flawed realm. Congratulations, you have qualified. Welcome to Jujutsu High. And congratulations on becoming a first-grade sorcerer, Yaga finally declared. Thank you. By the way, Damiya, could you please inform the third-year songstress and Mei that I will be substituting for the upcoming physical education class? Everyone is to gather on the playground, he added. Sure thing, teacher. Damiya nodded eagerly, bouncing back to the dormitory to relay the message. Before the physical education class, Yaga faced his recurring headache as he prepared for the lesson. The third-year teacher had been called away on a mission, and he was tasked with covering for them. With students from the first to third years present, he wondered if they could manage to maintain order on the two playgrounds. He truly wished to avoid hearing the principal's lamentations once more. On the playground, Gojo and Suguru had already begun their warm-up, engaging in a race to see who could complete more laps before Yaga arrived. Hikari and Nanami stood at the finish line, assisting their seniors in counting laps and wondering how many records would be broken this time. Natsumi, rarely participating in physical education, joined Damiya in stretching and warming up. Meanwhile, the songstress and Mei chatted about the recent excitement in the sorcery black market while waiting for the teacher. Class is starting. Gather around, Yaga called as he approached, taking in the lively scene before him. His heart, which had been anxious, calmed momentarily. Once the students lined up properly, Yaga began to announce the day's activities. In short, the plan was for everyone to team up against Gojo and Suguru. The losing team would have to clean the playground. Under ordinary circumstances, this competition wouldn't be deemed fair. At the very least, they should be separated for a more balanced contest. However, with Damiya now in the mix, Yaga was curious to witness her capabilities. As for the notion of everyone ganging up on those two troublemakers, was there a problem with that? Not at all. The students quickly divided into two groups, facing each other in anticipation of the teacher's signal. Gojo was eager, flexing his wrists, eyes brimming with competitive spirit. Suguru refrained from summoning his cursed spirits just yet, as fairness dictated that they conserve their cursed energy. Damiya, lacking any combat prowess, leisurely sauntered over to Yaga, phone in hand, ready to capture some amusing moments. This is so unfair. I finally get to participate in physical education. She grumbled. Ready? Let the match begin, Yaga declared, folding his arms and projecting his voice. The moment his words echoed, a rainbow dragon burst forth from the swirling black mist, propelling Gojo and Suguru skyward to evade the incoming attacks from their peers. Damiya, missing her chance, swiftly cast a lightweight spell on herself and soared above the crowd. Hot on her heels were a destructive azure spirit and a bundle of tattered long rope cursed spirits. The 100-meter-long rope quivered in the air, unfurling smoothly as it accelerated toward Damiya, intent on ensnaring her. I knew they would target me, Damiya thought, skillfully dodging the two attackers. An ancient spell circle materialized behind her, unleashing 18 resplendent comets that repelled the duo's advance. Comet fall. The playground erupted in a cloud of dust, and Mei summoned a crow to share her perspective, ensuring the onlookers kept their distance to avoid being swept away by Gojo's retaliation. The songstress, along with her two junior companions, sought a safe zone under Mei's cover. How infuriating. These three are sending us flying in aerial combat. How are we supposed to enjoy beating Gojo now? Suguru unleashed a multitude of cursed spirits, the surrounding black mist thickening, giving him the appearance of a final villain from a shounen manga. Gojo mounted one of the flying birds, whispering strategies to Suguru as they prepared to flank Damiya. Concealed among the other cursed spirits, the black-haired boy stealthily summoned his newly acquired three-headed beast spirit, hiding it within the mass of cursed entities. Chapter 34, The Battle Begins. The golden-haired girl gracefully sliced through the encirclement of cursed spirits, surrounded by a myriad of intricate magical circles. One of them continuously launched light bombs, swiftly clearing away any threats that approached within 2 meters of her. Amid the chaos, Damiya seized the opportunity to launch a few more comet falls at the duo, reveling in their frantic attempts to avoid her attacks. Aerial attacks were her favorite. Suguru gasped as he witnessed the depletion of their cursed spirits. Realizing that squaring off against two human artillery pieces like Gojo and Damiya was a significant disadvantage. He dared not calculate how many cursed spirits had been exorcised in just the past 2 minutes. Gojo, controlling the flying bird spirit from above, was empowered by his 6 eyes, ensuring he seized the perfect moment to provoke the little cat. Damiya felt the pressure mounting as she was persistently harassed, and in a moment of distraction, she was ensnared by the lurking long rope spirit. The long black cord forcefully dragged the individual towards the pile of cursed spirits, twisting into a helix to evade the onslaught of light explosion techniques, the diminutive and supple body proving exceedingly difficult to strike. How infuriating! Damiya found herself being pulled backward towards Suguru and his companions, the scenery rapidly receding, the distance between them closing alarmingly. Without hesitation, she unleashed the wrath of holy light, a massive golden halo erupting from her being, forcibly repelling the cursed spirit tether by over 10 meters, liberating her from its grasp. Upon witnessing Miao-chan being captured, the exuberant Satoru Gojo rushed forward, only to collide head-on with the halo, being unceremoniously sent flying far away, landing in a rather undignified manner. In the prime viewing spot, Naoji Kaizari, equipped with binoculars, snapped a series of 10 consecutive photos. "Ha ha, don't be impatient, Gojo." Successfully escaping, Damiya placed her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. Yet, she had been dragged several meters, and the encirclement of Suguru cursed spirits was closing in on her. The youth, vexed, rubbed his head and unleashed a blast of tsang to impede Damiya's ascent, leaping back onto the waiting Ambird. Seeing the encirclement was promising, Suguru summoned a small jellyfish cursed spirit to float above, where a multitude of jellyfish opened their mouths, blue waves of energy brewing within, the cursed energy fluctuations intensifying. Boom! Countless light waves cascaded down from the heavens. One jellyfish's attack could be disregarded, but hundreds converging together warranted caution. Damiya hastily enveloped herself in a protective shield, a towering, translucent golden barrier materializing before her, steadfastly blocking all assaults. Blessing of light. At that moment, her singular thought was to extricate herself from the encirclement. If she were to be apprehended by those two shameless individuals, it would certainly spell trouble. Yet, just as she was a mere step away from success, a familiar wave swept through her body. The familiar sensation robbed her of bodily control, and Damiya plummeted downward like a bird stripped of its wings. Her platinum hair danced wildly in the tempest as she gazed with lifeless eyes at the swarm of cursed spirits and the DK duo following her descent. Suguru. Just you wait. Hiding beneath the thicket, Yu Ishihara observed this scene with rising anxiety, springing up to rush out, only to be restrained by Mei. "Do not rush. Have you forgotten our plan?" The composed lady with a neat ponytail signaled everyone to remain calm and patient. Unwilling to squander any opportunity, Satoru Gojo targeted the little cat, rapidly constructing his technique, as tsang materialized, exuding a terrifying gravitational pull akin to a miniature black hole, confronting the girl. Boom! With a single strike, Damiya's shield shattered, cracks appearing as luminescent elements burst forth. 3, 2, 1. Silently counting down the return of her time, Damiya, upon regaining her faculties, hurled her pristine white staff, which unfurled a protective magic circle, intercepting the charging cursed spirits. Simultaneously, her shield seemed to falter, disintegrating into scattered motes of light. This series of actions demanded impeccable timing. Had Damiya been a fraction late, the game would have been over. Observing the cursed spirits tearing at her barrier, the young woman displayed a faint smile, devoid of any sense of urgency. Once more, she unleashed the wrath of holy light, repelling the swarm of cursed spirits while catching sight of Satoru Gojo flickering into the inner circle. As expected, the clever meal ticket had swiftly discerned the flaw in her wrath of holy light. This spell, when cast, expands a colossal golden halo from her being, forcibly repelling all living entities within a 10-meter radius, serving as one of the priest's life-preserving techniques. However, this powerful skill bore a critical flaw. It only repelled the beings it came into contact with. If a living entity shifted into the inner circle without being touched by the halo, it would not be hurled away. Satoru Gojo, having observed her deploy it several times, swiftly grasped this vulnerability, truly remarkable for someone with 6 eyes. Yet, my repertoire of magic extends beyond this. Having evaded the attack by flickering into the inner circle, Satoru Gojo had little time to revel in his success before encountering the intricately smiling visage of Miao-chan. Something felt amiss. Damiya grasped her staff, her cerulean pupils transforming into resplendent gold with the infusion of magic, reminiscent of a celestial deity. Mindquake. Buzz. Satoru Gojo felt as though a colossal boulder had struck his head, leaving him momentarily disoriented and rooted in place. He stared blankly as an ancient magic circle aimed at him, energy coalescing before abruptly unleashing a massive beam of light. The blinding radiance completely enveloped the young man's form. Minor divine judgment. Gojo. Suguru Geto, controlling the rainbow dragon, hurriedly soared towards him, while the jellyfish floating above aimed its mouth at Damiya once more. Unbeknownst to him, in that fleeting moment of vulnerability, he was struck from the side by a lurking crow, losing his balance and being forcibly dismounted from the rainbow dragon. Accompanied by a lightweight spell, Kinji Nanami utilized his technique to interrupt Suguru Geto's summoning of cursed spirits, while the songstress floated in the background, wielding a microphone to unleash a powerful soundwave attack, disrupting Suguru Geto's thoughts. At the same time, Yu Ishihara leaped out, his technique enveloping his arm as he delivered a heavy blow, sending Suguru Geto crashing to the ground. Dust scattered, and the game concluded. Naoji Kaizari whistled, unable to restrain his applause. Marvelous, simply marvelous. The sequence of events had been so intricately woven together. It was apparent that Satoru Gojo had anticipated the flaw in the halo, leading him into a trap, while Suguru Geto, unable to discern the situation without his companions, had also leaped in, becoming prey to the well-prepared group. Yaga Yoshinobu couldn't help but join in the applause, tears welling in his eyes behind his sunglasses. After so many years, finally, someone has managed to rein in those two rascals, huh? Yu Ishihara stared in disbelief at his own hands. Had he truly managed to strike down Senior Suguru? The songstress hastily descended, retrieving her phone to capture another series of 10 shots. Ha ha ha, you two finally had your day? Chapter 35, Off to Eat Ramen. Damiya assisted Satoru Gojo in landing, golden light elements converging and shimmering, healing the injured present. In truth, only 2 from the DK duo had sustained injuries. In the arena of silent sparring with swords, with 2 healers present, they could restore themselves in a heartbeat. Satoru Gojo, still dazed from the overwhelming impact, sat down like a docile child, his deep blue uniform tattered after the match. Suguru Geto lay on the ground, covering his face, unwilling to ponder the loss of numerous cursed spirits in this battle. Naoji Kaizari scratched his head, pointing at the two and asking, "Are they all right?" Rest assured, the mindquake impacts mental fortitude. They will recover shortly without any aftereffects. As for Geto, he may simply be struggling to accept reality. Damiya retracted her staff into her space and produced a box of cream-filled daifuku, offering it to the two as a means of comfort. The sight of Satoru Gojo's vacant expression evoked a tinge of pity. Had she been too harsh on him? Satoru Gojo accepted the daifuku, mechanically tearing open the packaging and feeding himself. The sweet cream and mango no longer held any allure for him. He sought tranquility. Suguru Geto slowly sat up, devoid of any desire to open his daifuku, staring blankly at the confection. Was the blow truly that severe? They hadn't even fought to the death. It was merely a casual spar. The songstress, perplexed, quietly inquired of Mei, "Is their silence so unusual?" This was the first time they had been so quiet. She found it somewhat disconcerting. Perhaps this is their first encounter with the harsh realities of society. Since entering the world of Jujutsu, they have never faced defeat. Mei replied, turning her face. Such a lively scene is indeed rare. Indeed, the songstress nodded silently, deciding that perhaps it was best not to feel pity for them. After all, having been battered by the Jujutsu world daily, what right did she have to sympathize with others? Hayabaraki Yu excitedly pointed at his hands while speaking animatedly to Nanami, his flushed face betraying his enthusiasm as he temporarily disregarded the presence of their seniors. Kyuko crouched before the two, her phone clicking incessantly as she captured the moment. "Go ahead, Wataru and Suguru. Take a moment to ponder why your popularity at Jujutsu High is so abysmally low," she teased, gesturing at them. Yaga Yoshinobu cleared his throat twice, drawing the attention of all the students, and announced, "I declare Group 2 the winners of this round." "Hooray!" Damiya exclaimed, joyfully enveloping Kyuko in a hug and bouncing with delight. "Yay, yay, yay! We won!" The rest of the group, aside from the composed Megumi, were practically bursting with exuberance, eager to leap into the sun's embrace. They had triumphed over Wataru and Suguru, 2 of the most formidable talents in the sorcery realm. What an honor to proclaim. However, the joy was not universally shared. The other 2 members opposing Damiya's group were still reeling from the defeat, their faces reflecting a desolate melancholy. At last, Wataru exhaled deeply and gravely remarked to Suguru, "We must step up our game, or else we risk being thoroughly dismissed by Miao-chan." He brushed aside his tousled bangs, revealing a stern visage reminiscent of a beast baring its teeth after a loss. Suguru murmured, closing his eyes. He resolved to learn to adeptly wield the abilities of cursed spirits, lamenting that despite the vast number of spirits he had tamed, he merely utilized them in singular fashion, failing to amalgamate their strengths. What are you two rambling about? Damiya interjected. Yaga-sensei is taking us out for ramen. Let us hurry back to the dorm to change. She nudged the two boys, urging them along. Ramen in a secluded corner of Jujutsu High. A man clad in a kimono closed his notebook, his expression somber. This new reverse technique user was astonishingly powerful. He cast a cold gaze upon the frolicking students on the playground before departing. Yaga Yoshinobu, now donned in his casual attire, guided the students to the ramen shop, deftly organizing them into a queue. The establishment was subterranean, accessed via a downward wooden staircase adorned with a sign and various accolades on the walls. Damiya peered around the corner of the staircase at the long line, her cerulean eyes sparkling with excitement. This place must be quite popular. Indeed, their flavors are exceptional, and it's quite a hit in Tokyo. We always find ourselves waiting in line, Kyuko confirmed, standing in front of Damiya and sharing insights about the ramen varieties and dining etiquette. Wataru and Suguru stood behind the two girls, already brimming with energy as DK animatedly discussed the latest figurine he had purchased, seemingly debating whose favorite character was more formidable. Hayubaraki and Megumi lingered at the back, intrigued by the current lesson on their eccentric teacher. After a 20-minute wait, it was finally their turn. Yaga stood beside the self-service ordering machine, inquiring about each student's preferences. They inserted coins and selected from the menu, receiving a small ticket as a confirmation. The boys each ordered 2 servings of noodles, a reflection of their burgeoning appetites. Everyone added double portions of toppings, and if they ran out, they could always request more. Like a mother hen tending to her chicks, Yaga led the students to find seating. Due to the lunchtime rush, they could not find 9 contiguous seats, so they dispersed. Yaga chose a spot for himself, while the 4 second-year students gathered together, discussing their soup-based choices. Let us go for the rich broth, Miao-chan. It's incredibly savory. Wataru suggested, jotting down his desired flavors on the order slip. I prefer something milder. Mia, feel free to choose according to your taste, Kyuko replied, pulling apart the divider between their seats and using a pencil to circle her selections alongside Damiya. I also favor a lighter broth, Suguru added, glancing at the girls to confirm their choices before finishing his own selections. And then there's this secret sauce, which is essentially chili paste, if you enjoy spice. Add more, but if not, use less, Kyuko noted, her expression calm as she marked a tenfold spiciness on her order. Oh, the blonde girl nodded, somewhat enlightened, knowing she would be dining in the bustling area of this world, and thus tucked away her cat ears. After everyone finished selecting, Kyuko guided Damiya to press the call bell at their table. This would summon the staff to collect their order slips for preparation. How convenient, Damiya exclaimed, trying the button and watching as the staff promptly came to retrieve their papers. Before long, the staff arrived with a tray, greeting them as they gracefully placed bowls of ramen, eggs, char siu, mushrooms, and seaweed onto the table before bowing and parting the curtain at the delivery window. Damiya politely nodded, though the staff could not see her. However, the little cat was ever so courteous. Let us dig in, Kyuko announced, retrieving chopsticks for the two girls, adding chili sauce to her ramen and eagerly taking a large bite. She was genuinely famished. Damiya took the chopsticks, blinking curiously at the mixed noodles in her bowl. Chapter 36, The Clumsy One. Damiya realized a grave truth. She seemed utterly incapable of using these utensils. She awkwardly gripped the chopsticks, her slender brows almost furrowing in frustration. Observing Kyuko slurp her noodles, Damiya decided to refrain from interrupting her. Clumsy, aren't you? Wataru's unmistakable voice chimed in as he leaned closer, extending a hand to assist the little clumsy cat. He had just unwrapped a new pair of chopsticks and deftly transferred the toppings from the small plate into Damiya's ramen bowl, arranging them neatly. He then cracked open a soft-boiled egg, having it, and placing it in as well. The richly blended broth shimmered with tempting colors, while generous slices of char siu adorned the rim of the bowl, and the vibrant orange eggs soaked in the savory liquid, all resting atop the perfectly chewy noodles and sprinkled with mushrooms. Damiya swallowed hard, her mouth watering at the sight. Miao-chan, observe my hands. Utilize your thumb, index, and middle fingers to grasp the chopsticks. Then move the outer stick with your index and middle fingers while pressing down with your index finger to prevent them from slipping apart, Wataru demonstrated, rotating his wrist in a flawless display of chopstick mastery. Yet, mastering chopsticks required time. Damiya, with utmost seriousness, scrutinized his technique, but as she attempted to replicate it, a loud clatter echoed. The chopsticks slipped from her grasp. The cat, however, was not one to concede easily. She retrieved the chopsticks and persisted in her practice. But as she continued, her expression fell. Why is this more challenging than sword practice? My hands are quite nimble. Frustrated, Damiya resolved to simply stab at her food. Before she could act, a large hand halted her movement. Allow me, Miao-chan. You need to practice using chopsticks. Even 6-year-olds can manage them. And being seen struggling by a child would be rather embarrassing, Wataru said, lifting the bowl of ramen and expertly picking up a portion to feed the girl. His gentle movements starkly contrasted with the childish banter surrounding them. Wataru, perhaps next time you could manage to keep your mouth closed while assisting, Damiya remarked. Torn between gratitude and irritation as she shot him a deadpan stare, but ultimately opened her mouth to accept his offering. Yay! Wataru tilted his head playfully, presenting a cheeky expression as if to say, what are you going to do about it? Thus, they took turns feeding each other, the scene painted with warmth and beauty. Kyuko and Suguru, seated on either side, cradled their bowls, exchanging subtle glances filled with unspoken sentiments. After finishing the ramen, Damiya finally began to feel the lingering heat of the spicy sauce, guzzling cup after cup of water. Despite her efforts, she still stuck out her tongue to cool down. How infuriating. It hadn't seemed so spicy while eating. After feeding Miao-chan, Satoru Gojo slurped down his ramen, determined to eat quickly lest he finish last. A handsome man could not afford to be the last, even in a ramen eating contest. Observing Damiya still drinking water, Shoko Nishimiya generously offered her own cup, encouraging her to drink too at once to alleviate the heat more swiftly. Suguru Geto had also finished his meal, after observing for a moment. He handed over another cup of water. The blonde girl continued to drink cup after cup, her striking mixed-race face flushed a delicate pink from the spice. Her lips reddened and pouted, resembling a perfectly ripe peach. Satoru glanced at Miao-chan, then took a large bite, only to glance back at Miao-chan and take another. This repeated several times. Suguru coughed lightly, signaling for him to refrain from such rudeness. Shoko glared at the two boys with disdain, pulling Damiya closer to her to shield her from the unwanted attention. She pressed the call button, requesting some ice water from the staff. At that moment, a tall, burly figure approached. What's the matter? Poor little darling. Come here for a comforting hug, the man said, leering at Damiya with satisfaction at her beauty, and reached out to grab her. Hey! Shoko yanked her friend away, avoiding the man's unwelcome advances. Meanwhile, a large, pale hand tightly grasped the man's wrist. Held by Shoko, Damiya turned her face in realization of what was happening. She looked at the now restrained man, retracted her claws, and nestled obediently against Shoko, receiving a comforting pat on the head. You should consider yourself fortunate to live in a peaceful world, you fool. Hey, old man, don't disturb others while they eat. Satoru snapped, biting through the last of his ramen, his expression darkening as he glared at the man. You think I'm afraid of you? The burly man sneered, taking in the youthful face of the boy before him, brimming with arrogance. A kid who isn't even graduated thinks he can be a hero? Look at you. I could squash you like a bug. He tensed his fist and swung his right hand to break free, but the boy remained as immovable as a mountain, his grip barely shifting the man's arm. The burly man's expression soured, and he attempted to grab the boy by the collar with his other hand, only to be kicked away, crashing into a table. Meanwhile, the sorcerers had gathered around, discussing how to deal with the situation. Suguru coldly observed the man as he flew out, casually returning his hands to his pockets. Rika Amain gently patted Damiya's head and offered her a few pieces of chocolate. The blonde girl eagerly tore open the wrapper, her eyes squinting in delight at the taste. Satoru finished his last bite, set down his bowl and chopsticks, wiped his mouth clean, and strode directly towards the burly man. He moved swiftly, reaching the man in an instant. Satoru deftly blocked the man's punch and landed a heavy blow to his abdomen, knocking him out in 3 seconds. Even without using cursed energy, an ordinary person could not withstand the might of a sorcerer's strike. The burly man crumpled in pain, curling up like a shrimp. Nightingale Kiyotaka, the first on the scene, quickly scanned the students to ensure their safety, then frowned at the man sprawled on the ground. Scum like you, attacking students. He muttered. He intercepted the panicking staff, explained the situation, and called the police, while his iron grip hoisted the incapacitated man, dragging him out of the ramen shop. Hey, do you know who I am? I'm with the Taguchi gang. You know the Yakuza, right? If you don't want trouble, let me go. The burly man, dragged along like a dead dog, struggled futilely, and began to curse loudly. Nightingale slapped him across the face, warning him to keep quiet and avoid further trouble. You're making too much noise, Satoru snapped impatiently, lowering his sunglasses to reveal eyes that glinted like icy daggers. The burly man trembled involuntarily at the brightness of those eyes, silenced by fear. He had already discreetly called his boss. He would let this kid revel in his arrogance for a few more minutes. Chapter 37. The Taguchi Gang. The sorcerers didn't wait long for the police, but instead found themselves confronted by an aggressive gang of thugs. They were at the entrance of an alley, away from the main street, where the foot traffic was sparse. Emboldening the thugs, A tattooed, bald man stood at the forefront, brandishing a baseball bat, and pointed at Nightingale. "So, you're the one who bullied our little brother?" Behind him stood 50 or 60 thugs, all raising their bats, ready to brawl at a moment's notice. Any ordinary person would have quaked in fear at such a sight. However, today, all present were sorcerers, each more adept in combat than the last. The human gorilla, Nightingale mused, pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation. Attempting to reason with them. "This man tried to harass my student. We've already called the police. Let us discuss this once they arrive." "Huh? You don't know that the Taguchi gang is one of Tokyo's top Yakuza organizations? Who dares to meddle in our affairs? Let my little brother go, or else." The bald man was in no mood for negotiation and swung his bat as a warning, his lackeys moving in closer. "We don't want to fight. I still have students with me," Nightingale reiterated, genuinely wishing to avoid a confrontation in front of his students. Such a dramatization would be a disgrace to his teaching ethics. The tattooed man interpreted Nightingale's words as a sign of weakness, laughing boisterously as he threatened, "Anyone who dares provoke the Taguchi gang will have a bad end." He signaled for several of his lackeys to step forward. One burly man against a bunch of weak students? A piece of cake. The quick-witted thugs sprang into action, eager to relish the easy victory. Those who were slower to react looked on with jealousy at their more fortunate peers. As the thugs advanced, Nightingale exhaled. Realizing today was simply not his day, he abandoned the burly man, but before he could stretch his wrists, his students pushed him back. "Take a break, teacher. Don't get involved in a game meant for your peers," Satoru urged, positioning himself alongside Suguru, both eager for a challenge. Hearing the cries of the thugs, Nightingale shook his head, retreating to the back. What is wrong with today's youth? Why are they so eager to join such organizations? How juvenile. Hey, are you all worthless? You can't even handle 2 students. The bald man's expression darkened as more than a dozen of his thugs were defeated in less than a minute. Feeling humiliated, he signaled for everyone to attack. Over 50 thugs charged forward, brandishing their bats and shouting loudly to intimidate. From a distance, the 9 sorcerers appeared to be at a significant disadvantage. Satoru, inspired by the atmosphere, raised his hand and shouted, "Charge." He was the first to plunge into the fray, forcefully breaking through the ranks. Suguru followed closely behind, taking down an opponent with each strike. "Charge!" Yuji Itadori shouted excitedly, though he and Megumi Fushiguro were a bit slower, only able to pick off stragglers. The 4 girls stood with Nightingale, arms crossed, showing no interest in the sweaty thugs they were dispatching, under the might of the boys' fists. Hardly any ruffians could breach the protective circle and reach their side. Occasionally, a few would charge from the periphery, only to be sent flying by a swift kick from Mingming, landing on the ground, unconscious. "I had assumed such individuals did not exist in this world," Damiya remarked, her mouth full of chocolate. "Oh, but the director's office is hardly a bastion of virtue either." The first people she encountered upon arriving in this world were the students of Jujutsu High, each possessing a sincere heart, gentle yet formidable. There are all sorts of people. After all, Natsuki reached out for chocolate from the songstress, her gaze lingering on Damiya as she indulged, feeling a bit envious. The songstress handed a handful to Natsuki's palm, inquiring if the others wished for some as well. Mingming requested a few pieces, while Damiya still had some in her pocket, and Yago waved his hand in refusal. "Has the existence of the Jujutsu world not been disclosed to ordinary people?" Damiya inquired. "No, curses are birthed from the negative emotions of ordinary individuals. The more fear there is, the more terrifying the curses that arise. Revealing the Jujutsu world would not be prudent," Yaga explained with care. During the scuffle, the blonde-haired boy was knocked unconscious, and amidst discussions about the Jujutsu world, there was no need for caution. "I see, but surely the higher-ups are aware." Given the lucrative bounty for exorcising curses, Damiya mused. "They are," Yago affirmed with a nod. No sooner had he spoken than the boys, who had dispatched the threats, returned. Satoru Gojo brushed off the dust from his hands, shaking his head in disinterest, stating that the warm-up had barely begun. "Leave these individuals for Yaga to handle. I'm off nearby." The director's office had sent a new task, instructing him to liaise with me and Satoru. Suguru Geto adjusted his tousled hair, bowing his head to review the task information. "We should take our leave, seniors. During the last mission, Nanami's cursed tool was damaged. We need to visit the director's office for repairs. Let us plan to hang out again next time." Yuta Hiraga flashed a sweet smile, genuinely enjoying the company of his seniors. "See you next time, seniors." Kinto Nanami bid farewell to the group before departing with Yuta. "I'm heading to the bank to check on a few deposits that are maturing," Mingming declared. "Then I shall accompany you. I need to purchase some clothing," the songstress said, linking arms with Mingming. "The infirmary has visitors, Mimi. The director's office wants me to familiarize you with the place," Natsuki announced, waving her phone, a hint of melancholy in her voice. With so few students at Jujutsu High and everyone occupied with their tasks, it was uncertain when they would gather again. Thankfully, she had Mimi for company now. Otherwise, she might have been driven to madness. All right, the blonde girl nodded. After bidding farewell to each other, the second-year students followed Yaga back to school. In the infirmary, upon entering the tidy, sterile environment, Damiya acquainted herself with the arrangement of supplies as Natsuki introduced her. In truth, their treatments were quite swift, rendering these medical tools largely unnecessary. However, with only 2 healers in the entire Jujutsu world, the resources were woefully insufficient. Priority was given to severely injured patients, while those with minor injuries had to wait in line for treatment. Damiya observed the overcrowded infirmary, where the injured even spilled into the corridor, leaving no space to spare. A frown settled on her face as she realized the environment Natsuki endured daily. No wonder she rarely attended classes, often leaving early and returning late, sometimes even receiving late-night calls to cover shifts. How could Natsuki manage to treat all the wounded alone? It was no surprise that when registering as a Jujutsu sorcerer at the director's office, the Zenin family engaged in underhanded tactics. Those capable of healing were as rare as precious gems in the Jujutsu world. Currently, only Natsuki could employ reverse curse techniques to heal others, while Damiya utilized healing magic. Simultaneously, she noted the numerous instances of Q-jumping, with some individuals merely nursing scrapes, pushing ahead of critically injured patients. These individuals were all sorcerers from prestigious families, and the ordinary sorcerers dared not voice their anger at being sidelined. The Jujutsu world was in a dire state. Chapter 38. Should we eliminate her? Damiya donned a mask and swiftly joined Natsuki in her work, both girls operating at a brisk pace. Time waited for no one. They needed to treat this batch of injured before anything else. Naturally, when encountering those family sorcerers who dared to cut in line, she would simply ignore them and move on. Apologies, but let us not discuss medical ethics with a cat. I have none, she quipped. By the time they finished, the moon had reached its zenith. The blonde girl, exhausted, collapsed onto the floor, leaning against the wall, her cat ears drooping, on the verge of sleep. Most priests possessed weak stamina, but Damiya had fared quite well. Accustomed to the workload, Natsuki removed her white coat and joined her in the corner. The two leaning against each other, staring vacantly at the swaying treetops outside. Have you always been like this, Natsuki? Damiya inquired, resting her head on Natsuki's shoulder, eyes closed. Too drained to even sip water after a long day. Yes, ever since the director's office discovered me, it's been like this. It's been about 5 years now, Natsuki replied, also closing her eyes, finding solace in the stillness after a day's work. How are your parents? The blonde girl asked pointedly, aware that the director's office imposed restrictions on Natsuki. The brown-haired girl fell silent for a moment before responding. They are under the director's protection. What they termed protection was, in reality, a form of surveillance. Don't Gojo and the others know? Damiya questioned softly, trying to gauge Natsuki's feelings. The brown-haired girl chuckled softly. How familiar do you think they are? Eventually, I stopped wanting to talk about it. The director's office won't do anything to my parents. Everyone is already struggling. Damiya lifted her head and nuzzled Natsuki's cheek, comforting her like a small kitten. Things will change, Damiya assured her. On the second floor of the dormitory, only 2 girls remained, the atmosphere considerably cooler. Damiya, clutching a pillow, decided to sleep with Natsuki that night, relishing the closeness. In a certain courtyard, a man in a kimono held a notebook, meticulously reporting information to the individual seated in the higher position. A pale-faced man knelt beside him, adding details about what he had observed at the director's office. This is the gist of it. Sir, this girl named Damiya possesses a formidable reverse curse technique. The man in the kimono, Tsuchiya, stated, sitting upright, his gaze lowered, unwilling to meet the eyes of the individual above. Her technique should not be classified as a reverse curse technique, the elegant and soft-spoken Yukimura interjected, his voice imbued with a delicate quality. Indeed, it is not. The handsome man seated above them opened a paper fan with a swift motion, his posture graceful, a familiar stitch marking his forehead. Continue to observe her. Ensure that I receive updates on her situation promptly. After a moment of contemplation, the stitched man instructed. Understood, both men replied in unison, bowing before exiting the room. Should we eliminate her? A figure with a white bob, whose gender was indiscernible, emerged from within, asking with a neutral demeanor. No, not yet. She may prove useful in the future, the stitched man replied with a smile. However, there is indeed a matter I need to trouble you with. Please find time to deal with Sakai. He has been hiding in the director's office recently, unable to find an opportunity. Having treated patients alongside Natsuki for some time now, most of the sick had become acquainted with Damiya, this new practitioner of the reverse curse technique, and admired her audacity in standing up to family sorcerers. Regardless of who attempted to jump the queue for treatment, be it a family sorcerer or a member of the 3 major clans, Damiya resolutely refused to treat them, no exceptions. Should anyone dare to act violently, she would promptly eject them from the infirmary without uttering another word. Thanks to her unwavering stance, the infirmary had grown notably quieter in recent days, with everyone obediently waiting in line. Observing the scene from start to finish, Natsuki stroked her chin, appearing deep in thought. Do not give them face. Daring to flaunt their authority on our territory, one might think we are begging them for treatment, Damiya declared, brushing her skirt. You have a point, Kaori admitted. After a busy day, the two linked arms, preparing to head to the cafeteria for a late-night snack. The cafeteria at Jujutsu High operates around the clock, as students often embark on missions before graduation, returning at erratic hours. It would be unreasonable to allow them to come back hungry with nothing to eat. Jujutsu High is affluent, exceedingly so, as long as salaries are generous. Nothing poses an issue. As they sat waiting for the cafeteria lady to serve their beef and egg fried rice, Kaori suggested the fatty happy drink to Damiya. Upon taking a sip, Damiya's expression morphed dramatically as she struggled to swallow the beverage. With a hint of apprehension, she stuck out her tongue, fanning herself. Goodness, this drink pricks the tongue. Ha! Kaori burst into laughter, taking the fatty happy drink from Damiya and opening a bottle of milk tea for her friend. Damiya hastily drank a few sips, hoping the sweetness would alleviate the strange sensation in her mouth. This world is perilous for little kittens, Kaori remarked. Both you and Wataru enjoy sweets, while Jet and I do not. 2 against 2. It seems we are indeed meant to be classmates. Eating brings such happiness, as I detest bitter and peculiar things. Currently, my favorite fruit is mango. Damiya wiggled her ears, sharing her preferences with her friend. Oh, by the way, Kaori, are there no healing scrolls or similar items in the Jujutsu world? The last time I attended the director's meeting, I saw them using soundproof paper. Symbol paper? I haven't heard of it, Kaori pondered. If such things existed, Wataru would have mentioned them. Indeed, in the world I came from, there were various magical scrolls. And healing scrolls were the most sought after by adventurers. Damiya tied her long hair up with a small scrunchie, noting it would be inconvenient to eat otherwise. How wonderful. Kaori sighed, elongating her tone. I truly envy Mimi's world. The cat-eared girl glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, before leaning closer to Kaori's ear. I want to try and see if Jujutsu energy can create healing charms. Kaori gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, and whispered back. But those who can reverse Jujutsu techniques in our realm are few. Even Wataru hasn't mastered it. Yet I can perform healing magic. I can convert Jujutsu energy into magical energy for my own use. If I teach you the method of energy conversion, perhaps you could also wield healing magic. Damiya shared her thoughts. I've observed for quite some time. This world doesn't require divine permission. As long as one can sense Jujutsu energy, they can use it. Conversely, as long as one can convert energy, they might learn the most basic healing magic. Chapter 39, Gratitude. Kaori's eyes sparkled with excitement. What if it works? It would be different. Her parents could be free, and our classmates at Jujutsu High would have an extra layer of protection. Once the cafeteria lady brought their fried rice, the two fell silent, as if in a race to finish their late-night meal before returning to their dorm. Once nestled in their blankets, the discussion resumed. How can Jujutsu energy be converted into magical energy? Is it converted within the body? Is it difficult to learn? Kaori eagerly inquired as soon as she lay in bed. Damiya changed into comfortable pajamas, wrapping herself in a soft, cozy blanket. I rely on a thin chip implanted within my body for the conversion. It was originally a unified alchemical device implanted by the temple to automatically store magical energy. I'm not sure why, but upon arriving in this world, I gained the ability to convert energy. Damiya touched her collarbone, indicating the chip's location near her right shoulder. An item? Kaori asked, a hint of worry in her voice. The term alchemical device sounded complex. Don't worry, I can handle this. I learned about it at the temple, the cat-eared girl said, yawning. So, shall we attempt it tomorrow? Kaori nodded, stifling a yawn as well. The two exchanged smiles and closed their eyes, surrendering to sleep. Incidentally, Wataru and Suguru had not returned that day. The next day, Damiya and Kaori were awakened by a ruckus from the boys' dormitory next door, filled with the sounds of clattering objects and boisterous laughter. Damiya, irritated, covered her cat ears, trying to burrow deeper into her blanket. The alarm hadn't even gone off. She did not want to get up. Kaori mumbled angrily. It has to be those two idiots back again. They fight every day. It's infuriating. Even covered by her blanket, Damiya could still hear the noise and grew furious. She jumped up, tossed off her blanket, and stormed out, slamming the door behind her. You two are so loud. Do you ever let anyone sleep? The dormitory fell silent as Yaga Seigo stared at the commotion with a pained expression. After a long pause, he lamented, Can you two not remain quiet for 2 days? 4 second-year students stood lined up against the wall. Wataru and Suguru had red marks on their heads, clearly the aftermath of a scuffle. It's all Jet's fault for initiating. Wataru mumbled. Huh. If you hadn't interrupted me, I would have broken the record. Why are you blaming me? Suguru clenched his fists, still fuming. Who knew you were trying to break a record? You failed several times. I just suggested you play another game to unwind, Wataru argued, growing heated. Suguru stepped forward, ready to retaliate, but a female voice interrupted. Shut up. So, you two can wake us up? Damiya glared, pointing out that the hole in Wataru's room was her doing. She and Kaori had been exceedingly busy, rising early and staying late to treat the injured, while also dealing with those who sought trouble. Kaori, leaning against the wall with her eyes closed, was already familiar with this routine, catching up on sleep. The boys hung their heads, acknowledging the truth in her words. Yaga sighed deeply, gazing at the sky as he said, Wataru, Suguru, you will split the dorm repair costs. Since teaching this class, he had begun to lose his hair, unsure if it would survive long enough to see his successor. Don't ask why Damiya isn't punished. The victim is not at fault. When Wataru's family arrived to assist the young master in moving dorms, the two boys had already reconciled, draping their shoulders over each other as they apologized to the girls. Just don't make noise in the morning next time. Damiya crossed her arms, begrudgingly forgiving them. We've been exceptionally busy lately. You all should keep it down, Kaori added. Are there many injured lately? Suguru asked, concern etched on his face. Quite a few. Summer is approaching, Kaori replied. But it's fine. Mimi plans to develop an alchemical device that might enable everyone to learn simple healing magic. Kaori casually dropped this significant news. We can use magic too? Wataru and Suguru exclaimed in unison. Perhaps, but I will only teach healing spells. Ordinary people are not suited for extensive energy conversion, Damiya clarified. What are we waiting for? What materials do we need? I'll have Yaka prepare them, Wataru exclaimed excitedly, pulling out his phone. As long as Miao-chan gives the order. He would ensure everything was arranged perfectly. Can I watch? I can swear to keep it confidential, Suguru inquired, intrigued by this potential game-changer in the Jujutsu world. Of course. Let us all work on it together. Damiya extracted the materials list from her spatial storage and handed it to Satoru Gojo, displaying a casual indifference toward her dear friend. Yes, Gojo. Thank you. Satoru swiftly perused the list, confirming that all materials were satisfactory, though some required transportation, and assured her that everything would be ready by tomorrow. Nika, we await your good news. The young man nodded, then seemingly recalled something. He turned to inquire, by the way, Nico-chan, Nika, are you free tonight? Kawaii SAE and the others wish to treat us for dinner as a token of gratitude. Shall we go together, Nika? Chapter 40, The Seam. In a suburban apartment. The second-year students approached the door of the Kawaii SAE residence, laden with gifts. The sight of their large bundles startled the one who opened the door, Miki Natsuki, who welcomed them inside after a series of polite bows. Satoru set down the gift bags and gazed around in astonishment at the modest 30-square-meter apartment. Though small, it is quite complete. Kawaii SAE, you are a grade 2 sorcerer, aren't you? Why not invest your bounty in a larger home? The young man asked directly, lacking any subtlety. It feels a bit cramped with the four of us here. The earnings from grade 2 sorcerer missions are decent. Saving up for a bigger house should not be an issue. Being a sorcerer is a perilous profession. There's no need to scrimp. Woo. Suguru hurriedly tugged at his friend's sleeve. He should have covered Gojo's mouth upon entering. Such a lack of decorum. Thank you for your concern. But I have already purchased it. It is currently undergoing renovations. Kawaii SAE replied, his face reddening as his gaze inadvertently drifted past Miki Natsuki. Oh, congratulations. Nika chuckled upon sensing the romantic undertone, her voice tinged with a peculiar flavor. What? The inexperienced Damiya leaned forward, her cat ears perked with curiosity. Nika replied, oh, it's nothing. Perceptive as ever, affectionately ruffled the little cat's head. Satoru adjusted his sunglasses, observing Kawaii SAE with a contemplative expression. The group busily prepared dinner, insisting on assisting despite Natsuki and Kawaii's attempts to dissuade them. It's fine. We can all help, and it will be done quickly. Suguru gently nudged Kawaii SAE back into the kitchen to tend to his own tasks. They had arrived ahead of time, not intending to let Kawaii and the others labor over dinner alone. The meal Kawaii and Natsuki prepared was sukiyaki, simple, convenient, and delicious. As they worked on the broth in the kitchen, the four sorcerers outside rinsed vegetables and sliced beef. Satoru chatted with Suguru while deftly wielding a knife, his movements swift and precise as he stacked perfectly sliced beef. Suguru meticulously cleaned leeks and onions, his attention unwavering as he exchanged a few words with his friend. Nika, accustomed to handling surgical instruments, found no difficulty in slicing onions. Having removed both ends, the pungent sting was no longer a bother. Damiya squatted at the back, responsible for plating. She arranged the tofu blocks that Natsuki had cut with care, alongside other prepared ingredients. occasionally adjusting their angles in pursuit of the most aesthetically pleasing presentation, a skill Satoru had taught her during a ramen meal. The four of them completed the preparation of the ingredients with remarkable efficiency, just as Kawaii and Natsuki finished the broth. Dinner is served, Kawaii announced as he brought out a large pot, greased it, added some ingredients, and finally poured in the secret broth. The sizzling sound of the ingredients meeting the oil filled the air, mingling with the rich aroma of the broth that permeated the entire apartment. The little cat watched the sukiyaki pot with eager anticipation, her eyes glued to the bubbling concoction. She was ready. Mickey brought out the rice cooker and served everyone generous portions of glistening, fluffy rice, urging everyone to take their seats. "Let us begin," Damiya declared, unable to contain her excitement as she sat down and eagerly picked up her chopsticks. Suddenly, she paused, glancing down at her utensils. Her mood shifted from sunny to overcast in an instant. Fortunately, seated on either side of her were Nika and Mickey, who intuitively used serving chopsticks to offer her a few slices of beef, even dipping them in sauce for her. "How thoughtful." "Thank you," the cat-eared girl beamed, her ears swaying with delight. The young people, unconcerned with traditional dining etiquette, chattered casually about the gossip surrounding the director's meeting. As everyone neared the end of their meal, Kawaii straightened in his seat. Noticing his posture, the group turned their attention toward him. "Gojo, I have something to share with you regarding this gathering." Having already shared a meal together, Satoru indicated that formalities were unnecessary. The two were exceedingly polite with one another. "Gojo-kun, my technique is true self. I can sense the state of each person's soul and can directly attack it." Kawaii revealed his technique with forthrightness. "A technique capable of attacking the soul? Quite rare indeed," Suguru remarked, intrigued. "Yes, since entering the sorcerer world, I have concealed my technique, not fully revealing its capabilities. The old men in the Director's Council would never let you go if they knew your true ability," Satoru asserted decisively. "Physical injuries can be defended against, but mental attacks are much harder to guard." Those cowardly elders from the three families would undoubtedly eliminate Kawaii without hesitation. Damiya, listening attentively beside Nika, realized she possessed a technique for mental attacks as well. "Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Concealing one's technique can prolong survival," Mickey nodded, gently grasping Kawaii's hand for reassurance. "Why then, would you choose to confide this to us?" Suguru questioned, skeptical of their apparent trust in one another. "Perhaps they are facing a life-threatening situation," Nika pondered. Kawaii fell silent for a moment before whispering, "We are being hunted. During the last mission, we were sabotaged, obscuring the true level of the cursed spirit." "Is it the Director's Council?" Satoru inquired. "No." Kawaii shook his head and continued, "During a recent mission, I was injured and went to the hospital for treatment, where I encountered a woman with a child. She bore a seam running across her forehead." He paused, seemingly pondering how to articulate his thoughts. "When I was 6, shortly after awakening my technique, I encountered a group of prominent figures in kimonos driving past me. Their souls shone far brighter than ordinary people, drawing me in. Among them was a man whose soul radiated the brightest, so brilliantly that it overshadowed the others. He too bore a black seam upon his head. A man and a woman, both with the same seam, yet their souls were identical." Overwhelmed by shock, he had stared at the woman in the hospital for a long time, revealing the secret that had brought him peril. "Are they the same person?" Satoru's demeanor turned serious. He had never heard of such a body-swapping technique. If it existed, the elders of the three families would not simply wait for death. "They are the same person," Kawaii affirmed resolutely. Chapter 41, The Assassins Arrive. Suguru contemplated the implications. If that were indeed the case, this matter was far from simple. A being entrenched within the sorcery world, capable of effortlessly shifting its form, has existed for many years, even manipulating the tasks assigned by the Supervisory Council to its advantage. "Thus, I am immensely grateful to all of you for saving our lives last time," Kawaii expressed as she stood and bowed. "You recognize me now, don't you?" Damiya inquired. If Kawaii Sae possessed the ability to sense souls, she surely would have identified her. Indeed, Kawaii Sae acknowledged. The girl's soul radiated a remarkably unique golden hue, warm enough to bring tears to one's eyes, as if gazing upon her could soothe all pain. The moment he laid eyes on Damiya in the Supervisory Council, he recognized her instantly. "Thank you for saving us," Damiya nodded, graciously accepting the gratitude of the two. "Are you telling us this because you wish for us to assist you in dealing with your pursuers?" Itu Shoko interjected, logically deducing the situation. No. We merely wish to draw our benefactor's attention to the Supervisory Council. I cannot ascertain whether those lurking in the shadows will target you, so please exercise utmost caution." Hirabayashi Mika hastily clarified. They harbored no ulterior motives. "We plan to feign illness and take a break for a while to evade the storm," Kawaii Se disclosed their intentions. "We will be vigilant," Suguru Geto replied, retrieving his phone to exchange contact information, anticipating that the revelations of the day would unravel many matters. Just as Kawaii SE awkwardly prepared to take out her phone, the group sensed a powerful surge of cursed energy, abruptly turning their gaze toward the entrance. With a thunderous crash, the exquisitely decorated door shattered into fragments, and a petite figure strode through the debris. Kawaii SE, meet your demise, the white-haired girl, Lime, declared menacingly, only to be taken aback upon seeing the occupants of the living room. His eyes widened in astonishment. The first to react was Satoru Gojo, who whistled and leaned to the side, warning, the assassin has arrived. Suguru Geto retracted his Horyu, aware that the confined space would render it a target. Damiya quickly pulled Shoko back to the rear, summoning her staff from the void, which hummed as it enveloped the group in a protective buff. The cleric's manual advised, once combat commences, retreat swiftly behind allies to avoid being the first casualty. Kawaii SE shielded the girls as they moved to safety, ensuring their protection. Recognizing the identities of those present, Lime's expression soured drastically, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. Why are the six eyes and the cursed spirit manipulators here? Have they uncovered something? With that thought, Lime disregarded everything else and launched an attack with her cursed energy. A sharp ice spear materialized above Damiya and the others, plummeting downward with lethal intent. The moment Satoru Gojo sensed the ice spear, he countered with a ko, shattering Lime's technique. Suguru Geto waved his hand, dispersing the shards of ice with his cursed energy and summoning a small jellyfish to assault Lime, who deftly evaded with several agile leaps. Undeterred, Lime advanced towards Satoru Gojo, releasing a chilling gas from her palm, a transparent, odorless mist that could instantly freeze anyone who came into contact with it. Retreat, the mist is suspicious, Satoru Gojo warned loudly. He continuously moved, constructing another ko to target the incoming Lime, dispersing the icy gas in its path. Suguru Geto sidestepped the freezing mist, and the octopus-like cursed spirit leaped from the black fog, delivering a flurry of 5 punches to Lime. As Lime retaliated, the black rope cursed spirit seized the opportunity to ensnare her arm, but it was swiftly shattered. Lime broke free from the black rope and landed a punch that sent the octopus man staggering back. She intended to utter some taunts, but unexpectedly, a brilliant blue technique struck her directly, sending her flying. Success. A surprise attack. Satoru Gojo chuckled triumphantly. He and Suguru Geto pressed their advantage, unleashing a flurry of techniques. Kawaii SE's residence was on the 3rd floor. After Lime was hurled out the door, she fell to the 1st floor, not yet having regained her footing when another attack struck her face. The Azure Ko and the tiny jellyfish beams rained down like a torrential downpour, leaving no gaps. Since their earlier clash with Damiya, they had grasped the allure of overwhelming bombardment. If a single ko could resolve the issue, why squander time? Naturally, they had not abandoned their physical training. Lime found herself unable to lift her head, repeatedly employing reversal techniques to heal herself. The surroundings were an expanse of open ground, devoid of any hiding spots. As the commotion escalated, Lime began to reconsider her retreat. Should they be exposed to the sorcery world, her millennia-long schemes would come to naught. Just as Lime contemplated how to withdraw, the terrified exclamations of ordinary people echoed from behind. Turning a corner, a mother and her child stumbled upon the fierce battle. Their legs trembling in fear, the mother frantically scooped up her 3-year-old daughter, desperate to escape this place of turmoil. However, it was too late. Lime had already set her sights on them. Abandoning her defenses, Lime bolted toward the mother and child, her speed enhanced by cursed energy, resembling a gust of wind as she appeared before them. Danger! Suguru Geto sensed Lime's treachery and mounted his Horyu, charging toward the mother and daughter. Satoru Gojo pursued closely behind, reaching out in an attempt to intercept her. Yet, they were a moment too late. Lime seized the mother, yanking the child from her arms and flinging her away, simultaneously directing a burst of cursed energy at the girl's heart. In the blink of an eye, she had conjured a shield, using the terrified mother as a hostage as she vaulted over the wall, sprinting away. Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto instinctively decided to split up to rescue them. Suguru, riding his Horyu, continued to pursue Lime, while Satoru turned to save the child. Analyzing the situation with his 6 eyes, Satoru realized he would not make it in time. Biting his lip, he made a bold decision. He harnessed his still undeveloped teleportation ability, a derivative of the ko technique, compressing the distance between 2 points to achieve an effect akin to instant movement. The white-haired youth first vanished from sight, only to reappear suddenly before the girl, embracing her and deploying an unlimited barrier to shield her from harm. With the immediate threat neutralized, Satoru Gojo tightly closed his eyes. His brow furrowed as they plummeted from the height. Damiya, poised to provide support, swiftly soared out from Kawaii SE's home. Witnessing the chaotic scene unfold, and casting a floating spell toward the two to guide their descent gently. Itu Shoko caught the wailing girl, cradling her in her arms and softly reassuring her that she was safe. Damiya steadied the dazed Satoru Gojo, her delicate features filled with concern. Satoru Gojo. The golden-haired girl called softly, adjusting him to lean against her shoulder. Damiya cupped the young man's face, leaning closer to scrutinize him anxiously. Satoru rested quietly in her embrace. His white locks disheveled, his features strikingly otherworldly. He seemed to surrender his strength, leaning into the gentle grasp of her slender, pale fingers. Damiya first cast a healing spell upon Satoru, then bestowed upon his eyes a scanning enchantment to thoroughly assess his condition. His azure irises shimmered, encircled by a golden glow. Radiant as liquid gold, his body was unharmed, his soul intact, though his brain was slightly overloaded, yet gradually recovering. Why isn't he awakened yet? The little cat girl pondered, her ears drooping low as she turned to call Shoko over for a closer look. Hey, weakened and feeble. Satoru Gojo suddenly opened his eyes and sat upright, playfully winking at the girl. In truth, he had been awake for some time. He found it quite amusing to observe Miao-chan's worried expression, unable to resist the temptation to gaze a while longer. Even with his eyes closed, his 6 eyes could discern everything with remarkable clarity. Startled by Gojo's sudden voice, Damiya, who was kneeling on the grass, leaned back in alarm. The boy swiftly reached out, grasping her shoulder and pulling her back towards him. The cat-eared girl was swept into Gojo's embrace, her palm pressed against his warm chest, faintly aware of his well-defined physique. Perhaps due to a penchant for sweet treats, he exuded a delightful scent of cream that enveloped her in sweetness. Damiya instantly sprang back, retreating several steps in a fluster. Lowering her head and covering most of her face with her right hand, her cheeks flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and anger coursing through her. She felt an overwhelming urge to claw at her meal ticket. You're teasing me again, Satoru Gojo. Before she could formulate a response to this infuriating boy, Suguru Geto returned, cradling the mother of the abducted child. The moment she landed, she dashed towards her child, nearly falling if not for Geto's supportive hand. Embracing her precious one, she meticulously checked for wounds, and after confirming her child was unharmed, she collapsed, tears silently streaming down her face. Geto watched the scene with a complex expression. Though curses stemmed from the negative emotions of ordinary people, what had they done to deserve this? He could not fathom it. Mrs. Amakawa, are you all right? I apologize. It's all because of me and Satoru, he said, kneeling beside her, guilt etched on his face. Mrs. Amakawa was his neighbor, often sharing homemade cookies with him, a gentle and kind-hearted woman. What exactly happened to Satoru? She trembled, her voice filled with concern. After being abducted, she was soon released, rescued by a black-haired boy who had arrived just in time. His extraordinary abilities and terrifying speed had nearly cost the lives of mother and child. Not to mention the presence of a massive white dragon. Were they truly human? Satoru remained silent, unable to divulge more to Mrs. Amakawa, offering only a feeble assurance that they were safe. Miki Narahira stood beside him, preparing to report to the director's committee, seeking assistance to mitigate the repercussions of the incident. The sorcery world must not be exposed to the eyes of ordinary people. Geto retracted the cursed spirit and returned to his companions, relieved to find that everyone was unharmed. Rest assured, Shoko and Miao-chan are safe. Satoru clapped a reassuring hand on his friend's shoulder, urging him to worry less. The one most concerned in Jujutsu High was undoubtedly Suguru Geto, constantly fretting over whether the juniors would be injured, how many missions they had, and why the senior girls took so long on their tasks. He was like a mother hen. Damiya stood quietly, arms crossed, 3 meters away from Satoru, deliberately turning her face away to avoid seeing him. Shoko Yeri stood alongside her, smiling at Geto. Sensing the tension in the air, Geto looked bewilderedly between the two distinct factions, deciding to position himself in the middle to defuse the situation. What have you done this time? He asked in a lowered voice. Well, I pretended to be unconscious and leaned on Miao-chan for a bit, Satoru replied, extending his hand in an attempt to drape it over his friend's shoulder. Stay away from me. Don't drag me into this. Geto swiftly ducked under that hand, hastening to join the girls, clearly expressing his stance. Do not oppose healing. It is a principle of survival for sorcerers, especially when the issue lies with Satoru. Hey, Geto, you were too slow to help me out, Satoru sighed, gazing at Miao-chan, who stubbornly refused to look at him. I apologized at the time. Why is she still ignoring me? He truly did not mean to stare at her for so long. Once the auxiliary supervisor arrived on the scene, they quickly handled the situation according to protocol, publicly attributing the incident to a gas explosion. The auxiliary supervisor and Mrs. Amakawa signed a contract, sternly prohibiting her from disclosing what she had witnessed, and compensated her with a substantial sum for emotional distress. Throughout the process, Satoru had stood by, assisting with the intricate paperwork, and thanks to his presence, Mrs. Amakawa did not encounter any coercive tactics. The director's committee was filled with various individuals. Most clan sorcerers were hawkish and looked down upon ordinary people, bullying them at will. The common sorcerers were split between pigeons and hawks, aligning with the prevailing circumstances. After signing all the documents, Mrs. Amakawa cast a cautious glance at Satoru, her demeanor markedly different. Thank you, Satoru-kun. It was my fault that this calamity occurred. You need not thank me. I will move away soon, and there will be no more danger, so do not worry, Satoru said, lowering his head, sensing her altered attitude. All right then, Mrs. Amakawa hurriedly said, clutching her child, and without looking back, she dashed home. Mickey leaned against him, and they both remained silent. With matters settled, the second-year students returned to Jujutsu High. Satoru walked ahead, Suguru in the middle, and the girls trailing behind. Even after choosing sides, Suguru had not entirely abandoned his friend. They were fervently reviewing their phones, attempting to devise 123 plans for reconciliation. Suguru had never seen someone so intent on creating trouble for himself. He could sense the current flowing between Miao-chan and Satoru, and he and Shoko often gossiped about the two in private. However, Satoru was a rather peculiar character. Certainly one who relished courting danger. It wasn't he that Suguru didn't want to help. He simply found it impossible to support him. Moreover, the manner in which Miao-chan interacted with Satoru was far too natural. Had they perhaps misinterpreted the little cat's intentions? Perhaps Miao-chan merely enjoyed being close to humans? Chapter 43. A Failed Creation. Remy returned to her residence in a disheveled state, her clothing torn and stained with blood from the skirmish. What happened? The man with stitched lines emerged, his expression one of surprise as he regarded her, who appeared to have fled. Kinsaku, why was Satoru Gojo in Suguru Geto's home? Remy questioned, revealing that it was Kinsaku who had enlisted Satoru's assistance, leading him to confront two individuals he should not have encountered. Satoru Gojo. Kinsaku echoed, quickly realizing that she had encountered Satoru and Suguru. Yes, Remy replied, irritably discarding her tattered outer garment and wiping the blood from her face. It's not that I am incapable of fighting, but I cannot risk using that individual as a gamble. The plan is proceeding smoothly. No one must disrupt the resurrection of the master. Kinsaku's mind raced as he pondered whether he had revealed anything, ultimately fixating on the mission where Suguru narrowly escaped death. Given Suguru's strength, it was impossible for him to have returned alive from that encounter. Yet he had returned grievously injured and completed the task. Could it have been that incident? Let us halt all operations for now and observe if the sorcerers make any moves, Kinsaku asserted gravely, for the sake of caution. They would need to remain in hiding for a while. The following day, the materials required for crafting alchemical tools were prepared, and the second years found an unused classroom to set up their supplies. With the master alchemist, Suguru Geto, present, the girls hardly needed to lift a finger. An array of peculiar cursed spirits sprang into action, completing their task in mere minutes. The four locked the classroom door and affixed seals to isolate themselves from the outside world. As they surveyed the rapidly accumulating materials, Suguru and the others exchanged bewildered glances, turning their attention to Damiya. It's simple. I've drawn up the installation process. First, cut the materials to the required sizes, then assemble them according to the pattern. And finally, inscribe the incantation to channel the magical energy and awaken the alchemical tool. Damiya extracted 4 flowcharts and distributed them. During her days at school, she had acquired a wealth of knowledge and had even mastered the art of document copying. When she handed the charts to Satoru Gojo, she let out a light hum, yet courteously placed them in his hands. The young boy gazed at her with a pitiful look, ever ready to soften the demeanor of the feline girl. Satoru had been trailing behind Damiya for an entire evening and a morning, so eager that he had taken it upon himself to personally feed her when she was thirsty. However, his efforts were met with outright rejection. Miya-chan, is this the spell? Suguru Geto inquired, pointing at the twisted and intricate patterns on the copied documents. To him, they appeared to be a chaotic jumble of lines, teetering on the brink of forming a circle. Indeed, isn't it quite simple? Damiya affirmed confidently, stating that she had grasped the spell with just a glance. As for the alchemical tool designed to store magical energy, she had memorized the crafting process after witnessing it just once. Nagikori fell into deep contemplation, unsure how to convey to the little cat that she seemed to be rather dim-witted. Yes, so simple. I too learned it at a glance, meow. Satoru interjected, disregarding the plight of his classmates. He pushed past Suguru and swiftly sketched the spell on a blank sheet of paper, eagerly handing it to Damiya. It was at this moment that the 6 eyes had some utility. The cat-eared girl carefully inspected the spell Satoru had drawn, and upon confirming it was identical, she remarked, "Well drawn." Ignoring the eager Satoru, who was waiting for praise, Suguru clenched his fists in frustration. Satoru, how are we supposed to explain to Miya-chan that this spell is difficult to draw? Nagi, with an expressionless face, handed over a surgical knife. In the end, both Nagi and Suguru tactfully expressed that practicing this spell would require some time. It wasn't that they were too foolish. It was simply that Satoru with his 6 eyes was exceedingly exceptional. Well, everyone should practice at their own pace. For now, let us focus on what I'm doing. Realizing she had inadvertently put her classmates in an awkward position, Damiya swiftly changed the subject. With unwavering confidence, she summoned the materials she required using her magical energy and retrieved a carving knife from her spatial inventory. This knife, entirely silver, was etched with intricate and mysterious runes. Damiya skillfully divided the materials into her desired sizes, carefully assembling them in the order she remembered. As for the thin, energy-storing tool she intended to use, it was crafted through a more advanced technique, and she had not yet found an opportunity to observe the forging room. The assembly process proceeded smoothly, and a piece resembling a rectangular identity badge was placed on the table. Composed of various materials, the badge boasted a beautiful array of colors. Now, all that remained was to infuse magical energy into the carving knife and engrave the spell upon the badge. Aware that they had entered the most crucial phase, the other 3 held their breaths, their eyes brimming with anticipation and curiosity as they fixated on Damiya. The girl took a deep breath and began to carve fluidly upon the badge. Just as she was about to complete the final stroke, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The colorful badge suddenly radiated a crimson glow, emitting a crackling noise before exploding into fragments. Gazing at the remnants of the badge in her hands, Damiya blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend what had transpired. The other 3 were startled by the sudden explosion and hurried over to check if Damiya had been injured. Fortunately, the girl had a habit of casting a protective shield before conducting experiments, and the shards that splattered towards her were deflected by the shield, sparing her from harm. This is impossible. I watched the novice forger complete it. I memorized both the assembly process and the spell. Why did it fail? The little cat, disheartened, let her ears droop. Nearly brushing against her hair, she replayed the scene in her mind, and no matter how she reviewed it, she could not uncover the reason for her failure. After all, she had assured Nagi and the others that there would be no issues. Miya-chan, look at me. Noticing the growing distress on her face, Satoru interrupted her thoughts, forcibly redirecting her attention. None of us have made this item before. Failure is perfectly normal. We can take our time. Yes, Miya-chan, let us take it slow. Suguru reassured her. Are you alright, Mimi? Nagi asked with concern, reflecting on how, if it weren't for her, Miya wouldn't even consider making this item to alleviate the pressure on sorcerers. Damiya lowered her gaze and nodded, indicating she had heard them. But she remained engulfed in her melancholy, devoid of her usual vibrancy. Failing is so embarrassing. Unable to bear it any longer, Satoru pinched the girl's soft cheek and began to rub it vigorously, attempting to stir her spirit. What are you doing? We're not in a rush with sorcery matters. Why are you so anxious? This is a sorcerer's task, not solely your responsibility. Even if we ultimately fail, do you think we would distance ourselves from you because of it? And no, Damiya mumbled, grasping Satoru's hand in a bid to halt him from treating her face like dough. Wait, hadn't she yet forgiven Satoru? Chapter 44, Success. Remembering that she was still upset, Damiya swatted away the large hand that had been pinching her face, creating some distance between them. The boy looked pitiful, yet he couldn't help but relish the soft sensation he had just felt, instinctively rubbing his fingers together. Suguru stepped in at this moment to ease the tension, assuring Miya-chan that she should feel absolutely no pressure, even if the energy conversion tool couldn't be produced. It was of no consequence. How about we forego today's efforts and return to play games instead? Nagi, already prepared to encourage the cat to leave, felt there was no need for internal strife over such matters. No, I want to continue my research. I must find out where the problem lies. Damiya resolutely rejected the suggestion, embodying the spirit of a courageous cat, undeterred by difficulties. She was determined to successfully develop this tool. The little cat could be remarkably stubborn at times. Then let us work together. We'll assist with cutting the materials. Suguru smiled gently, rolling up his sleeves to begin organizing the materials in the classroom. We can't let Miya-chan handle this all alone. Of course, we are inseparable, Satoru added, nudging Suguru. Nagi chimed in, let us give it our all. Finally, after countless attempts to infuse magical energy, meticulously following the sequence embedded in her memory, Damiya succeeded in creating her first energy conversion tool just before dawn. It turned out that she needed to increase the infusion of magical energy towards the end. No wonder she had failed so many times. Merely observing the forgers at work, she had indeed missed these subtle details. The golden-haired girl held aloft the successful colorful badge, scrutinizing it under the bright lights of the classroom. In the illumination, the badge exhibited a faintly translucent quality, with an intricate spell engraved at its center, evoking a sense of wonder. It's a success, Damiya joyfully proclaimed, confirming its accuracy. The trio surrounding her leapt for joy, vying for the opportunity to be the first to witness the converter. Once everyone had indulged their curiosity sufficiently, the badge returned to Damiya's hands. Cradling the energy converter, she solemnly asked, "Who would like to be the first to try it? This is my very first successful alchemical tool. I will." Without a moment's hesitation, Satoru raised his hand. He would not allow anyone else the chance to earn Miya-chan's favor, especially for something as intriguing as an alchemical tool capable of converting energy. He stepped forward and took the colorful sign, cradling it in his palm as he inquired, "What shall we do now, Miya-chan?" "We need to awaken the artifact with magic." "I will infuse it with my power," replied Gojo Satoru. "Wakaba, if anything feels amiss, interrupt me immediately," Damiya admonished seriously, cradling the boy's hand that held the sign. Suguru Geto and Shoko Yeri followed the instructions, stepping back a meter, their eyes fixed anxiously on the two. Gojo Satoru felt a pair of icy little hands enveloping his own, and then his vision was enveloped by specks of golden light. The golden-haired girl bowed her head, surrounded by a dazzling array of luminous elements, her delicate face radiating a sanctified beauty as if a divine being had descended upon the earthly realm. Blinded momentarily, Gojo Satoru hesitated to close his eyes, mesmerized by the scene, yearning to etch it deeply into his memory. Indeed, Miya-chan is a saint, sacred and pure, utterly beautiful. With a sudden flash, the gathered light elements flickered brightly, illuminating the classroom as if it were daylight, before gradually dimming. Having successfully awakened the artifact, Damiya excitedly swayed her body, her little ears perked up high. "We did it! We did it!" she exclaimed. When the little cat intended to share her joy with her friends, she realized it had grown rather quiet. "Miya-chan is truly amazing," Gojo Satoru said, rapidly blinking to adjust, hastily adding compliments once he adapted. His eyes, tinged with a hint of red, betrayed the uncontrollable tears streaming down his cheeks. Geto, still shielding his eyes, was determined not to let anyone witness his disheveled state. Using a reversal technique to clear his vision, Yeri, disregarding everything else, began to clap fervently. "It actually worked," she exclaimed. "I'm sorry. I'll heal you right away." The clever little cat swiftly realized the need and pulled out her wand to commence healing. Once everyone had regained their composure, they resumed their previous experiment. Damiya guided Gojo Satoru to channel his cursed energy into the converter. The energy flowed from his fingertips into the colorful sign, winding through the intricate pathways within, emerging as an unfamiliar new energy, magic. Gojo Satoru felt exhilarated, manipulating the new energy as it danced upon his fingertips, circling endlessly. As he had yet to learn magic, this was the only way he could grasp the essence of the power. This new energy was formidable, a realm he had never encountered before. Excellent. The experiment is complete. The energy converter is a resounding success, Damiya declared, her chin held high, hands on her hips. Gojo Satoru was nearly intertwining the magic into knots, a testament to the converter's remarkable stability. Experiment concluded. The little cat truly is the best. Can I give it a try, Miya-chan? Upon hearing the good news, Geto could no longer contain himself, raising his hand to request participation. "I want to as well," Yeri chimed in, both speaking almost in unison. As soon as their voices fell, they turned to gaze at each other, a tacit exchange of understanding preceding their simultaneous actions. "Rock, paper, scissors," Geto declared. "Paper," he chose. "Rock," Yeri countered. Let me. With a decisive move, Geto won, joyfully squeezing beside Gojo Satoru, eagerly awaiting his turn to use the converter. The defeated Yeri sulked to Damiya's side, leaning against her best friend's shoulder. "I'll make you one next, Yeri," Damiya reassured her friend. However, Yeri shook her head in refusal, observing the two boys joyfully engaging with the converter as if they were playing with piglets. "I already know how to use reversal techniques, so let them have it for now. Once they learn healing, I can afford to relax a bit." Her smile was laden with meaning. "All right then," Damiya acquiesced, and the two began preparing another table to craft the next artifact. Ultimately, enthralled by their task, the second-year students achieved the milestone of 1 converter per person. Late that night, Gojo Satoru hid in the restroom, lowering his voice as he spoke on the phone with Gojo Yashiki. "Is everything arranged?" "Yes, everything is set, Master Satoru," Yashiki replied. "But, will this be all right? Just follow my instructions. Miya-chan will absolutely adore it," Gojo Satoru asserted confidently. Chapter 45. A great surprise the following day at noon. The golden-haired girl, just emerging from the infirmary, found herself cornered by Gojo Satoru, who claimed to have prepared a grand surprise for her. After a bit of coaxing, Damiya finally relented, agreeing to his invitation. The dining tickets he had generously provided were beginning to overwhelm her. It seemed he was finally aware of his previous missteps. "Let us see what this surprise is," thought the curious little cat. Thus, the two boarded a medium-sized fishing boat. where the captain guided them to the lounge to await departure. The captain and several crew members attended to them as if they were cherished children, ensuring they were comfortably seated and their belongings stowed, all while providing enthusiastic explanations about safety precautions. Their smiles and generous words flowed abundantly. As the vessel set sail, the din of their chatter finally subsided. The girl, puzzled, rubbed her head and asked Gojo Satoru how much he had spent to charter the boat. 10 times the normal rental fee? I rented the whole boat. I didn't want any interruptions, he replied nonchalantly, exuding an air of affluence. No wonder they looked at us as if we were golden beasts, Damiya remarked, understanding dawning upon her. She approached the window, gazing at the sea's surface, where sunlight danced upon the waves, both blinding and ethereal. The boat accelerated, venturing into deeper waters. Even the most picturesque seascape can become tiresome, and after a while, Damiya grew a bit bored, poking Gojo Satoru, who was indulging in a daifuku. Is this the surprise you mentioned? Just looking at the sea? No. We haven't arrived yet. You will absolutely love it. I've done extensive research, Gojo Satoru declared, shaking his finger with confidence. This was a plan he had concocted after perusing countless cat videos, dismissing any suggestions from Jet as utterly useless. Intrigued, the little cat squinted, eager to see what kind of spectacle Gojo Satoru had in store. After a while, the captain's voice crackled over the intercom. Mr. Gojo, we have located a school of fish. We can begin sea fishing now. Upon hearing the long-awaited announcement, the boy sprang to his feet, grabbing Damiya's hand and rushing out. Gogo, Meow-chan, the fish are here. Huh. Damiya, still trying to comprehend the situation, instinctively followed Gojo Satoru's lead. Sea fishing? What is that? Fishing? They dashed to the back of the boat where the crew had already prepared the bait, grinning broadly and revealing an array of uneven teeth. Gojo Satoru quickly donned the bait and cast the fishing line, utilizing an automatic fishing rod at the stern, equipped with a screen displaying the line's length. He set 3 lines, ready to reel in whichever one was bitten first. Damiya trailed beside him, peering curiously at this world of fishing rods. She reached out to touch one of the unused automatic rods before swiftly retracting her paw, as if fearing it might snap back to bite her. The little cat approached unfamiliar things with utmost caution. Having completed the preparations, Gojo Satoru turned to see her reaction and teasingly remarked, Meow-chan, there's no need to be afraid. The fishing rod won't bite. You mind your own business. Damiya retorted with a roll of her eyes. In that moment, Satoru Gojo found himself ensnared by a gaze that felt as if it had gripped his very essence. He recalled that he was still in the midst of negotiating peace. Clearing his throat, he gestured towards the distant leaping schools of fish, attempting to divert attention. Look, Meow-chan, this is the tuna school I had them track. These magnificent creatures can weigh between 30 to 80 kilograms, truly colossal. The flesh is delicate, boasting a beautiful cherry red hue, and the taste is simply exquisite. It is the ultimate sashimi ingredient, extraordinarily delectable. Captivated, Damiya followed the direction of his finger, her eyes catching sight of a shimmering school of fish, their movements leaving elegant silver trails across the surface of the sea. She calculated their size and weight in her mind, astonished. Could there truly be fish of such magnitude? Being from the inland city of Fandom, Damiya had limited opportunities to venture out, having only visited the coast a few times, where she had only seen fish the size of her forearm. How marvelous! Satoru noticed the spark of excitement in Damiya's eyes, and a sense of pride welled within him. Indeed, cats are most fond of fish, and the allure of large fish is simply irresistible. Satoru Gojo, the dashing young man, was undoubtedly a genius. At that moment, one of the 3 fishing lines on the left side twitched, then was yanked forcefully outward, the line tearing through the air as it was pulled hundreds of meters away. A catch! The assistant, poised to assist, shouted, rolling up his sleeves in preparation to grasp the rod. However, a shadow darted past him faster. Satoru swiftly reached the rod, disengaged the lock, and seized it, engaging in a battle of strength with the tuna. The assistant stood dumbfounded at the sight of this slender youth, who, despite his appearance, matched the giant fish in both speed and power. Was the tuna truly unable to overpower this person? After a few moments of astonishment, the assistant realized that Satoru was not wearing a belt. Should he tire and be unable to hold the fish, they would struggle to keep him aboard. Quickly, fetch a belt, one that can support the abdomen. It will make things easier for Mr. Gojo, he urged his companions. No need, Satoru replied dismissively upon hearing this. If it weren't for the presence of ordinary people, he could exert himself even more effortlessly. He skillfully adjusted the fishing line, methodically wearing down the tuna's strength with grace and ease. As the fish thrashed violently, the boat rocked and swayed. Damiya stood at the edge of the vessel, spear in hand, her gaze fixed intently on the thrashing tuna in the depths below. Her exceptional dynamic vision allowed her to perceive every detail. The robust tuna struggled in the deep sea, its tail whipping and body rolling. Observing its muscular tail and firm body, she felt a pang of hunger. The aroma alone was tantalizing. The assistant, momentarily distracted by Damiya, standing perilously close to the edge of the boat amidst the tumultuous waves, felt a surge of alarm. "Miss Damiya, please, step back from the edge. It's far too easy to fall overboard," he shouted, straining to maintain his balance as he attempted to pull her back. "I won't fall," Damiya asserted, raising her spear to indicate she was ready to assist. The moment the fishing line drew the tuna above the water's surface, she would strike true. There was no way she would allow it to escape. The assistant was on the verge of tears, exasperated by the stubbornness of these two. He had known that their lavish payment would come with complications. Why were they so reckless? They heeded no commands. They would never return, even for 20 times the pay. After a considerable struggle, they finally exhausted the tuna, and at that moment, Satoru had nearly reeled in the line completely. With keen eyes, Damiya spotted a glimmer breaking the surface of the water, the fish swimming back and forth. "The fish is coming, Meow-chan," Satoru proclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Chapter 46, The First Photograph. The golden-haired girl gripped her spear, and as Satoru pulled the fish from the water, she unleashed her amplification magic upon her arm. Aiming directly for the tuna's head, the spear pierced through the tuna, and Damiya yanked the line with all her might, her cerulean eyes gleaming with the fervor of a predator. Satoru coordinated his efforts to drag the tuna towards the boat, while the prepared assistant swiftly tossed down the tail rope, tying a knot in less than a second, signaling to his companions to hoist the tuna aboard. Upon weighing it, they discovered that the bluefin tuna measured 2 meters and weighed over 250 pounds. The crew gaped in disbelief at Satoru, who had pulled the fish aboard without any protective gear. From the moment Damiya reeled in the tuna, she was captivated, circling around it in awe. It was so large that she could hardly embrace it. The aroma was intoxicatingly sweet. Satoru stretched his limbs and said to the assistant, "Let the chef handle the filleting." Catching a tuna was not so difficult after all, he mused. As the crew brought the bluefin tuna to the table, the chef deftly removed its fins, chopped off its head, and began to portion it according to sections. While awaiting the tuna's preparation, Damiya and Satoru retreated to their quarters, playing games as they anticipated the arrival of sashimi. "Do you often go fishing, Satoru? You seem quite skilled," Damiya casually inquired, gripping the controller as she learned to play under Satoru's guidance. "Indeed, I prepared a gaming console aboard the ship to pass the time during such lulls," Satoru replied, sitting beside Damiya, pointing out the functions of each button on the controller. "Indeed, sorcerers possess incredible physical prowess," Damiya murmured under her breath. "What's that?" Satoru caught her remark. Frowning, hearing her nickname for him, he playfully pounced on her, much like a mischievous white cat. "Don't squish me," Damiya exclaimed as she was pushed against the corner of the sofa, propping herself up while the boy rested against her back, his warm body radiating heat that made her clothes feel aflame. "I want to relent. I put in so much effort to bring Meow-chan out to play. And here you are speaking ill of me. How hurtful." Satoru's tone was sweet yet teasing, as he ensured not to place all his weight on her for fear of truly injuring her. Even so, Satoru's towering height obscured Damiya's view entirely. He was still growing, after all. Just then, a crew member came to report on the progress of the tuna filleting, only to find the scene before him. He turned on his heel and walked away hastily. "My apologies for the interruption. Quickly, get off me," Damiya, with her keen ears, sensed the footsteps and thrashed her body in an attempt to dislodge Satoru. They were surrounded by ordinary people, and she wished to avoid causing a scene. But Satoru's antics were pushing her to her limits. "Why so close?" No, Satoru chirped excitedly, his tone taking on a sugary quality, clearly reveling in the moment. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated, causing the boat to rock violently, sending several crew members tumbling across the deck as they struggled to regain their footing. When the crew rushed to Mr. Gojo Satoru to assess the situation, they found him in a disheveled state, seated on the ground, his face flushed as if he had been struck by something. "We are all fine. Hurry along," Damiya said coldly, reclining on the sofa with her feet crossed, surveying the disarrayed Gojo. She had realized that getting angry at him was futile. Whatever provocation he might have caused, retaliating was the simplest solution. Why endure such strain on one's body? Thus, she unleashed a few bursts of light bombs directly at Gojo, knowing full well that their benefactor had no limits and could not be harmed. The crew exchanged glances and retreated in unison. Once the sushi chef had meticulously prepared the presentation of the tuna, he brought the dish to the lounge. The distinctly patterned tuna sashimi was arranged in a precise manner atop ice, exuding an enticing allure. Gojo, with a beaming smile, prepared soy sauce dips for Damiya, seemingly unfazed by his earlier predicament. The young girl, seated on the sofa, observed him busying himself and did not decline his offer. He placed the most prized piece of tuna, the jaw meat, before her, a delicacy from the fish's throat. Known for its tenderness and rich fat content due to the predatory nature of fish, with only a small portion available from each fish. It was a rare treat often reserved for personal enjoyment. The beast folk were not averse to raw food, as meat provided essential nourishment. Raising their young with picky eating habits could spell disaster in dire situations, especially in the wild. As an orphan, Damiya could hardly afford to be choosy. Even her later life in the Temple of Luxury could not alter her understanding of survival. Grasping a pair of chopsticks, she noted their delicate tips and decided instead to eat with her hands. With her slender fingers, she picked up a thick slice of tuna jaw meat, dipped it in soy sauce, and savored the rich, sweet flavor that filled her mouth, smooth and melt-in-the-mouth delightful. Delighted, the Japanese cuisine emphasized the intrinsic taste of bluefin tuna, unadulterated, with the soy sauce merely serving as an accent. The two little kittens eagerly grabbed slices of sashimi, dipped them in soy sauce, and consumed them with utmost satisfaction. In the midst of their indulgence, Damiya called out to Gojo, urging him to join them rather than merely watch. Gojo settled next to her, foregoing chopsticks altogether and opting to eat with his hands as well. Both of them possessed hearty appetites, quickly devouring plate after plate until all the tuna sashimi was gone. Having relished the feast, Damiya languidly stretched and leaned back against the sofa, her expression one of contentment. At that moment, a female crew member entered with a camera, inquiring if they would like to take a commemorative group photo. She was the photographer responsible for documenting Damiya's journey, having captured numerous exciting moments since they boarded the vessel, including the time they caught the tuna. A group photo? Damiya mused, glancing at the camera held by the female photographer. Having lived in human society for a while, she understood that humans had created machines capable of preserving memories and photographs. Shall we take one? She asked, turning to Gojo. Absolutely, he replied decisively. They were already seated closely, requiring no adjustment of position. Damiya raised her greasy little paw in a peace sign, her mixed heritage face adorably smeared with soy sauce, radiating a bright smile. Gojo posed with a gesture towards the camera, grinning widely. Both their faces bore traces of their earlier indulgence, resembling playful kittens. Click. The female photographer captured the moment, clicking the shutter at just the right time. Chapter 47. Shall we try? Gojo, you have quite a mess on your face, haha? Damiya exclaimed, peering at the photograph displayed by the photographer and pointing at the boy's face. What's the difference between us? Your paws are just as greasy, Gojo retorted. Their banter escalated into playful scuffles, leaving greasy paw prints on each other's faces, neither willing to concede. The female photographer, discreetly capturing candid shots against the wall, swiftly made her exit, her professional instincts compelling her to leave the scene. After finishing their meal and the ensuing playful chaos, the hour had grown late, and Damiya along with the others retired to wash up and sleep as the ship drifted quietly across the sea. The following morning, the captain turned the ship towards an uninhabited island. The sea breeze whipped across the surface, churning up frothy waves, blurring the line between sky and sea. After freshening up, Damiya and the others made their way to the deck to enjoy the refreshing wind against their faces. Suddenly, she heard a cry. A flock of seagulls approached the vessel, their pristine white bodies soaring lower as they circled around the ship. She gazed at these birds with orange claws and snowy plumage, resembling pure spirits, their claws twitching in anticipation. Ah, we're nearing the uninhabited island. Occasionally, divers come here, and the seagulls are unafraid of humans, Gojo said, producing a small biscuit, breaking it, and offering a piece to the girl, interrupting her thoughts. Damiya held the biscuit, sniffing it with her little nose. Before she could ponder what benefactor meant, a seagull swooped down, circling around her, its head tilted, small eyes fixated on the biscuit in her hand. Sensing the seagull's intentions, Damiya promptly popped the biscuit into her mouth, crunching it with delight, the mildly sweet flavor wafting through her senses. She regarded the seagull defiantly. No one could intrude upon her food. Whatever was in her grasp was hers. The seagull, bewildered, looked from Damiya's empty hand to her mouth before ultimately departing in disappointment. Uffed. Gojo couldn't contain his laughter. How adorable is Meow-chan. This is fun, I want to do it too, he exclaimed. And the two of them stood on the deck, munching their biscuits in front of the flock of seagulls, devouring every last morsel. Aside from the half-piece Gojo had initially fed her, the seagulls left empty-handed, circling around the other crew members. As they approached the uninhabited island, the surrounding waters grew increasingly clear, revealing glimpses of the underwater scenery. The surface resembled a layer of soft glass, swaying with the waves, exuding a beauty akin to a fairyland. The world seemed to fall into silence. The golden-haired girl was captivated by the sight, gazing enthralled at the sea. Gojo lightly nudged her shoulder, asking, "Shall we go diving, Meow-chan? The underwater scenery is stunning." Upon hearing the keywords underwater, the little cat vehemently rejected the idea. There was no way she would ever dive beneath the surface. But you'll be so bored. The underwater world is 1,000 times more fun than the surface. Gojo continued to tempt her, hoping to dive together. Damiya hesitated for a moment before saying, I have a magic that allows me to synchronize my vision. I can see the underwater scenery too. She still did not wish to plunge into the depths herself. All right then. The boy shrugged and returned to the lounge to change into his diving gear. Dressed in his diving equipment, Gojo stood at the stern of the ship, waiting for Miao-chan to take a picture. The slender white-haired boy, his lithe frame accentuated by the snug suit that highlighted his toned abs and chest, wore a captivating smile. Damiya, with her high ponytail, stood across from him, awkwardly handling the camera while the female photographer offered guidance. I'm off now, Gojo said patiently after waiting for 2 minutes, then donned his mask, bit down on it, and leaped backward into the water. The ship's stern was designed to be lower, making it easy to enter and exit the water. Damiya pressed the shutter repeatedly, finally capturing a relatively clear photograph. She returned the camera to the female photographer, expressing her gratitude for the opportunity to experiment with photography. In an unnoticed corner, a small dove, entirely adorned in golden hues, flitted past the edge of the boat, diving into the sea in search of Satoru Gojo's trail. This tiny dove, no larger than an adult's palm, was composed solely of pure light elements, devoid of any life signs, destined to dissipate once its elemental essence was exhausted. The spellcaster could synchronize with the dove's perspective, rendering it a remarkable reconnaissance artifact. Upon descending into the depths of the ocean, the dove was enveloped by the breathtaking and magnificent underwater scenery. It moved with remarkable speed, swiftly catching up to Satoru Gojo. Circling around him, the seabed was adorned with vibrant yellow coral reefs, while enormous red and white sea turtles glided lazily through the water. Clownfish, with their orange and white stripes, darted in and out of the coral, ever vigilant against the lurking predators of the deep. Schools of small, deep blue fish danced around the coral, their formations shifting gracefully. The dove was momentarily spellbound, unconsciously drifting closer to the shoals of fish, lacking any life characteristics. The small fish did not perceive it as a threat. Colorful fish swam past the dove in vibrant swathes. At that moment, Damiya felt the exquisite wonder and beauty of life. The underwater world was truly magnificent. In contrast, Satoru Gojo did not enjoy the same privilege as the dove. His larger form deterred any fish from approaching him. Yet, he was not bored, meandering around the periphery of the fish school, occasionally flicking his fingers and delighting in watching the fish quickly dart into the coral before cautiously re-emerging to regroup. Having had his fill of play, Satoru beckoned the dove to swim further away. They reveled in their underwater escapade, savoring the experience of diving. With daylight illuminating the sea, the water was crystal clear, offering exceptional visibility. Sunlight penetrated the water, casting shimmering patches of light on the lake's floor. As they swam, they encountered a vast school of silvery fish, which gathered to form an enormous circular formation, continuously swirling. The dove focused intently on the shimmering school, its eyes following their movement, its little claws tingling with excitement. Damiya felt a twinge of hunger. Satoru, amused, pulled the glowing dove back, signaling with gestures that it was time to return. After swimming for a while, he too felt the pangs of hunger. Damiya directed the dove to nod in agreement as they ascended toward the surface. The moment Satoru broke through the water's surface, the dove perched on his shoulder, transformed into golden fragments, and vanished. Damiya stood at the stern of the boat, locking eyes with the young man. Satoru, his wet white hair clinging to his face, exuberantly asked, "How was it, Nyako-chan? Beautiful, wasn't he it? Would you like to try diving?" Chapter 48, A Couple? Damiya fell silent. Initially resolute in her refusal, her resolve wavered after her enchanting tour of the ocean floor. Having come this far, could she truly forego witnessing such beauty firsthand? All right, I'll give it a try. She decided to embrace the challenge. After lunch, the pair set out on a small yacht toward an uninhabited island, anchoring in a relatively shallow area. Damiya donned her gear and sat at the edge of the boat, mentally preparing herself while gazing at the clear, transparent waters. The depth of the water here was about 5 to 6 meters, allowing her to clearly discern the seabed from her vantage point on the boat. With everything vividly visible, Damiya gradually steadied her nerves. Observing that she was ready, Satoru made a gesture indicating it was time to jump. The golden-haired girl swiftly lifted her upper body, shifted her position, and with a splash, leapt into the water. She could not articulate the sensation of entering the water, merely feeling a momentary pressure. Then, she felt the schools of fish darting past her, light and swift. When Damiya opened her eyes, her vision was filled with an array of colorful fish, as if she had plunged right into the heart of the shoal. Strangely, the fish showed no signs of fear towards her. She reached out, gliding her hand past a blue and white fish, carefully controlling the distance so as not to actually touch it. The blue fish stared at her in bewilderment before cautiously swimming closer to nudge her fingertips. Damiya remained still, observing as the vibrant fish approached her, seemingly partaking in some ritual, each taking turns to brush against her fingers. The sunlight filtered through the water, casting shimmering patches of light that danced across her form, radiating a soft white glow. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the fish school parted swiftly, akin to Moses parting the sea. Damiya spotted Satoru a short distance away, waving at her. Despite wearing a mask, the brilliance of his cerulean eyes was still striking. The girl reached out, attempting to swim towards him, when, in an instant, she was overwhelmed by a sensation of sticky pressure from the water, a physiological aversion bubbling to the surface. Damiya instinctively covered herself, the oxygen mouthpiece releasing a puff of vapor. Before she could even attempt to surface, a pair of strong, elongated arms encircled her. Satoru rushed over, lifting her up and propelling them toward the surface, which was merely a meter above them. In no time, he brought Damiya above the water. He held her waist tightly, hoisting her slightly before deftly removing her mask, ensuring she realized they had emerged from the depths. Satoru gently patted the girl's fair cheek a few times, encouraging her to remove the mouthpiece herself. Finally regaining her composure, Damiya yanked off the mouthpiece, wrapping her arms around Satoru's neck as she gasped for air. She felt utterly drained, her damp forehead resting against the young man's shoulder. Water trickled from her cheeks to her chin, then dripped onto him. "I am the best teacher, always keeping an eye on you," Satoru said softly, cradling Damiya. "You must be thrilled to have been rescued by such a handsome guy." Damiya chuckled at his shameless remark, coughing lightly as she propped herself up and playfully slapped his shoulder. "Not at all." "Oh." Satoru elongated his tone, feigning dissatisfaction. "Why not?" "Because you're too narcissistic, Gojo." Damiya pinched his cheek gently, shaking her head. Satoru mirrored her motion, tilting his head with a playful glint in his eyes. "Was it fun?" "Absolutely. The underwater world is stunning. After a couple more tries, I'll be able to adapt." Damiya replied rapidly, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction from the dive. Despite the discomfort later on, it was an experience worth cherishing. "So quickly, let me go, please." "I'll definitely come back to play with you next time," Satoru said, tilting his head with a cheeky grin, his eyes glinting with mischief. Damiya's expression fell, and she reached out forcefully, gripping either side of Satoru's face and giving it a tug. "Do you think I'm an idiot? I can exorcise curses on my own and earn rewards. I haven't even spent the money from my last mission," Damiya exclaimed. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. That's wrong, Nyako-chan." After 2 days of unrestrained fun, their journey was drawing to a close as the boat set sail back home. Satoru retreated to his room for a shower, while Damiya, having already tidied herself, stood on the deck, camera borrowed from the female photographer in hand, capturing the picturesque scenery. The bearded captain, who had been absent for a few days, made his appearance. Casually chatting with Damiya, he inquired if they had enjoyed their time, whether the views were splendid, and how the tuna fishing was, among other things. It appeared the captain had tasted success, and was keen on catering to wealthy clientele. Damiya selectively responded to his questions. "Ha ha ha, I appreciate your feedback. You two lovebirds truly share a delightful bond, always sticking together. I find you both exceptionally well matched, your personalities harmonizing splendidly. I observed you from the helm on the day of the tuna fishing expedition." The captain burst into laughter and began to lavish compliments. Upon hearing this, Damiya looked at the captain with confusion. "What lovebirds?" She was taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning. Noticing her reaction, the captain blinked and hastily apologized, his mind racing. I'm so sorry. Did I say something wrong? You two aren't together yet? Oh dear, how intrusive of me. Please disregard my words." The captain hurriedly finished his rapid-fire speech and slipped away. Goodness, could it be that he stumbled upon some sort of master and lover dynamic? He quickly made his exit, fearing the boss might come to deliver negative feedback. Damiya stood in place, quietly clutching her camera, bewildered. Together? Partners? Her and her meal ticket? She felt as though something had been punctured. The vague interactions she had always shared with her meal ticket had left her with an unsettling sense of discord. However, having grown up in the temple, she lacked the understanding and sensitivity to identify it. Damiya was rescued by Satoru Gojo, and from the very beginning, they had gotten along splendidly, even during her cat form, when he would affectionately stroke her fur. Who could resist a little kitten? Later, when she transformed into her human form, her meal ticket showed no signs of fear or estrangement. They continued to enjoy each other's company, frequently gathering to play games and gossip. She had grown accustomed to this unguarded mode of interaction with her meal ticket. Did others perceive them as being too close? Damiya, lost in thought, repeatedly traced the contours of her camera, her cerulean eyes unfocused. In her subconscious, was Satoru Gojo truly different from others? Chapter 49. Personality scores a dismal -5. On the return journey, Damiya sat opposite Satoru Gojo, propping her chin on her hand as she scrutinized him with a discerning gaze. After the sea breeze tousled his golden hair into a wild mane, he resembled a little golden lion. Satoru, appearing somewhat perplexed, did not shy away from her blatant appraisal. He lounged lazily against the sofa, his unruly white hair cascading carelessly. The youth wore a loose-fitting white sleeveless shirt that showcased his robust physique, a honeyed waist and broad shoulders, exquisite as a jade crown. Satoru tilted his chin slightly, defiantly meeting Damiya's gaze. Quite a handsome face, 1 point. An impressive physique, another point. Exceptional strength, 2 points. As for personality, Damiya fell silent, her eyelashes drooping as her small face nestled into her palm. A dismal personality, -5 points. Why aren't you looking at me anymore? Satoru grumbled, discontented, having prepared himself for her gaze. What is there to look at? Damiya retorted, turning her head away to speak loudly. My face is undeniably handsome. Satoru shot back, his feline persona declaring loudly that if she didn't enumerate 1 to 5, he would cause a ruckus. His visage was indeed quite popular. What has been going on with your tasks these past few days? Why hasn't the supervisor contacted you even once? Damiya, subconsciously reluctant to continue debating with Satoru, shifted the topic. I had Jet help me out. Once we're back, I'll help him for a couple of days to even things out, Satoru replied nonchalantly, his fingers flying over the game controller. How pitiful. Can't sorcerers ever take a break? The golden-haired girl looked at Satoru with sympathy, tearing open a snack package and offering it to him. During her time at the temple, she had frequently been absent, and the world continued to turn without her. Cats, after all, must have their own time, just like people. Upon returning to Jujutsu High, dragging her suitcase, Damiya had barely settled for 2 minutes when she received a message from the assistant supervisor. The supervisor had assigned her a mission. Level 1 Sorcerer Damiya. Level 2 Sorcerer Kitten Nanami. And you, Hybra, proceed at once to Kumamoto to eliminate a Level 1 Cursed Spirit. After greeting Satoru, Damiya proceeded to the entrance of Jujutsu High to meet her junior colleagues. Yuhibara and Kitten Nanami were chatting idly at the school gate. Yuhibara, a bit excited, clenched his fists and said, Nanami, we're going on a mission with Senior Damiya. At the last Jujutsu High gathering, while Satoru and the others hadn't explicitly stated it, everyone had recognized Damiya's unmistakable cat ears. Kitten Nanami nodded, feeling a bit nervous about being assigned to a mission with a teammate who possessed healing capabilities. The senior is sure to be easy to get along with. Yuhibara was elated, recalling his previous interactions with the cat-like girl. Right. Kento remembered the news from a couple of days ago. Damiya and Satoru had nearly demolished the supervisor's office and had yet to begin reconstruction. Rumor had it that funding had not yet arrived. When had the supervisor's office become so impoverished? As their thoughts wandered, Damiya arrived, to obscure her presence. She cast a levitation spell, effortlessly dragging her floating suitcase along. Damiya hopped down the last step and greeted the two. Hello? Hello, Senior. Yuhibara exclaimed joyfully. Good day. Senior, Kitten Nanami politely said, taking Damiya's luggage and placing it in the trunk. Thank you, the cat-eared girl replied with a smile, quickly familiarizing herself with Kento and you. Shall we set off? Yuhibara suggested. By the time they reached Kumamoto, night had fallen, providing an ideal backdrop for exorcising the cursed spirit. The task involved a curse born from the resentment and fear of bullies, discovered in an abandoned old school building. Fortunately, the cursed spirit was not highly aggressive, and there were few people nearby, resulting in minimal casualties. Kitten Nanami recited the mission details. Be cautious. This cursed spirit may exhibit strong aggression, he added. Understood. Yuhibara responded, checking his equipment. All right, Damiya affirmed. After disembarking, she watched as the two quickly reviewed the mission details, checking their protective gear and weapons before instructing the assistant supervisor to cordon off the area from ordinary people. Their serious and meticulous demeanor inspired immense trust. When Satoru and Suguru undertook missions, they often forgot to secure the area and frequently disregarded the assistant supervisor's guidance, making it never a worry-free experience. Senior Damiya, we're ready. Everything is in order, Kitten Nanami informed her. Good, now it's my turn to lead. Although this was her first time taking others on a mission in this world, in another realm, Damiya was a seasoned veteran. She felt no anxiety, even pondering what delicious food to enjoy later. The three of them formed a triangular formation as they entered the old campus, with Damiya at the forefront, quietly attuning herself to the nearby waves of cursed energy. The old school, long abandoned, was shrouded in cobwebs and dimly lit. As they stepped into the place, a chill swept over them. Numerous cursed spirits were likely lurking in the shadows. In populous areas, curses tended to cluster, indicating more than just the one they were tasked to confront. With a swift motion, Damiya dispatched a level 3 cursed spirit that lunged at her face. Kinto Nanami spoke slowly, unsure how much Damiya understood about the sorcery world, adopting a casual tone as if engaging in small talk. Indeed, the last time I overlooked a lurking cursed spirit. Fortunately, Nanami saved me. Hybra chimed in, his cursed energy swirling around him, ready to strike. It's all right. No matter how many there are, we'll eliminate them all, Damiya declared, raising her staff and unleashing a light explosion spell to clear the stairwell blocked by debris and level 3 cursed spirits. Nanami Kinto fell silent, his tone hauntingly familiar. Go for it, encouraged Hybra, raising his voice to rally the spirits. The girl stood at the staircase's entrance, gazing upward, where the spiraling handrails ascended. Drawing closer together with each step. There are 4 floors, the first one is quiet. You two will cover the second floor, while I take the third and fourth. Is that all right? Damiya turned to inquire, wishing to avoid splitting up if the juniors preferred to ascend together. Sure, are you all right with that? Nanami asked, confident in his synergy with Hybra, knowing they could withstand even a grade 1 curse for a moment. However, he felt uneasy about leaving Damiya, a girl, to manage 2 floors alone. Let's clear them one by one, Hybra suggested, agreeing that a more cautious approach would be prudent. I'm fine. This little dove will follow you. If danger arises, I will be alerted. Damiya decisively established the plan, deeming further discussion unnecessary. With a flourish of her wand, a small dove radiating golden light materialized, landing atop Hybra's head. Eagle Eye, a dove conjured by magic, possessing the vision akin to that of an eagle. Let us commence, she declared. Chapter 50, Take It Back to Jet. A sphere of white light obliterated the distorted curse, while Damiya leisurely strolled about, wand in hand. Oh, little curse, don't run. I can dispatch you in a second, so don't flee. She swiftly cleared the 3rd floor and proceeded toward the 4th. It's a bit dull, how quiet it is. The tall figure with white hair and sunglasses flashed through her mind, causing Damiya to halt and shake her head vigorously. What was I thinking? On the 2nd floor, Nanami and Hybra meticulously scoured the area, yet thus far, they had only eliminated a few grade 3 curses. They located the restroom on the 2nd floor, with Nanami cautiously entering and inspecting each stall. Hybra followed closely, fists clenched and ready to strike. The little dove perched on Hybra's head remained still and resolute. After nervously kicking open the last stall, they found nothing amiss and exhaled in relief. Such locations were often pivotal in films, and their hands had just begun to sweat. Nothing here. Let us go find Senpai Mia, Hybra suggested. Nanami replied. As they were about to exit the restroom, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A massive, pallid creature erupted from the ceiling, crashing heavily onto the floor and shattering the restroom tiles. The giant curse blocked the restroom door. Though not large, it exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Its crimson eyes scrutinized the two, as if assessing the most advantageous point of attack. In that instant, as the creature descended, Nanami lunged to tackle Hybra, and they narrowly rolled out of the beast's path. The little dove took flight, transmitting everything it witnessed to Damiya on the 4th floor. Upon hearing the commotion from above, Damiya paused, absorbing the dove's message, her expression turning grave. With a wave of her wand, she conjured a magical circle directed at the ground, unleashing an explosive light spell that blasted a significant hole in the floor. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, she synchronized her actions and descended to the 2nd floor in under a minute. A straight line is the fastest, the little cat thought. Upon landing, Damiya dashed toward the dove's direction like a gust of wind. From a distance, she spotted the white curse stationed at the restroom door and called out, Nanami, Hybra, get back. Several white explosive spells launched from behind her, striking the curse that faced away from her. The force of the impact sent the giant creature crashing into the corner, tearing apart half of its body. Seizing the opportunity, Nanami and Hybra fled the cramped restroom and retreated behind Damiya. Grade 1, Nanami panted. This curse was indeed adept at stealth, blending with the restroom's ceiling and minimizing its cursed energy fluctuations until it revealed itself. Stay safe, Senpai. Hybra wiped the dust from his face, acknowledging the strength of this curse. Protect yourselves, Damiya replied. This mission primarily targeted her, and she was unsure why both Nanami and Hybra were on the task list, especially given that a grade 1 curse posed a considerable challenge to them. Yet, being able to exchange blows with a grade 1 curse demonstrated the commendable prowess of these two juniors. While they conversed, the wounded giant in the corner gradually healed, its eyes fixated on Damiya, the red glow flickering before turning black. Roar! The giant howled, a crimson aura enveloping it, instantaneously doubling its size. It rose, leaping in a flash to stand before Damiya, its fists larger than that of a grown adult, crashing down with tremendous force. Caught off guard, the giant pressed in, sending Damiya hurtling backward for several meters. Fortunately, her habit of preemptively activating shields in combat saved her from bearing the full brunt of the blow. As the giant descended, Nanami targeted its calf, activating a spell to create a weakness that inflicted a critical strike, thereby delaying the creature's advance toward Damiya. With a successful hit, he immediately ushered Hybera into the classroom behind them to hide. The giant ignored Nanami's assault and, after stumbling upon landing, charged once more at Damiya. The blonde girl whistled, her hate level soaring. Damiya nimbly dodged the giant's fists, each strike imbued with potent cursed energy, an overwhelming sense of pressure accompanying them. Compared to the towering creature, she appeared diminutive. When the giant accelerated with a sudden burst, Damiya braced herself with her shield, absorbing several blows until a crack appeared on the transparent barrier. Observing her combat capabilities, Damiya nodded in approval, quite commendable indeed. She ceased her evasions, first using Holy Light Fury to forcefully repel the giant, followed by Divine Judgment, where a colossal beam of light enveloped the creature, incapacitating it entirely. As the magic dissipated, the giant collapsed, reverting to its original size, mere moments away from death. Damiya waved her wand, weaving golden chains that bound the giant securely. Let us take it back to Jet. This curse possesses considerable strength. Seeing the battle conclude, Hybera and Nanami, who had been peering through the classroom window, breathed a sigh of relief and exited. Hybera's legs felt weak. He anticipated the terrifying might of a grade 1 curse. Senpai Mia, what is this? Hybera pointed at the bound creature floating in the air. Taking it back for Jet, Damiya replied. Impressive. After completing the task, the group waited by the roadside for their supervisor to arrive. Damiya held the golden chains, tugging the floating giant curse as she spoke on the phone with Satoru Gojo. Just finished the mission. What's up, Gojo? I'm so bored doing this alone. Gojo lamented, reclining in the back seat of the car, settling debts from the past few days. Keep it up. Upon hearing her meal ticket complain of boredom, Damiya responded nonchalantly. She handed the golden chains to Hybera, encouraging him to hold on and see if he could manage it. Is it all right, Senpai Mia? I'm worried it might escape. Hirahara-Yu's eyes first sparkled with excitement, only to be clouded by concern as he contemplated his own abilities. It's fine. It no longer has the strength to retaliate, he reassured himself. Damiya promptly thrust the golden chain into Hirahara's hands, her grip lingering until her arm began to ache. Let the interested party hold on to this. Haha. Thank you, Senpai. Hirahara exclaimed with exuberance. Hey, we're on a call here. Fushiguro Wataru interjected, irked by the apparent disregard for his presence. Were it not for the phone line separating them, he would have surely begun to throw a fit. Miao-chan had never overlooked him before. Chapter 51. He is about to cause a scene. I know. I was just speaking with Hirahara, Damiya clarified. The little cat indicated that she was engaged in a serious discussion with Hirahara regarding their mission. Fushiguro, clutching his phone in silence, sulked, his expression deflated. Is there really a difference? You're both just brushing me off. Hello? It's been ages since I've heard a response, Damiya remarked, puzzled as she pulled the phone away to check the connection. It's still connected, so why is it silent? Nanami, could you please check my phone? It seems to have gone mute, she said, handing it to Nanami Kinto, still unfamiliar with its workings. Listening to Nanami's voice on the other end, Fushiguro's mood darkened further. With a swift motion, he hung up and tossed the phone aside, shutting his eyes to catch some sleep. The call ended, Nanami noted, observing the screen that displayed the end of their communication. He returned the phone to Damiya, who, perplexed, scratched her head and resolved to dismiss it. It must be Wataru's issue. Perhaps his signal is poor. Damiya placed the phone back into her cloud-patterned bag, promptly forgetting the incident. When the assistant supervisor arrived with the vehicle, preparing to board, a brown-haired youth suddenly burst forth from the thicket. A plump calico cat trailed behind him, muttering indignantly. Hey! The brown-haired boy, upon noticing the group by the roadside, was startled by the floating cursed spirit, causing him to pivot and attempt to flee, only to collide with the calico cat. Natsum! The calico yowled, clutching its head in pain. I'm so sorry, cat teacher. I saw Natsum Takashi and panicked. In a flurry, he scooped up the cat and sought a new direction to escape, but upon looking up, he was met by a looming rabbit apparition. The towering, 2-meter-tall white rabbit stood on its hind legs, brandishing a knife menacingly. The calico cat, cradled in Natsum's embrace, narrowed its eyes, yearning to leap free and return to its true form to teach the little monster a lesson. Unexpectedly, a burst of white energy struck, sending the rabbit sprawling several meters away, blood gushing from its wounds. Damiya, hands on her hips, stood behind Natsum, curiously peering at the rabbit spirit, seemingly assessing its condition. It was her first encounter with a beast man, and she found it rather weak. Natsum, astonished, held the cat tightly, marveling at Damiya's prowess. The calico's inquisitive gaze fell upon Damiya, struggling to free itself from Natsum's grasp. "Ah, truly feeble," Damiya remarked, disappointment evident in her voice. The white rabbit beast man remained sprawled on the ground, feigning death, as neither of them seemed inclined to deliver a finishing blow. Hirahara rushed over, guiding the cursed spirit alongside him. "We are sorcerers, good people, please do not fear," he explained, hoping to assuage any anxiety. "These are sorcerers, Natsum, tasked with exorcising such entities." The calico pointed at the cursed spirit Hirahara was leading, indicating that Natsum should remain calm. Natsum nodded, finally afforded a moment to catch his breath. The calico approached Damiya, intrigued by the cat ears atop her head. "A half-demon? No, that doesn't seem right. Not a monster either. How peculiar. Hey, what are you? Your aura feels unusual," it inquired. Cat teacher. Natsum, having regained his breath, lifted his head, apologizing to Damiya. "I'm sorry, cat teacher, that was quite rude of me." The cat-eared girl waved off the apology nonchalantly, squatting down to examine the rotund calico. "I am of the cat clan," she stated. The calico scratched its head, perplexed. After a lengthy wait, the assistant supervisor arrived, reminding everyone it was time to leave. Hirahara seized the opportunity to exchange contact information with Natsum, saying, "If you encounter any cursed spirits in the future, feel free to reach out to us." "Thank you," Natsum replied, grateful as he clutched his phone. This sorcerer had a delightful personality. Damiya cautiously edged closer to the calico, their two feline forms exchanging scents with a blend of curiosity and wariness. "I'm Damiya. I hope to visit again soon," she expressed. "I'm Ban. And this is Natsum," the calico introduced, waving its paw, showing interest in Damiya's approach. "Until next time then," Damiya exclaimed, rising to smooth her skirt. The assistant supervisor had urged them to leave multiple times. It was indeed time to depart. She resolved to seek another opportunity to converse with the calico. Ban waved goodbye like a beckoning cat and returned to Natsum's side. Natsum smiled warmly as he bid farewell to the enthusiastic Hirahara. It seemed he had made new friends. The mission concluded, the trio cheerfully made their way back to the dormitory. Hirahara, animatedly recounting the events, occasionally tugged at Nanami to engage in the conversation. "You're truly incredible, Damiya-senpai. When I was hiding in the classroom with Nanami, I was so nervous. But then I saw you launch the cursed spirit away. And then there was a colossal beam of light that decisively ended the battle. I admire you tremendously." Hirahara enthused, bouncing on his feet in excitement. The power contained within that beam had rendered a low-level cursed spirit utterly defenseless. Ha ha ha, indeed. In fact, the divine judgment consists of 12 layers. Yesterday, I only unleashed the first, which dissipated the magic. The full version is even more formidable, Damiya replied, her heart swelling with pride as she showcased her prized staff to the younger students. "My staff is even more powerful. It is crafted from the branches of the world tree, adorned with exquisite magical gems, allowing for swifter casting." "Wow, that's amazing," Hirahara exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. As they neared the dormitory, they spotted Fushiguro Wataru leaning against a wall with his hands in his pockets. Observing Damiya's cheerful interaction with Hirahara, Wataru's face turned stoic. As if encased in ice, he felt utterly wronged. He had hung up the phone, and Miao-chan hadn't even reached out. Not a single word of comfort had been offered. He had waited the entire afternoon for a message, yet none came. He was about to create a scene. As Damiya approached, Wataru lunged forward, hoping to cling to her and express his grievances. To his surprise, Damiya deftly sidestepped him, her delicate waist twisting gracefully. Wataru stumbled forward, halting a few paces away, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he gazed at her. "Please don't suddenly leap at me like that, Wataru," Damiya admonished gently. Since the last incident when the captain had shattered their unspoken boundaries, she had consciously maintained a distance from Wataru. She was still uncertain about her feelings for him, especially as he often stirred trouble. Wataru stared incredulously at Damiya, a picture of distress. "Why, Miao-chan? There's no reason. From now on, you can't just come close to me whenever you please," the little cat declared, crossing her arms with conviction. Chapter 52, A Tiff. In the empty classroom repurposed by the second-year students, Damiya channeled her magical energy, meticulously guiding Shoko and the others through the intricate circuits of healing magic. The utilization of magic in her world was quite complex, requiring the memorization of these circuits, the manipulation of magical energy to construct them, and ultimately, the successful casting of spells. Each spell possessed a unique circuit, and for Damiya, navigating these seemingly chaotic pathways had long since become second nature. In contrast, Shoko and Suguru found themselves overwhelmed. The convoluted circuits left them feeling dizzy and disoriented. To the untrained eye, A mere glance at these patterns might evoke the image of a tangled ball of yarn. Standing off to the side, Satoru twirled a pen, his expression inscrutable as he observed Shoko and Sugiru's unraveling composure. He had memorized the magical circuit with just a glance, yet chose to remain silent. Since the incident of the previous day, Satoru had been in a sulky mood, harboring a grudge against Damiya. Having never faced rejection before, he had been raised in an environment where he was revered like a deity, with others eagerly welcoming his presence, engagement, or even a fleeting gaze. Only Damiya had turned away from his advances, igniting a tumult of frustration and indignation within him that kept him restless throughout the night. After their daily session of magical study concluded, Satoru and Sugiru stood together, deliberating on their dining options. Damiya swiftly organized her notes, beckoning Shoko as she called out to Satoru, "Satoru, let us head to the cafeteria together." The perceptive little cat had sensed something amiss from the outset. Today, Satoru was unusually quiet. She contemplated inquiring about it later. Satoru remained unresponsive, his lips moving as if to speak, only to falter once more. Did Miao-chan finally engage in conversation with me? Has she realized her missteps? I mustn't display too much joy. I should maintain an air of indifference. Perhaps I'll wait a moment before responding, giving her 60 seconds to stew in guilt. Or maybe just 30 seconds would suffice. Damiya approached, her brow furrowed in confusion as she observed Satoru's increasingly serious demeanor. "Satoru, why aren't you speaking?" Shoko and Sugiru exchanged glances, uncertain of the unfolding situation. The classroom fell into a heavy silence, the second hand on the wall clock ticking away slowly. Damiya's frown deepened as she scrutinized Satoru. She sensed an intensifying chill emanating from him. Was she being deliberately disregarded? As this realization struck her, the blonde girl became momentarily stunned, grappling with disbelief. It was the first time she had sensed such cold indifference from Satoru, a weighty feeling rising within her chest. Was it due to my words from yesterday that he now sought to draw a line between them? But that was never my intention. To intentionally ignore someone is simply too much. Tears glistened in Damiya's azure eyes as she bit her lip, striving to suppress the surge of emotion. Satoru, noticing her distress, felt a wave of panic wash over him, momentarily forgetting his countdown and hastily exclaiming, I don't want to talk to you either, Satoru." Damiya retorted, her fists clenched as she shouted at him. With that, she turned sharply, taking Shoko by the hand, and stormed out of the classroom in a huff. If Satoru wished to ignore her, then she would reciprocate. The little cat's stubbornness kicked into high gear. Satoru was left speechless, his mouth agape as he watched Miao-chan hastily exit the room. Sugiru stood dumbfounded, observing the girl's rapid departure. Everything had transpired too swiftly for him to comprehend. Had these two quarreled? "What is going on, Satoru?" Sugiru whispered. Satoru remained silent, his lips pressed together as he hesitated for a moment before deciding to follow them. Damiya linked arms with Shoko, marching down the corridor with each step heavy and purposeful. "Satoru, you dare to ignore me? Just wait." Shoko quickened her pace to match her friendess, saying nothing but reaching out to gently pat Damiya's head. Truth be told, she didn't believe Satoru was a suitable match for Miao. His personality was as unpleasant as it was unsatisfactory, possessing little more than a handsome face and formidable strength. Being a scion of a prominent family, he was undoubtedly burdensome. However, no matter how much she internally criticized Satoru, she would never voice it. That was the essence of their camaraderie. No sabotage, no slander, amen. Feeling Shoko's comforting touch, the little cat turned her head to nuzzle against her friend, silently adjusting her emotions to prevent anything from dampening her spirits. As they approached the corner on the first floor, they encountered Hibara and Kento Nanami. The moment Hibara spotted Damiya, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he hurried over to greet the older students. Nanami followed closely behind, already accustomed to the fact that his classmates engaged in casual conversation with anyone they encountered. The four of them proceeded to the cafeteria together. After a brief chat, Hibara, fidgeting with the hem of his shirt, shyly inquired, "Meow-senpai, I'd like to ask how to befriend a stray cat? My sister recently encountered an adorable little stray, and she wishes to bring the cat home, but the feline seems unwilling to approach her." Damiya pondered for a moment before replying. First, establish trust with the little cat. Animals without a stable home often lack a sense of security. Begin by offering food and gradually familiarizing yourself before attempting to take it home. Patience is key. Gaining a cat's trust takes time. "All right, senpai, I'll relay your advice to my sister word for word." Hibara nodded gratefully, continuing to chat with Damiya. As the conversation progressed, Hibara began recounting amusing anecdotes from his early days at Jujutsu High, causing Damiya and Shoko to stifle their laughter, struggling to contain their mirth. He described how he had rolled out of bed in the middle of the night, wrapped in his blanket, and ended up tumbling under the bed, waking up the next day convinced he had somehow traveled to another world. It was simply too hilarious. Satoru trailed behind, watching the lively atmosphere ahead with a distorted expression, his teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Ah, Hybra, you thieving cat. That was my spot. Afternoon arrived, and Yoshinobu Yaga entered the classroom, textbook in hand, surveying the room before nodding in satisfaction. Excellent. All four of you are here. No tardiness, no fights, no arguments. Today is a splendid day, he proceeded to announce. I have an important matter to discuss. The annual inter-school exchange event in the Jujutsu community is about to commence. Due to a shortage of participants from Tokyo this year, we will be taking first-year students along. Suguru, Satoru, Kinto, and Hybara, I entrust your training to you. The four students, previously drowsy, instantly perked up, sitting up straight. An exchange event? Damiya, still unfamiliar with the Jujutsu world, voiced her query. There are two schools in the Jujutsu community, one in Kyoto and one in Tokyo. And an exchange event is held annually for friendly competition and exchange of skills, Yaga elaborated. Oh, a school battle. The little cat quickly grasped the concept. Yaga nodded, adding, last year, Kyoto won the competition, and this year's event is scheduled to be held in Kyoto. Everyone should prepare accordingly. He held a neutral stance on winning or losing, emphasizing that as long as the students remained unharmed, he would be satisfied. We did not participate last year, which allowed Kyoto to claim victory, Suguru explained to Damiya. If we had entered, it would have been impossible for us to lose. Indeed, those individuals from Kyoto are remarkably feeble. Satoru Gojo continued the conversation, his gaze subtly drifting towards the cat-eared girl. Damiya, noticing Gojo's actions, huffed and turned her head, engaging in a hushed exchange with Shoko. She had no intention of acknowledging that person. Sensing the feline's reluctance, Gojo irritably twirled a pen, his head lowered in deep thought. Suguru Geto shielded his face with a book, observing quietly. In the span of merely one afternoon, the dynamics between the two had completely shifted. Ahem, class is in session. Noticing the students below engrossed in their own whispered conversations, Yaga Yoshinori cleared his throat, signaling for everyone's attention to focus on the lesson. Please turn to page 72. Last time we discussed. After school, the little cat was roused from her slumber by Shoko, yawning and gazing sleepily at her sister. What's the matter, Shoko? She inquired. Class is over. They're gathering at the playground to discuss training plans. Let us go, Shoko replied, gesturing towards the boys waiting outside the classroom. She helped tidy Damiya's desk and led the still drowsy cat outside. Damiya linked arms with Shoko, yawning once more. Goodness, Yaga-sensei's hypnotic teaching ability is far too strong. Within mere minutes, my eyelids grew heavier, and then I was blissfully unaware. Mathematics class was indeed terrifying. Upon reaching the playground, Nanami and Hybara were already present, warming up by jogging in circles. Suguru clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention and proclaimed. The Kyoto Sister Exchange event is typically divided into 2 days, the first for team battles and the second for individual matches. With over a month until the event, everyone must diligently train to identify their weaknesses. Both Satoru and I will assist in your training, so there is no need for concern. Nanami and Hybara nodded in unison, visibly anxious. The Sister Exchange event usually included participants from the 2nd and 3rd years, but due to Tokyo's smaller numbers, this year only first-year students would compete. They would undoubtedly become prime targets during the competition. Do your best, Nanami and Hybara, Satoru teased, raising an eyebrow with a cheerful grin. Winning shouldn't be a problem for us. Just remember to run fast and not get caught by the Kyoto students. Suguru nudged Satoru with his elbow, urging him to cease his interruptions and focus on the training plan. Nanami and Hybara will join us for physical training. Shoko won't be competing, so Mia, would you be willing to enhance your physical stamina? The dark-haired boy inquired gently. Although Mia was quite strong, she lacked the ability to recover her cursed energy independently. She either had to vanquish cursed spirits to replenish her energy or rely on contact with others. To be on the safe side, it would be prudent for her to strengthen her physical endurance. That's fine, Damiya acquiesced, feeling somewhat intimidated by the group of sorcerers around her. Her stamina was only slightly above that of an average person. In her previous world, she had ample magic and was unafraid of knights. However, now her physical condition was a weakness that needed urgent improvement. As training commenced, Nanami and Hybara were repeatedly sent sprawling, rolling on the ground before swiftly bouncing back up to spar with their seniors. Suguru dodged deftly while pointing out Nanami's shortcomings. Satoru, empowered by his 6 eyes, effortlessly moved his feet, quickly repelling Hybara. This pattern repeated itself. On the opposite side of the playground, Shoko stood at the finish line, cheering for her best friend. Damiya managed to run the first 2 laps with relative ease, but by the 4th lap, her legs felt heavy. She struggled to regulate her breathing, maintaining a steady pace around the inner track. Slowly, sweat trickled down her face in large beads, streaming down her forehead, while her throat felt parched and fiery. Her golden hair clung to her face, and her white shirt clung to her body, making her appear as though she had just emerged from water. By now, she was on her 8th lap. Satoru faced away from Damiya, distractedly engaging with the junior. Thanks to the nature of his 6 eyes, he could see clearly even from behind. His attention had long since strayed from Hybra. Since Damiya began training, his gaze had unconsciously shifted to her, watching her graceful figure as she ran around the playground. If it were anyone else who had offended Satoru Gojo, he would have dismissed them outright. But the cat girl was different. He couldn't help but pay attention to her. He yearned to speak with her and longed to be near her. Why was that? Because Satoru could observe Damiya exclusively through his 6 eyes, the little cat remained oblivious to his gaze, focused solely on her running. As she entered her 13th lap, she slowed her pace, resisting the urge to collapse on the ground, and walked slowly along the track for half a lap. Shoko followed her with a bottle of water, accompanying her as she walked until Damiya's breath steadied. Only then did she twist open the bottle and offer it to her. Damiya lacked the energy to speak, leaning on Shoko's hand as she took a few sips, soothing her parched throat. Let us call it a day, Mia. Remember to soak your feet and massage your legs before bed tonight, Shoko advised, supporting her as they walked slowly. Building your physical condition takes time. There's no need to rush. Damiya nodded, her cat ears drooping. Usually so lively, they now lay flat against her hair, looking quite disheveled. The two departed the playground at a snail's pace. Satoru followed the pair with his 6 eyes until they disappeared from view, then redirected his attention. The cat girl had left without a word. He too felt disheartened, his enthusiasm for training waning. He informed Suguru and then headed off to purchase a drink. Satoru scanned the diverse array of beverages in the vending machine, but after a long moment of indecision, he randomly selected a drink he had never tried before. After inserting his coins, the machine remained unresponsive for a minute. Frowning, he realized the drink had become stuck and failed to drop. Taking a deep breath, the accumulation of frustration from the day erupted within him, and he was engulfed by negative emotions. Closing his eyes, his expression grew cold and piercing. Satoru struck the vending machine's payment slot with a fist, producing a loud crash and leaving a dent. The machine emitted a sharp, feeble alarm, and the trapped drink tumbled down with a thud. The boy bent down to retrieve it from the exit, pulling the tab and taking a sip. Wakaba, what exactly are you thinking? Suguru asked from behind, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. I don't know, Satoru replied after a brief silence. The cat girl doesn't allow me to get too close. Suguru was rendered speechless by this statement. He had always assumed that Satoru understood his feelings, but simply struggled with expressing them, especially around girls. It now appeared that he was entirely unaware of his own emotions. Do you genuinely not comprehend what this signifies? Suguru inquired again, incredulous that his friend, a master of social interactions, was so oblivious. Satoru furrowed his brows, his mind racing with analysis. He desired to gaze upon her constantly, to be near her, yet felt distress at her rejections. You truly don't understand what this means? Suguru exclaimed in disbelief, his words quickening. Satoru wished to convey that he didn't want to lose the cat girl as a friend, but subconsciously, he sensed something was amiss. He hesitated. No, that was incorrect. He was not content with merely that. He craved more, which left him feeling aggrieved and confused when she put up barriers. Suguru sighed, noting the shifting emotions on his friend's face. The Wazo family truly raised Satoru Gojo exceptionally well, even when he later rebelled and moved to Tokyo for his studies. He could not escape the confines of the path laid out for him. You have feelings for Miya-chan, Satoru, Suguru Geto stated bluntly. You like her, he reiterated with certainty. Stunned by his friend's words, Satoru Gojo stood frozen, even his 6 eyes momentarily stalling. Like her? He liked Miya-chan? Scenes from their encounters replayed vividly in his mind. The first time she extended her fluffy little paw to him, when she playfully swatted him after a kiss. The bewildered look she wore when she transformed into her human form, and the moments when he rescued her from the water while she was diving. Countless interactions culminated in that snapshot of them laughing together. Yes, he did like Miya-chan. A sudden realization dawned upon Satoru Gojo, and he hurriedly fumbled for his phone. Eager to call her. He wasn't truly quarreling with Miya-chan. He simply wished to maintain a platonic distance. Satoru Gojo anxiously gripped his phone, his heart racing with unprecedented fervor. Beep, the number you have dialed is unavailable. Huh, but I just messaged Miya-chan. Suddenly, a thought struck Suguru Geto, and he abruptly closed his mouth. Oh my, this was a scenario he had never encountered before. Satoru Gojo, too, had a revelation and turned to Geto, saying, Geto, call Miya-chan. Geto hesitated, but under the pressure of Gojo's gaze, he ultimately dialed her number. A cheerful and vibrant ringtone echoed, and soon the call was answered. Hello, what is up, Geto? The sweet, melodic voice of the girl floated through the phone. The dark-haired youth silently turned his body to shield himself from his friend's piercing glare. Nothing, Miya-chan, I dialed the wrong number. Sorry for bothering you, get some rest. Suguru Geto spoke at lightning speed and hung up. He dared not glance back at Satoru Gojo. This situation felt far too intense for him. Miya-chan had blocked Satoru's number. Half an hour earlier, now he can't call you, Shizuku said, holding Damiya's phone, providing a live demonstration. Thank you, Shizuku, the golden-haired girl replied with a smile, soaking her feet to relieve her aching calves. No problem, Shizuku yawned and reclined on her best friend's bed. Mimi's bed is so soft, I want to redecorate my dorm. Damiya's dorm had already been transformed into a Western-style haven, with oversized carpets from the entrance to under the bed, warm-toned wallpaper enveloping the entire room, and a dazzling starry ceiling. She flopped down, clutching a long plush toy, completely worn out from running 13 laps today. Was that photo from your last outing? Shizuku inquired, pointing to a framed picture on the desk beside the bed. In the photo, Damiya and Satoru Gojo had paint smeared across their faces. Their greasy paws raised in jubilant laughter. Damiya replied, Yes, it arrived yesterday from Yague. So you're really ignoring him? Shizuku asked. I don't want to talk to him, the cat-eared girl coldly replied, indicating that the matter was closed. Shizuku fell silent. It was unwise to provoke Satoru Gojo, especially when it concerned her sister's feelings. Damiya, clutching her plush toy, glanced at her empty wrist. The jade bracelet she had removed during their last outing had not been worn since. She had been busy recently, but now it was simply her choice not to wear it. Meanwhile, Satoru Gojo was clinging to Suguru Geto's leg, wailing loudly, You can't leave, Geto. You have to help me. Are you still my good friend? Can you bear to watch me get blocked by Miya-chan? Suguru Geto struggled to walk along the forest path, dragging a hefty white cat tail behind him. Of course, he could bear it, he thought. Given Gojo's emotional ineptitude, he genuinely feared that helping him would drag himself into a pit of trouble. Geto! Satoru cried out more pitifully, embodying the essence of a scoundrel. Geto halted, covering his face as he said, I'll do my best. What else could he do? If he didn't agree, Gojo would undoubtedly drag him all the way to the dormitory, and he couldn't afford to lose face like that. The next day, Yoshinobu Yaga brought the students to the Kyoto campus to finalize the details of the sister exchange meeting. While the teachers deliberated, the students dispersed to explore the Kyoto campus. Damiya and Shizuku slipped away before the dispersal. She had no interest in such tedious official matters, regardless of the world. Satoru Gojo kept his gaze fixed on the little cat, noticing the two slip away, and he pulled Suguru Geto along as well. He did not follow Miya-chan's path, but opted for a shortcut. Did Yoshinobu Yaga notice? They weren't blind. Of course they did, but no one spoke up. Yoshinobu Yaga refused to acknowledge the embarrassing incident, and the Kyoto teachers chose to turn a blind eye to avoid trouble. Among the Kyoto group, a golden-haired boy clad in a black haori glanced in the direction of Damiya and her friend leaving, then turned to instruct those beside him. Damiya and Shizuku strolled along the wooden corridor, leisurely admiring the architecture of the Kyoto campus. In summary, it was antiquated and decaying. Damiya, having dealt with countless hypocritical nobles, was all too familiar with this stench of rot. It was utterly corrupt. Turning a corner, Damiya and Shizuku came to a halt. Ahead of them stood more than 10 sorcerers clad in kimonos embroidered with family crests, scrutinizing them. You are the new reverse curse technique, the leading blonde boy asked arrogantly, eyeing Damiya's pristine cat ears with a lecherous gaze, reaching out as if to touch them. Chapter 55. Are you going to protect this woman? Damiya swatted the blonde boy's rude hand aside, a pristine white staff appearing in her grasp, radiating a brilliant light. Zen and Naoya, what do you want? Shizuku's expression hardened, as if she had encountered something filthy. Still as unruly as ever, Zen and Naoya, he remarked, surprisingly unfazed by her rejection. He lifted his chin, arrogantly addressing Damiya. I am Zen and Naoya, the next head of the Zenin family. I am quite pleased with you. Be my woman, and you can become my most cherished concubine. He lewdly swept his gaze over the girl's face, adding, if you serve me well, I might consider elevating you to the primary wife. This woman possesses notable abilities and is exceptionally beautiful. Although her background is average, it is not impossible to elevate her status. Shizuku rolled her eyes. Here we go again. The eccentric heir of one of the three families. Damiya exhaled in exasperation. Different worlds, yet the same level of stupidity. Get lost, she said. Zen and Naoya's expression darkened immediately. After promising such grand benefits, this woman had the audacity to be ungrateful. Infuriated by the public humiliation, he pointed at Damiya and declared, Do you think you have any choice in the matter? Today, I will have you as my woman. Zen and Naoya did not believe the rumors about Damiya's prowess in shattering the cursed spirit's headquarters. He suspected it was all Satoru Gojo's doing, as he sought the beautiful woman and had her reputation tarnished in the process. It was common knowledge that techniques were innate to sorcerers, and he could not believe that a woman had awakened the reverse curse technique, let alone other formidable offensive techniques. Just as he stepped out from the alley, he overheard Zenin Naoya's brazen words, causing Satoru Gojo to explode. What the hell are you dreaming about, Zenin Naoya? I haven't even risen to power, and here you are, strutting around. Gojo Satoru clenched his fists, determined to charge forward, intent on demonstrating to Zenin that the rose blooms red for a reason. Damiya intercepted him with her staff. Finding herself confronted for the first time by such a brainless individual, it was time for her to enlighten these people on the stark realities of their situation. Zenin Najima observed her actions with a sneer, questioning her belief in her ability to best him, asserting that he would not be as lenient as Gojo. Damiya responded with a gentle smile, her crystalline azure eyes swiftly transforming into a striking gold. Those who engage in idle chatter before a fight often meet their demise the quickest. A resonant hum emanated from her eyes, penetrating through the ranks of over a dozen sorcerers before her. Zenin Najima and his subordinates could only register the sound of a buzz before their minds were overwhelmed, as if crushed by a mountain, leaving them in a fog of confusion. Holding her staff poised behind her, Damiya struck a captivating pose. A lustrous white magic circle unfurled before her, radiating an aura of mystical brilliance, and then, with a resounding boom, it unleashed its power. Divine judgment, she declared. A tempest whipped through the air, tousling the girl's hair, and as the elemental energies dissipated, a sprawling ruin stretching over 10 meters emerged in the aftermath. What a magnificent pose, Nico-chan. Don't move. Maintain it. I'll capture every exquisite angle. Gojo Satoru exclaimed, brandishing his phone and snapping countless photos. Squatting slightly to grant only a sliver of the best perspective to Shizuku. Shizuku gazed at Gojo with exasperation. She was there to photograph her sister, not to indulge in his antics. In the midst of the chaos, Suguru Geto observed the disarrayed Kyoto sorcerers hanging limply in the rubble and let out a whistle. Detecting the evident turmoil outside, the teachers engaged in conversation within the meeting room paused, sharing hurried glances before rushing out. Yaga Mazamichi sprinted ahead, fervently praying, please, let it not be Satoru. Upon arrival, his keen eyes swiftly spotted the 4 students standing at the center. What is going on, Satoru? He inquired. We've just dealt with a few shameless ruffians. The Kyoto students are truly both weak and foolish, Gojo replied, arms crossed dismissively. Teacher, Zenin Najima has brought people to corner us and make us his concubines. Shizuku raised her hand in complaint, asserting their innocence. Just then, the elder from the Zenin clan observed the severely injured young master, and upon hearing Shizuku's accusations, his fury ignited. You ungrateful woman. It is a blessing for you that the young master has taken an interest in you, yet you dare to lay a hand on him. How utterly vile. What nonsense are you spouting, Zenin's rotten orange? Gojo retorted coldly, his expression darkening as he stood beside the cat-eared girl, an aura of chilling sorcery enveloping him. The Zenin elder was taken aback by the overwhelming surge of cursed energy, abruptly silencing himself as he chose to retreat from the confrontation. What? Does the Zenin family consider itself royalty, denying others even the right to refuse? Damiya taunted, asserting her readiness to obliterate another Kyoto branch with ease. The principal of Kyoto, Rokuura Shigeki, surveyed the straight path of ruin with a measured tone. Young ones, perhaps you should temper your exuberance and refrain from such arrogance. The remaining family teachers who had just arrived hurried to assess the condition of their own prodigies, having missed Gojo's earlier remarks, still in a state of denial. Upon witnessing the multitude of severely injured and unconscious individuals, they could barely contain their outrage towards the golden-haired woman. You too. Hurry over and tend to the young master's injuries. If anything were to happen to him, I will not let you off lightly. One irate member of a minor clan scolded. To treat fellow comrades so mercilessly, in my opinion, warrants the death penalty, a diminutive man venomously declared. His son having suffered grievous injuries, wishing nothing more than to rend the woman apart. First, attend to our young master. Another elder from the Zenin family interjected loudly. The others exchanged glances, suppressing their discontent. I don't recall stating I would treat them. Damiya interrupted the ongoing discussions. These people were audaciously plotting against her right in her presence while expecting her to heal those individuals? Cats are not foolish. As soon as the girl finished speaking, chaos erupted. You vile woman, you. I won't let you off. Prepare for your execution. You. You will not have it easy. Shizuku, what are you waiting for? Do you wish to be punished as well? With Damiya ignoring them, the crowd turned their attention toward Shizuku. Don't pay them any mind, Shizuku. I am curious to see how they intend to deal with me, Damiya said, turning her face towards her close friend. Shizuka nodded, affirming her solidarity with Damiya. Silence. You rotten oranges. Gojo, his head buzzing from the incessant noise, waved his hand and unleashed a blast of cursed energy. The destructive force swept past them, detonating on the ground, sending dust and debris flying, striking the faces of the noisy group. Noticing the shift in attitude from Gojo's 6 eyes, the minor clan members promptly fell silent, observing how the 3 great families would proceed. The Kumo clan, reveling in the spectacle, questioned Gojo Satoru. "Do you intend to shield this woman?" "What if I do?" Gojo replied, lowering his sunglasses, his brilliant azure eyes radiating confidence and defiance. With Gojo's declaration, Suguru Geto stepped beside him, his sharp, cold gaze adding to the tension in the atmosphere. "This is merely a scuffle among classmates. Must we escalate matters?" One elder from the Gojo clan interjected, sensing the situation spiraling. As he spoke, other members of the Gojo clan echoed their support, stepping in to defend their prodigy. "Indeed, there is absolutely no semblance of decorum among you. You've startled both of the reversal sorcerers," an elderly man with a long beard chuckled. "Zenin clan, why are you embroiled in so many troubles lately? Perhaps you should focus on better educating your younger generations," another remarked, ready to stir the pot. "I even suspect it's deliberate. It seems every incident finds its way to our young master," one accused, casting aspersions upon the Zenin clan. "You Zenin elders are utterly incensed by the remarks from the Gojo clan. Do not go too far. Would we allow our young master to face danger? Such baseless accusations. You defame us, Zenin." The 2 elders soon found themselves in a verbal skirmish, with several Zenin members turning red with anger at the Gojo clan's cutting remarks. Ready to brawl, Damiya found herself bewildered by the unfolding chaos. "What are you all bickering about? Your young masters are on the verge of death." Though she had held back, they were not in immediate peril. Yet, did these elders truly disregard their young masters in such a manner? This was what nobility valued, family honor above all else. Shizuku shook her head, feeling that these people were beyond redemption. Gojo donned his sunglasses once more, his patience wearing thin from the clamor around him. For the first time, Suguru witnessed family sorcerers turn against each other, shattering his illusions of their esteemed lineage. Rokuhara, observing their escalating disputes, raised his voice. "Enough. Let us first resolve this matter at hand." The uproarious crowd was interrupted, exchanging exasperated glares before retreating back to their respective families. Regardless, given the severe injuries among the Kyoto students, Shizuku and Damiya, you 2 are responsible for ensuring their full recovery. This matter will be set aside, agreed? Rokuhara addressed the 2, opting not to pursue the Zenin issue further nor impose harsh penalties on the 2 healers, seeking a middle ground. The role of a principal is indeed fraught with challenges. After such a prolonged disturbance, Damiya had lost all inclination to take action, casually nodding before raising her staff. The healing spell manifested as delicate rays of light, akin to gentle raindrops, coalescing from the air and descending. Upon contact with the group of students sprawled on the ground, their wounds gradually mended, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Kaido Shoko stood motionless, disinclined to approach that group of eccentric students, especially with Miya by her side. The sorcerers present from the Jujutsu High exchanged glances, marveling at the sanctity of the scene before them. This woman's technique was undoubtedly not a reversal spell. Should there be a next time, it would not be so straightforward. The blonde-haired girl issued a dispassionate warning, for she was not like those naive students who had never taken a life. Her restraint was merely a reflection of her current precarious position in this new world. These nobles were a vexation to her, and next time, she would not hold back. With matters settled and the essential discussions of the exchange meeting concluded, Yaga Mazamichi led the restless students back home. Satoru Gojo lamented his lack of involvement in the events, vocally expressing his discontent. Suguru Geto casually dismissed his complaints, pondering the improbability of actually leveling Kyoto Jujutsu High. Such an act might very well lead to their classification as cursed spirits by the director. Although, had a confrontation erupted, neither of them would have merely observed. Nanami and Higuruma lagged behind, being halted at the entrance by the Jujutsu High teachers who denied them entry. When Megumi and the songstress dispersed to tour Kyoto Jujutsu High, they slipped away, uninterested in revisiting familiar sights. "Miya-senpai, the Zenin clan is being excessively troublesome, constantly seeking to harass you," Higuruma remarked indignantly. "Are the senpai unharmed?" Nanami inquired, his concern evident. "Not at all. They are likely envious of Mai and Shoko's healing prowess," Damiya replied, retracting her staff into her space and stretching languidly. "Oh, but that could be quite perilous," Higuruma exclaimed. "I am a battle cleric. They cannot defeat me, and I will protect Shoko. There is no cause for alarm," the cat-eared girl asserted, her fists raised defiantly. Kaido Shoko chuckled, wrapping her arms around her dear friend's waist, leaning affectionately against her shoulder. Gojo stood at the back, observing intently. "Damn it, I want to be close to Miya too," he grumbled. "Miya-chan, if anything happens, you must inform us immediately," Suguru advised. They were still students, limited in what they could accomplish. Perhaps he should connect more with other sorcerers outside the Zenin clan. Making friends was always a prudent endeavor. Do not worry. Despite the numerous trivial matters, the Gojo clan is still quite capable. Gojo waved dismissively, reassuring everyone that he would handle it. Damiya shot him a glance. During the conflict, Gojo had unhesitatingly shielded her. The cat's demeanor softened. Not necessarily, the cat-eared girl replied coyly, giving him a knowing look. The Gojo clan treats you as a mascot, a source of sustenance. Do not be deceived by the flowery words of the elders. Everything will be fine. Leave it to me, Gojo proclaimed, blissfully oblivious to the implications of her words. Miya-chan has finally spoken to me, he exclaimed joyfully, squeezing past Kaido Shoko to sidle up to Damiya. Akin to a lost cat returning home, purring affectionately. Gojo was adept at climbing the social ladder with ease. Damiya regarded the grinning source of her troubles with resignation. He was her chosen source of sustenance. What else could she do? Perhaps she would find a moment to speak with him privately later. Don't get too close, Gojo. It's hot, the blonde girl chuckled, attempting to push away the person leaning too close to her face. Absolutely not. I want to be near Miya, Gojo declared as he pressed his face against the hand she extended toward him, sweetly proclaiming his desire. Feeling the warmth radiating from her palm, Damiya's heart rate quickened. Kaido Shoko observed the scene with a deadpan expression. Gojo nearly knocked her over. Suguru supported the unsteady Shoko, remaining silent. It's so embarrassing to be friends with this guy, he thought. Nanami pulled the still chatting Higuruma away, relieved that the two had finally reconciled. Since we're here, would you two like to explore Kyoto? Suguru asked the girls, noting the plethora of delightful sights and treats. Yes, the cat-eared girl was the first to raise her hand in agreement. Then let the Kyoto day trip commence, Gojo announced cheerfully. Chapter 57, Another Child Acquired. The students clad in blue and black uniforms laughed and frolicked, their hands laden with various bags as they meandered through the streets and alleys of Kyoto. Gojo, familiar with the city, led Damiya at the forefront as their guide. Their first stop was a quaint little establishment with a stellar reputation, where they indulged in a traditional Japanese breakfast. Damiya grasped her chopsticks, surveying the meticulously arranged small bowls adorning the table, contemplating which dish to savor first. After several days of diligent practice, she had mastered the art of using chopsticks. Though her technique was still a bit awkward, she felt a sense of pride. Each bowl on the table was no larger than her fist, containing roughly half a bowl's worth of food. At first glance, the array of dishes appeared quite abundant, yet the portions felt somewhat meager. As she picked up a serving of shredded potatoes, she glanced up to find many of the small bowls already empty, her eyes widening in disbelief at the speed with which the boys across from her devoured their meals. Shoko was voraciously devouring her food while also serving her friend. She had anticipated such a scenario when dining with these boys. Years of camaraderie had prepared her for this. Since they had arrived early in Kyoto for discussions, they had not had time for breakfast, and the delay caused by those eccentric students meant they only began eating close to noon. Hungry boys were capable of demonstrating what a clean plate truly meant. Suguru and Gojo maintained an outward elegance while their actual speed was anything but slow. Nearly half of the dishes on the table had already found their way into their stomachs. They were the ones leading the charge in the food frenzy. Caught up in the exuberant atmosphere, Damiya abandoned her chopsticks and began to eat with a spoon, grateful for Shoko and her companion's assistance. Nanami also ate quickly, skillfully snatching bites from the seniors' plates while occasionally sharing with his flustered classmates. Higuruma was experiencing the chaos of a student meal for the first time, his eyes darting as he struggled to keep up, ultimately ending up with only vegetable scraps. Let us order another round of everything we had, Gojo shouted to the corner counter during a brief pause. Even without looking at the table, his hands expertly snatched up more food. Understood, please wait a moment. The staff replied with a bow. In the end, everyone was only half satisfied and decided to save room for other delicacies. The weather was quite warm, and the group ambled along, sipping cold drinks and engaging in light conversation. They arrived at a location adorned with blooming cherry blossoms, with a clear stream flowing behind them. The gentle breeze stirred up swirling cherry petals, the stunning scenery soothing the heat-induced restlessness. Hey, Suguru, could you take a picture of us? Shoko suddenly suggested, the desire to capture a moment with Damiya striking her. Despite knowing each other for so long, they had never taken a photo together. The vibrant young women stood beneath the cherry blossom tree, their heads leaning together, smiles sweet and bright. Suguru raised his camera, a warm smile gracing his lips. He quickly snapped a couple of shots, but as he prepared to lean in for a closer angle, the ever-enthusiastic Gojo darted forward. I want a picture with Miya too, he exclaimed. Hey, I want in too. Higuruma, who had longed to take a photo with his seniors, followed suit. Come on, Nanami. Nanami Kinto was dragged along, squeezed into place. Kiriko exclaimed, you scoundrel, Gojo. This is my spot. To which Satoru replied nonchalantly, what does it matter? It's the same wherever we stand. Hyber suggested. Let us stand together, Nanami. Amidst the lively commotion over positioning, Suguru Geto stood quietly with his phone in hand, suppressing a smile as he waited. The clouds in the sky shifted, and suddenly, the light around him dimmed. Come over for a photo, Geto. Damiya called out to the solitary figure holding the phone. Geto is just too reserved. Group photos are meant to include everyone. Observing the raucous group, Suguru shook his head in resignation and stepped out of the shadow, gradually making his way toward his companions. In the emptiness around them, he entrusted his phone to a cursed spirit, instructing it to remotely press the shutter button. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Cheese. They all shouted, beaming radiant smiles at the cursed spirit holding the phone. Click. Satoru, holding Suguru's phone, burst into laughter upon seeing the photo. Ha, Geto. Are you still half asleep? Open your eyes wider. In a good mood, Suguru shot him a glance and summoned a cursed spirit to deliver a punch to Satoru's face. Satoru easily sidestepped the attack, swatting the third-grade cursed spirit away, too lazy to use his cursed energy. You think you can use a third-grade cursed spirit against me? Have you lost your mind? He retorted. Suguru merely smiled in silence, gesturing for him to look aside. Bystanders waiting at the traffic light gazed in astonishment at the white-haired youth suddenly striking a pose, whispering among themselves. What are they doing? I don't know. Maybe something's wrong with them. How could someone so handsome be off his rocker? Let us move away quickly, just in case he goes berserk. A wide circle formed around Satoru as they regarded him with a mix of pity and caution. Geto, you're playing dirty, Satoru remarked. Damiya and Kiriko laughed unabashedly, relishing the rare sight of Satoru being flustered. Yet, Satoru was not one to back down. He resolved to retaliate in kind. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he unleashed a swift blast of cursed energy aimed at Suguru's lower body. The attack was so rapid and unexpected that Suguru barely had time to react, twisting his body instinctively to evade it. You! Kiriko exclaimed, covering Damiya's eyes, glaring at Satoru with disdain. Damiya muttered, 0-0. The crowd fell silent for a moment before resuming their hushed gossip. Now both of them are clearly nuts. Suguru burst into laughter, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to engage in a proper exchange with Satoru. At that moment, a small child with pink hair hurriedly crossed the street, looking lost as he stood at the curb, scanning the crowd. He appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, his clothes dusty, with a noticeable wound on his knee still oozing blood. Damiya was the first to notice the child. After observing him for a moment without seeing any accompanying adults, she approached and squatted down to ask, "What's wrong?" The pink-haired boy's eyes brimmed with tears as he pressed his small lips tightly together, warily regarding the golden-haired sister. He remained silent, not perturbed by his demeanor. Damiya glanced at his knee injury and softly said, "Don't be afraid. Can I help you with your wound?" After a moment of hesitation, the boy finally spoke. "I can't find my grandpa. Can you help me find him, sister?" "Of course. Do you remember where you last saw him?" Damiya replied with a gentle smile, her soothing voice calming the panicked boy. "Right here. My grandpa and I were waiting at the traffic light, and when I went across the street, he just disappeared," the pink-haired boy said, his voice cracking as he fought back tears, determined to be brave. "Let us wait here for your grandpa, all right? Your brother and sister will stay with you, so don't be scared." Suguru squatted down to maintain a friendly eye level with the child. "Yes," the boy nodded vigorously, wiping his eyes with a hasty hand to brush away the tears. "You're very brave. What's your name, little brother?" Suguru complimented. "I'm Yuji Itadori, brother." The boy replied softly, his voice carrying the innocent lilt of childhood. "How adorable." Damiya gestured for Kiriko and Satoru to join her, wanting them to shield the boy from prying eyes while she treated his knee. Kiriko moved directly behind her, blocking the stares of onlookers. Satoru squatted down beside them, unwilling to stand while his friend knelt. "Don't make me slap you," Kiriko warned. Damiya shot Satoru a disapproving glance, but with fewer pedestrians around, she needed to act quickly. A small orb of golden light appeared beneath Yuji's feet, gently drifting towards his injured knee. The boy's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth forming an O. "Shoo," Damiya whispered, placing a finger to her lips to keep him quiet. Yuji covered his mouth with his small hand, his sparkling eyes fixed on the beautiful lady before him. As the golden light enveloped Yuji's knee, the wound began to heal, returning to its unblemished state. Feeling the pain dissipate, Yuji wiggled his foot, gazing at Damiya with newfound admiration. "Sister, is this magic? Are you a magical girl?" he asked in a hushed tone. The child seemed to understand the need for discretion. "It is magic," Damiya replied softly, unaware of the cultural significance of magical girl in this world, interpreting it simply as a girl who could wield magic. "Amazing," Yuji exclaimed, his childlike wonder palpable. Satoru, arms crossed and squatting down, observed Yuji with his azure eyes hidden behind sunglasses. "Let us move a bit to the side, Yuji," We might be in the way of others. Suguru took the boy's small hand, and the group shifted to a less obstructive position. Kiriko pulled out a pack of wet wipes from her bag, handing one to Suguru to wipe the boy's dirty face. As Suguru gently cleaned Yuji's face, he asked, "Do you remember your family's phone number? We can call them, and you'll see them sooner." Yuji pondered for a moment before responding, "I don't remember Grandpa's number. I haven't seen my dad in a long time, and my mom has been missing for a while. The neighbor lady told Grandpa to come take care of me." Upon hearing his words, the group fell into silence. Suguru's gaze softened further. He refrained from looking at Yuji with pity, knowing children are sensitive to emotions. "You're very brave, Yuji. A real little man," he said. Yuji nodded enthusiastically, clearly pleased with the compliment. Damiya reached out to pat Yuji's head, then brought her hands together, prompting him to guess what she was holding. Yuji scratched his head and tentatively guessed, "A little butterfly?" "Correct." The golden-haired girl exclaimed joyfully, inviting him to come closer and see the little butterfly she had hidden in her hands. Yuji took a couple of steps forward, peering through the gap between her hands. In the darkness, a small golden butterfly rested with its wings closed, floating silently. Suddenly, it seemed to awaken from slumber, cautiously unfurling its resplendent wings and beginning to flap gently. In the depths of darkness, it stands as the most resplendent and captivating existence. "Wow!" exclaimed Yuji Itadori, his gaze fixated on the delicate butterfly, reluctant to divert his attention. "Try blowing into it, Yuji," Damiya whispered softly, displaying an uncommon patience. The demeanor of a kitten toward its young and adult counterparts is indeed starkly different. Yuji cautiously blew a breath toward the golden butterfly, only to discover that it mysteriously vanished into thin air. "It's gone." Damiya spread her fair hand, revealing the empty palm to Yuji. "Wow!" The naive Yuji, mesmerized, momentarily forgot his fears. Suguru and Shoko applauded in support. Wataru, however, remained silent, taking a step to the right and leaning against Damiya's shoulder. His voice dripping with sweetness as he said, "Meow-chan, I want to see the little butterfly too." As his left shoulder was gently pressed down, Damiya instinctively turned her head, feeling the soft white hair brush against her cheek. Although the boy leaned closer, his hands remained respectfully by his side, merely rubbing his face against her shoulder as if embraced by a large white cat. She mused. "Ugh," Shoko grimaced, such a grown person competing for attention with a child. "Ugh," Suguru shuddered at the repulsive sound, finding the display of affection from a peacock rather bothersome. Yuji looked on in confusion at his older siblings, echoing, "Ugh?" Eventually, Damiya, unable to withstand the clinginess, transformed the butterfly once more for her ticket to a meal, for this individual was relentless in pursuit of their goals. Successfully testing the limits of contact, Wataru swayed contentedly, remarking, "Now I'm super happy." After a wait of over 10 minutes, a hurried elderly man dashed across the road, scanning his surroundings, pausing to look at every child that passed by. "Grandpa, I'm over here," Yuji shouted loudly, ever watchful of the road. Hearing his grandson's voice, the elderly Itadori turned toward the sound and spotted his unscathed grandson. He rushed over, embracing the recovered child, tears of joy streaming down his face. They were each other's only family. Wiping away his tears, the elder expressed his gratitude to the students from Jujutsu High who had stood by, saying, "Thank you. Thank you for taking care of Yuji." He had always resided in Sendai and rarely visited a bustling city like Kyoto. He never anticipated that a brief moment of distraction while attempting to purchase something would result in losing sight of his grandson. "It's all right, Grandpa Yuji." Suguru reassured the emotionally unstable elder, supporting him to prevent a fall. "If anything were to happen to Yuji, I wouldn't know what to do. This child's parents." The elder paused, unable to finish his thought. Chapter 59, Wataru, Stop It with the Brain. The four from Jujutsu High remained silent, fully aware of the unspoken content that the elder had withheld. Damiya approached the elder to exchange contact information, gently stating, "If you encounter any issues later, please feel free to call me, Grandpa Yuji." The elder, having set Yuji down, continued to express his gratitude, glancing at the time and realizing he was nearly late for the Shinkansen. So he hurriedly bid farewell and prepared to leave with Yuji. "Sister, goodbye? Thank you. I want to become a magical girl just like you." Yuji waved his small hand in farewell, the image of this beautiful and powerful sister forever etched in his heart. "Goodbye." The blonde girl warmly reciprocated his farewell, but upon turning her head, she noticed the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces. She tilted her head in confusion. "A magical girl? Ha!" Wataru could not contain his laughter, envisioning a burly man in a pink dress, his face morphing into Yuji's grown-up visage, laughing uncontrollably. What a beautiful image. Suguru stifled his laughter, his mouth twitching with amusement at his own imagination. Shoko, biting her lip, found it hard to suppress her chuckles, recalling Yuji's earlier declaration of wanting to be a magical girl. The image of a muscular man dancing in a dress was simply too hilarious to resist. Well, if it were a slender magical boy, that would be quite delightful too. Huh? Why did all three of them envision a burly man? Because sorcerers are often perceived as gorillas, it was a reflex. After they had laughed to their heart's content, Wataru covered his face, still chuckling, leaning against Suguru as he remarked, "What a splendid dream. Who says boys can't be magical girls? I cast my vote for him, ha ha ha." However, something about this boy seemed rather peculiar. His physique was not quite like that of an ordinary person. He stroked his chin, recalling the information he had gathered through his 6 eyes. Different? What seems to be the issue? Suguru inquired, his first instinct being that Yuji might have some internal injury. Damiya cast a wary glance. Having recently used healing magic on Yuji, there was no way he could still have any internal damage. Shoko stood nearby, arms crossed, reflecting on Yuji's recent actions. Given his lively demeanor, he certainly didn't appear to be injured. No, it's hard to describe. Perhaps we should have Yagami investigate it later. Unable to articulate his thoughts, Wataru waved dismissively at Suguru. Upon returning to Jujutsu High, Damiya continued to instruct the trio in healing techniques. Shoko and Suguru were still in the process of memorizing the magical circuits, while Wataru, having practiced one morning, successfully executed a small-scale healing spell. The energy flowed ceaselessly through the converter, enveloping him in a warm golden light that danced joyfully around him before surging into his being. His fatigued mind was refreshed by the healing light, restoring his state in an instant. Although it wasn't his first encounter with healing magic, the experience of wielding it himself was distinctly different. The white-haired youth closed his eyes, savoring the feedback within, his thoughts on the reversal technique gaining clarity. Shoko's insight into the reversal technique was simply to use it in a flash. Who could possibly learn that? Damiya circled around Wataru, confirming there were no after-effects from his magic, and her eyes sparkled upon ascertaining that all was well. The little cat's mind raced as she calculated the cost of creating converters, her eyes gleaming with golden light. What would be the right price for a first-generation converter? She pondered, her thoughts filled with glee. The magical circuits for healing spells wouldn't incur any charges. She had no intention of disseminating too much magic in this world. Wishing to maintain its peace, most techniques in the sorcery realm are innate, while magic can be learned. She preferred to avoid unnecessary troubles. The idea of establishing a priest association could accelerate, as having an organization would deter others from bullying or exploiting healers. They could also attract powerful sorcerers to affiliate with the priest association, thus enhancing its stature. The supervisory board, just wait until I overpower you, she thought, her heart brimming with joy. Suguru and Shoko were inspired by Wataru's success, gazing at the tangled magical circuits, declaring their determination to strive harder. After a period of training, the first-year students' shortcomings became less pronounced, and Damiya's stamina improved. Currently, Wataru was engaging in physical training with Damiya. "I won't strike first, Miao-chan," the boy declared, donned in sunglasses. Standing tall on the playground with a playful tone, it was evident he believed Damiya could not handle him, as cats are often the least physically capable in school. Damiya arched an eyebrow, saying little, and immediately initiated the fight. The cat-eared girl accelerated towards Satoru Gojo, swiftly lifting her foot to step upon his knee as she launched a knee strike aimed at his face, accompanied by a sharp whoosh that sliced through the air. Gojo leaned back, raising one hand to block the knee while gripping Damiya's leg with the other, attempting to restrict her movements. A soft sensation coursed through their contact, and both paused momentarily, her emerald feline eyes meeting his cerulean orbs. Shoko Yeri and Nanami Kento sat neatly at the edge of the playground, their gazes riveted on the intense scene unfolding before them. Damiya, unperturbed by the turmoil within her, seized Gojo's head, twisting her slender waist to elevate her leg and ensnare his neck, hoping to leverage her position to throw him off. However, Gojo's larger frame remained steadfast, merely swaying without being toppled over. The white-haired boy, his expression serious, firmly grasped Damiya's slender waist, swiftly lifting her high before gently setting her down. He spoke rapidly, "Miao-chan, you must consider your opponent's stature when attacking. It's quite challenging to throw down someone twice your size." Though Gojo appeared slender, he possessed a commendable physique beneath his clothing. The adage "clothes make the man" aptly described him. Despite his efforts to mask his emotions, the flush on his earlobes betrayed his true feelings, while his face remained impassive. His heart raced wildly at the moment her legs squeezed him, his mind a tempest of chaotic thoughts. This is merely a spar, Gojo, focus. He mentally chastised himself. Chapter 60, Fiancé? Damiya puffed her cheeks in frustration. Had she been able to amplify her magic, Gojo would surely have been thrown to the ground. She stretched her body, preparing for a second wave of attack. Suddenly, the girl spun around, executing a powerful kick that sliced through the air, her golden locks flowing gracefully with the motion. Gojo retreated to evade the kick, his arm raised to deflect 2 rapid punches. This catch-on strikes are quite fierce, he mused. Damiya continued to lift her leg, sweeping left and right, each blow targeted at Gojo's head. The boy swiftly bent his arms to block, feeling a tingle of apprehension at her determined onslaught. In a quick reflex, he seized her calf during her final kick, attempting to slow her relentless assault. Damiya capitalized on this, leaping up to deliver a kick to Gojo's waist, leaning back forcefully, bringing him down with her. The moment Gojo realized he was being pulled down, he sensed impending trouble. Before he could brace himself, the girl had already lifted her leg to lock around his neck. They both fell to the ground, with Damiya controlling one of Gojo's hands and tightening her slender legs around his throat. Gojo's breath became ragged, caught in her grip, the pressure making it difficult to breathe. Yet, he felt no resentment, only gazing fervently at Damiya, acknowledging her impressive victory in this martial contest. So fierce, Miao-chan, he admitted. After securing her triumph, Damiya released her hold and joyfully began to bounce around. I won, she exclaimed excitedly to the spectators. Wow. The onlookers gasped, astonished by Damiya's prowess in close combat. A stark contrast to the stereotypical notion of priests being inept in melee. Humph. Damiya beamed with pride, her fluffy ears perked up, having grown up in the slums. She had dedicated time to practice even amidst her responsibilities at the temple, determined to astonish those who underestimated priests. Gojo adeptly rose, stretching his neck. Despite the spar being over, he still felt a lingering constriction at his throat. Intrigued, he noticed the exuberant Damiya and clapped his hands enthusiastically, showering her with praise. Miao-chan, you're incredible. You've truly astonished me. Behind his sunglasses, emotion swirled in his eyes. Damiya was like a treasure, continuously surprising him. That's quite exaggerated. Gojo, you didn't even fight back? I still need to improve. The spirited little cat declared, her fists clenched with determination. You were already amazing, Mia-chan, Jogo Suguru remarked. Having witnessed Damiya's combat skills for the first time, thoroughly impressed. The slender girl emanated an astonishing force. Shoko, why not train a little as well? The dark-haired boy suggested to her. No, I'm quite busy, Shoko Yeri replied decisively. The current director was assigning tasks to Damiya, and she was no longer stationed in the infirmary. Ultimately, she bore the brunt of the responsibilities. I hope Mia's energy converter can be promoted soon, Yuhibra mumbled, covering his face with his hands, anxious about the prospect of sparring with Mia next time. Both close and ranged combat are impressive, he said softly. Thus, we must keep striving. We cannot slack off, Kinto Nanami declared, finishing his drink and pulling Hibra back into a spar. I will do my best, Hibra vowed resolutely. That evening, the quartet gathered in Satoru Gojo's room, listening intently as Gojo Yaga shared information regarding the Itadori family. Itadori Yuji's mother, Kaori Itadori, was a registered sorcerer who left the sorcerer community before marriage, subsequently bearing a son, Yuji Itadori, with Itadori Jin. Shortly after Yuji's birth, Jin mysteriously vanished, the reasons unknown. A few weeks ago, Kaori, who had been raising Yuji alone, also disappeared without a trace. Neighbors found Yuji home alone and contacted his grandfather, Lord Gojo, per the documents. There seems to be no issue with the Itadori family, Yaga concluded, closing the file and awaiting Gojo's response. Gojo perused the documents, searching for anomalies. What do you think, Satoru? Suguru inquired after reviewing the same paperwork without noticing anything amiss. Damiya flipped through the files, her attention drawn to the photographs of Itadori. These images were captured from surveillance footage, depicting little Yuji in various styles of kimono, holding hands with a woman in kimono. Isn't it hot wearing so many layers? She pondered aloud. Gojo leaned in for a closer look, sensing something was off. He flipped to the page with Kaori Itadori's photographs, placing the pre-marriage and post-marriage images side by side for comparison. The pre-marriage Kaori exuded a gentle determination, favoring vibrant colors. In contrast, the post-marriage Kaori wore a faint smile, her forehead marred by a stitched scar, often donning heavier-toned kimonos. Something was amiss. Gojo's intuition told him that Kaori Itadori was not as she seemed. Suguru and Shoko leaned in to examine the comparative photographs. Indeed, they give off a different vibe, Suguru noted. However, experiences can alter one's preferences, Shoko countered. Investigate Kaori Itadori further, Yaga, Gojo instructed. Certainly, Lord Gojo, Yaga replied with a bow, taking a discreet breath as if to bolster his resolve. Lord Gojo, the elders request your immediate return to the ancestral home, he added in a hushed tone. Not going. If they have matters to discuss, they can come to me. Gojo replied dismissively, reclining on the lazy sofa. Yaga cast a furtive glance at Damiya before lowering his gaze. The elders insist you return home swiftly to select a prospective bride for the Gojo family and set a date for the engagement. What? Gojo exclaimed, startled by the news. Sitting upright abruptly, his sunglasses askew. What is happening? How dare you give him orders? Is the rotten orange at home seeking death? The others were equally stunned by the news. Suguru exclaimed in shock, staring at Satoru Gojo. Could it be that you? Kinji suddenly turned to look at Satoru, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Dare you deceive my best friend? Damiya looked at Satoru in disbelief, wondering if he had a fiancé hidden away. With that thought, the little kitten's eyes filled with a fierce determination, sensing the dangerous glances from others. Satoru quickly explained to Damiya, No, Miao-chan, I am innocent. There is absolutely no fiancé. You must believe me. I am being slandered. He sprang to Damiya's side, asserting his innocence. How infuriating. He had been contemplating how to confess to Miao-chan these past few days. The rotten orange at home actually dared to set him up. Their audacity was growing by the day. All right, speak. I'm listening, Damiya said, crossing her arms in a cool tone. Chapter 61, Touching Ears. Satoru faltered, unsure of where to begin. He recalled the family rules and decided to clarify the situation first. Yasuke, what is going on? Do the old oranges at the family estate think life has become too easy? The young man flexed his wrists, exuding an air that suggested he could return to the Gojo family estate at Yasuke's nod. Yasuke bowed in apology, stating that he was merely relaying the elder's words and had no part in this matter. He was also quite surprised by the elder's audacity. After all, Lord Satoru is known for his explosive reactions. Miao-chan, you know this has nothing to do with me. I am also a victim. Upon receiving a response, Satoru turned, his expression suddenly appearing pitiful. He leaned closer to Damiya, gazing at her with his captivating, watery eyes. But that doesn't mean you don't have a fiancé, Damiya teased, her eyes glimmering as she clung to that point. After all the explanations, she realized that Satoru had been completely unaware of the situation. However, she was dissatisfied with his inability to handle the Gojo family, hinting that he had not grasped the implications. On the surface, the Gojo family seemed to cater to Satoru, but in reality, he had no real power. Such things could be dismissed, but one could not be without them. The last time Satoru asked about Kinji's position in the Zenin family, the Gojo family had been evasive, not revealing key information. I truly have no fiancé, Miao-chan. Ask Yasuke. I have lived alone in my own courtyard since childhood. Even a mosquito entering would be inspected thoroughly inside and out, let alone any girl from another family. Satoru desperately explained, oblivious to Damiya's ulterior motives, fearing that they would fall apart after finally reconciling. Oh, but that was when you were a child. The blonde girl propped her chin on one hand, raising an eyebrow lazily. Seeing you jump around is quite amusing. Now it's even more impossible. I live at Jujutsu High every day. You can ask Jet. I absolutely have no intimate relations with any females, Satoru asserted, pulling Kinji over to vouch for him. I can confirm their ISNT, Kinji stated, even though he could tell Damiya was merely teasing Satoru. Indeed, apart from Miao-chan, he has no intimate relations with any other females. Satoru's looks were undeniably popular among girls, but he could only see those with strength capable of standing beside him. The rest were insignificant. Thus, many labeled him as a scoundrel. Ah, Damiya nodded, reaching out to ruffle Satoru's soft, white hair. I know you are innocent. Finally relieved from the danger signals, Satoru nodded repeatedly, abandoning his brother and plopping himself beside Damiya. Kinji, forget it. I'm used to it, Kinji replied. Returning to Kinji's side and grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds, the two of them crunching away. Why are you defending Satoru? Look at how smug he is now, Kinji remarked, having just overheard a bit and realizing Satoru was in the clear and ready to enjoy the show. And in the end, it's still me who has to clean up. Kinji shrugged, now that things seemed calm, pulling out his phone to chat. He had recently made several new acquaintances among homeless sorcerers and had infiltrated their large group, becoming familiar with them. A careless choice of friends, Kinji shook his head. On the other side, just as Satoru sat down, ready to chat with Damiya, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Recalling what Miao-chan had said earlier, he turned to look at her sharply. Damiya mischievously blinked her eyes, showing no intent to hide her thoughts. All right then. Satoru realized he had been teased and reached out to tousle her hair, seizing the opportunity to touch her ears. Damiya skillfully bent down, dodging him, and with one hand on the sofa, flipped over, darting away. Satoru chased after her, the two of them playfully wrestling around the sofa, laughing. Eventually, as Damiya flipped over the sofa again, she miscalculated and was caught by Satoru, who pulled her back. The young man pinned her on the sofa, carelessly tousling her smooth, long hair, the platinum strands wrapping around his fingers, much like the deepening feelings between them. As if casually, Satoru brushed his hand against her fluffy cat ears. The sensitive ears caused Damiya to shiver, her cheeks flushing instantly, and she kicked him away with a swift motion. How infuriating. I knew you would take the opportunity to cause trouble. Satoru stumbled back a few steps from the kick, steadying himself before casually brushing off the marks on his abdomen. then leaned in to charm her again. "Meow-chan, don't touch my ears," Damiya exclaimed, her face flushed like a ripe peach, yet her kicks showed no mercy, sending him flying far away. "I didn't mean to, Meow-chan," Satoru pouted, approaching her with his large, doe-like eyes, attempting to play innocent. "It hurts so much after being kicked. Meow-chan, why are you so rough with me?" The boy pointed at the imprint on his abdomen, acting as though he was grievously injured. Damiya glared at Satoru, but as she gazed upon his divinely handsome face, her anger gradually faded. She pressed her lips together, ultimately casting a healing spell upon him. "Meow-chan, you are the best to me." Kinji shivered at the sight, feeling a wave of goosebumps wash over him. He felt like he was going to be sick from Satoru's antics. "Get a room for your lovey-dovey antics," Kinji remarked, spitting out the shell of a sunflower seed. Utterly bewildered by Satoru's nauseating tone, this guy had always enjoyed speaking in a high-pitched voice, but now he was taking it to new extremes. The next day, in the cafeteria, "Come with me, Meow-chan." It's super boring to return alone. Satoru clung to the cat-eared girl, wanting her to accompany him back to the Gojo estate. He wished to show Meow-chan the courtyard where he had lived since childhood. Damiya pondered, not replying immediately. The Gojo family had suddenly summoned Satoru back, likely due to the recent events at Jujutsu High. They must be worried about not being able to control Satoru and are anxious. "All right," Damiya smiled, as she loved a good spectacle. "Yay." Satoru grinned at Kinji and the others, instructing Yasuke to arrange the itinerary. "Kinji, so he never thought to invite us?" "Jet, I don't want to go." "Kinji, what a coincidence. Neither do I. Who wants to meddle in the affairs of a big family, anyway?" "Gojo Satoru, that is precisely why I didn't call for you." With a resolute demeanor, he stood at the entrance of Jujutsu High, preparing for the gathering at the Gojo family estate. As his vehicle awaited him, Gojo Yasuaki stood by, anticipating the return of the young master. "Oh, Lord Satoru is bringing Miss Mia back with him. It feels as though a storm is brewing." Hearing footsteps behind him, Yasuaki turned to see a tall youth clad in a blue-black uniform, cradling a cream-colored kitten in his arms. The kitten, with its clear emerald eyes, curiously pawed at the boy's spiral button. Noticing the kitten's fascination, Gojo Satoru unfastened the button, letting the collar fall away and revealing his prominent Adam's apple. The little feline playfully held the golden spiral button that dangled within its reach, purring contentedly. "Lord Satoru," Yasuaki acknowledged, retracting his gaze as he bent to open the car door. He anticipated Miss Mia would revert to her feline form. This left the elders without a valid point to argue. Gojo nodded, cradling the cat as he entered the vehicle. "Meow?" Damiya raised her head, inquiring if her companion required a respite. She no longer lacked magical energy and had ceased her automatic replenishment. Gojo, unable to close his own eyes, was compelled to accept the information transmitted through his 6 eyes. In truth, when there had been no quarrels, she would transform into a cat daily to accompany him, allowing him moments of reprieve. Perhaps it was then that she harbored special feelings for him. Otherwise, why would she be concerned with his rest? "Yes, it has been a while since I've relaxed with you, Mia." Now, without the need for elaborate gestures, Gojo could comprehend Damiya's intentions. He affectionately nuzzled the soft fur of the cream kitten, reclining in the back seat to indulge in a brief slumber. "Meow? Sleep, I shall keep watch." The little cat flicked her tail, resting upon the boy as she closed her eyes. Sunlight streamed through the vehicle windows, bathing the duo in warmth and serenity. Upon their arrival at the Gojo family's ancestral home in Kyoto, it was mealtime. Gojo Satoru disregarded the guards who had come to summon him and proceeded directly to his courtyard, cradling the cat. In the courtyard where he had grown up, a grand cherry blossom tree stood, its pink petals dancing in the gentle breeze and scattering throughout the yard. During bouts of childhood headaches, he would sit on the porch, gazing at this tree, lost in thought. The beauty of nature always had the power to soothe his restless spirit. Seated cross-legged on the porch with the kitten, he instructed a servant to prepare dinner. "Mia, isn't it stunning here?" Gojo gently scratched the kitten's chin. "Meow? Beautiful." The kitten yawned, signaling her hunger. "There's Wi-Fi here. Let us play some games later." We still haven't cleared that game from our last outing. Seizing the kitten's momentary distraction, Gojo playfully kneaded her paw pads. Why is it so relieving to touch a kitten's paws? Damiya swatted away his mischievous hands and leaped from his embrace, shaking her head to rouse herself. The car ride had left her dazed. Why couldn't we just use levitation to get here? Humans have so many rules. The kitten stretched lazily, exploring the courtyard with curiosity, eager to touch everything in sight. Reaching the cherry blossom tree, she was captivated by the grotesque scars etched upon its trunk. Following her gaze, Gojo bent down to inspect the marks and explained, "These were left by an assassin when I was about 3 or 4 years old. Back then, I was quite weak, barely proficient with my techniques." The assassin split into two. One drew attention outside the courtyard while the other attempted to kill me. "But who am I? I am Gojo Satoru. With a hint of pride, he adjusted his sunglasses. Ah, yes, the illustrious Gojo Satoru, Damiya replied, glancing once more at the ghastly scars. Though he spoke lightly of it, the victory was likely not so simple, considering he had been merely a child then. The little kitten turned and leaped into Gojo's arms, gently patting his cheek with her fluffy paw as a gesture of comfort. Gojo embraced the kitten, a broad smile lighting up his face as he planted affectionate kisses on her tiny paws. After dinner, they engaged in gaming battles until the early hours of the morning before retiring to their respective rooms. The following day, when the elders sent someone to summon Gojo Satoru, Damiya had once again transformed into her feline form, sweetly nestled in someone's arms. The captain of the guard, his face twisted with frustration, observed the young master, who walked ahead with the woman-turned-cat. Damn it. They said that woman only transformed back into human form when she was summoned for the family meeting. Why is she a cat again? The captain cursed under his breath, regarding the enchanting feline with suspicion. Gojo strode confidently into the courtyard where the family meeting was held, undeterred by any objections. Everyone was taken aback upon seeing the cream-colored kitten momentarily frozen in place. Elder Gojo, catching sight of the cat in his grandson's arms, nearly choked on his outrage. What is the meaning of this? Gojo Satoru, what do you intend to convey? He bellowed. The others glared, their eyes burning with indignation, as if they could pierce the beguiling cat with their stares. Damiya glanced around, unfazed by the malice directed at her, and began to excitedly partake in the spectacle, her tail swishing with anticipation. What? I brought my cat to the meeting. Do you have a problem with that? Gojo asked haughtily, his celestial blue eyes glinting with a frosty demeanor. This is a solemn gathering, and you dare to bring a cat demon here. Gojo Satoru, you have gone too far. A frail elder exclaimed, clutching his chest in disbelief. Oh, I simply brought Mia along, what of it? Gojo spread his arms wide, a defiant expression on his face, as if to challenge anyone to contest him. He was there to stir the pot, and none would escape his wrath. In another courtyard, Kinji Hikari, donned in a deep blue kimono, coldly observed the figure sprawled beneath him. Why is it that Gojo Satoru encounters Itadori? Can you not even monitor a child properly? He tightened his grip on the fan, and as his words fell, an unseen force pressed down sharply. Yuji Itadori gasped, blood spilling from his lips as he struggled against the oppressive weight bearing down on him. Breathing heavily, he sought a means to alleviate Hikari's fury. Yuji had been assigned personnel to watch over Itadori and report any incidents, but who could have predicted that Itadori would coincidentally run into Gojo Satoru? Who would dare disrupt the balance in Gojo's presence? Originally, Gojo had become more discreet in his actions after meeting with Shoko Yeri. Who would risk betting that he wouldn't notice an anomaly? Seeing his incompetent subordinates remain silent, Hikari inhaled deeply, pinching the bridge of his nose. Advance the land god mission. We cannot afford to let Gojo's group focus on Itadori. Hikari's voice turned stern. At this point, we must disrupt the plan. Understood. Yuji responded weakly, struggling to rise before respectfully exiting the room. Chapter 63. A reunion with Fushiguro Megumi. As Gojo Satoru's voice echoed, the atmosphere in the meeting courtyard grew tense. The obstinate elder Gojo, unafraid of death, slammed his hand onto the table, pointing an accusatory finger at Gojo Satoru, exclaiming, I will not allow this woman of no lineage to enter the Gojo family. How much trouble has she caused since her arrival at Jujutsu High? She is a variable. A disaster. The room fell silent in an instant. The little kitten narrowed its eyes, its tail raised in anticipation of leaping onto the table, only to be intercepted by Satoru Gojo. Removing his sunglasses, Gojo's expression turned entirely cold as he absent-mindedly stroked the cream-colored fluff in his arms. His tone indifferent. Whom I choose to like is my prerogative, requiring no one's consent. Lowering his gaze, he softened his voice to the kitten, saying, Meow-chan, play for a while. I need to deal with the matters concerning the Gojo family. It suddenly dawned on him the meaning behind the words Meow-chan had uttered during their last encounter in Kyoto. He had initially believed that the elderly patriarch would be more pragmatic than others, but it appeared he simply had yet to encounter a threat to their interests. Meow? The kitten leaped onto the wooden table, swishing its large tail as it observed the meal ticket rising. A cacophony of sounds erupted in the background, mingling with the furious rebukes and pleas of the Gojo elders. With a resounding crash, Gojo opened a skylight in the wooden house. Sunlight poured in, dispelling the gloom within. Upon entering, Damiya felt an urge to complain. Why rely on candles when there were bright electric lights? These old men were simply deranged. One elder was kicked out. Landing beside the kitten, his upper body sprawled over a chair as he gasped for breath. Out of respect for the years the patriarch had spent demanding his whims, Gojo refrained from using his full strength, though this was sufficient to leave them reeling. The kitten tilted its head and gracefully approached, lightly bouncing onto the chair. As its fluffy little paws touched the ground, they landed squarely on the elder's hand. With a sharp crack, the elder cried out in pain. Cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. Damiya watched the middle-aged man with a smile, thinking, "So you are the old bugger, huh? I spared you out of consideration for the meal ticket, and yet you dared to overstep." The kitten first executed a playful pounce, sending the elder sprawling, then unleashed a barrage of light spells, leaving him utterly defeated. Whether he lived or died was now beyond her concern. Having resolved her grievances, Damiya glanced around the lively room, sensing that the meal ticket would take a while to subdue the old-timers. She shook her little ears and mewed softly. Leaping out of the meeting courtyard, eager to explore outside. "Understood," Gojo called out, grabbing an elder by the collar. His voice rang with determination to properly deal with these blind fools. No one would be able to control him. The kitten dashed forward, its cream-colored fur dancing in the wind, utterly charming. The Gojo estate was quite expansive, even after enhancing her speed with magic. She still hadn't reached the boundaries after running for quite some time. After another 10 minutes, she finally spotted a boost beneath her paws, effortlessly leaping over the high wall and landing gracefully on the ground. The internal network was inadequate. She needed to venture outside to message Shoko. As for Gojo's courtyard, she had only visited once and had no recollection of the path. "Miss Mia?" Gojo Yawari inquired, perplexed as he prepared to open the car door. Damiya turned upon hearing his voice, noticing him standing nearby, gazing at her. "Meow? Is Miss Mia not with Lord Gojo?" Gojo Yawari asked gently, confirming whether Damiya was lost. The kitten shook her head and approached Yawari, mewing to ask what he intended to do. Not comprehending her words, Gojo Yawari smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry. I didn't catch what you said, Miss Mia. I was planning to check on the Fushiguro siblings. Would you like to join?" Damiya nodded and jumped into the back seat. She recalled the little boy with black hair. Since she had nothing else to do, why not pay a visit? She had followed to the Gojo estate out of concern for the meal ticket, not expecting Gojo to handle matters so efficiently, directly asserting control over the Gojo elders. When the old oranges caused trouble, the solution was to give them a good beating. If that didn't work, another beating would ensue, and so on. The terrified old fools would eventually surrender. The car halted in a secluded suburb, with Gojo Yawari carrying an assortment of snacks and toys as he knocked on the Fushigiro's door. Damiya crouched on the ground, her tail swaying as she awaited entry. As the lock clicked open, the kitten looked up to see Fushiguro Megumi peering out. The little boy's face lit up with surprise upon seeing the cream-colored kitten, momentarily forgetting about Gojo Yawari as he flung the door wide and dashed out. "Kitty, long time no see." "Meow, it's been a while," the kitten responded, walking over to gently sweep her tail across Megumi's small face. "Mr. Yawari," Fushiguro Tsumaki said as she emerged behind her brother, greeting the kind person who had taken care of them for a while. "Long time no see, Tsumaki," Yawari replied, following Megumi into the house. Damiya observed the neatly organized interior with some confusion. This fierce-looking man turned out to be quite nurturing after all. Gojo Yawari trailed behind the kitten, watching as the siblings headed to the kitchen to brew tea, quietly explaining, "Currently, Tsumaki and Megumi are living independently, without adult supervision." "Huh, what happened?" The kitten turned her head, expressing her confusion. Gojo Yawari organized his thoughts. "The situation is that their parents have abandoned them, sending living expenses periodically but showing no concern for the children's well-being. They now rely solely on each other." After investigating Megumi last time, Yawari occasionally checked on him. As the Zenin family lacked 10 types of shadow techniques, it was always prudent to keep an eye on him. He had not anticipated discovering the siblings living alone, and he could not turn a blind eye, providing assistance within his means. Gojo Satoru was also aware of this and had sent money to ensure the children were watched over. The kitten's tail flicked in agitation. Such scumbag parents. How infuriating. At that moment, Tsumaki and Megumi approached with freshly brewed tea, halting their conversation. Tsumaki placed the tea in front of Gojo Yawari, while Megumi carried a small plate with shredded meat jerky. "Next time the kitty visits, I'll prepare the tastiest fish jerky for you," little Megumi said eagerly, hoping for another meeting with the kitten. "Meow, sounds great," Damiya replied softly, leaning towards the small plate to sniff. Finding no unpleasant odor, she began to nibble delicately. Megumi's eyes sparkled as he observed the cream-colored fluff, tentatively reaching out his small hand. Chapter 64. The plea for help from Hiroshi Haihara. Noticing Megumi's movement, the kitten did not shy away but instead playfully brushed her feathery tail against him. Her agile, soft tail danced across Megumi's fingertips, teasingly approaching and retreating, causing the little boy to chase after it. Watching the adorable Megumi, the kitten purred with delight. She relished playing this tail-chasing game with younglings, relishing their frustration when they could never catch it, only to eventually offer her tail to them. However, Megumi was remarkably tenacious, despite being teased into running around. He remained unperturbed, his expression serious as he meticulously observed the tale's rhythm. The moment he discerned a pattern, he pounced, using both hands to finally seize the mischievous tail. His face lit up with joy as he looked up at the kitten, his chubby cheeks breaking into a smile. "Meow, splendid," Damiya praised, offering timely encouragement as the young child achieved his goal. Having encountered Damiya only twice, Fushiguro Megumi inexplicably understood, and he joyfully rubbed against the soft, smooth tail. Inching closer to Damiya, as Fushiguro lunged toward the cat's tail, Sumiki, alarmed, contemplated intervening. Kittens are easily frightened, and what would happen if they clawed Megumi's face? Gojo Satoru restrained her, indicating that this was no ordinary cat, and they should feel free to play. "You don't have to sit here chatting with me, Sumiki. Go play with Megumi," he gently urged. Sumiki, a remarkably thoughtful girl, always accompanied him whenever he came over, believing it essential not to neglect a guest. Such consideration was truly heartwarming. However, Sumiki shook her head, refusing. "I have the entire day to play with Megumi. Attending to Mr. Satoru is the priority right now." The little girl bore an expression of a miniature adult. Gojo Satoru ceased his persuasion and turned to hand Sumiki the snacks and toys he had brought. "Thank you, Mr. Satoru," Sumiki said, inhaling deeply as she expressed her gratitude while gazing at the bundles. "I am merely carrying out the orders of the young master." "There is no need to take it to heart," Gojo Satoru said with a considerate tone, wanting to spare the two children from worrying about such matters throughout the day. "However, Mr. Satoru has indeed helped us, and I will repay you in the future, as well as that white-haired brother," Fushiguro Megumi declared resolutely. Having noticed the situation over by his sister, Gojo Satoru nodded with a smile, opting not to elaborate further. The little kitten followed suit, just as it was about to speak when a serene chime resonated from the space. Cream Puff paused, pondering for a couple of seconds before reverting to human form, retrieving a phone from the space to connect. "Hello? Senpai, help. This is Gray. The information for the Land God mission with Nanami was incorrect. It's a level 1. Intense sounds of battle and explosions echoed from Gray's side. The blonde girl's expression turned grave as she seized Gojo Satoru, enveloping both in a lightweight technique. And in an instant, they soared out of the courtyard. "We have urgent matters to attend to. Megumi, Sumiki, I will help you bring back your irresponsible parents," Damiya declared. Soaring into the distance, Fushiguro Megumi gazed at the retreating shadow, then looked down at his palm, lost in thought. "A monster? But I have no qualms about that man. His partner will periodically send money anyway." Sumiki gaped in astonishment. Could it be that Mr. Satoru is not an ordinary person? Grasping Gojo Satoru, Damiya ascended into the sky, directing him toward the Land God mission's location. Gojo Satoru squinted against the fierce wind, struggling to identify the shrunken city as he pointed out the direction. With the answer acquired, Damiya summoned her staff to amplify, and amidst a flash of golden light, she sped away with Gojo Satoru. The velocity was such that only an afterimage remained. Gojo Satoru's face turned pale as he clutched the girl's slender arm tightly, not daring to look down. They were at an altitude of 1,000 meters. How would he explain the situation above? How to manage the agitation of ordinary people? The commotion would surely be considerable. And upon arrival, he must address the accounts immediately. Meanwhile, Gray was dragging Nanami Kinjaku to safety, approximately 6 stories high, while a ragged cursed spirit clung tightly behind them. The Land God cursed spirit's chaotic eyes were filled with malice, and with each step, the surrounding abandoned buildings crumbled. It refrained from using techniques, relishing the survival instinct of humans, savoring their fear and lamentations in the face of death. Seemingly bored by the chase, it crouched and leaped, its mountainous form crashing down towards Nanami and Gray. Sensing the shadow looming above, Gray turned in despair. In that instant, numerous thoughts raced through his mind, his senior cursed spirits, the perpetually stoic classmates, and his sister. In a final act, he covered his arm with a technique, hurling the perceptive Nanami away towards the distance. "Run, Nanami!" Gray was hurled away by the force generated from the cursed spirit's descent, tumbling awkwardly among the rubble before managing to rise. The Land God cursed spirit looked down at the insignificant human, revealing a mocking grin. Gray trembled as he clenched his fist, suppressing the frantic signals of escape emanating from his body. His seniors would arrive shortly. He had to endure. "Don't be afraid, Gray. You can do this." Nanami had been thrown to the edge of the tent, his hands twisted and broken, struggling to rise using the strength of his legs. He had stood at the front when the Land God cursed spirit appeared, only to have his hands shattered in a single blow, subsequently being pulled away by the alerted Gray. He had surmised Gray's intentions. This fool was willing to sacrifice himself to buy time. Why had the mission information gone awry? Why were there endless cursed spirits? Why were they forced to witness their comrades perish one after another? Outside the tent, The assistant supervisor listened to the continuous sounds of chaos within, incessantly requesting assistance from the directorate. Why aren't they answering? Why haven't they picked up? What were the individuals at the directorate doing? A whooshing sound pierced the air from above, and the flustered assistant supervisor was oblivious to the surroundings. At last, Damiya arrived, casting a dazzling explosive spell that shattered the inky darkness of the tent, halting the enormous entity within as it looked up at her. The blonde girl floated in midair, raising her staff toward the land god cursed spirit. A massive star materialized out of thin air, imbued with a potent aura of light, and forcefully collided with the land god cursed spirit, driving the creature back several dozen meters before erupting in a thunderous explosion. A blue-purple comet coalesced, targeting the cursed spirit with a barrage of 18 strikes, accompanied by explosive sounds and swirling dust. Gojo Satoru, having been lowered, disregarded his trembling legs and promptly summoned his cursed energy, attempting to cast a tent to muffle the sounds of battle. Chapter 65, Caught Up. Damiya swiftly located the first-year students. Gray lay amidst the rubble, uncertain of his fate, while Nanami, with twisted hands, strained to reach him. She employed a levitation spell on the two, transporting them to Gojo Satoru's side, closely followed by a golden healing technique. The assistant supervisor, witnessing Nanami and Gray floating towards him, hurriedly approached to welcome them, not waiting to contact Kasumi Shoko for assistance, astonished to see their wounds gradually healing. Could it be that the new reversal technique had arrived? Simultaneously, Gojo Satoru completed his incantation, and the dark tent descended once more. In the fleeting moment as the tent gradually lowered, he observed the golden-haired girl confronting the land god cursed spirit alone. Two blinding energy matrices descended upon the cursed spirit, the power so tremendous that it turned the spirit white. Miss Damiya, that's terrifyingly strong. When Suguru Geto arrived, he found the first years leaning against the wall, bloodied and battered. His pupils constricted, and his heart nearly ceased, but upon approaching and noticing their steady breathing, he exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. Damiya, leaning against the vehicle with Nanami's phone, coolly remarked, the mission information was incorrect again. It was a level 1 task. Had I arrived any later, Gray would have perished. Suguru Geto took the phone and quickly skimmed through it, his expression darkening. What is the directorate doing this time? The blonde girl, observing Geto's grim demeanor, hesitated momentarily before inquiring, Suguru, why not overturn the decaying directorate that is failing to perform its duties? Why should one acquiesce to it? Why allow others to dictate one's actions? You and Gojo are among the most formidable entities in the sorcery realm. Why then have you not attained the rights you rightfully deserve? Damiya never considered herself a part of the sorcery community. Her registered identity was merely a means to earn money through missions. The corruption and foulness of the sorcery world have permeated her very bones. This is an immense dilemma. Hence, she has never proactively expressed a desire to take action. Yet today, upon witnessing the tragic fate of Hibara and Nanami, her resolve began to waver. What if, one day, someone she knows falls victim to the machinations of the Director's Council? Under the weight of these questions, Suguru became momentarily dazed. His gaze lowered as he rapidly analyzed Miya's words. The familiar assumptions he had long embraced were shattered completely. Indeed, why should one obey the directives of the Director's Council? Why? When they were merely accompanying me for leisure, must they return to Jujutsu High prematurely? Gojo's disgruntled voice echoed through the phone. Hibara and Nanami encountered trouble, but I arrived just in time to rescue them. They are not in the best condition. So Suguru and I will escort them back. Damiya explained softly. They switched to a mid-sized vehicle, with the assistant supervisor and Yaki seated in the front, while she and Suguru occupied the middle, keeping a vigilant eye on the two injured students in the back. What happened? Upon hearing about the first year's serious injuries, Gojo's demeanor turned serious. Let us discuss the erroneous cursed spirit information when you return. The girl, weary of recounting the entire ordeal, decided to let Gojo see for himself when he returned. Understood, I will be back shortly. If anything arises, do call me, Miya. Gojo replied. The signal is atrocious outside your courtyard, making it nearly impossible to make a call. Damiya retorted, having stepped outside to send a message due to the poor reception. I will ensure the old-timers strengthen the signal later, Gojo boasted, seeming pleased with the situation. Sounds like things are going well over there. Voices from others on his end of the line could be heard, and after a brief exchange, Gojo ended the call. Damiya returned her phone to her cloud-patterned bag, glancing at Suguru, who had been lost in thought for several hours. The dark-haired youth leaned against the seat, his head turned towards the window. Yet the passing scenery did not register in his gaze. Retracting her sight, Damiya assessed the conditions of Hibara and Nanami in the back seat, confirming their stability before closing her eyes to rest. Suguru also shut his eyes, his mind swirling in chaos. By the time they arrived at school, it was already evening. Suguru and the assistant supervisor carried the two first years into the infirmary, with Damiya closing the door behind them. Hearing the commotion, Shoko, who was tidying up her instruments, turned to see the first-year students drenched in blood, the scissors in her hand clattering to the floor. They are fine, Shoko. They just recently recovered from severe injuries and are not in optimal condition, Damiya clarified. Suguru seemed to be deep in contemplation about life, merely following the assistant supervisor's lead. Let us get them settled on the beds first, Shoko said, regaining her composure. After carefully placing Hibara and Nanami in their beds, the 3 second years lay down beside them, prepared to keep vigil throughout the night in the infirmary. Shoko subtly gestured towards Suguru, her eyes silently inquiring about the situation. He is pondering life, Damiya replied candidly, as it was not a secret. I thought he would only brawl with Gojo, Shoko teased. Perhaps the director's council would prefer it that way, the blonde girl hinted. Shoko instantly grasped her friend's implication, casting a glance at Suguru's silent figure, and sighed. Shoko, I wish to establish a clergy association to openly sell energy converters and teach healing techniques, among other things. Oh, and pure techniques, which can eliminate negative states. But of course, there will be a fee. Damiya articulated her long-contemplated plan. However, that would require a substantial amount of money. Shoko expressed her concerns. Mimi possesses exclusive technology and could indeed manage it. The cat-eared girl smiled slyly, flicking her wrist adorned with an emerald bracelet. I almost forgot about Gojo. Shoko chuckled, recognizing him as a ready-made investor. A new organization? Suguru mused after overhearing the entire conversation. Can he hear us? Shoko queried. I'm not sure. Mia. When Gojo returned the next day, bursting through the door, Hibara and Nanami had already regained their vitality, reclining in bed and relishing the concern of their seniors. You two need to be more cautious in the future, Kaname admonished, hands on her hips. Kaname is just spouting nonsense. How could a first-grade curse possibly escape? Gojo remarked, casually enjoying a lollipop. Hey, Gojo, I'm merely concerned for my juniors. Kaname exclaimed, her irritation flaring. You must strive to become stronger, Mei said softly, her gaze steady. I will, senpai. Hibara affirmed with a nod, having regained his energy as if the near-fatal mission had merely been a figment of his imagination. I will do my best. Nanami whispered, the weight of the previous mission having struck him profoundly. In the battle for survival, he had lost his fighting spirit, only to be rescued by friends at great cost. It was not your fault, Suguru, who had remained silent, finally spoke up, placing a reassuring hand on the shoulders of the two juniors. Chapter 66. Shall we attend the fireworks festival together? Due to the first year's injuries, everyone returned to discuss the matter, ultimately deciding to hold a pajama party that evening. In the midst of life and death missions, one must, of course, find joy in their leisure time. That night, everyone brought out their bedding to gather in the dorm hallway. The girls' bedding was a uniform display of fresh and sweet designs, while the boys showcased a variety of flamboyant choices. For instance, Hibara, with his striking brows and large eyes, turned out to be a concealed otaku, his sheets adorned with characters he adored. Gojo pulled Suguru down onto someone's bedding, eager to identify the characters, clearly enjoying themselves. Once the bedding was laid out, the first through third years lay in an orderly fashion in the corridor, gazing up at the tranquil sky, their hearts gradually finding peace. What inspired your desire to become sorcerers? Damiya, cocooned in her blanket, asked in a muffled voice. I think it's really cool. Sorcerers are unlike anyone else. They save the world. Hibara answered eagerly. Although he hadn't quite saved the world, he had nearly met his end. To master my abilities, Nanami replied quietly. He had come to Jujutsu High to learn to control his techniques. Those who can see cursed spirits without the corresponding power face dire consequences. To earn a substantial income, Mei calculated her savings aloud. I'm not sure. They said I awakened my technique and had great potential, so I came to Jujutsu High. Kaname leaned closer to Mei. I did too. My technique is unique. And after being protected by Teacher Yaga for 2 months, I came to Jujutsu High. Shoko yawned. After everyone had shared their thoughts, they turned to the last 2 students with questions. Suguru paused for a moment before saying, I wish to protect those who are not sorcerers. I believe sorcerers exist for that purpose. Yet the director's council remains inactive, unable to guarantee the safety of comrades. Whom then can they protect? Gojo rolled his eyes. Here we go again. Suguru is about to preach his philosophy. I think being a sorcerer is somewhat interesting, so I just went with it, he replied nonchalantly. So you intend to protect all ordinary people? Humans are quite complex beings, you know. The blonde girl rubbed her eyes, feeling a bit tired. She hadn't rested well these past few days. In her world of swords and magic, humans were among the most successful races. Yet within humanity, the variety was overwhelming. With constant internal strife, at times, they would even bring about their own demise. I'm not certain anymore. Yes, yeah. in a state of despondency, lamented. With so few people in the executive committee constantly stirring up trouble, one can only imagine the chaos that ordinary folk, with their vast numbers, could create. It feels as though a single decision could lead to the downfall of many. I find myself at a loss for what I truly think. Not to worry. Woodiowu reassured him. I managed to settle quite a few matters with the elders back home during my recent visit. Soon, we will have insiders in the executive committee. He wrapped his arm around Jiesia, animatedly chattering about how the elders of the Wutiao family had become considerably more obedient than before. Jiesia listened, deep in thought. Damiya also shared her ambition to establish a clergy organization, suggesting that in the future, they might have reliable healing services for missions. Really? Yu Hirahara exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Can we learn magic too? Certainly. With an energy converter and by memorizing the magical circuits, anyone can cast healing spells, she explained. Though the effectiveness depends on one's proficiency. The little cat rubbed her hands together, stating that she wouldn't charge anyone with high curse power. As long as they advertised her services while on missions. Count me in. Mingming eagerly agreed, believing that learning this new technique as early as possible would be advantageous. It seemed that soon, a wave of individuals with low curse power might seek to learn healing magic and make a living from it. Please, I must learn healing magic. Kiki insisted, declaring her desire to be trained. Will the executive committee really remain passive in this situation? Nanami Kenji inquired with concern. The Wutiao family and Jia have already invested, and so has Shoko, Woodiowu boasted, displaying a colorful card to showcase the energy converter. The atmosphere instantly ignited with enthusiasm as everyone clamored to catch a glimpse and experience the magic for themselves. Shoko felt a twinge of embarrassment for not having memorized the magical circuits yet, realizing she would need to buckle down upon returning home. Observing the fervent scene, Jiesia's lips curved into a smile as the low pressure that had enveloped him began to dissipate. Everything was gradually improving. All he needed to do was continue moving forward with his companions. He squeezed into the crowd to share his experiences with the formation techniques he had memorized. Although he hadn't memorized everything yet, every bit of knowledge was valuable. Woodiowu, reveling in his moment of glory, took advantage of Jiesia's entrance to slip away from the crowd. Like a nimble white cat, he darted towards Damiya's side. When their eyes met, his heart raced with intensity. You are Woodiowu, don't falter, he reminded himself. Leaning against Damiya, he awkwardly tidied his tousled bangs before taking a deep breath and turning to her. Miao-chan, would you like to join me for the fireworks festival at the end of the month? The earnestness in his gaze, with his vibrant sky-blue eyes solely reflecting her image, caught Damiya's attention. Woodiowu had taken a moment amidst his busy schedule yesterday to research upcoming events in Tokyo over the next 2 months, ultimately deciding on the most romantic and imminent fireworks festival. It was an annual event in Japan, where many couples would gather to celebrate together. This year, he wished to share that experience with Miao-chan and confess his feelings during the festival. Damiya quietly observed Woodiowu, taking in his handsome features and the pair of eyes she adored most. Woodiowu felt a slight nervousness under her gaze, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. That sounds great. But I've never been before. You'll have to help me, she replied slowly. I'll ensure everything is prepared. Upon receiving her affirmation, Woodiowu's spirits soared like a rocket. He leaped up, exuberantly waving his arms. Damiya stifled a giggle, surprised to find that the solitary life she had led was transforming in this new world. As she now had someone she liked, she too began to look forward to the fireworks festival. Shoko whistled, reminding the two that there were others present. Confessing at the fireworks festival? Woodiowu, with such a terrible personality, turns out to be quite the romantic. Jiesia teased, amused that he hadn't needed to intervene. The two were getting along splendidly on their own. Yu Hirahara, caught up in the excitement, pulled Nanami aside, expressing his desire for a pure love of his own. The following day, the second-year students were assigned a new mission. First-level sorcerers Woodiowu, Jiesia, Damiya, and Shoko are to swiftly proceed to Meirei High School to investigate the disappearance of multiple sorcerers and eliminate the curses involved. As the second-year students sat in the vehicle, reviewing the mission details, Jiesia noted, this Meirei High School has seen the disappearance of 26 students, along with 14 sorcerers sent to investigate, elevating the task to a first-level mission that has now fallen into our hands. There's no information regarding the curses at Meirei High School. All the investigating sorcerers have vanished. Shoko added, bowing her head to contribute. It's no wonder they sent all 4 of us. Even several capable first-level sorcerers have gone missing, Jiesia remarked. This should be easy. Woodiowu casually munched on sweets, maintaining a light-hearted tone. Once again, we're the cleanup crew. I wonder what the executive committee is so proud of. Damiya remarked, pushing aside a stack of information that offered no useful insights. Not to worry. The more chaotic it is now, the easier it will be to resolve later. Jiesia said with a smile. He and Woodiewu had discussed numerous topics over the past few days, and since the executive committee was utterly ineffective, they contemplated the idea of establishing a new sorcerer organization. This would undoubtedly be much simpler than trying to clean up the mess left by the executive committee. This idea had been inspired by Miya-chan. Hey, Woodiewu exclaimed, high-fiving Jiesia, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Creating a new sorcerer organization sounds incredibly cool. Why didn't I think of this sooner? The driver, Woodiewo's elder brother, maintained a stoic demeanor throughout, gently outlining the mission's arrangements. The mission will take place at the school. To better investigate the curse's locations, we may need to attend classes at Meirei High School for a few days. What do you all think? He primarily sought Woodiewo's opinion. Knowing Jiesia and the others were quite agreeable. Sure, I'm very curious about how ordinary people in this world go to school. Shoko was the first to respond. Noting that Meirei High School was no different from her previous school, where they constantly battled and completed missions, far from peaceful. Sounds good. Seeing Miao-chan's agreement piqued Woodiewo's interest as well. Let us go with that, Jiesia concluded. I have no objections, Shoko murmured sleepily, struggling to stay awake. At Meirei High School, a finely dressed and elegant homeroom teacher entered the classroom, her high heels clicking against the floor. As she appeared, the previously noisy classroom fell silent. Clearing her throat, she announced, "Today, we have 4 transfer students from Tokyo joining our class. Let's welcome them with applause." A sparse round of applause followed as the 4 sorcerers stood at the entrance, hearing the teacher's voice before gradually stepping inside. Damiya led the way, eagerly entering the classroom. She marveled at the clean, bright room, with neatly arranged desks and chairs, the air filled with a sense of peace and tranquility. Wow! The students in Class 1 gazed at the vibrant blonde girl who had bounded into the classroom, their eyes lighting up at her wild and stunning beauty. A mixed-race beauty. She seems like she would have a wonderful personality. The transfer students are so beautiful. Students in the back whispered amongst themselves. Yet, the entrance of the next arrivals, a strikingly beautiful Shoko, the charming and gentle Jiesia, and the rebellious Woodiewu, significantly raised their standards of attractiveness. Wow! This year, the titles of the campus beauty and the campus heartthrob are destined to fall upon our class. It poses quite a challenge to choose among 4 striking individuals, each embodying a unique charm. I am utterly enamored with Gojo Satoru. His visage is nothing short of a divine masterpiece. Yet, Suguru Geto is even more dashing. His gentleness is akin to a soft breeze, and when his gaze lands upon me, I feel as though I might swoon. Is Mia a foreigner? Oh, her angelic countenance has captivated me. I shall begin to revere her from this day forth. And then there is Shoko, the epitome of ethereal beauty. Who could possibly resist such a cold and alluring enchantress? Ahem. Our homeroom teacher coughed twice loudly, subtly indicating that we should lower our voices during our discussion, lest we embarrass ourselves in front of the new students. After a brief introduction from the 4 newcomers, the teacher promptly assigned them to vacant seats, where they sat together as desk partners. Everyone retrieved their mathematics textbooks and turned to page 95. For today's lesson was to commence. Damiya followed suit, flipping to page 95 only to discover that this was the very subject that had allowed her to doze off until the end of class last time. The little cat furrowed her brow, realizing that this world was indeed unkind to her. After so many supplementary lessons, she still hadn't caught up with Satoru and the others. And now, yet another class would pass her by. Shoko gently patted the little cat, reassuring her that they were merely on a mission. The homeroom teacher, who had received a nod from the principal, wouldn't mind their antics. If sleep beckoned, then so be it. Suguru gave Damiya a comforting pat, signaling her to remain unperturbed. Today's task was to patrol the campus, looking for any anomalies. It was explicitly stated that students and sorcerers who went missing were last seen at night, with little to worry about during the day. Gojo, without a care, sprawled out upon his desk as soon as he entered, indulging in a much-needed slumber, completely unfazed by the teacher's hesitant gaze. It was only then that Damiya noticed Gojo had already succumbed to sleep. During their ride, she had urged him to take a break, but he had been too busy eating and gaming. Now, it seemed fatigue had caught up with him. After listening to the teacher's monotonous lecture for a while, the other 3, who had initially seemed alert, gradually drifted into a stupor, one by one surrendering to the embrace of sleep. Indeed, mathematics proved to be the finest lullaby. The teacher sighed, refocusing on the lesson. The melodious lunch bell resonated throughout the campus, and Damiya, roused from slumber, rubbed her eyes and gazed out of the window to gauge the time. Ah, has it already turned to lunchtime? She mumbled. Hearing the commotion, the other 3 stirred slightly. Suguru, with a dazed expression, lifted his head, his bangs sticking messily to his forehead. Gojo and Shoko also awakened, yet both desired a few more minutes of rest. What as for lunch, Gojo? The little cat inquired sweetly, nudging the reluctant Gojo. The four had slept through the entire lunch break, leaving the classroom entirely empty. Damiya was uncertain how lunchtime was typically handled in an ordinary school. The cafeteria will deliver it. Let us head to the reception area, the boy replied, tousling his disheveled hair and sweeping his bangs back. Shoko yawned widely, wobbling as she stood up, and together, the four exited the classroom. The reception area was situated in the faculty office building. They strolled leisurely through the campus, silently attuned to the fluctuations of cursed energy in the air. There seemed to be no sign of abnormalities. No anomalies suggest the absence of anomalies, Suguru remarked as he summoned the exploratory curse spirit. Crowded places like schools and hospitals often give rise to curses, yet this school only has a handful of little cats. Gojo waved his hand, dispersing a level 4 curse spirit, his eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light. Chapter 68, The Rumor of the Cherry Blossom Tree. After finishing lunch, the four began to survey the school, and as Gojo had stated, the entire campus was unnaturally pristine. Only a few level 4 cursed spirits could be seen drifting about. Moreover, due to their morning slumber, they seemed to have been labeled as troublemakers, problematic students, with their classmates observing them curiously. Not that it mattered much, anyway. During the break, Gojo lay dejectedly on his desk, fiddling with his sunglasses. They had scoured the school for 2 days without uncovering anything of significance. For the first time, Six Eyes had failed to gather useful information, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Do not fret, Satoru. It is precisely because this task is challenging that the supervisor assigned it to us, Suguru remarked, scrutinizing the school map and cross-referencing the number of cursed spirits in various locations, attempting to identify any problematic areas. Shoko and Damiya were engaged in a game with the flower strings, relishing this rare moment of leisure. During their downtime at school, they were often summoned to attend to injured students in the infirmary. What rest? That was non-existent. Damiya scratched her head, peering at the intricate flower strings. Uncertain of her next move, she extended her delicate finger to lift one corner, only to let the string slip from her grasp. The little cat had reached an impasse. A girl seated in the front row glanced over several times, ultimately offering a soft tip. You just need to lift both sides and tuck them in. Following her guidance, Damiya was pleasantly surprised to find she had succeeded. The crimson strings wound around her fingers, while Shoko pondered her next move. She bore no grudge against the girl for her timely reminder. After all, Mia was not particularly adept at flower strings, and she would have spoken up regardless. Observing the transfer studentess' lack of notable reaction, the vigilant girl relaxed. She had instinctively spoken, fearing she might provoke these seemingly problematic transfer students. As Damiya encountered a few more obstacles, she managed to overcome them with the girl's assistance each time. Through this back and forth, the three began to communicate. In truth, mastering the flower strings is quite simple once you remember the pattern, Akai Riko remarked with a smile, leaning against Damiya's desk. Thank you for your continuous guidance, Damiya replied, organizing the red string with delight. Ha ha ha, as long as you don't mind my chatter, Riko chuckled. Having often found herself in trouble with her classmates due to her quick tongue. Not at all, Shoko shook her head, indicating that she bore no ill will. Shoko and Mia are truly gentle souls, Riko mused, feeling as though she had made new friends. Would you like to join me after school to visit the old dormitory? There's a centuries-old tree there, and it's exceptionally beautiful. There are even some school rumors tied to it. Old dormitory? The moment the words left her mouth, all four lifted their heads in unison, keenly sensing the breakthrough in their mission. Riko was startled by the collective gaze and hesitated before responding. Well, you're new here, so you might not be aware. The old dormitory is on the other side of the artificial lake. It has been abandoned for quite some time due to its age, and only the student council occasionally ventures there. The four exchanged knowing glances. They had searched for 2 days without hearing any mention of this old dormitory. Indeed, one must not toil away blindly. What rumors are associated with it? Damiya asked, resting her chin on her hand, eager to learn more. It is said that the cherry blossom tree can grant wishes. If a couple makes a wish beneath the tree, they will remain together forever, never depart, Riko said, covering her face with her hands, wishing she could encounter someone she adored. How intriguing. Gojo clapped his hands, excitement bubbling within him. Are there many couples who wish under the tree? The little cat inquired with curiosity. Riko fell silent, cautiously checking for any teachers nearby, before leaning closer to Damiya and whispering, not a chance. Our school is very strict. If caught, they will contact your family. The four individuals nodded thoughtfully just as the school bell rang, prompting Akai Riko to turn back and prepare for class. Jujutsu for gods, Suguru Geto remarked. Someone must have sneaked out, only to encounter a curse that led to their disappearance, leaving the school bewildered. He lowered his head and shared his judgment in the group chat. Satoru Gojo commented, these students are truly courting trouble. Kinji Hikari added, 1. Damiya, should we check in tonight? Suguru Geto replied, Yes, let us go tonight. It's too crowded during the day. After enduring the school day, they hurriedly bid farewell to Akai Riko and dashed out of the school with their books in hand. They had to hurry. The curious and vigilant gazes from their classmates were exceedingly bothersome. Numerous students involved in clubs passed by the classroom door in large groups, observing them as if they were monkeys on display. This left them speechless. They were merely there to take a look and could not voice their thoughts, excluding Satoru Gojo, who relished the attention and the exclamations of handsome from onlookers. That evening, the four from Jujutsu High changed into their blue and black uniforms and easily scaled the 2-meter wall of Mirin High School. Damiya and Kinji Hikari employed a levitation technique, floating 20 centimeters above the ground as they advanced swiftly. However, Satoru Gojo was unwilling to simply run. He wanted to glide like Nico-chan, as running around was exceedingly tiring, a lie. Suguru Geto was eager to try the magic as well, having never experienced it before. Miya-chan would teach them these simple supportive spells later, so they looked forward to it. All right, the little cat said, let's all float together. Thus, Satoru Gojo, who remained at the school gate, witnessed a group of figures gliding past. He shivered slightly, feeling a tingle of unease in the dark night. Luckily, he was a sorcerer and not susceptible to curses. To be safe, he decided to set up a barrier, ensuring that Mirin High School was cleared beforehand. A pitch-black barrier began to coalesce from the sky, gradually expanding to envelop the century-old school. Meanwhile, Damiya and the others had just crossed the artificial lake when they heard a commotion. They quickly dispelled their magic and concealed themselves to assess the situation. Unexpectedly, 2 students from the school emerged, a boy and a girl in uniform, cautiously scanning their surroundings as they rushed inside. Are they really a couple coming to make wishes at this hour? Aren't they afraid? Satoru Gojo whispered, covering his dazzling white hair with a branch. Ordinary people are unaware of the existence of curses. Suguru Geto reminded his friend to be lenient with the common folk. But it's not safe to be out alone at night. Kinji Hikari interjected. Should we follow them? Damiya suggested, holding up 2 similar branches to obscure her radiant golden hair. Her and my hair are too conspicuous at night. Let us go. Chapter 69, The Heartfelt Curse. The quartet stealthily followed the young couple until they reached the legendary cherry blossom tree rumored within the school. The tree was enormous, standing about 3 stories tall, and its trunk was so vast that 5 people could barely encircle it. A potent curse energy enveloped the cherry blossom tree, radiating outward in layers. The couple arrived beneath the tree and, without pause, began to make their wishes. Taking a deep breath, they clasped their hands in prayer before them, eyes tightly shut. Oh, great cherry blossom tree, please bless us to be together forever, to love eternally, and never depart. Satoru Gojo peeked out, observing the couple. Are they in such a hurry? They're nearly fainting from all that running. Kinji Hikari scrutinized the situation. Should we intervene? Suguru Geto asked with concern. Ordinary people cannot withstand curses. This one is likely at least a grade 1. Let us wait a moment. What if this curse requires the couple to make their vows before it will manifest? Satoru Gojo suggested, confident that they could handle any situation with the couple present. Suddenly, there was a disturbance. Damiya pointed at the couple. Just as they finished their wish and shared a tender gaze, a mysterious gust of wind surged forth. Before they could react, they were violently kicked from behind, tumbling into the thicket. The swiftest, Satoru Gojo, and Damiya rushed forward to kick the couple aside. And then a blinding white light engulfed them. When the wind settled and the light receded, the 2 had inexplicably vanished. Suguru Geto and Kinji Hikari arrived a moment too late, following suit with their own wishes and anxiously waiting, only to be transported away as well. The couple, lying in the thicket, was understandably alarmed. How did 4 living people just disappear? They exclaimed, pulling each other toward the school gate in fright. At the moment of being engulfed by the bright light, Satoru Gojo instinctively pulled Damiya into his embrace, fearing they might be separated. Damiya felt a tremendous force drawing her in, her face resting against the broad chest of the young man. She blinked in confusion, gently pressing her hand against Satoru Gojo's rising muscles. This feels nice. Sensing Damiya's touch, Satoru Gojo suddenly tensed, his muscles tightening. Just then, the white light dissipated, bringing clarity to their surroundings. He restrained the urge to leap away and gradually released Damiya. They found themselves in a peculiar pink space, where the surrounding buildings appeared hazy, resembling reflections. The large cherry blossom tree at the center was the only discernible object in this realm. The sorcerers of the missing students had gathered in one corner. Looking disheveled yet unharmed, all had survived. Another flash of white light signaled the arrival of Suguru Geto and Kinji Hikari. Are you alright, Gojo Damiya? Suguru Geto inquired, ensuring their well-being. We're fine, Damiya replied, confirming their safety. The clustered survivors, hearing the commotion, looked up to find yet another group, 39 couples, who had been transported in. their heads drooping in disappointment. The sorcerers recognized Gojo and his companions and joyfully bounded over. "Gojo, it's you. Ha ha, we're saved," exclaimed a petite woman with blue hair. "Finally, reinforcements from the headquarters. Goodness, I've been stuck here for nearly 5 days." A burly man lamented, ruffling his hair in exasperation. This pink realm was exceedingly strange. Time appeared to stand still within it. They did not experience hunger or physical desires, and the longest anyone had been trapped was nearly a month. The students were startled by the frenzied antics of the sorcerers, observing their savior-like demeanor. "Aren't you two also students? What is the level of the curse you couldn't handle?" Satoru Gojo inquired, accustomed to the reverent gazes directed at him. When transported, Satoru Gojo suspected the curse might be of special grade. However, upon entering, he noted no one had been harmed. "Indeed, no injuries," Damiya echoed, a hint of confusion in her voice. "It is a special grade curse, and we are merely grade 2 sorcerers. We are utterly powerless against it," lamented a bespectacled man. "This curse is peculiar. It is indeed special grade, but lacks malevolence. However, it demands to witness couples perform acts of affection daily, or it will unleash its wrath," the blue-haired woman concluded. Indeed, those students expressed that upon their initial entry, they were so overcome with fear that they remained motionless, nearly facing decapitation. The bespectacled gentleman added with a hint of regret, "Unfortunately, as sorcerers, we have no means to combat this." The burly man sighed, his expression steeped in embarrassment. This cohort of second-tier sorcerers recognized the formidable curse spirit the moment they laid eyes on it. They knew they stood no chance against it, and only death awaited them should they engage. Thus, they resigned themselves to performing romantic scenes daily, engaging in various mortifying scenarios while a plethora of spectators looked on. The cringeworthy nature of their performances sent shivers down their spines. "So you all perform love scenes every day?" Satoru Gojo erupted in laughter, finding the situation utterly ludicrous. A cursed spirit that solely relished romantic dramas. How amusing. Suguru Geto was left speechless, witnessing such an unusual cursed spirit for the first time. However, the existence of a cursed spirit that harbored no murderous intent was more than welcome. As long as they could survive, they could continue their performances. Damiya, who had not seen many television dramas, tilted her head in confusion, while Nagi hid behind her, stifling laughter. At that moment, a large pink heart materialized, floating gracefully in the air as it boisterously declared, "Time's up, insignificant humans. Come forth and present me with a new performance." The students in the space trembled at the appearance of the special grade cursed spirit, casting anxious glances toward the sorcerers for reassurance. Wow, such fluid speech. Satoru Gojo adjusted his sunglasses, scrutinizing the cursed spirit. While articulate special grade cursed spirits were common, one with intelligence was a rarity he had never encountered. Suguru Geto's attention was also captured. Could his dream legion be on the verge of gaining a new member? Damiya gazed curiously at the charming pink heart, noting its unusual attractiveness among the typically grotesque cursed spirits birthed from negative emotions. This heart was undoubtedly the most aesthetically pleasing curse she had ever seen, soft, pink, and delightfully bouncy. After a moment of silence with no one stepping forward to perform, the heart-cursed spirit grew furious and exclaimed, "Humans, are you attempting to test my patience?" It glanced down at the group, unleashing a wave of pink heart-shaped energy. Chapter 70. Perhaps there is a way. The heart-cursed spirit was born beneath a cherry blossom tree, surrounded by the sounds of couples making wishes even before it attained consciousness. It had grown accustomed to being enveloped by human affection, and even after becoming a special grade spirit, it still delighted in watching. Oh, such fragile humans had little use beyond this. They were too weak to sustain continuous performances of romance. Indeed, cursed spirits were the more evolved species. The volcano-headed sorcerer was not mistaken. Satoru Gojo unleashed a wave of energy, dispersing the heart's attack, which detonated against the ceiling of the space. The area shook violently but showed no signs of tearing. It remained intact. Was it an indestructible setting? Suguru Geto summoned a cursed spirit, positioning it to encircle the cowering students. Damiya, upon engaging in battle, released a protective light, forming a large, transparent shield hovering in midair. As an exemplary student of a priestly school, preparing for battle had become second nature. The heart-cursed spirit, observing its attack fail, scrutinized the newly arrived humans. "Oh, half for new ones come. They are rather pleasing to the eye. The performance shall be more enjoyable," it mused. Yes, the battle had commenced. Yet its mind remained fixated on those romantic dramas. Satoru Gojo's actions signaled a response, and the sorcerers swiftly shielded Nagi as Satoru and Suguru charged forward, with Damiya floating in between, brandishing her staff. In an instant, spells and techniques filled the air, creating a scene as dazzling as a Hollywood blockbuster. The students huddled in the corner gaped in disbelief, Were those peers of theirs truly that powerful? Suguru Geto orchestrated the cursed spirits to encircle and eliminate the heart spirit, while Satoru Gojo deftly unleashed 2 azure blasts. Recently, he had gained considerable insight into techniques, and the intervals at which he executed his spells were beginning to shorten. Perhaps, in time, he would grasp the art of reversing techniques independently. Damiya floated behind, targeting the heart-cursed spirit with a light explosion spell. She acted as a buffer, allowing Satoru and Suguru to focus on their combat without fear of the cursed spirit sneaking into the crowd. The heart-cursed spirit, overwhelmed by the 4 assailants, quickly found itself at a disadvantage. It was not inherently combative, and its domain was this alternate space. Although it could strike with perfect accuracy within its domain, these relentless humans had healing capabilities. Moreover, they were essentially mobile artillery units. With a resounding crash, the heart-cursed spirit plummeted from the sky, covered in wounds, its consciousness fading as it opened its eyes in a daze. If you release the domain, I shall spare your life. Satoru Gojo stepped onto the heart-cursed's soft, pink form, seemingly enjoying the texture as he playfully stomped a few more times. Suguru Geto, adjusting his disheveled hair post-battle, transformed into Tamamo no Me, grinning maliciously at the heart-cursed spirit. Damiya approached and also gave it a playful stomp, exclaiming, "It's so bouncy. Once Suguru captures it, we should summon it often for entertainment." Humans, the heart-cursed spirit spoke slowly. Find a couple to make a wish beneath the tree, and the domain will be released. Reluctantly, it intended to relent. In truth, it possessed the authority to open the domain, and once activated, it became a genuine alternate space. To close it, a couple needed to make another wish beneath the tree, at which point the domain would automatically cease. However, the heart-cursed spirit's display of submission was misinterpreted by others as a sign that it would only permit a performance to conclude before opening the door. Huh, are you out of your mind? Satoru Gojo adjusted his sunglasses, bending down to ascertain whether this cursed spirit was indeed foolish. I expected a thinking cursed spirit, but now it seems there's no fun to be had. Even if it faces death, it desires to witness a romance. Is the drama truly that captivating? Damiya inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Should I find a moment to watch? Such a deep obsession. How much did it truly adore romantic dramas? Nagi, arms crossed, also found herself intrigued by this cursed spirit. Suguru Geto summoned a binding cursed spirit, tightly restraining the heart curse to prevent any underhanded tactics. It possesses intelligence. Yet is it foolish? Satoru Gojo inquired. If you don't open it soon, you shall face exorcism, you know. Growing somewhat impatient, Satoru found the blinding mirror-like background of the space irritating. The young sorcerer prepared to unleash his technique, aiming at the fallen heart-cursed spirit. I speak the truth. If a couple makes a vow beneath the tree, the domain will close automatically. The heart-cursed spirit recoiled slightly, fearing Satoru's foot might crush it. Suguru Geto furrowed his brow, pondering the uniqueness of this cursed spirit. It possessed intellect, and its domain was unlike any other. Then let us proceed. Making a wish should be simple. Having identified a task they could assist with, the blue-haired woman declared cheerfully. This is troublesome, Suguru muttered. The group made their way to the cherry blossom tree, with the blue-haired woman and the burly man stepping forward, closing their eyes and clasping their hands in prayer. The students from Mimi Academy watched expectantly, eager to escape this dreadful place. After 5 minutes passed with nothing occurring, the blue-haired woman opened her eyes in astonishment, gazing at the heart-cursed spirit. Are you playing tricks? Damiya prodded the cursed spirit with her staff. Shall we just eliminate it? I have never heard of a domain remaining after its creator's demise. Satoru Gojo flexed his wrist, preparing to strike the cursed spirit, infuriated by its audacity to deceive them. Damiya and Suguru Geto simultaneously called out to Satoru Gojo, expressing their reluctance to wager so many lives. How do we initiate the domain? Speak. Damiya pointed her staff at the heart-cursed spirit, her eyes flickering with a golden light. The mental disturbance could disrupt the target's mental faculties, and similarly, it could be employed for interrogation. The heart-cursed spirit trembled in fear from the murderous intent radiating from the group, exclaiming, I speak the truth. For a couple who genuinely loves and recognizes each other, if they make a wish and vow beneath the tree, the domain will automatically dissolve. The blue-haired woman looked at the burly man with a mix of exasperation and amusement. After all, they were merely partners. Where was the heartfelt romance? Next time, be clearer. Suguru Geto sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. The group exchanged glances before turning their attention to the students. You all heard that. Is anyone willing to assist? Rest assured, we will not divulge any private matters, the blue-haired woman said gently. The students exchanged uncertain looks, and after a moment, a young couple stepped forward, summoning their courage to make a wish beneath the cherry blossom tree, only to be met with silence. Satoru Gojo's gaze towards the cursed spirit grew increasingly perilous. The atmosphere grew tense. I'm sorry. It's my fault. My heart is still wavering. The boy from the couple shouted, his face flushed, before he dashed away to a corner without looking back. The girl watched his retreating figure with sorrowful eyes, returning to the crowd in desolation. Another wave of silence fell over the group, caught off guard by the impasse of making a wish, leaving the sorcerers in distress. Shoko Yeri observed Damiya and Satoru Gojo with a thoughtful expression. Perhaps there was another way. Chapter 71. I like Gojo the most. Damiya, would you two like to give it a try? Shoko Yeri inquired. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to Damiya and Satoru Gojo, who were an exceptionally attractive young pair, leaving many contemplative. Wow, Satoru Gojo has a new romance. This is going to blow up. I'll be the first to post about it on the forum. Isn't that the new reversal technique? Satoru's quick to act. Suguru Geto covered the lower half of his face with his hand, suppressing a grin. It seems like Gojo's plan for a confession at the fireworks festival has gone awry. Damiya questioned, pointing to herself. You mean to make a wish under the cherry blossoms in front of so many people? Oh well. She lowered her head, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Her heart racing. Satoru Gojo, unusually silent, simply gazed at her, awaiting her response. If Nyanko didn't wish to go, they would have to find another way to break this troublesome domain. No one could force them into doing something they were unwilling to do. The others remained quiet, aware that both were formidable individuals. One was known for his unruly reputation, while the other had once caused chaos at a director's meeting, which still remained unresolved. Damiya glanced at Satoru Gojo, meeting his soothing gaze, as her wildly beating heart gradually calmed. All right, let us go, she nodded, suppressing her embarrassment. Everyone was stuck here. Without a successful wish, they couldn't leave. She was not one to succumb to emotions at critical moments. Then let us move, Nyanko. Satoru seemed to have made a decision, exhaling as he extended his hand towards Damiya. The golden-haired girl instinctively reached out, grasping his strong hand. With a gentle pull, Satoru led her forward. Suguru Geto suddenly clenched his fists in excitement, silently cheering for his friend, having discerned Satoru's intentions. Shoko Yeri rolled her eyes. Satoru was about to swoop in on her precious cabbage, and she couldn't muster any joy from it. The surrounding sorcerers were affected by the peculiar atmosphere, quieting down and gazing expectantly toward the cherry blossom tree. The pale pink petals drifted down, dancing gently to the ground. The two walked hand in hand towards the tree, remaining silent, with Damiya feeling Satoru's grip tightening around her hand, leaving no space for retreat, as if to eliminate any thoughts of withdrawal. In the stillness, her heart began to race once more. She sensed something was amiss. It appeared that Satoru was not merely there to make a wish. He had other intentions. His palm felt exceptionally warm, igniting a heat within her. Fortunately, the path wasn't long, and they soon arrived beneath the cherry blossom tree. Satoru turned to face Damiya, lowering his gaze to meet hers, his striking azure eyes fixed intently on her, aflame with intensity. He did not release her hand. Instead, he gripped it tighter. Damiya felt the weight of his emotions, biting her lip as she gazed back into his crystalline, vibrant irises. Nyanko, I like you, Satoru declared, his lips parting to deliver a direct confession. I like you so much, Nyanko. I want to be with you forever. Nothing can separate us. He believed the atmosphere was just right. There was no need to wait for the fireworks festival. He desired to claim Nyanko ahead of time. As his words lingered in the air, Damiya instinctively pulled her hand away, but Satoru swiftly caught her movement. The boy's expression betrayed no impatience. Yet his grip was like a chain, ensnaring her delicate hand. He looked at Damiya, awaiting her response. Damiya's instinctive motion did not grant her freedom. She disregarded her constrained hand, simply staring in awe at Satoru's chiseled features. No matter how many times she gazed upon him, she could never grow tired of his face. Each time, she fell deeper into his allure, only to be met with Satoru's triumphant laughter as he struck a proud pose. It wasn't solely his strikingly handsome visage that captivated her, but also her affection for Satoru Gojo. With this realization, Damiya finally regained her composure, a radiant smile breaking across her face as she leaped into Satoru's embrace, enveloped by his warm presence. I like you the most too, the most, she exclaimed sweetly, tightening her hold around him. Hearing the response from the one he adored sent Satoru into a frenzy of joy, momentarily at a loss for words. He could only pull her closer, wishing to merge into one with her. The cherry blossom tree trembled with an invisible wave, petals cascading down, settling upon the couple in a picturesque, dreamlike scene. From a distance, Suguru Geto retracted the cursed spirit, choosing to remain in the shadows. Following the completion of the couple's process, the bizarre domain flickered before shattering into fragments, dissipating into the air. The survivors were thrust back into the reality, collapsing onto the grass, only to awaken to the rising sunlight, realizing they had returned to their familiar world. After lingering in the presence of the cursed spirit, the students, who had danced on the precipice of life and death, could no longer contain their emotions and began to weep uncontrollably. The sorcerers who had miraculously survived the perilous task exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground. Had it not been for the gentle heart cursed spirit, they would not have waited for Satoru's reinforcement and would have perished within the domain, only to be returned as lifeless corpses. We are truly grateful to you, Suguru. A bespectacled man expressed his thanks to Geto. He had exchanged a few words with Suguru among the non-affiliated sorcerers and felt somewhat familiar. The most important thing was that everyone had survived. Suguru patted the man's shoulder, signaling that no further gratitude was necessary. Thank you, Suguru, the blue-haired woman chimed in, approaching to express her heartfelt thanks. Their gestures prompted the recovering sorcerers to rise and extend their gratitude, surrounding Suguru Geto in a throng of appreciation. Satoru Gojo, accompanied by his freshly minted girlfriend, concealed themselves behind a tree, observing Suguru Geto's frantic attempts to soothe the sorcerers, bursting into laughter at the sheer lack of camaraderie. Aren't we going to help him, Satoru? Damiya inquired, nestled in the warmth of the boy's embrace, pointing towards the chaotic scene outside. Absolutely not. This is precisely the sort of predicament that Geto should handle. I simply wish to spend time with you, Nico-chan, Satoru declared, settling onto the grass with his soft and fragrant girlfriend. The curse had been dealt with, and now they merely awaited the supervisor to tidy up the aftermath. Who would squander precious alone time assisting those people? Damiya leaned against her ticket to sustenance, humming cheerfully. She plucked the cherry blossom petals that clung to them and released them into the breeze with a puff. Satoru smiled at her, lowering his head to brush against Damiya's long hair, his voice a low murmur. Nico-chan, what should you call me now? Boyfriend? Damiya suggested tentatively. No, Nico-chan. We are officially in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship now. You should call me boyfriend. Satoru replied, his eyes sparkling with delight, his lips curving into a proud smile, as if he had discovered the most precious treasure. He coaxed the young girl into uttering the words. The little kitten, realizing the implications, understood that she was unfamiliar with many terms in this world, especially those exchanged between couples. Boyfriend, Damiya sweetly called, wrapping her arms around Satoru's neck. Their previous lack of distance had only drawn them closer now. Hearing the desired title, Satoru's heart swelled with joy as he playfully pinched Damiya's rosy cheek. The girl's peachy complexion and delicate beauty made him yearn to consume her whole. As if struck by a thought, Satoru adopted a teasing, affectionate tone. Nico-chan, I want to see your ears. He sought to alleviate the itchiness in his heart. With a puff, Damiya transformed, sprouting pristine white cat ears that brushed against Satoru's cheek, quivering slightly from the unfamiliar sensation. Still in the novelty phase of their relationship, the little cat was more than willing to indulge her sustenance provider. Don't touch them, Damiya warned softly, her ears far too sensitive. Even the slightest touch sent shivers coursing through her body. Oh, Satoru's voice trailed off, as if lamenting. His gaze swept over the pristine cat ears, realizing that they were not what he truly desired. The persistent tingling sensation within him intensified, and he clenched his jaw. Satoru's heated gaze slid from the girl's brow to her lips, which were beautifully shaped. A soft pink that appeared as if they could spring back with a delightful pop at the slightest touch, looking utterly delectable. He swallowed hard, unable to tear his eyes away from her lips. Can I kiss you, Damiya-chan? He asked, his voice gravelly. Damiya could undoubtedly sense where Satoru's gaze lingered. Her body tightened as it responded to his attention. Yet, she remained silent, her eyes darting in a whirlwind of indecision, unsure where to look. The atmosphere between them became thick with tension. Satoru cupped Damiya's face in his hands, tilting it slightly upward, and leaned down closer. She felt soft and fragrant, a scent that haunted his dreams each night. He yearned to be closer, to keep her essence and presence solely for himself. His movements grew more urgent, as if he wished to meld her into his very being. Damiya, overwhelmed by his fervent actions, instinctively recoiled, her breath becoming erratic. She pushed Satoru away in an attempt to create distance, but he grasped her hand, drawing her closer, denying her any chance to escape. The feisty little kitten, incensed by his insistence, summoned her powers and pushed him down, flipping over to straddle him. Satoru willingly reclined onto the grass, his gaze languidly fixed upon her. Captivated by her glistening pink lips, they were truly stunning. Damiya pressed down on Satoru's hands, claiming the higher ground, throwing him a mischievous look before leaning closer. Satoru embraced Damiya's slender waist, closing his eyes in bliss as he savored her initiative. Meanwhile, Yaga came rushing in from the school gates, ready to wrap up the day's mission. Fortunately, there had been minimal casualties. He simply needed the trapped students to sign a confidentiality agreement. The upperclassmen had not wreaked havoc on the school, and he was secretly pleased that the compensation funds he had prepared would go unused. This was the most hassle-free mission he had shared with Satoru to date. Suguru Geto was discussing the mission's details with Yaga when he noticed several students sporting various scrapes and bruises, likely from the collapse of the domain. He exchanged glances with Nanami, who shook her head, waving her colorful ability converter. She had practiced the healing spell with Geto before their mission, and now was the perfect moment to reveal it. Suguru pondered for a moment before glancing towards the cherry blossom tree. Satoru and Damiya had darted over there as soon as they emerged and had yet to show themselves. They must be preoccupied. He nodded at Nanami and approached the still flustered students. After a brief reassurance, a cluster of golden motes of light coalesced from his hands, gently floating towards the students' injuries. The energy converter tucked away in Suguru's pocket glimmered softly, emitting a warm and calming glow that remained constant. The sorcerers looked on in astonishment as Suguru healed the students' scrapes, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. What is happening? Has Suguru mastered the reversal technique? A few sorcerers who felt they had a rapport with Suguru ventured to ask, Geto-kun, is this the reversal technique? Congratulations. Congratulations, Geto-kun. With you, there are now only 3 people in the sorcery world who can perform the reversal technique. Suguru shook his head, a smile gracing his face. This isn't the reversal technique. It's a healing spell developed by Damiya-chan. I've just learned it, so please excuse my clumsiness. He casually divulged this explosive piece of information, revealing that Damiya had created a learnable healing spell. The sorcerers who understood immediately felt a surge of excitement, and those with good sense refrained from asking further questions, mustering the courage to exchange contact information with Suguru. They understood why Suguru had shared this information. They were eager to seize the first opportunity to learn. Who would have thought someone could develop a healing ability beyond the reversal technique? Mastering it could significantly enhance survival rates during missions. Even those sorcerers who excelled less in combat could breathe easier, knowing they now had an additional means of self-preservation. They were confident that, after this night, the entire sorcery community would be abuzz. Suguru welcomed all inquiries, exchanging contact information with everyone. He discovered he was quite adept at this, having already gained considerable renown during his time in the community. He would gradually accumulate power and then strike down the supervisory committee in one fell swoop. Yaga observed everything with astonishment. Miss Damiya had truly created something remarkable. The 3 great families would undoubtedly be restless tonight. Nanami whistled, her mood soaring as she anticipated her imminent liberation from the drudgery of overtime. In a luxurious estate, an elder slammed his hand on the table, inquiring, has Damiya truly developed a healing spell that others can learn? The individual kneeling below fervently nodded, daring not to intrude upon the gathering of sorcerers from the house of no family, instead observing from the periphery. Check. If this is true, we must seize this method, the elder exclaimed with delight. This scene replayed in numerous families that night. Chapter 73, I Don't Want to Leave. The news of Damiya's discovery of a healing technique swept through the sorcery community, stirring the stagnant waters. Many turned their gaze towards the young first-level sorcerer. With the mission concluded, the 4 were promptly dispatched to the Kyoto Academy. The sisters' exchange meeting was on the verge of commencing, while the remaining students from the Tokyo Academy had already departed for the event. By the time they arrived, it was early morning, enveloped in silence, illuminated only by the dim light of the night. A young couple disembarked, hand in hand, swaying gently at the back. They said nothing but drew closer, a profound sense of satisfaction flooding their beings. Gakuto Shoko and Suguru Geto hastened ahead, as if in a competitive race, eager to distance themselves from the couple behind, who were giggling and basking in the sweetness of their affection. Hey, are you 2 in such a hurry? Need to use the restroom? Wataru Satoru called out with a playful grin, deliberately interrupting their moment. Shut your mouth, Wataru, Gakuto Shoko retorted impatiently, halting to await their companions. Wataru, your breath is foul. I could assist you with that, Suguru Geto quipped, his demeanor darkened by a haze, suggesting he was preparing to summon a curse. Ah, Naya-chan, look. Geto-s threatening me. Wanting to cut off my mouth, Wataru complained, dramatically covering his face and leaning against Damiya's shoulder, feigning a pitiful appearance. Damiya stifled a laugh as she reached out to ruffle Wataru's white hair, urging him to calm down. Suguru clenched his fists, taking a deep breath to suppress his bubbling emotions. Gakuto Shoko rolled her eyes, disapproving of Wataru's antics around her dear friend. In the midst of their playful banter, they arrived at the dormitory arranged by the Kyoto Academy, gathering in Damiya's room. Geto, you performed splendidly today. I can hardly wait to see how that bunch of rotten oranges will react. Wataru lounged on the couch, playfully tossing his sunglasses and grinning. He possessed the 6 eyes, allowing him to perceive everything clearly, even from afar. Incredible, Damiya cheered, spinning in her swivel chair with exuberance. The little kitten, upon entering, was drawn to the chair. unable to resist the urge to play, losing herself in joy. You all exaggerated, Suguru Geto said, unable to conceal the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Ever since he found a new goal, his motivation soared. When will Mimi begin planning? Gakuto inquired, noting the influx of messages testing the waters since the news broke just hours ago. Perhaps after the sisters' exchange meeting, Damiya mused, resting her chin on her hand. I cannot create that many converters alone. While assembly is swift, the engraving of the curse patterns requires utmost concentration and cannot be rushed. The little kitten began contemplating whom to enlist for assistance in crafting the converters. We could recruit some sorcerers to engrave the curse patterns, as long as we establish constraints. We need not worry about them leaking information, Suguru suggested. Energy converters will be indispensable in the future. There are enough sorcerers around. And we cannot expect Mimi to handle it all alone. What about Sae and Mickey? I have a favorable impression of him. Let us bring him into our fold. Damiya proposed, spinning in her chair with a light-hearted demeanor. Observing his girlfriend's amusement, Wataru joined her on a swivel chair, pushing off to slide beside her. Sure, sounds good. You decide, Suguru replied kindly, refraining from involving himself in this delicate matter. The energy converters were Damiya's responsibility. He would not delve too deeply into it. Gakuto Shoko remained silent, tacitly agreeing. They were inseparable friends, adept at avoiding topics that could jeopardize their bond. Later, Yagu will compile suitable candidates. They are all under my purview, and the old man at home should not expect to benefit from this, Wataru declared, sprawled on the chair, his long legs swinging idly. He was indifferent to such matters. Everyone belonged to Naya-chan now, and the Wataru household would inevitably belong to her as well. Damiya raised a hand in an okay gesture, playfully winking at Suguru and Shoko as she said, feel free to send me any recommended candidates. After the establishment of the Clergy Mutual Aid Association, you will both serve as vice presidents, so don't think of shirking your responsibilities. They were comrades, after all. Such formality was unnecessary. The little kitten could not manage everything alone. No one was permitted to evade their duties. Suguru and Gakuto exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. I have a few decent individuals in mind. I'll send them to you shortly, Mimi. After concluding their discussions, Suguru and Gakuto made their way to the door, only to suddenly realize one person was missing. They swiftly turned back, fixating on the innocent-looking individual seated in the chair. A drowsy Damiya, startled by their synchronized movements, blinked blearily and yawned, finally acknowledging the presence beside her. Hey, why isn't he the meal ticket returned to the room? Wataru, it's time to go, Suguru said sternly, adamant that this scoundrel DK would not remain near Damiya. Gakuto's gaze sharpened like a knife as she retrieved the phone number of Yaga Yoshinobu, knowing Wataru could see it. They merely wished to speak with Naya-chan alone. Wataru tilted his head innocently, his expression radiating purity. What are you discussing? Wah, I don't understand, he said, waiting by the door. Suguru, unwavering in his belief in facts, declared that if Wataru did not emerge in 5 minutes, he would summon a cursed spirit. Gakuto coldly opened Yaga's contact page, shooting a warning glare at Wataru before stepping outside. The moment the two exited, Wataru darted to Damiya's side, crouching down to embrace her waist. I don't want to leave, Naya-chan. How about we stay up late playing games tonight? I want to be with you forever. Wataru whined, nuzzling against the girl's slender waist. Even Geto could not prevent him from getting close to Naya-chan. A delightful shiver coursed through Damiya as Wataru's touch ignited her senses, dispelling her drowsiness. Wataru, she exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and annoyance in her voice as she tugged at his white hair to turn his face toward her. It's already late. You should go back to sleep. Damiya scolded, pouting in frustration. But I truly do not want to leave, Naya-chan, Wataru replied, gazing up at the one he cherished. His voice softening. His sky-blue eyes brimmed with intense, fervent emotion, imparting a warmth that felt almost searing to Damiya. Chapter 74. We are together now. Who could refuse Wataru Satoru? Damiya was amused by his childish antics, smiling as she cupped his face and leaned down to plant a gentle goodnight kiss on his forehead. The tender sensation and sweet fragrance enveloped Wataru, who instinctively grasped her wrist, leaning closer. Their essences intertwined, the moments stretching on until they finally parted. Damiya breathed softly, playfully tousling Wataru's white hair. See you tomorrow, Wataru? She asked once more. Yes, see you tomorrow, Wataru replied, reluctantly conceding to return to the dormitory at last. How infuriating. I truly do not wish to leave. As Satoru Gojo closed the dormitory door, he noticed Suguru Geto squatting at the entrance. The dark-haired youth raised his phone, which displayed a countdown with a mere 30 seconds remaining. Exercise a bit more self-control and refrain from bullying Maki-chan, Suguru earnestly advised. He was well aware of the nature of his friend. Gojo possessed no sense of shame and acted purely on impulse, doing as he pleased. Am I not still Satoru Gojo? Satoru raised an eyebrow and retorted. Suguru was left speechless, furrowing his brow, urging Gojo to return to his dormitory and rest. He had already called Kinji Hikari back to rest, and now needed to send a message to her indicating that everything was fine. They were truly worried sick. The next day, the entire Jujutsu High in Tokyo discovered the transformed atmosphere surrounding the young couple, erupting in a chorus of teasing. "We are together now. Aren't you jealous?" Satoru boldly proclaimed their relationship to everyone. He wanted the world to know that Maki-chan was his girlfriend. "We're together now?" Damiya's face radiated with a brilliant smile, her hands waving like a beckoning cat as she greeted her classmates. Yoshino Hyabara clapped enthusiastically, loudly cheering for them. He had been rooting for this pair long before, and now witnessing their union brought him greater joy than the participants themselves. Their ship is real. Pure love, everlasting. That was quite fast, Mei remarked, her arms crossed as she chuckled. "Ah, what a pity. Maki-chan is so adorable. I wanted to introduce her to a handsome fellow standing at 185 centimeters. Gojo truly was a scoundrel, a pig devouring cabbage." Komo Noritoshi clenched her fists, regarding Satoru Gojo with disdain. "Congratulations to you both," Kinji Hikari said earnestly. Jujutsu sorcerers often tread the thin line between life and death, rarely witnessing such a vibrant and pure-hearted couple. He hoped that Satoru and Maki would remain this way forever. Kinji's encouragement was half-hearted, although she harbored no fondness for Gojo. Her well wishes for Maki were sincere. Suguru Geto was absent, having gone to the cafeteria to order food for his classmates. Due to the sister exchange meeting, the cafeteria had been split in two, accommodating both schools for rest and meals. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the Tokyo side, the Kyoto side was eerily quiet, so still it resembled the calm before a storm. Zenin Naoya surveyed the crowd, his gaze fixated on the blonde girl at the center, his grip tightening on his chopsticks until they splintered. The elders of the Zenin clan dared to demand he bow to a woman to secure some opportunity for learning healing techniques. Forced into the limelight by those who typically favored him, Zenin Naoya seethed with rage, wishing to annihilate everything in sight. A servant approached him, cautiously kneeling after a formal greeting, placing the dishes on the table one by one. The servant wore a stiff smile, her back drenched in cold sweat. Having worked in Kyoto for quite some time, she was acutely aware of the displeasure emanating from the young masters and hoped desperately that no errors would occur. "Are you trying to starve me with your slow movements?" Zenin Naoya kicked the servant away, his tone icy. His frustration only intensified as he thought of the situation, and the servant's mere presence became an outlet for his rage. The force of his kick sent her sprawling, rolling several times before she trembled and crawled back to her knees, fearful to plead for mercy, knowing it would only provoke harsher treatment. Zenin Naoya squinted, further irritated by her silence, and prepared to rise. Drawn by the commotion, the students from Tokyo turned their attention toward the unfolding scene, witnessing the entire ordeal. Yoshino Hyabara clenched his fists, ready to intervene, but was halted by Damiya. The blonde girl, holding her slender chopsticks, launched them at Zenin Naoya the moment he stood. Enhanced by her cursed energy, the chopsticks whistled through the air with astonishing speed. They sliced past Zenin Naoya, embedding themselves in the wooden table. One chopstick grazed his cheek, leaving a trail of crimson. Realizing too late what had transpired, Zenin Naoya touched his face, his fingertips tainted with blood. "Be quiet," Damiya said nonchalantly, legs crossed. Her gaze steady upon Zenin. Enraged, Zenin Naoya trembled, momentarily rendered speechless by her indifferent demeanor. Just then, Suguru Geto returned with food, swiftly assessing the situation. He instructed the servant behind him to deliver the food to the Tokyo side, bending to assist the fallen maid. A golden glow emanated from his fingertips, healing the servant's injured abdomen. Thank you. The woman stared at Suguru in astonishment, instinctively expressing her gratitude. "It's nothing, go back to your duties." Suguru replied gently, guiding her away from the storm. He understood that the sorcerers from these clans were curious, calculating, and he had openly demonstrated his healing technique before all present. At the director's meeting, some matters were beyond one's control. The sorcerers from Kyoto watched, their breaths quickening, fixating on Suguru in an attempt to glean any insights into the mystery of his healing abilities. Suguru met their probing gazes with calm confidence. The energy converter could revolutionize the sorcerer world. They would not allow Maki to face any challenges alone. Damiya rested her chin on her hand, awaiting the Kyoto clan's next move. The atmosphere grew taut, and the other students from Tokyo sensed the tension, instinctively preparing for possible conflict. "Maki-chan, I bet they won't dare to make a move," Satoru quipped playfully, leaning toward Maki, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "This bunch is the most cowardly of all." Originally intending to avoid confrontation, Zenin Naoya erupted, drawing his sword and charging at Suguru. He dared not provoke Satoru or Damiya, and sought to demonstrate the capability of this cursed spirit user. Suguru, arms crossed and unimpressed, summoned a swirling mass of dark mist from behind him as dozens of cursed spirits leapt forth. At Zen and Naoya's movement, the Kyoto students exchanged glances and drew their own weapons. A brawl then, Damiya declared, rising, her white staff appearing in her hand. Boom. Chapter 75, The Sister Exchange Meeting. Before the Sister Exchange Meeting could commence, the cafeteria of Kyoto High erupted in chaos, the roof soaring skyward only to become entangled in the trees behind, precariously swaying. Nightshade Yoshinori, summoned to the scene, covered his face, unwilling to witness the heap of bodies sprawled on the ground. He knew that whenever these four returned, tranquility would be short-lived. They invariably left a trail of devastation in their wake, and he was utterly exhausted from cleaning up after them. All of you. A 3,000-word reflection upon your return. It was they who instigated trouble, Nightshade. Satoru, the young master, exclaimed loudly, unwilling to write such a reflection. The sight of his peers sprawled on the ground after merely 3 minutes of fighting, having barely warmed up, exasperated him. Exactly. They struck first. Damiya, who had never penned a reflection in her life, pushed forward, attempting to persuade Nightshade to retract the punishment. Suguru Geto was also prepared to speak, but Nightshade raised his hand to silence him. Nightshade surveyed the line of fallen students and the fierce-faced instructors from Kyoto. Before the exchange meeting has even begun, you've already crippled their students a second time. My leniency in merely requiring you to write reflections is rather generous, don't you think? Understood? Suguru grasped the meaning behind Nightshade's gaze and silently closed his mouth. What is this? Is it not the weak who are justified? Satoru Gojo, feeling indignant, rolled up his sleeves, determined to demand an explanation from the Kyoto school. How amusing it was that they initiated the conflict, only to now feign injury and compel others to write self-reflections. Suguru Geto, with a hint of reluctant agreement on his face, found himself, for the first time, not wholly siding with the underdogs. Go. The anxious Yaga Yoshinobu, startled by this troublesome student, reached out to restrain Gojo, who was intent on heading towards the Kyoto school. Perhaps it's best not to go, Gojo. They appear on the verge of collapse. They might attempt to exploit the situation further. Damiya, observing the scene, also tugged at the hem of Gojo's garment. Stopped by Yaga's intervention, Gojo paused, stroking his chin, convinced that Nyanko's words bore merit. The Kyoto school had attempted to take advantage of him before. The already furious Kyoto school teacher, upon hearing these words, fainted with a resounding thud. As he lost consciousness, his mind was filled with thoughts of how utterly outrageous the Tokyo school had become. The chaotic scene was abruptly interrupted by the sound of his collapse. Damiya stared blankly at the figure sprawled on the ground. Her feline curiosity piqued. Ultimately, with Yaga's mediation, Damiya and Shoko assisted in providing treatment. Otherwise, the exchange meeting would have come to an abrupt end. To put it simply, the Tokyo school yearned for another round in the exchange meeting. Feeling unsatisfied with their previous engagement, the sister school exchange program had prompted the Kyoto school to designate a substantial area on the back mountain, allowing students to unleash their creativity. Yet, it seemed the enjoyment was not shared by their students. Zen and Naoya, in a state of disarray, dashed through the woods. His exquisite kimono now tattered and resembling rags, his once lustrous golden hair now sullied with dirt. Typically surrounded by a throng of followers, Zenin now found himself alone, seemingly on the run. Damn those Tokyo school students, how despicable. He gasped, gritting his teeth. Run faster. I've counted 30 seconds twice already. A golden-haired girl descended from above, blindfolded, and with a swift kick, toppled the fleeing Zenin. Damiya, clad in black fabric, brandished her wand, standing assertively before Zenin. She closed her eyes to sense the surrounding environment with magic, identifying Zenin's position through feedback. This is intolerable. Zenin rolled twice on the ground, struggling to rise. The Tokyo school was utterly shameless, competing while blindfolded and engaging in such a game of hide and seek. It was outrageous. Who do you think you're looking down upon? You've been eliminated. Each participant has 3 lives, and this is your final chance, Damiya said, tilting her head, her cat ears perked, ever vigilant of her surroundings. The delicate features of her face were partially obscured by the black cloth, creating an allure that compelled one to uncover the obstruction and see what lay beneath. I refuse to concede. What can you do about it? Zenin retorted stubbornly, despite the pain coursing through his body, longing to collapse and rest. Well, this is your choice, Damiya replied, exasperated, as she summoned her magical energy and lunged forward. Zenin had no time to evade as she seized his collar, an inexplicable sensation enveloping him. Damiya cast a levitation spell towards the outskirts of the competition arena, launching him with a swift motion. Ah! Zenin screamed in terror, experiencing the sensation of bungee jumping. He arced through the air, landing far away. Great. That's the second one. Keep it up, we've scored. Damiya cheered, pumping her small fist as she dashed off in pursuit of another target, hearing commotion from that direction. Within the competition grounds, Gojo and Geto, also blindfolded, navigated the forest in search of Kyoto School participants. Before the match commenced, Gojo felt that this competition posed no challenge and suggested a blindfolded format. P.S. In the end, his score would be halved for fairness, and he would refrain from using any techniques. Everyone knew that for him, the difference between being blindfolded and not was negligible. Nyanko and Geto agreed without a second thought. This sounded like an exceedingly enjoyable game, one that could not be missed. As for the other Tokyo School students, they felt there was little opportunity for them to engage and instead opted to relax and enjoy a picnic in the competition area. Nothing was more delightful than openly slacking off. As Kyoto School participants were gradually eliminated, Yaga shielded his face in the observation room, unable to confront the distorted faces of the Kyoto School teachers. These insufferable brats. I specifically instructed you to be low-key. Your actions are no different from trampling on the faces of the Kyoto School. Damiya, why have you also been led astray? Shoko exclaimed, capturing numerous striking photos of her close friend. Being purely a healer, she chose not to participate in such exchange competitions and sat idly with the teachers, feeling quite bored. The chaotic bombardment had ravaged the back mountain of the Kyoto School, bringing the exchange meeting to a close. Despite their overwhelming victory, Damiya and Geto did not hold back in utilizing their abilities, thoroughly relishing the experience. The only one who perhaps felt shortchanged in this competition was Gojo himself, having effectively banned his own technique. As the competition concluded, the three of them gathered, comparing the number of eliminations and cursed spirits they had exorcised. Why did I lose? Gojo lamented, his score halved, placing him at the bottom of the rankings. A bet is a bet. Our reflections are yours to write, Geto chuckled. Hang in there, Gojo. The little cat eagerly tossed the package of reflections to her boyfriend. I've never written one. I want to be able to. The principal of the Kyoto School, while delivering a speech on the exchange meeting, inhaled deeply, only to be further incensed by the trio's unabashed chatter. This was simply too arrogant. With a thud, he fainted again from anger. Elder. Chapter 76. The loser does the cooking. Following the conclusion of the exchange meeting, Yaga promptly led the students away, fearing they might all collapse if they lingered too long. After several exhausting days, Damiya, utterly fatigued, leaned against Gojo's back, requesting him to carry her. You have such poor stamina, Nyanko, Gojo teased softly, bending down effortlessly to lift her up, swaying slightly as he made his way towards the school entrance. The golden-haired girl wrapped her arms around his neck, inhaling the familiar scent of sweet cream, drifting into slumber. The others were amused by the couple's interaction, quickening their pace to pass by Gojo. As Yuhibara sidled past, he playfully winked at the two. Several kilometers away from the back mountain of the Kyoto School, Kinji Hikari stood at the edge of a cliff, having witnessed the entirety of the exchange meeting. His expression was somber, his eyes filled with calculation. The addition of Damiya had caused significant upheaval in his plans, leading to unforeseen complications. Bathed in blinding sunlight, the girl stirred beneath her covers, eventually sitting up slowly, her sleep-filled eyes scanning her surroundings. Didn't we return to school? Where's this place? She rubbed her eyes, her cat ears drooping lifelessly. Still in a state of confusion, Damiya flung off the covers, her bare feet padding softly against the wooden floor as she stepped out of the room. This was a beautifully designed residence, blending elements of the ancient and the modern, where wind chimes hung in the corridor, producing melodious sounds with the gentle breeze. Is anyone here? Damiya wondered, wandering around the house in bewilderment, struggling to grasp the situation. As she turned a corner, a familiar figure sprang into view. Did you miss me, Nyanko? Satoru Gojo bounded into the room with a playful grin, attempting to leap onto Damiya. The golden-haired girl nimbly spun around, watching as he nearly collided with a decorative vase. Amused by this familiar scene, she couldn't help but laugh. Why does he always like to pounce? How could one possibly catch a cat? What about the others, Gojo? Damiya inquired, her long hair tousled from just waking up, clad only in a delicate beige nightgown. Likely a gift from Shoko. They're busy with something, Satoru said, reaching out to comb through her hair gently. His fingertips glided over her platinum strands, delicately smoothing the rebellious locks before tucking them behind her ear. The gentle brush of his fingers against her dainty earlobe sent a ripple of color across her fair complexion, akin to pebbles disrupting a still pond, revealing her pure beauty. Today, it's just the two of us at home, Satoru remarked, his gaze fixated on her, his voice dropping into a deeper tone. Damiya slightly turned her face away, unable to meet his intense gaze, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her nightgown. How could he be so charming? It's infuriating. Has he really never been in a relationship before? This is my house in Kyoto, and this key is for Nico-chan, Satoru said, retracting his gaze to produce a small key, placing it in Damiya's palm. A key? She echoed, intrigued. Yes, it's the key to this residence. And only Nico-chan and I have one. He leaned closer, his voice dripping with sweetness. Got it. Damiya nodded vigorously, stashing the key away safely. Now it can never be lost. The two spent the afternoon gaming in the living room, with Shoko and Suguru showing no signs of returning. After confirming their safety through messages, Damiya decided not to pry further and pulled Satoru into a game she had noticed a few days prior. Whoever loses has to cook. Satoru queried, his handsome face now fully unveiled without sunglasses. Absolutely. Damiya replied enthusiastically, leading him into the kitchen, where she rummaged through the cupboard for plates and transparent glasses. She crouched down, placing the plate in the sink while balancing the glass atop it. We'll each turn on the faucet and see who spills the least water. The loser must prepare a meal for the winner. She explained the rules cheerfully, convinced that Satoru wouldn't be able to cook. After all, such a privileged young master would hardly lift a finger. When he inevitably lost, she would be in for quite a show. Will he end up blowing up the kitchen? How exciting, she mused. Satoru hummed, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Nico-chan's audacious little demeanor was rather endearing. He felt an urge to kiss her. Let the competition begin. Damiya clapped her hands, urging Satoru to squat down with her for a better view of the water. He obediently followed, noticing her nightgown trailing on the floor and instinctively reaching out to help tidy it. Realizing what he was doing, Damiya quickly grabbed the edges of her skirt and tied it into a knot. This way, it won't drag on the floor, she announced triumphantly. Satoru averted his gaze, not daring to focus on her fair, slender legs. He coughed to mask his fluster, declaring that he was ready to start. All right, Damiya said, grabbing Satoru's other hand, actively drawing his cursed energy and shutting off his 6 eyes. With the other senses muted, Satoru felt considerably better, otherwise. Even the sight of that white would be projected into his mind. He turned on the faucet, and water gushed forth rapidly, filling the glass. Damiya eagerly watched the cup, prepared to record Satoru's performance. Wait, what? The water quickly filled the glass, bubbling over and spilling into the plate, while Satoru leisurely turned off the faucet. Damiya gasped, astonished as she turned to him. What just happened? At that moment, Satoru leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. Nico-chan wants to taste Satoru's cooking. How could I refuse? He said sweetly, his breath like cream enveloping the nearby golden-haired girl. Damiya stared at Satoru, momentarily bewildered, until he busied himself in the kitchen, snapping her back to reality. Ah, she exclaimed, covering her face in a flurry and dashing to the living room sofa, clutching her beloved mango-shaped pillow and curling up in a ball. That is so unfair, Satoru. Chapter 77. Delicious. The little cat nestled within the mango pillow, hearing the continuous sounds coming from the kitchen, slowly realized something was amiss. Satoru didn't seem like someone who couldn't cook. She extracted herself from her cozy hideaway, tiptoeing cautiously towards the kitchen. Damiya leaned against the corner, peeking out to see what was happening. Inside the kitchen, Satoru moved fluidly, washing chicken wings, adding ginger, heating oil to fry them, and then pouring in various seasonings and water to simmer. The tantalizing aroma escaped the range hood, wafting towards Damiya, who was hiding by the door. She twitched her little nose, taken aback by the delightful scent. He could actually cook, and quite well, it seemed. As he arranged the plating, Satoru called out, "Stop hiding, Nico-chan. Come taste." After hiding for so long, Damiya quickly ducked back behind the wall, but then remembered Satoru could see with his 6 eyes, so she resigned herself and walked out. Let me sample Satoru's culinary skills. With a final sprinkle of toasted sesame seeds for garnish, Satoru removed his apron and washed his hands. When Damiya entered the kitchen, the first thing he did was bend down to untie her knotted nightgown. He smoothed out the slightly wrinkled beige fabric, casually saying, "Give it a try. These are braised chicken wings. Once you get used to spicy food, I'll make you lemon and black pepper flavor next." He couldn't help but focus on the way her skirt swayed. It was maddening. "Oh," Damiya replied, watching Satoru as he tidied her skirt, completely oblivious to the turmoil within him. Once he stepped back, she bounced over to the stove, gazing at the beautifully presented, succulent, braised chicken wings. The little cat discreetly swallowed, washing her hands before eagerly grabbing a wing and taking a bite. She paused momentarily before devouring it in 2 or 3 bites, discarding the bone. It was tender and juicy, the flavors having seeped into the meat, so delicious that she almost wanted to swallow her own tongue. Damiya turned to Satoru, giving him a thumbs up, and then, without hesitation, offered him a piece. Satoru's eyes sparkled with pride as he bit into the chicken wing. "Delicious, right?" he asked. A grin plastered on his face. "Absolutely. It's incredibly good, Satoru. I can't believe you can cook," Damiya exclaimed, her words muffled as she continued to eat. "Of course. I'm the strongest, no matter where I am." Satoru leaned against the counter, joining her in the feast. All right, strongest one. Remember to write a reflection for Suguru and me. The golden-haired girl teased, elongating her words with a playful smile. Satoru pouted, casting a dangerous glance at Damiya. Don't bring that up. Ha ha ha. After finishing their meal, Satoru declared that he would take Damiya somewhere special. Hand in hand, they strolled leisurely through the alley, taking turns left and right until they paused before a quaintly decorated tailor shop. Inside, Iori Shoko and Suguru Geto were sipping beverages when they noticed the two at the door and greeted them with cheerful smiles. A woman clad in a kimono emerged from behind a folding screen, confirming that the scheduled customers had all arrived, and gestured for Damiya and Iori Shoko to enter. Damiya glanced back at her ticket in confusion. Let us go change, Naya-chan. We'll head to the fireworks festival together later. Satoru Gojo playfully winked, finally revealing the day's plans. Fireworks festival? The girl recalled the earlier agreement made with Satoru. Let us go, Mimi. Iori Shoko linked her arm with Damiya's and led her into the partition following the kimono-clad woman. She had assumed Satoru had already informed Mimi. That guy still loved to orchestrate surprises. As they passed through the screen, Damiya abruptly halted. A cacophony of sizzling sounds reverberated in her ears, accompanied by faint murmurs that felt ethereal and sacred. Damiya, what is wrong, Mimi? Noticing her friend had stopped, Iori Shoko turned to inquire. It's nothing. Damiya rubbed her brow and took a few steps to catch up with the others. Upon entering the partition, 4 female staff members surrounded them, each presenting an array of garments for the pair to choose from. I might need to wear M or L. Damiya adeptly recited her usual size, a piece of modern knowledge she had mastered first. Please do not worry. These garments are specially tailored by Mr. Gojo and will fit you perfectly, the kimono-clad woman assured gently, holding up several distinctive yukatas for Damiya to consider. Satoru has made quite a few preparations. Damiya selected her favorite color and sat at the vanity as the staff began to style her hair. Wait, when did Satoru find out my size? Ugh, that insufferable 6 eyes. Today, she had been summoned by a spoiled orange. Jia accompanied me. While waiting for the staff to finish her hair, Shoko and Damiya chatted about their day. Due to the presence of ordinary people in the room, she spoke somewhat vaguely. Did you ask about your studies? Damiya inquired, omitting any key terms. Yes, Jia was there, and they didn't get anywhere. Iori Shoko chuckled, covering her mouth, realizing for the first time how formidable Jia's tongue could be. Though his tone was gentle and respectful, he had left the director speechless. He is quite suited for this, Damiya affirmed. After some time, the styling was completed, and the staff bowed before quietly retreating. Damiya stepped through the screen and spotted Satoru Gojo waiting outside, their eyes locking. The girl adorned in a vibrant crimson yukata, her golden hair elegantly styled and secured with a red fan-shaped hairpin. The striking colors did not overshadow her beauty. Rather, they accentuated her allure. Satoru felt his cheeks warm as he took Damiya's outstretched hand. You look stunning, Naya-chan, he whispered. Thank you. This yukata is absolutely gorgeous, Damiya replied, turning slightly to showcase the garment's details. Satoru nodded, his gaze lingering on her profile, nearly captivated. He, too, had donned a water blue yukata, his silver hair and blue eyes complementing his handsome features. When Satoru was not smiling, he resembled a distant deity, provided one did not gaze into those fervent eyes. Suguru Geto and Iori Shoko emerged next, each clad in deep blue and a black and white patterned yukata, respectively. Let us go? Chapter 78, The Fireworks Festival. The 4 exited the tailor shop, moving with the crowd. Along the way, the myriad of food and game stalls dazzled Damiya, who eagerly pulled Satoru along to sample everything. Unable to restrain herself, Naya-chan, I can't carry any more, Satoru exclaimed, clutching a box of takoyaki while halting Damiya, who was still eager to forge ahead. His hands were laden with bags, anime merchandise, sweet rice dumplings, and all manner of cultural trinkets. Even the strongest can only manage 2 hands. Oh, but I really want that ice blue shaved ice. The golden-haired girl pouted, cupping her face with both hands, her sparkling green cat-like eyes wide as she gazed at Satoru. As if that weren't enough, she reached for his hand, shaking it gently, trying to sway him. Please buy it, Satoru. I want one too. Satoru nodded in swift agreement, without a hint of hesitation. Who could resist Naya-chan's adorable pleading? Yay, you're the best, Satoru. Receiving the desired response, Damiya leaped with joy and dashed to the shaved ice stand. I'd like 4 servings of shaved ice, please. Iori Shoko, munching on a candied hawthorn, snapped photos of Damiya, capturing the beautiful moments of best friends. That's my duty. Suguru Geto, hands full of items, squinted at the indiscriminate Satoru. Whose stuff are you carrying, you rascal? Naya-chan's adorable antics made you surrender without a fight. Satoru shrugged, a radiant smile illuminating his face. He simply couldn't help it. As dusk descended, Damiya, feeling slightly bashful, chuckled and stashed her bounty into her spatial pocket. noting that everyone was helping carry things. They stood at the back, away from the crowd, concealed from view. The fireworks festival was held by the riverside, with spectators aplenty. The front rows were densely packed with people. Damiya felt somewhat puzzled as to why Satoru and Jia weren't seeking a better vantage point, which seemed uncharacteristic of them. She sensed that a playful scheme was brewing. As the sky darkened fully and the festival was about to commence, a countdown erupted from the crowd. Damiya eagerly stood on her toes, peering ahead. Satoru, lift me up. I can't see. Without looking back, she patted her boyfriend. Sure thing. Satoru grinned, effortlessly cradling her in a princess carry, even giving her a little bounce. He stepped forward, landing upon a flying carpet curse that had appeared unnoticed, and in an instant, they soared into the sky. The wind tousled Damiya's long hair, her view expanding dramatically as she marveled at Satoru's carefree laughter. There are so many people. Is this really necessary? Satoru gestured for her to look at the talisman affixed to the flying carpet. No one else can see us now. While he was indifferent to these matters, the night moth was incredibly bothersome. As they conversed, the countdown neared its climax. 3, 2, 1. A slender, straight firework shot up from the ground, bursting into small fireworks with each ascent. Once it reached their altitude, it exploded with a resounding pop. The firework blossomed outward, transforming into a colossal sphere, slowly cascading down towards the sea. It resembled countless shooting stars descending from the galaxy, a breathtaking sight akin to a dream. Damiya found herself momentarily entranced, unaware of when she was set back down. They floated in the air, the panoramic view offering a 360-degree spectacle. The fireworks erupted as if they were right before her eyes, utterly astonishing. A line of fireworks shot up from the ground, slender beams soaring upward before bursting into an even more dazzling and grand array, illuminating the sky in a fleeting moment. This was a beauty that words could scarcely describe, an exquisite sight that Damiya had never witnessed before. Every onlooker was compelled to pause and admire the rare spectacle before them. Damiya was utterly transfixed, her gaze following the radiant bursts of light, gasping in awe. However, Satoru Gojo's attention was not on the fireworks. His eyes remained fixed upon Damiya, his expression so gentle that one might doubt its authenticity. The colorful shadows cast by the fireworks danced upon the young girl's face, creating an ethereal and intoxicating allure. She beamed at the fireworks, her cheeks flushed with delight, shaking his hand with excitement. Gojo clasped her hand firmly in his, their fingers entwined, inseparable. I truly adore you. Naya-chan, he silently mused, refraining from voicing his thoughts lest he interrupt her reverie. He understood that had he spoken, Naya-chan would have fervently reciprocated his feelings. In that fleeting moment, he grasped the essence of happiness. In a secluded forest, a humanoid cursed spirit, its pallid skin stitched together, squatted on the ground, toying with a passing butterfly. Grasping one of the crimson butterfly's wings, it silently observed its frantic attempt to escape. How much longer must I wait, Leakpot? This human is taking far too long, the spirit grumbled. It's not time yet. You've only waited a few minutes. Why the fuss? Leakpot retorted irritably, its volcanic temperament evident. A flower-shaped cursed spirit stood in the center, attempting to alleviate the tension among its companions. Tenjin floated in the air, gazing blankly at the distant fireworks. At that moment, a leisurely set of footsteps approached from afar, prompting all the cursed spirits to turn their attention to the newcomer. Kinji Hikari bore a faint smile, accompanied by Raimai. They approached the cursed spirits without a trace of fear upon seeing beings with human form and intellect. Leakpot scoffed, acknowledging the human's courage. You sent someone to deliver news, mentioning something of interest to us. What is it? I find them rather intriguing. Why not leave them for my experiments later? Hikari discarded the butterfly and regarded the two with keen interest. The red butterfly finally gained its freedom, fluttering away in a bid to escape, skillfully evading the fierce, cursed energy that surged from behind, soaring into the sky. Hikari watched the fleeing spirit, his expression falling. It actually got away. I have come to propose an alliance. You must be quite interested in the extinction of humanity. Kinji Hikari disregarded Hikari's trivial chatter and presented his thoughts. Raimai fixed her gaze on Hikari, a glint of malice flickering in her eyes. These cursed spirits are exceedingly rude. If not for that esteemed presence, the cursed spirits present were piqued with curiosity. Do tell, Leakpot urged. After the fireworks festival concluded, Damiya and her companions lingered in the air for a while before seeking a secluded spot to descend as the crowd below dissipated. Damiya's excitement had yet to wane. As she eagerly recounted the breathtaking fireworks designs to Satoru Gojo, her words a jubilant stream. Gojo smiled in response, lifting a blue-shaved ice for her to sip. Soothing her throat, a robust figure brushed past them, with wild black hair and a scar gracing his lips. Wait, Kinji. A glamorous woman with luxurious waves chased after the man. Kinji Fushiguro, is that you? Damiya's gaze shifted to the black-haired man, halting in her tracks. It is indeed him. Gojo confirmed before the cat could inquire further. The wave-haired beauty seized Kinji, her expression sorrowful as she implored him to stay. Ah, a romantic entanglement, a rogue. Gojo observed with amusement, clearly entertained as his 6 eyes recorded every detail. What gossip is this? Damiya whispered to her boyfriend, clutching the shaved ice. Regardless of whether they were human or feline, the allure of drama was irresistible. It seems Kinji is a mere playboy. This woman, despite her affections, is being rebuffed as he wishes to end their relationship, Gojo summarized. TSK, a rogue indeed, while I, Satoru Gojo, remain a pure-hearted soul. So, Kinji spends his days away from home, playing the gigolo? How scandalous. The girl pondered, her chin resting on her hand. Is the allowance he sends to Rika merely for sustenance? Hey, you two, how long are you going to chat? Kinji interrupted, his expression darkening as he glared at them. Draped in an all-black kimono, he stood with his arms crossed, his demeanor far from welcoming. To discuss such matters in his presence was utterly disrespectful. The woman who had been blocking Kinji's path had vanished, and the onlookers were all but gone, leaving only the 3 of them in the vicinity. What's the matter? Old man, is it not permissible to speak candidly? Gojo boldly retorted, unafraid of the rogue man before him. With Naya-chan at his side, why should he cower? Are you embarrassed by our conversation? Damiya arched an eyebrow defiantly, undeterred. Apart from that deranged deity, she had never feared anyone. Kinji was taken aback, laughter bubbling forth from his frustration. In all his years, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. He revealed a cursed spirit hidden in his sleeve, extracting a special grade cursed tool, the red 3-section staff, from its mouth. Let me see if your skills match your bravado, Kinji declared coldly. Ugh, he pulled a weapon from a cursed spirit's mouth. How disgusting. Damiya felt her scalp prickle at the sight, darting behind Gojo in alarm. You have no shame. Go, Satoru. The little cat brandished a wand, now the size of a key, casting enhancement spells upon Gojo. Strength, speed, defense. This man clearly possessed formidable physical prowess. As a healer, she would observe first before joining the fray. That saliva-coated 3-section staff was not something she wished to encounter. Gojo stepped forward, facing the advancing Kinji. However, after a few exchanges, he furrowed his brow, his 6 eyes swiftly analyzing the man as swift and precise strikes. Is the curse binding truly this potent? A person devoid of cursed energy holds his own against me, and it seems he is gaining momentum. In the urban setting, their confrontation was merely a physical exchange, devoid of extravagant techniques or weaponry. Damiya twirled her wand, summoning a small dove made of light, which soared high above, watching Kinji for an opportunity to intervene. Kinji Fushiguro appears to be quite formidable as well. Hearing the commotion, Suguru Geto and Shoko Yeri arrived on the scene. After a brief glance at the fireworks, they found themselves hungry. The allure of the vibrant display paled in comparison to their craving for food. In unison, they sought out a nearby ramen shop, only to rush back outside upon sensing the surge of cursed energy. Satoru, as an exemplary master of the cursed energy, Suguru arrived to find 5 or 6 cursed spirits encircling Gojo. Upon realizing that Gojo was merely sparring, he breathed a sigh of relief. Having feared an unexpected cursed spirit had emerged in the bustling city. Gojo is not gaining the upper hand, Shoko observed coolly after a few glances. Positioning herself protectively behind Damiya, her vigilance fixed upon the black-haired man. Suguru, having listened, began to scrutinize the battle between the two, his demeanor growing serious. This man possesses such incredible strength, relying solely on his physical prowess? Fushiguro Megumi swiftly flicked the tail of his staff, delivering a punch that collided with the fist of Satoru Gojo, causing both to stagger back a few paces from the force of their strikes. I have no interest in indulging your childish games. This ends here. With the crowd swelling around them, Megumi stowed his 3-section staff back into the recesses of his attire and turned to leave. He had no desire to serve as a free sparring partner for Gojo's insufferable protege, who was still far too inexperienced. Noticing the gathering spectators, Satoru's enthusiasm for battle waned, and he shrugged off his sleeves, contemplating when he might engage Megumi in a serious duel. These bustling surroundings severely limited his potential for combat. Hey, Himiko and Samiki are living on their own now. That Fushiguro lady has departed. Aren't you going to check on them? As Megumi made to leave, Damiya called out. Unperturbed, Megumi continued walking, replying coolly, as long as they're alive, that's sufficient. Huh, what kind of father are you, Fushiguro? Allowing those 2 children to fend for themselves? Damiya, with her hands on her hips, retorted sharply, her irritation evident. Coming from an orphan background herself, she harbored a deep disdain for such irresponsible parents. Although Satoru's family was looking after the siblings, it was clear that they needed the comfort of true familial bonds during such times. Is that not acceptable? Megumi murmured, his tone dripping with disdain. Damiya, incensed by his dismissive attitude, brandished her staff, ready to confront him, when suddenly footsteps echoed from the alleyway. I think I heard a scuffle. If it is indeed them, we should notify the authorities. Let South not get too close, just listen quietly. Yes, everyone be cautious. The golden-haired girl halted her movements, and seeing Megumi stride away, she raised her voice. From now on, Himiko and Tsumiki will be under my care. It's no longer your concern. Megumi remained silent, turning a corner and disappearing from sight. What an infuriating demeanor, Kamiri Shoko remarked coldly. Harboring no fondness for such a scoundrel. Not surprising he hails from the Zenin clan. That place is notorious for its inhumane treatment of non-sorcerers, Satoru Gojo mused, tousling his disheveled bangs, fully aware of the implications of being part of the three prominent families. Celestial and cursed binding, existences devoid of even a hint of cursed energy. His physical prowess is nearly unparalleled among humanity, Suguru Geto observed, sensing an important realization. Strength isn't solely defined by cursed energy, Damiya interjected, calming her emotions. While Megumi's character left much to be desired, his prowess was undeniably commendable. Isn't strength defined by the presence of cursed energy? Echoed in Geto's mind. Chapter 80, Call him Daddy. Are you really going to look after those two little rascals? Satoru inquired, puzzled. Sorcerers were typically busy, and he worried that Miao-chan might be overwhelmed by the dual responsibilities. Yes, let that scum, Fushiguro, stay far away. Damiya huffed, munching on freshly made takoyaki. She had fallen in love with them after just one taste yesterday. The exterior was soft, while the insides were delightfully bouncy. Satoru said, popping a takoyaki ball offered by the cat into his mouth, finding it rather agreeable. We should adopt those two little ones, haha. It would be even more entertaining if Fushiguro Heim awakened the 10 shadow techniques of the Zenin clan. After knocking on the Fushiguro family door, the two children cautiously peered through the peephole, ensuring it was a familiar face before opening the door. Please come in, Tsumiki politely invited their guest, then hesitated over how to address her. I'm Damiya, and this is Satoru Gojo, she introduced, noticing the children's awkwardness. I'm Fushiguro Tsumiki, and this is my brother. Fushiguro Megumi, Tsumiki said with a smile, producing an array of snacks and setting them on the living room table. Thank you. Damiya selected a piece of jerky she fancied, tearing it open and taking a curious bite, only to recoil from the spice that overwhelmed her. Satoru stifled a laugh and fetched a large cup of water for her. The little cat, too preoccupied to speak, gulped down the water quickly. Tsumiki paused. Worry etched on her face as she looked at the golden-haired girl. Are you okay? I'm sorry. Megumi hurried to grab a carton of milk and handed it to Damiya, his cherubic face filled with concern. It's just that I can't handle spicy food. Thank you. Damiya interjected, wiping the water from her mouth as she accepted the milk. I really can't handle spice, Satoru chimed in with a chuckle, only to receive a swat from the agitated cat. As Damiya sipped the milk, she playfully brandished her fingernails at Satoru in mock threat. The silver-haired youth burst into laughter, ceasing his teasing as he turned his attention to the diminutive Fushiguro Megumi. This little fellow resembles Fushiguro Megumi quite a bit. Just looking at him makes my hands itch. Is there something you need, sister? Megumi asked hesitantly, his keen perception sensing that their visitors had come for a reason. I'll be looking after you and Tsumiki, so don't be afraid, Damiya began, carefully crafting her words to avoid hurting the children's fragile emotions. She wanted to say to forget about their irresponsible parents, but that sentiment felt inappropriate. Fushiguro Megumi and Tsumiki exchanged puzzled glances, their mouths agape in surprise. Did the sister get tricked? Megumi asked cautiously. This older sister isn't being deceived by that person, right? Otherwise, why would she say such things? Isn't she just a student? No, that scoundrel Fushiguro doesn't want to return home. So Miao-chan intends to take care of you both, Satoru said bluntly, pinching Megumi's cherubic cheeks. His directness was characteristic of his usual demeanor. Gojo, Damiya interjected, urging him to be a little more tactful. Moreover, this was her own decision, and the children needn't feel indebted in any way, no need to articulate that. Megumi gazed at Damiya in disbelief, momentarily distracted by the playful tugging of his cheeks. But sister, you're still a student. We can manage on our own, he insisted, not wanting to impose on anyone. He and Tsumiki were, to put it bluntly, two enormous burdens. We can handle this, sister, Tsumiki added, clutching her clothing nervously. Don't worry, I'm incredibly wealthy, Damiya remarked nonchalantly, tilting her chin upward. In recent times, she had accumulated quite a fortune from her missions, enough to purchase a villa in Kyoto outright. Her work involved exorcising cursed spirits and healing, tasks that paid handsomely. By the way, sorcerers tend to be quite affluent, as the rewards for missions are earned at the cost of one's life. However, Megumi still had something to say, but Satoru interrupted him. All right, we two can easily support 20 of you. Now come on, call me daddy, Satoru exclaimed enthusiastically, as boys of their age often found humor in such roles. Megumi's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing at the absurd adult. He opened his mouth to bite the hand Satoru had placed on his face, only to be met with an invisible barrier that felt as solid as steel. How tough. Megumi covered his mouth, glaring at Satoru, his eyes filled with determination. Oh, my apologies, that was just a reflex, Satoru said, his insincere shrug only further aggravating Megumi. Clenching his small fists, Megumi's shadow flickered slightly. Satoru noticed the subtle shift and a smirk crept upon his lips. Indeed, it seems that fortune smiles upon me. Damiya delivered a silent punch to Satoru Gojo's head, admonishing him not to bully children. How could he be more negligent than the large cat of the clan that cares for the little ones? Satoru Gojo. Meow. Naya-chan. Although it didn't hurt much, Satoru Gojo immediately put on an act. He clutched his head and rolled back and forth on the sofa, wailing, What? Naya-chan no longer loves me. Naya-chan hit me. It hurts so much. Gojo-chan, it hurts. Damiya stood with her hands on her hips, curious to see how long he could keep up the performance. Megumi Fushiguro watched this adult throwing a tantrum, silently rubbing his forehead. Tsukimi stood beside him, tugging at his sleeve as she peeked to see what was happening. Eventually, it was Naya-chan who could no longer tolerate the antics. She half knelt on the sofa, tugging at Satoru Gojo's collar, attempting to pull the oversized child up. I won't get up unless Naya-chan apologizes. Satoru Gojo lay back on the sofa, pulling at his collar in defiance, showing no inclination to cooperate. After a prolonged tug-of-war, Damiya's patience wore thin. She took a deep breath and turned to the two children, saying, Megumi, Tsukimi, I suddenly feel like having some flower tea. Could you please make some for me? Tsukimi opened her mouth, unsure whether to go or not. She didn't want to see her older siblings fighting. All right, Megumi decisively said, pulling Tsukimi into the kitchen. The sound of clattering echoed from the living room as Megumi focused solely on brewing tea, completely ignoring the ruckus outside. He even reassured Tsukimi not to worry about what was happening outside. They were not ordinary people, so there was no need for concern. Chapter 81. Yuta Okatsu. When Megumi emerged from the kitchen with a teapot in hand, Damiya was waiting outside to take it from him. The teapot was no bigger than an adult's palm and only held a small amount of water, making it quite light for Megumi to carry. As they entered the living room, they were met with the sofa reduced to several pieces and Satoru Gojo sitting on the floor, cradling his head. The siblings stared in disbelief at the chaotic scene as if a tempest had swept through, hardly able to believe that only 5 minutes had passed. Naya-chan is so cunning, always using that mental shock move. Satoru Gojo lamented, feeling utterly wronged, utterly helpless against such an attack. Well, what did you expect when you're so defenseless against mental attacks? Damiya replied cheerfully, her face brimming with pride. She beckoned the two children to sit on the small stools, pouring them some flower tea. Don't worry, Megumi, Tsukimi, Yaga will replace all the broken things soon. She reassured them. The siblings nodded in unison, still in shock. Wow, Sister Mia is amazing. After engaging in some heartfelt conversation with the Fushiguro siblings, Damiya took her leave with Satoru Gojo once Yaga arrived to clean up. It's about time to return to Jujutsu High. Goodbye, Megumi, Tsukimi. I'll come to play with you when I have the time, Damiya called out to the two children standing at the door. Goodbye, Sister Mia. Megumi completely disregarded the unreliable white-haired figure. Goodbye, Sister Mia, Gojo and Aizen, Tsukimi said sweetly, before heading back, in an effort to placate the still fussy Satoru Gojo. Damiya promised to accompany him to queue for desserts. Humph, then Satoru will forgive you. Pleased to be pampered, Satoru Gojo took Damiya's hand, leading her to a famous crepe shop nearby. This establishment was renowned for its ice cream crepes, always boasting long queues. I want mango-flavored ice cream, Damiya declared. Okay. As they crossed the sidewalk, Damiya noticed a child standing across the street. Yuta Okatsu was holding hands with Rika Orimoto, patiently waiting for the green light. Yuta, is that crepe really delicious? Rika asked, twirling her long hair with a cheerful smile. It's really good. Just a little across the street. We'll be there soon. Yuta replied, nodding happily at the thought of the delightful crepe, cherishing this rare opportunity as his mother seldom allowed him to indulge in ice cream. Then I'm really looking forward to it, Damiya said, holding Satoru Gojo back as she watched the two children from a distance. Oh, is that the little boy I met on my first day here? What a coincidence to see him again. Do you know him? Satoru Gojo asked, turning his gaze to the other side. No, I just saw him on my first day here. He wanted to pet me, but his mother hurried him off to school. Damiya replied with a grin. Cats like us are truly beloved. On the other side, as the green light illuminated, the moving vehicles came to a halt. Yuta Okatsu took Rika's hand, and they quietly chatted about amusing incidents at school, laughing heartily. That is so funny. That guy, Satoru, Yuta exclaimed animatedly, crossing the street without haste. Ha! Rika laughed so hard her cheeks ached, using her little hand to massage her face. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from afar as a black car sped towards them, showing no signs of braking even at the red light. In the blink of an eye, the car was right in front of the two children. Danger! With their exceptional dynamic vision, Damiya and Satoru Gojo spotted the black car and rushed in front of Yuta, each grabbing one child by the arm and leaping to safety. Satoru even managed to strike the black car, his cursed energy delivering a powerful impact that sent the vehicle crashing into a flower bed at the roadside. Yuta, grasped by Satoru, stared blankly at the wrecked car, stumbling and kneeling on the ground. He had just narrowly escaped death. The car had almost struck them. Wait, Rika! Yuta suddenly remembered his friend, twisting around to confirm her safety. Rika was being cradled by Damiya, her head nestled against Damiya's shoulder for comfort, although still in a daze. She seemed much better than before. Rika! Yuta called out loudly, struggling to get to his friend's side. However, being so young and just having escaped a near-death experience, his legs wouldn't obey him. What's the rush? Satoru teased, pulling Yuta up and guiding him toward Damiya. As soon as he was near Rika, Yuta threw himself at her, checking if she was hurt. He had invited Rika to enjoy crepes today, and if anything happened to her, he would never forgive himself. I'm fine, Yuta, Rika whispered, trembling uncontrollably, a natural reaction after a brush with death. As the children huddled together, Damiya stormed toward the reckless black car. She cast an amplification spell on herself, easily prying open the crumpled car door and yanking out the struggling man inside. This outsider had no right to run a red light. He was utterly despicable. Hey, you rude woman, let me go. Do you have any idea who I am? How dare you treat me like this? The man grunted, struggling against her grip. But no matter how he fought, he could not shake off her hold. As immovable as a mountain, noticing the crowd gathering around them, a glint of malice flashed in the man's eyes. He pulled out a small knife from his pocket, aiming to stab Damiya. Die, you filthy woman. Damiya swiftly slapped the weapon from the man's hand, twisting his arm behind him and delivering a kick to his leg. With a resounding thud, the man collapsed to the ground, his body ensnared, rendering him immobile. The entire process of resistance followed by submission transpired in less than 2 seconds. Reluctant to touch a man reeking of unpleasant odors, Damiya shifted her foot to firmly pin the man's outstretched hand behind him and ground it down with force. A cacophony of agonized screams erupted from the man, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, as he attempted to push Damiya's foot away, yet found himself steadfastly held in place. Satoru Gojo let out a whistle and burst into applause, praising the cat-like agility of Damiya. 2-second knockout. You've just set a new record, Meow-chan. Absolutely splendid. Chapter 82, Cursed Spirit Ball. By the time Yuta Okatsu regained his composure, he and Rika were seated on the street curb, each clutching an oversized crepe from a family combo meal. The dashing older siblings were nearby, engaged in a lively discussion about which flavor of crepe was the most delectable. Meanwhile, the detestable adult who nearly collided with Yuta and Rika was bound like a ball and tossed aside, his wails ignored by all. It appeared they were waiting for the police to arrive and escort the adult away. Strawberry, strawberry. The strawberry ice cream ball paired with the crepe is the most delicious, Satoru declared, brandishing his strawberry crepe in the air. Nonsense. Mango is the superior flavor, sweet and fragrant. Who could possibly resist mango? Damiya retorted, firmly convinced of mango's supremacy. She scooped a spoonful of mango ice cream and offered it to Satoru, insisting he taste it before making any further claims. No, strawberry is undeniably better, he insisted, smacking his lips. Then tell me, which is more delicious, mango or strawberry? Damiya turned to the children, seeking their opinions. The score was now 1-1, with neither side able to sway the other. Yuta fell into silence, holding a milk-flavored crepe, while Rika had banana flavor. He found neither flavor distasteful. How was he to respond? I'm allergic to mango, Rika sheepishly admitted, unable to contribute to the debate. The little cat let out a disappointed sigh, realizing the question would remain unanswered for now, perhaps to be revisited when they returned to Jujutsu High to consult with Shoko and the others. Thank you, dear older sister and brother, for saving us, Yuta said, scratching his head in genuine gratitude. Thank you, big sister and big brother, Rika echoed. It was nothing of consequence. Just remember to be more cautious when crossing the street next time, and do keep an eye out for vehicles even when the light is green, Damiya gently admonished, ruffling Yuta's fluffy hair. The two little ones nodded vigorously, still shaken from the day's events. At that moment, the police and Yuta's parents arrived, and after a flurry of thanks, they headed to the police station to handle the aftermath. On Damiya's side, Satoru was left to deal with the aftermath. Yes, just as Satoru had restored the Fushiguro family to normalcy, he received a call to come here, leaving no time for respite. Being an assistant to these troublesome children was indeed demanding, but thankfully, the Gojo family was generous with their compensation, otherwise, it might have been unbearable. After bidding farewell to Yuta and Rika, they returned to Jujutsu High. Damiya clung to Satoru's back, toying with his tousled hair while swinging her legs. I'm so exhausted. This little cat can hardly ascend another flight of stairs. Thank goodness my meal ticket is a physical prowess gorilla. Satoru effortlessly carried Damiya. His steps light as he ascended the tiered torii at the school entrance. So tired, the girl murmured, resting her head against Satoru's sturdy shoulder. She twirled a strand of his white hair around her finger, attempting to fashion it into a small braid. You need to keep building your stamina, Miao-chan, Satoru chuckled, showing no signs of fatigue despite carrying her. Sure, Damiya replied lazily, stifling a yawn. Satoru's steady gait almost lulled her to sleep. As she stretched, they entered a grove where dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon them. I'm even sleepier now. At the classroom of the magic school. Following the public demonstration of healing spells, the 4 second-year students had initiated plans to teach their peers. The entire student body was crammed into a single classroom, eagerly learning new abilities, punctuated occasionally by sounds of frustration. Once again, the magic circuits are simply too complicated for them. Memorizing them feels utterly chaotic, they lamented. Nevertheless, driven by an indomitable spirit, Nanami and the others persevered. If the second-year seniors could master it, so could they. Kagura and Nito Miki were also summoned to Jujutsu High to assist in the creation of energy converters. After the harrowing double assassination incident, they had not undertaken a task from the board for quite some time. As they pondered their future endeavors, Damiya extended a beckoning paw. Nanami slumped in his chair, his face buried in a stack of documents, appearing utterly drained. Higuruma, Kagura, and Nito Miki mirrored his posture, their spirits dimmed. The 4 of them sat in a perfectly synchronized display of emo despair. I never expected to struggle at the very first step of learning magic. Why do I still have to memorize these circuits? This isn't what I envisioned. Higuruma exclaimed, becoming increasingly animated as he kicked his legs in frustration. Don't worry. Even the seniors and the Songstress Haven team mastered it, Nanami replied softly, despite his own struggles with the material. How on earth did the second-year seniors manage to memorize those erratic patterns? Second year, it's simple, really, it's all about muscle memory. I've completely worn out 3 materials in 3 days. Although the president says it's fine, it's genuinely disheartening, Kagura said, placing his hands together in front of him, feeling utterly defeated. Why do the lines flow so smoothly under the president's, Damiya's, guidance while my attempts are utterly dissimilar? I'm trying to learn to carve spell patterns while also organizing documents and searching for the guild's base of operations, Nito Miki lamented, his limbs sagging in exhaustion. It was her fault for being too naive at the outset, taking on so many tasks at once. She regretted underestimating the guild compared to the ease of the board's tasks. The other 3 exchanged thumbs-ups in encouragement toward Miki. Hang in there. This is healing magic. A life-saving skill. We must seize the opportunity to learn it, no matter the cost. Nanami straightened himself, removing the documents from his face, ready to re-enter the realm of learning. Previously, there was no choice, but with the advent of healing magic, he was determined to master it at all costs. He could no longer bear to witness his comrades sacrifice themselves. Let us go. The others swiftly suppressed their emotions, transitioning seamlessly into a focused learning state. In the hallway, for second-year students stifled their laughter, covering their faces. We're sorry, but we simply can't help it, they chuckled, unable to resist the satisfaction of watching others struggle with the magic circuits. Everyone goes through this phase, just hang in there. Kaori cleared her throat, attempting to mask her amusement. Have the tasks assigned by the board increased recently? She inquired. Indeed, they are fervently seeking methods to learn healing magic. If we withhold it, they resort to this, Suguru replied, brushing his hand over the dark circles under his eyes, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. During this period, he had interacted most with the board, and after witnessing their truly repulsive nature, he felt no respect left for them. The upper echelons of the board were akin to a festering pit of maggots. However, with a new goal in sight, no matter how erratic the board became, it could not shake Suguru's resolve. The cursed spirit balls are accumulating rapidly. We need to find time to deal with them, Damiya said, her gaze lowered. After a moment's struggle, she tentatively asked, Suguru, do you have any issues with capturing the cursed spirit balls? Chapter 83, Vacation. Suguru Geto was momentarily taken aback. He could not fathom why Damiya posed such a question. Had his secret been exposed? The golden-haired girl raised her face, her cat ears drooping, her cerulean eyes brimming with concern for her companion. Do not speak falsehoods to us, she asserted. Wataru and Shoko tightened their grips on their phones, remaining silent. How could they possibly overlook Geto's peculiarities? After every new Shikigami capture, he would experience a bout of diminished appetite, a pattern that repeated itself. Geto remained reticent. His hands clenched tightly in his pockets. It was not that he wished to conceal anything. Rather, he had not contemplated how to broach such matters with them. Wasn't it too pathetic? After a long pause, he finally spoke. I am fine. What does it taste like? Is it unbearable? I have been researching magical olfaction lately. I am certain I can assist you. Damiya's barrage of inquiries caught everyone off guard. To engage with someone of Geto's temperament, one must be forthright. As he met Damiya's worried gaze, her pure and transparent pupils soothed his agitation. It resembles the stench of a cloth tainted by vomit. I am accustomed to it, Geto confessed after a moment of silence, revealing a long-held secret. Listening to Damiya, he did not exhibit any signs of excitement. Geto did not wish to burden others. He had tried countless methods to suppress the foul odor of the Shikigami balls. All to no avail. Believe me, there must be a solution, she said, sensing his loosening demeanor and smiling. It is a relief that you are willing to share. Bottling it up is the real issue. We will find a way, Geto, Shoko reassured him with a comforting pat on the shoulder. I'll scour through the books at home later. Wataru playfully punched Geto's shoulder. Geto glanced at his comrades, a faint smile gracing his lips. Even if things could not be changed, it was all right. The present state was already quite satisfactory. Due to the second-year students' refusal to relinquish their methods for learning healing techniques, the director's impotent fury led to an onslaught of tasks. During that period, everyone was exceedingly busy, constantly engaged in missions. Did you wake up naturally today? Inch, are you all right? Why not assign us a few tasks? We can handle the second-level ones. May, we Haven T had many tasks lately. Please send some our way. Hirahara, please allocate some tasks to us, seniors. Nanami, please do not overexert yourselves. We are more than willing to assist our seniors. The other students at Jujutsu High noticed the unusual distribution of tasks. For the past fortnight, they had been leisurely managing only 1 or 2 assignments daily. While the second years were swamped, hardly returning to their dorms, they could not contend with the immense force of the director's office. But they could help alleviate some of the workload. They were genuinely concerned for the second years, fearing for their well-being. Did you wake up naturally today? Wataru, it's all right. We're already on our way to vacation. Everyone, hang in there for the next couple of weeks. The group responded with bewilderment. Hirahara and Nanami exchanged glances, shocked. Inside a speeding black car, Wataru was driving, Geto seated in the front, catching up on sleep, while Damiya and Wataru nestled in the back. Damiya curled up in Wataru's embrace, inhaling the sweet, creamy scent, her eyelashes drooping lower. Wataru busily typed messages on his phone with one hand, while steadying Damiya's head with the other, which threatened to slip away. Though weariness lingered in his brow, he appeared much better than the two who had just returned from missions. After dispatching his messages, he casually tossed his phone aside and cradled his drowsy girlfriend. He settled her comfortably on his lap, allowing Damiya to rest her head against him. The golden-haired girl did not awaken. Instead, she curled up tighter, grasping his hand. Sinking deeper into slumber, Wataru gently held Damiya's slender fingers and placed a soft kiss upon them. He had hardly seen her for the past month and missed her dearly. As the car traversed halfway, they received a call from Shoko. This was a long-planned vacation, conceived during the director's bouts of madness. Now was not the time for confrontation. Working overtime was acceptable, and treating themselves to a break afterward was only natural. If the director objected, they could easily be branded as deserters. Thanks to Wataru's mockingly educational methods, several members of the Wataru family had grasped healing techniques, and all students at Jujutsu High had learned them. So there should be no significant issues. Damiya handed her phone to Wataru, requesting he remove the work SIM card. These troublesome nuisances were utterly vexing. She desired some peace for a while. The others suddenly understood, promptly retrieving their phones to remove their cards for tranquility. Where shall we go? Shoko inquired, as she had been in the infirmary during this time and had not been involved in their tasks. I have no idea, Damiya said while rubbing her eyes. Anywhere is fine. I intend to sleep soundly for 3 days, and no one can separate me from my bed. Geto's home is nearby, why don't we? Wataru suggested with a smile. Hey, don't act foolish in front of my parents. Geto abruptly turned around, warning Wataru with a glare. What are you saying, Geto? I merely suggested we pay a visit to your parents. It has been quite some time since you last returned, hasn't it? Wataru innocently blinked. Fully aware he was teasing Geto, Geto caught on, signaling with a gesture to refrain from leaving the car when they arrived. How do you know my home is nearby? He retorted, somewhat exasperated. I discovered your details shortly after meeting you. Your information was already laid out on the table of the 3 great families. I possess a photographic memory, you know, Wataru replied with a grin, revealing what he truly wished to convey to Geto. Protect your parents well. The 3 great families will undoubtedly devise nefarious schemes in the future. Geto understood, lowering his gaze and shattering his phone screen in a fit of frustration. He had indeed failed to consider these matters and did not foresee the potential danger to his parents' safety. Are we able to visit Geto? Damiya gently inquired. They were a team, individuals capable of entrusting their backs to one another. Naturally, they would also assist in safeguarding one another's loved ones. Yes, Geto replied decisively. Even without these concerns, he would have been willing to bring his companions home. In truth, he had not returned in quite some time.